Tomorrow, huh? What are you muttering to yourself? Minji asked, still upset about the situation. Nothing, Zeno said, placing his phone back in his pocket. I'll be out tomorrow morning, so you don't have to prepare breakfast for me. Doha frowned. Where are you going this time? Zeno didn't respond and merely smiled. Have a good night. He was going to Eli's school, of course. Chapter 121, Why University? Why University? It was the third most praised university in the entire country. They were mostly known for their biological science programs, nursing, medical technology, neuroscience, and, of course, medicine. It had an acceptance rate of 16%, but its popular courses were even harder to get into. As a result, students who were in these top universities developed an ego, making them feel they were superior to those in other universities. Of course, Zeno knew. He had experience going to college in his past life as Sanjay Lim, and it was the top university in the entire country. It had the most obnoxious humans he had met, thinking they were above everyone else just because they could solve quantum physics. While that was quite impressive, intelligence didn't equate to lack of stupidity. There were still a lot of stupid, intelligent people. So, standing in front of Y University, Zeno was already dreading entering the campus. He was covered from head to toe. He wasn't going to risk getting recognized and mobbed. He was very popular, especially among their generation. All he wanted to do was pay for Eli's tuition. ID, the guard asked, stopping Zeno. I'm going to pay for my nephew's tuition, he said. The guard frowned. Parents paying for their son's tuition wasn't a new occurrence, but it was still rare, considering it was a university. Then, he gestured for Zeno to bring down his mask. Zeno pursed his lips and brought it down for a second. The guard's eyebrows raised in surprise. He felt that he was familiar, but he couldn't take a good look. All he knew was that he was quite handsome. You need to leave an ID with us, sir, he said. You can retrieve it when you leave. Zeno nodded and brought out his ID from his wallet. Then, he gave it to the guard before going on his way. The guard grabbed the card and read his name. Then, his eyes widened as he read it. Zeno Han, he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Zeno walked as fast as possible, not wanting to be asked another question. He looked around the campus and sighed. It was the type of campus where you needed to ride a bus to get around. Fortunately, the accounting office was near. However, there was a line. He sat and waited patiently for his turn. He had to go to Dreamy a little later because Bobby had called him, so he still had some time. As he waited for his turn, he saw the two women behind him watching his performance on Sing or Sync, one of their phones. They didn't have earphones on, so Zeno and the others could hear it clearly. He's the best, really. One of them said, I watched all of his dramas, and now, I can't wait for Code Black to air too. I think he only has a minor role there. I need him to be the main role for once. This isn't enough. A main role, huh? That was something he wanted to stray far away from as much as possible. Ah, really? It's so early, but it's already too noisy, the guy right next to Zeno suddenly said, lifting his head and showing his splotchy beard. Zeno glanced at his lanyard and saw that he was from the engineering department. He also somehow smelled like mildew. Fortunately, Zeno was wearing a mask, so it wasn't quite intense. The girl seemed to be disgusted, though. We're not even doing anything bad, she exclaimed. Just mind your own business. How can I mind my own business when you two are so loud? He exclaimed. And you're talking about an unknown celebrity. He's not even that good. I can sing better than that. Ah, seriously. Don't listen to us then, the other girl argued. You smell like shit, and your breath stinks, so just shut the hell up. Zeno's eyebrows raised in surprise. Young people these days were definitely not afraid to speak their minds. However, if there was one thing Zeno knew about guys like these, they never took criticism lightly. He stood from his seat, capturing everybody's attention on the line. What did you say, bitch? He asked, already seething in anger. Zeno clicked his tongue. He had to witness such a scene so early in the morning. The two girls seemed to be scared, but they didn't want to back down. Zeno, too, would be scared of the engineering student if he was a normal person. He was basically a weapon with how he smelled and how on edge he appeared. Zeno opened his water bottle and drank from it, feeling thirsty all of a sudden. Just as the strange student could lay a hand on the girls, Zeno tipped his water bottle to the side, causing the liquid to splatter all over the student's crotch. He stopped right away when he felt the cool sensation. Everyone near the scene turned to Zeno with wide eyes, looking at his half-empty bottle. Oops, he said after a while, placing the cap back on. It slipped. The engineering student appeared even more enraged, and Zeno could tell he was going to strike a punch. So Zeno quickly stood from his seat, causing the former to fall to the ground from forcefully punching the air. Some gasped around them. Meanwhile, Zeno stretched. The two girls watched the scene with agape mouths. "You fucking bastard," he muttered. "Who even are you? Do you know who I am?" Zeno shook his head. "I don't," he said. "I'm the son of the Dean of Engineering. I am also the champion. I don't plan on knowing, too," Zeno added before he could finish his statement. "I'm just here to pay for my nephew's tuition," he chimed. Then, he helped the engineering student stand. The angry man didn't want to take Zeno's hand, but Zeno didn't leave him with a choice. He hoisted him up without any effort and patted his shoulders. "Just make sure to study well, all right?" Zeno lightly said. "Don't let your tuition fee go to waste." Then, he looked straight into his eyes, causing the student to freeze. "You don't know how many people deserve it more than you do." Chapter 122. Accept the help. "For Mr. Eli Kong of the Department of Medicine?" the accountant asked. Zeno nodded. "Yes," he answered, her eyebrows slightly raised as she looked at his records. "Mr. Eli Kong hasn't paid since the last semester. It seemed he was admitted to the new semester through a promissory note. However, he needs to pay the entire balance in cash if he wants to take the midterms on Monday." "Yes, I understand," Zeno said. "I will be paying full in cash." "I'll be paying until the end of the semester," Zeno added. He had some spare money because Dreamy Entertainment didn't touch the prize he won from Sing or Sink. In the end, he decided to pay for it all so that Eli wouldn't think about it anymore. A small smile appeared on her lips. "This is great," she muttered. "I actually know Eli because he had tried to bargain with another promissory note last week. If it was only my decision, I would have allowed it, but the school makes the final decision. He's a very passionate student, and it would be a loss to have him drop out just because of financial issues." Zeno nodded. "He is a good student," he muttered. She lifted her head and almost laughed when she saw his get-up. "You are his uncle," Zeno responded. She tilted her head to the side. "You seem pretty young." "I'm the youngest in the family," Zeno quickly bluffed. "And you're paying for this much money on your own?" she asked. "As long as my nephew gets to study," Zeno said, wanting to put an end to her questions. Fortunately, that seemed to do the trick. "You're a good uncle," she said before giving him the receipt. "Have a nice day. Tell your nephew that he can take the midterm exam." Zeno took the receipt and carefully placed it inside his pocket. Then, he bowed and muttered his gratitude before going on his way. Finally, he muttered, he just needed to show Eli the receipt so the two of them could come to good terms. He rounded a corner and suddenly bumped into someone. He cursed under his breath when his hat fell to the ground. The person he bumped into also dropped a box of items. He was about to bolt, not wanting to be recognized when a familiar voice spoke. "Zeno!" Eli exclaimed with furrowed eyebrows. Zeno stood straight and met Eli's gaze. Out of everyone in the school, he actually bumped into him. Then, Zeno looked down at the ground and kneeled down to gather his items and place them back inside the box. It was his nameplate, a bunch of books and pens, and some other clutter. "What are you doing here?" Eli exclaimed, clicking his tongue as he grabbed the box from Zeno. "You've already gathered your items?" Zeno asked, not answering his question. Eli sighed. "We talked about this already," he muttered. "It's my last day today. The next week is the midterms. Of course, I would gather my items." Zeno shook his head. "You don't have to do it." "What do you mean?" Without saying a word, Zeno grabbed the receipt from his pocket and gave it to Eli. Eli's frown deepened as he unraveled the receipt. Then, he read the contents, his brows furrowing even more with every second. "What is this?" he asked. Zeno smiled. His mission was finally finished, and he wouldn't have to go through the pain trial. "Look at the student number," Zeno said. "It's my student number," Eli deadpanned. "Yes, that means that your tuition is paid for." Eli was silent for a few moments before he spoke again. "What?" he muttered. "It says here that even the finals are paid for." Zeno nodded. "I had some extra money on hand, so I decided to pay for it too." Zeno was expecting Eli to smile or maybe say some words of gratitude. However, he crumpled the receipt and pursed his lips instead. This time, it was Zeno who frowned. "What are you doing?" "I should be asking you that question," Eli exclaimed, appearing frustrated. "What are you doing? Why are you paying for my tuition fee?" "Because I can," Zeno simply said. "I don't need your pity." "I'm not doing this out of pity," Zeno sighed. It's because we're friends. Accept my help. However, Eli was as stubborn as a mule, probably one of the most stubborn humans Zeno had met in his entire life. Then, Eli began walking away. Whatever, he muttered. Let's go back to the accounting office. We'll reverse the payment. Zeno became even more confused. He was supposed to be happy with this deed. He observed his penalty quest and saw that it still wasn't accomplished, and he only had a few days to finish it. Wait, Zeno said, holding onto his arm. You can just pay it back to me when you get the money. You don't understand, do you? Eli exclaimed. I don't even know if I could pay it back. Besides, just because you paid for this semester does not mean that I can pay for the other semesters. It will only be a cycle. I'm breaking it now while it's still early. Besides, he continued, his voice sounding softer, I can't even get past through this week with my allowance. You expect me to pay you back that amount of money? Just refund it. Zeno's eyes narrowed. So that's what it is? You don't have money for the rest of the month. Just then, like it had fallen from the sky, a flyer flew to where they were. Zeno caught it with his foot and read the contents while Eli continued, insisting on refunding the money. Math Olympics, he read quietly. Then, he looked at the date and time, noting that it was today and only a few minutes away. However, what caught his attention the most was the prize money in big, bold letters. 500,000 won for merely answering a few math questions. This was perfect. He kneeled down and grabbed the flyer, shoving it toward Eli's face. Then, this would be good, right? This can last you for a month. Let's join. Chapter 123, Engineering versus Physics. Zeno, wait. Eli exclaimed as the taller man dragged him away from the accounting office. Eli clicked his tongue and tried taking his arm away. However, he couldn't get it out. Since then, Eli had been the weakest man in their friend group. However, he was the most intelligent, so that made up for it. Where are you taking me? He exclaimed. Zeno didn't answer and continued pulling him toward a department that Eli hadn't even thought of visiting during his stay at University, the engineering department grounds. There they are, Zeno said, turning to Eli. Eli frowned when he saw a group of students on the grounds. Above them was a tarpaulin with the words, Math Olympics. Beat the engineering champions. Zeno saw the registration table and was about to head toward it, but Eli used his entire body to stop him. What are you doing? He shouted. We're signing up, Zeno nonchalantly said. It says here that it's open for everyone. We just have to beat the engineering champions in one question. Eli sighed. Zeno, this is ridiculous. Why are you doing all of this? Zeno stopped for a while. That was a valid question. Why was he doing all of this? Aside from his mission to come to good terms with Eli, it did seem pretty excessive. However, he felt that this was one way to convince Eli to just accept his help. Because I want to, Zeno bluntly said, causing Eli to halt. This was different from Zeno. After seeing Zeno play a passive role in his career, Eli thought Zeno was still the same, frustrating person after his accident. However, was he mistaken? I've already written our names, Zeno said after a while, causing Eli to snap out of his thoughts. What? Eli muttered, still out of it. Then, Zeno dragged him to the crowd once more. There were two tables on the podium, one that housed the challengers and the other one with the champions. Zeno focused his gaze on the champions, his eyebrows slightly raised when he saw the man who smelled of mildew at the accounting office sitting at the very middle. So, he was a mathematics champion, huh? Then, he glanced at his opponents, who were quickly being destroyed. Answer the last question, the host exclaimed, and the two teams were given 1 minute each to answer it. Eli looked at the myriad of numbers and felt bile rise through his throat. He liked studying, but math has always been his weakness. That was also one of the reasons why he took up medicine in the first place. The freshmen, who had mathematics lanyards, appeared frustrated as they couldn't quite get the answer. Then, at the 40-second mark, the engineering team rang the bell with smug smirks. It's right, Zeno muttered, capturing Eli's attention. It was only then that he realized he was in a daze. The judges, who were the professors of their department, checked their answers before raising a thumb. With Byungo on the team, they have become unbeatable, the host chuckled. Hey, one of the men in the champion team chuckled. We've been killing it since this morning, even without Byungo. Who else would like to take on the challenge? Zeno was about to raise his hand when Eli stopped him. That team over there, the host exclaimed, pointing to the group of people beside them. Zeno glanced at the team and saw their Department of Physics lanyard. Along with that, the number of people around them seemed to increase. It's physics versus engineering, some exclaimed. It's the god of physics, take Lee, another said. Zeno didn't mind their conversation, only focusing his gaze on Eli. Why did you stop me, he asked. It's an easy way to get 500,000 won. Are you insane? Eli asked. We can't hold a light to those dudes. Your math skills are average at best, and I can't even understand the symbols within those equations. This is getting too far, Eli continued. You're distracting me so that I won't get a refund, huh? Yes, Zeno honestly said. But it's also because you need allowance for the midterms week. You're being so honest, Eli deadpanned. Anyway, it does not matter. Are you not aware of who that guy is? Eli asked. Who? Mildew God. Eli frowned. Mildew, what are you even talking about? Mildew, Zeno explained. The type of fungus or mold. It usually forms on humans when they don't shower or when they don't let their clothes fully dry. I know what mildew is. Eli exclaimed. I'm asking, why did you just call Byung-go Kim mildew? Because he smells like it, Zeno honestly said. How do you even know? Eli muttered. Anyway, he continued. Even if he does smell like mildew, he's famous in the university for being a math prodigy. He is the son of the dean of engineering, and he is sent to compete with the top universities in the country, and even the world. In this university, your status is based on your intelligence. They're holding this event to raise funds for their department's University Week. They're milking money for the registration, knowing nobody would be able to beat Byung-go at this level. Aside from that, since his father has a high status in the university, nobody dares to mess with him. Eli continued. Zeno clicked his tongue. People still care about that in college. That guy on the stage is Take Lee, another genius in this university. The two are rivals in mathematics competitions, but Byung-go won over him multiple times. We can't even compete with Take, but you want to beat Byung-go? You're just giving them free money for registering. Zeno shrugged and focused his gaze on the stage once more. Take and Byung-go were still dueling it out, answering the questions by the end of the timer. Those watching held their breaths in anticipation. It had been neck and neck since earlier, and it was hard to guess who would win. On the third question, they still got it at the same time, causing the two of them to turn to each other with a glare. The crowd had gotten larger now, as expected from a school that highly valued grades. Watching these competitions was the most fun for them. The tiebreaker question was written on the board, and Take and Byung-go had already begun solving it mentally. Meanwhile, Zeno scrutinized the question, tilting his head to the side. The question was easy. Chapter 124. I'm a genius. This is insane. The two of them are so good. This is going to take the entire day. I wonder how I even got accepted into this program. I can't solve shit. The professors had been discussing the next question, and amused smiles filled their faces. The stakes had become higher. One of the professors said, because of this, we would like to raise the prize money to 1,000,000 won to whoever answers the question first. The crowd murmured in amazement. If I could solve as well as them, I want to join too. 1,000,000 won. That's enough allowance until the next month. Eli froze. 1,000,000 won was hard to earn in his part-time job. He could pay his rent with that money and send some to his family. Zeno felt it right away. Eli wanted the money. So, without any hesitation, he raised his hand and loudly exclaimed, "Can we join?" Eli's eyes widened as he turned to Zeno beside him. Then, the others naturally turned toward them, too. Zeno was covered from head to toe, so they became suspicious. Who is that guy? Someone wants to challenge both Byung-go and Take? Byung-go frowned when he noticed who the man was. The professor was about to disclaim it since there were only 2 tables, but Byung-go quickly agreed to let them join. It's fine, he smirked. They could stand on the side instead. Eli felt like a fish out of water. He felt shy with all of the attention, and he hid behind Zeno's frame. The professors narrowed their eyes as Zeno and Eli arrived at the stage. Which department are you from? The host asked. Medicine, Zeno answered without any hesitation. The people began to murmur once more. Medicine in a math competition? I think he might just be desperate for the money. I see, the host chuckled. Well, you are a brave soul for wanting to compete with this bunch today. Here is your whiteboard. Encircle the final answer and merely raise your hand the moment you are done, he continued. Byung-go smirked. I highly doubt he could even write a single number, he muttered. Byung-go remembered him saying that he was only there to pay for his nephew's tuition. An oldie who didn't even go to their school couldn't compete with him at all. It was time to show him who Byung-go really was. Meanwhile, Taek glanced at Eli and found his hands trembling. A small chuckle escaped his lips. "Who even is this guy?" he asked his friend. His friend shrugged. "I've never seen him." Taek nodded. "Don't let him distract you. Let's focus on beating Byung-go." Zeno looked around. The students around them had increased dramatically. Some of Eli's classmates looked at him with wide eyes. What is he doing there? Is Eli good at math? I don't think so. Who is he with? Whatever, let's just support them in support of our program. However, even with the arrival of the medicine students, they were still outnumbered by those in engineering and physics. "Zeno, let's go down before something bad happens," Eli whispered. Zeno merely shook his head and focused his attention on the small whiteboard in the front. Then, the professor wrote the equation. Lim x infinity, 8x square root x plus 1, x minus 1. Square root x minus 8x2 minus 4x ln x minus ln 2x minus, for x plus 2 ln x, ln 2 1. Their brows furrowed immediately. They couldn't use their whiteboards until the timer started, but Byung-go and Taek already started computing mentally. However, it was nearly impossible as it was a very long limit problem. Those in the audience had already given up, only watching the contestants. Eli's throat became dry, still trying to convince Zeno that they should just give up. However, as he glanced at Zeno, Eli frowned. How could he smile at this situation? On the other hand, Zeno found the question amusing. No wonder the prize money had been doubled. This equation was something even an intelligent student wouldn't be able to answer within the given time limit of a minute. Fortunately, he wasn't an intelligent student. He was a genius. Well, at least in this field, he was. Mathematics was still an evolving subject during his first mission. He had witnessed the evolution of the subject through time, and naturally, he came to know its rules. He didn't even have to write the question down. Byung-go got to writing right away, feeling frustrated by the long question. Meanwhile, his teammates glanced at the other two. Taek was in a similar situation, writing furiously. However, the third team appeared frozen, making him smirk. "Take your time," he said to Byung-go. "We're ahead of the two of them." The audience, too, began to pity the duo of medicine students. "They're too shocked," one said. "This is why our department is still different. These equations cannot be solved by anyone but us." The timer had hit the 30-second mark, and Byung-go cursed under his breath. He was close to the answer, but he needed more time. Taek glanced at Byung-go for a moment, his brows furrowing. He was determined to beat him this time. No one was going to stop him. The two battled it out. However, as it hit the 45-second mark, someone interrupted their battle. "Done." Byung-go and Taek turned to each other, wondering who had spoken. However, they quickly realized that the two of them didn't speak at all, and the only other option was the medicine team. Eli turned to Zeno with wide eyes, looking at his whiteboard, which merely contained the answer. Even the host was shocked. "Let's stop for now," he said to the microphone. Byung-go smirked. "This guy hasn't even solved it yet, but he already had an answer?" It was obviously a guess. The professors also chuckled among themselves. They could only solve it by the end of the minute mark. It was impossible for a student from medicine to answer it that fast. "Show us your answer," the host exclaimed. Zeno smiled and turned his whiteboard toward the crowd and the judges. The other competitors also craned their necks to see his answer. ln(22 plus 2/3. The professors turned to each other with wide eyes. Taek, who was on the verge of answering the question, computed the rest of it silently on a scratch paper. Then, he felt his heart stop. What the hell was this? It was right. Maybe inaccurate. Chapter 125. I love the chase. Byung-go also scrambled to get the final answer, his brow furrowing with every step he completed. The more he solved, the closer it leaned toward Zeno's answer. Meanwhile, the professors couldn't believe their eyes. "Unbelievable," one muttered. "Is it right?" The crowd began to discuss. It must not be." He made up the answer. Eli, too, didn't know if Zeno's answer was legit. However, the combination of numbers and letters didn't seem to be a joke. The host walked over to the professors' seats. "Is it right?" he asked. "Yes." The crowd gasped in shock. They actually got it right? What the heck? Someone from medicine beat Byung-go and Taek. How could he answer that question in just 40 seconds? Eli was the most shocked. Out of all of them, what was this? What happened to his academically average friend? Was he hiding his talents all along? So, the 1,000,001 is ours, right? Zeno asked, breaking the shocked atmosphere. He stared at the envelope of money on the table before glancing at Eli, who was still wide-eyed. What? How? Eli stammered. Don't think too much about it, Zeno whispered. Then, he was about to go down the stage to claim their prize money when Byung-go exclaimed loudly. You. They all turned to Byung-go, who appeared angry. Tae couldn't help but smile at the sight of him. As much as he wanted to personally beat him, this was still good. The two of them were beaten by an unknown guy. Byung-go was the type of guy who was used to winning, so seeing his angry expression was such a satisfying sight. Byung-go couldn't believe that he lost to someone like this guy. He had lost in international competitions, but never in national ones. This guy must be older than him. That was the only plausible reason. You're not from here, are you? Zeno pursed his lips, ignoring him before turning to Eli. Come on, he said. Let's take the prize money and bolt. However, Byung-go was having none of that as he held onto Zeno's shoulder. The crowd gasped, sensing the tension between increase. The host awkwardly chuckled, trying to ease the situation. Come on now, he said. This is a friendly math competition. No need to argue. Who are you? Byung-go asked, not minding their reactions. Zeno glanced at the professors, and they were casting their eyes away. It seemed they, too, didn't dare to mess with Byung-go because of his father's status. They wanted to protect their positions. Fortunately for Zeno, he didn't need to do anything like that. Byung-go was yet another tool he used to finish his quest efficiently. This is an open competition, Zeno responded. Everyone is allowed to join. Everyone from this school is allowed to join. Byung-go emphasized through gritted teeth. Zeno couldn't help but chuckle. Byung-go had no problem accepting them into the competition a while ago because he thought that he and Eli were an easy target. However, now that they had lost, he had a problem with it. Truly, excessive pride was one of the banes of existence. Hey man, let's say you just won, Zeno lightly said, patting his shoulder. I just need the 1,000,001 right there. He pointed toward the table. Somehow, that made Byung-go feel worse. The crowd chuckled at Zeno's light-hearted comment, but they quickly zipped their mouths when Byung-go glared at them. Zeno was about to leave once more when Byung-go spoke again. This time, he talked loudly, making sure everyone around them could hear what he was saying. I saw this guy earlier, he started off. He was in line at the accounting office, and he said he was here to pay for his nephew's tuition. Nephew? The others began to discuss. So he's old. That's unfair then. What if he's a professor too? I'm young, Zeno quickly defended. Meanwhile, Eli turned to him and whispered, Nephew, really? Zeno merely chuckled and wrapped one arm around Eli. My nephew and I are the same age because his father, which is my brother, married early, he said. My father is an only child. You bastard, Eli muttered. Meanwhile, Byung-go and the others weren't buying it. Well, it is true that only those enrolled in Y University could compete, the host said, wanting to put an end to it. Zeno cursed under his breath. He was so close to getting the money. Well, this guy is from this school, Zeno said, referring to Eli. So, that means we are qualified. Now, if you excuse us, we will leave with the prize money. Zeno walked swiftly. However, at that moment, Byung-go held onto his hood and pulled it away. Along with that, his mask fell to the ground from the force of Byung-go's pull, revealing his face to the students of Y University. No use in hiding your face, old man, Byung-go smirked. At that moment, the sun shone down on him like the gods were on his side. Or, in this case, against his side. Zeno didn't question it anymore. Shit, he muttered. The crowd's shock had tripled. First, because someone had beaten Byung-go and taken a math competition. Second, Zeno Han was in front of them. And third, Zeno Han was smart. Things escalated quickly. The crowd began to squeal as Zeno placed his hood back on. Byung-go and Tae were confused by the sudden commotion since they couldn't see Zeno. All they could see was the back of his head, which, strangely, appeared quite handsome, too. It's Zeno Han, the people began to exclaim. Zeno Han is in our school. Omo, he's more handsome in real life. What is he doing here? I don't know, but let's ask for a photo. Zeno could sense the impending danger. Just then, he felt Eli's hand on his wrist, dragging him away from the scene. At the same time, he had revealed himself to the other contestants, making them freeze in shock. Byung-go had to step back once he saw Zeno's face. Zeno smirked at him and even gave him a teasing wink, causing all the color to drain from his neck. He hadn't been beaten by a middle-aged man, but by a handsome young one. Byung-go wanted to get swallowed by the ground in embarrassment. The news that Zeno Han was at Y University quickly spread, and before they knew it, Eli and Zeno were being chased. Zeno Run. Chapter 126. Good Terms. Why are they increasing exponentially? Zeno exclaimed as more and more people continued to chase them. Zeno, please. Let me touch you once. Run faster, everyone. Zeno, we won't bite. Please take a photo with us. Zeno glanced back for a second and saw a woman with around 813 teeth showing. He highly doubted they weren't going to bite. Come on, Zeno exclaimed, pumping his legs faster. Eli could barely keep up. This wouldn't have happened if you didn't come here. Eli exclaimed. Save your breath, Zeno said. We can't get caught. Eli was practically wheezing from tiredness. However, as he glanced at Zeno, it seemed he wasn't even breaking a sweat. Seriously, who the heck was this man? Zeno, being in Y University, had also reached social media. Zeno is in Y University? I'm on my way. After seeing that man on Sing or Sync, I can't get him out of my mind. I'm from the next university. Is it illegal to climb the fence between X and Y University? Have you chased him? He runs so damn fast. My friend saw him in a math competition. He demolished the two geniuses of the mathematics and physics department. Release the damn video. No one has it. I want to cry. Zeno and Eli reached the gates. However, it was filled with what seemed to be students from the nearby universities. There seemed to be a few people from nearby offices, too, which Zeno found quite strange. Did the demographics of his fans already reach the workforce? Here, Eli exclaimed, pulling him away. The two of them ran for what felt like another mile before they finally reached a secluded area. Zeno surveyed the area and found that, indeed, no one was around. It was the dumpster area. The two of them finally stopped and caught their breaths. Well, at least Eli did. Zeno still appeared fine. Why are you not out of breath? He asked. Zeno paused and reflected. It must be because of those stairs before our apartment. They strengthen my cardiovascular resistance. Eli sighed and drank some water, finally relaxing his breathing. Then he clicked his tongue. Seriously, do you know how big of a trouble you've caused? Now, the whole school knows that I'm acquainted with Zeno Han. Zeno smirked. Why would you care? You're leaving anyway, right? Eli froze, and then he quickly tried to reverse his statement. I mean, it's still annoying, he muttered. And we went through all that trouble in the math competition and didn't even get the money. Oh, you mean this money? Zeno asked, showing him the envelope that contained the $1,000,000. Eli's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How did you even get that? I couldn't leave without it. Those guys can't rip us off when we won fair and square. Then, he placed it on Eli's hand, making the latter frown. What is it now? Zeno crossed his arms in front of his chest. Keep it, he said. The tuition, too, he added. I paid for it not out of pity or obligation. I just wanted to do it. It's not that simple, Eli muttered, avoiding Zeno's gaze. It is, Zeno said, clicking his tongue. You need money. I have money. That should be the end of it. You want to be a doctor. You wake up early. You sleep late. You work twice as hard as anyone else because you think you have to. Money is the only thing in your way, but it is something I can give. So I am giving it. But I can't just take it, he reasoned out. You can, Zeno insisted. Humans have a strange way of making things difficult. You want to do everything alone. You think struggle makes your dreams more valuable. It does not. It just makes things harder. Zeno continued. You act like accepting help is a weakness. It is not. It is part of what makes you human. If people can help, they should. That is why you want to be a doctor. You want to help. You think it is different when it is you, but it is the same. That's really coming from you. Eli scoffed. You're the one who doesn't like accepting help. Because I don't need it, Zeno answered without any hesitation. Anyway, I'm not taking back the money, he continued. It's up to you whether you want to keep it or not. The $1,000,000, too, he added. You can just throw it in the dumpster if you don't want it. Although, I bet you want to send it to your family or use it for rent. Minji and Doha will also be happy if you continue with your dreams, Zeno ended. Now he clapped. I need to go. I'm heading to our company because Bobby needs me there for some reason. Zeno was about to leave when Eli spoke in a soft tone. "You're going back there?" he muttered, pertaining to the crowd. "You're going to get eaten alive." Zeno stopped in his tracks, but he didn't bother turning around. I'll pay you back," Eli exclaimed. "I already have a stable night job." Zeno smirked. "All right," he muttered. "I'm charging a 10% interest for every month, okay?" Eli sighed. "You might as well become a loan shark." Zeno chuckled. "I'm joking," he said. "Just pay me back when you become a doctor." Somehow, the thought of Eli becoming a doctor made Zeno feel quite satisfied. Eli would be a good doctor, and Zeno probably would have gone back to Avalis at that point. Eli was silent for a few moments. He was trying his best to hold back his tears. He kept telling himself that it was all right to let his dream go. However, in the end, he was just trying to convince himself. He truly wanted to continue pursuing this field. As he looked at Zeno's stance, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "Thanks, Zeno," he said, almost inaudible. Still, Zeno heard it, and a small smile appeared on his lips. "Don't mention it," Zeno said. "That's what friends are for, right?" Eli scoffed at his cheesy line, but he also appreciated it. Come to good terms with Eli. Accomplished. Chapter 127. Zeno's Rebellion. "Here are the prospects we have for this month, sir," a lean man with rimless glasses said, entering a prestigious office filled with plaques, medals, and certificates. The sound of a basketball game resonated in the large room. Overlooking the office was an urban garden with a large artificial fountain, separating them from the rest of the city. Fuck this country's team," the man muttered as they were overtaken by a 17-year-old prodigy. .1. The assistant cleared his throat again, but the man raised his hand, rendering the former quiet. Then, when the gap widened against their country's favor, the man threw his coffee cup toward the expensive television, shattering the screen into pieces. Some of the glass splattered, and one shard grazed the assistant's face, making it bleed slightly. However, he merely grabbed a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped it away, seemingly used to such situations. "Assistant Byun," the man said, completely unbothered by the situation. "Do you think this makes sense? Our country spends so much on the sport, but they can't even beat a team with a minor in it." Assistant Byun nodded. "I'll get the television replaced right away, Sir Kim." Sir Kim nodded, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "What is it that you want to say?" Assistant Byun placed the profiles on Sir Kim's table. "The prospects," he muttered. "Do we have anyone worthy of joining our company this month?" "This is what the teams have gathered so far," Assistant Byun answered. Sir Kim looked at the 10 profiles on the table. His expression was unreadable, causing Assistant Byun to purse his lips. Despite the assistant's robotic personality, he found himself feeling fearful during times like this. "Do you know how long Dayback Entertainment has been operating?" Sir Kim suddenly asked. 77 years, sir," Assistant Byun said without any hesitation. That's right," Sir Kim hummed. "It has been started by my great-grandfather, down to my grandfather, my father, and now me. We have been serving the Korean people for 4 generations, providing them with the best artists in the acting industry." Assistant Byun merely nodded to every statement that Sir Kim said. "In my 32 years of life, I saw how this industry operated," he continued. "There's a natural order, a hierarchy that separates the true elites from the disposable." Assistant Byun pursed his lips, continuing to listen intently. "At the top, we have the imperial class, the untouchable greats. These are the actors who define generations, who dictate trends, and who don't audition because scripts are written with them in mind. They are the pinnacle of this industry, the very reason we call it an art. And, of course, the highest paid ones. Then, there's the regency class, the next in line to the throne. Whether through talent or influence, it's only a matter of time before they ascend. Their names are already spoken with reverence, and the industry is just waiting for their inevitable coronation," Sir Kim continued. "Below them, we have the rookie class, the rising conquerors. They've already begun proving themselves, taking over screens, and earning their place among the elite." Assistant Byun nodded. He already knew where this was going, so he fastened his gaze on the ground. "And what sets us apart? We don't entertain potential. We don't gamble on what-ifs. We take those who have already claimed their place on the list. If their name isn't on it, why should we care? If they were worth our time, they'd already be here," he chuckled. Then, his smile quickly went away, and a look of insanity appeared in his eyes. So tell me, why are the artists on this table useless? Assistant Byun continued to look at the ground. Sir Kim made sure to tear each of the profiles and let them scatter on the floor. Dayback is not a charity case, he smirked. Tell the employees that I won't mind disposing of those who are incompetent. Then, he stood from his seat, placing his hand on Assistant Byun's shoulder, giving it a firm squeeze. Do that, will you? Yes, sir. Do you think you can enter the rookie class by the end of the year? Bobby exclaimed, prancing around their office. However, since the space was quite small, he could only do 5 skips before turning back around. Jace, who was playing a game on his phone, clicked his tongue. Sir, would you mind stopping? I'm getting dizzy. Bobby sheepishly chuckled. Pardon, he said. I'm just so excited for the future. It would be great for one of our artists to enter the royal classes of actors. Just the thought of it makes me want to pee. Jace placed down his phone. Only one. Bobby smiled. Of course, it would be great if all of our artists become successful. However, he continued, glancing at Zeno, who appeared like he had an elephant weighing down his shoulders. There are people with more chances, don't you think? Meanwhile, Zeno felt it again, the wrath of the Ascendants. He knew he had everlasting missions now, but would it hurt to give him something easy? New missions. 1. Obtain a lead role in an acting project. 2. Impart a talent with another human. Deadline, 20 days. A lead role? They were basically asking him to stay on Earth forever. Zeno's fists clenched by his side, and he wondered what he could do once more. He had tried giving up, but that seemed to work against his favor. People had ruined his career, but again, it backfired and made him even more popular. He had lived such a long life. For more than 500 years, Zeno had walked the earth, never truly belonging. He had lived as countless people, borrowed their faces, spoken their words, breathed their air, only to leave when his mission was done. He was a phantom in their stories, a guide who led them toward their desires before vanishing, forgotten. He used to find solace in it, knowing he made a difference. But as the years stretched on, the faces blurred together, and the goodbyes turned into just another day. It wasn't just humans. Even in Avalis, where he once found companionship, he lost them all. Time did not care for him. Nothing was permanent. And now, everything didn't work in his favor. They didn't help. They only drained him further. They promised him rest, dangled it in front of him like a reward, yet never gave it. Always another task. Always another life to step into. He had served them without question, abided by their system, and trusted that one day, his work would end. But it never did. Zeno bit his lip, a bitter laugh escaping him. So, you don't want to give me rest, he muttered to himself. Fine. Then don't. For centuries, he had been their best. Their most efficient. Their irreplaceable agent. What would they do if they lost him? Would they beg? Would they chase him? Would they finally realize that he was more than a tool? If they refused to let him stop, then he would make the choice for them. Let's see how the system functioned without its greatest asset. If you know, you know. This actually exists. They are called Chungnyeoro actors. They're considered the best of the best in the Korean film industry, the highly respected and recognized high-end stars. Below them are the Chungnyeoro Blue Chip, Next Gen, Hallyu Stars, Global, then Rookie Stars, New Gen. It's a pretty interesting concept. Chapter 128. New script. Maybe Zeno should have thought about it harder. However, he wasn't one to second-guess himself. He stood from the couch, surprising Jace and Bobby. He then turned to his boss and said with furrowed brows, "Give me a lead role." Bobby's eyebrows raised in pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, Jace listened as he continued his game. "This is the reason why you called me today, right? To convince me to take an acting project." Bobby excitedly nodded, practically running toward his desk to gather a single script. Then, he gestured for Zeno to sit back down on the couch. Jace also stopped playing his game, to glance at the script. The Forsaken Prince. Jace froze since it was a role that he also planned on auditioning for. "I've read through all the available scripts," Bobby said. "This is the best one out of them, and it is a lead role. Moreover, despite it being aired on the SK channel, the lead role is not offer only, which means that there will be an audition process. They have sent an invite to our company, and I believe this is a role you can achieve," Bobby continued. Zeno grabbed the script and began reading the synopsis. He didn't know if he could trust Bobby's words because most of his artist's works had become a failure. However, as he continued reading, he was pleasantly surprised. It was a story about Hajin, a modern man juggling multiple jobs, surviving on coffee and deadlines. But despite his exhausting life, there was one escape: literature. Among all the books he read, none fascinated him more than The Records of the Scarlet Throne, a novel of political intrigue and ruthless ambition in the Joseon-inspired kingdom of Wa Nation. But fiction became reality when Hajin woke up in that very world. Not as a hero, nor as a villain, but as a ghost of history. Hajin, the illegitimate prince of the crown prince. A forgotten child of the court, dismissed by the royal family, and unacknowledged by history. In the novel, his life was insignificant, and his name was erased long before the real struggle for the throne began. However, Hajin wanted to make something out of himself in this life. He knew this world. He knew the plots yet to unfold. Most of all, he knew the weaknesses of every player in the game. With modern knowledge and a heart hardened by reality, he begins his rise, not as a forgotten prince, but as a kingmaker. This would make a good novel, Zeno muttered, already reading the first scene's dialogue. It is a novel, Bobby said. Zeno lifted his head. The stakes were higher then. Film adaptations were usually placed under more pressure as novel fans would protest if the actors didn't live up to their expectations. However, despite all of this, Zeno was already determined. He looked up to the ceiling once again. "I'll show you too, you ascendant idiots," he shouted in his mind. Then, he placed the script inside his bag. Bobby watched him excitedly, his hands clasped in front of his chest. "Are you going to take it?" Jace asked. Zeno nodded. "When are the auditions?" he asked. Bobby nearly jumped up in surprise. This was amazing. However, he held himself back. "A week from now," Bobby said. "It's going to be in the SK building and will be an off-book audition." "Off-book?" Zeno asked. "You need to memorize the lines," Jace answered. Bobby nodded. "I can help you if you want." Zeno shook his head, rejecting his proposition. "I'll be ready by then." "All right, you can come here to practice anytime you like." Zeno nodded. However, it was then that they heard moans and groans coming from upstairs. Zeno stopped in his tracks. "Oh, those massage bastards again," Bobby muttered. "Don't mind them." However, it was impossible to ignore as their ceiling began caving in. Then he sighed. So, it truly wasn't a massage parlor above them. "I'll practice at home," Zeno said, packing his items. Bobby sheepishly scratched the back of his neck. "Don't worry," he muttered. "Once the company pays all of its debt, we can move to a better place." "Well, I'm heading out," Zeno said, placing his mask and cap back on. The moment he stepped outside, he noticed something unusual. No, it wasn't a stalker. It was the skies. They were darker than usual despite the forecast saying it would be 100% sunny. Along with that, thunder was seen through the clouds, and it appeared to be late in the afternoon despite it only being the morning. The people had noticed it, too. "I didn't bring an umbrella with me because they said it wasn't going to rain. Are the gods mad or something? Why is there thunder? Is there a storm coming?" Zeno smirked. So, it seemed it had already started. He knew that once he started, there was no backing down. Still, Zeno kept his head up high and began walking away from their company. He had a place in mind, one that would help him achieve his goal. He arrived at the bookshop. He lifted her head and was about to greet the customer. However, she instantly recognized who he was. "Zeno," she muttered, instantly feeling her cheeks warm. "Up." Zeno stopped at the table and bowed. "You changed your hair," he said. He pursed her lips. She had dyed it back to black in support of Zeno's new movie, Code Black. She tried to keep her cool. She wouldn't want him to find out that she was one of the admins of his largest fan base. "Do you have a book for acting techniques?" he asked. He couldn't hide her smile. Zeno was already such a great actor, but he was still trying to improve his skills. Her admiration for her increased 1,000-fold. He nodded. "I've been a bookkeeper here for years, and I know what the best ones are." She led Zeno to the very back of the library, where it seemed no one went. Then, she grabbed a couple of dusty books before placing them in his arms. "These books focus a lot on the techniques of acting," she started off. Then, she placed another stack in his arms. "And these ones are the practical applications," she continued. Zeno nodded, securing them in his arms. He looked at the books and smirked. If they didn't want to give him rest, Then he would do something despite them. He wouldn't settle for being an ordinary actor. He would become the best actor in the country. Mark his words. Chapter 129, All or Nothing. Those materials could be learned within a month, at least, be muttered as soon as she clocked out of her shift. Her interaction with Zeno still lingered, and it would be a lie if she said it wasn't the only thing she thought about for the rest of the day. Maybe she might have even switched some customers' books, but she didn't mind at all. A little surprise wouldn't hurt, right? Meanwhile, Zeno had been in his room for the whole afternoon, not even going out to eat lunch. The pile of books was on his bed, and he tossed the last one. Finally, he muttered, stretching his knuckles. He had read all 8 books that Bea had recommended. Some might say it wasn't humanly possible, but Zeno found a way to read efficiently, especially textbooks. After reading some of it, he managed to draw the conclusions for each chapter. And now, his theoretical knowledge of acting has increased drastically. Acting +1. Techniques of acting memorized. Acting, A+. Fame meter, 8%. He sighed and leaned against the chair, massaging his eyes. He had a supernatural mind, but his physical body was still human, so reading that fast took a toll on him. Just then, he felt a light weight on his lap. He glanced down and saw Maxie chilling without a care in the world. Zeno scoffed. Are you warming up to me now? Maxie huffed, making Zeno chuckle. So, do you want me to leave then? Maxie turned to glare at Zeno, causing him to laugh even harder. Do you actually understand me? He muttered. Maxie went back to her relaxed position, even snuggling to Zeno's knee. He shook his head. I guess you're not as dumb as I expected. You're even smarter than Jace. It seemed that she enjoyed his compliment as she gave Zeno a small lick. Just then, the door opened. Zeno thought it was going to be Doha, but it was Eli instead. He had a sheepish look on his face as he opened the door wider. Then, he cleared his throat. It's time to eat, he muttered. It seemed he wanted to say something, but held himself back. Zeno smirked in amusement. Maxie, come on, Eli said in a softer tone, and the mutt didn't hesitate to jump out of Zeno's lap and into Eli's arms. The 3 of them went toward Doha's unit, where he had prepared yet another scrumptious dish. Minji and Doha exchanged a look as they watched Zeno and Eli. As Doha placed the food on the table, he smirked. So you guys are all right now, huh? Eli cleared his throat. What do you mean? We've always been all right. Minji and Doha smiled again. Sure, Minji said in a teasing tone. Anyway, she continued. I'm happy that you two seem to be on better terms. I couldn't eat properly for the past few days because of your fight. Liar, Eli muttered. You ate well. Minji smiled. You're right. With that, the 4 of them began eating. The conversation was light, and although they weren't family by blood, Zeno could feel they were close enough for that kind of relationship. He realized that Zeno Han was truly lucky to have his set of friends. So, Eli started off. I decided to continue with my studies. Minji dropped her utensils, and she turned to Eli with wide eyes. Really? This week just keeps getting better and better, Doha exclaimed. What happened? Did your dad send you money now? Eli shook his head. No, Zeno paid for it, he bluntly said. Zeno, who was already busy eating, felt his friends' gazes on him. He was still trying to memorize all the techniques of acting he had read about a while ago. Then, he lifted his head. What? He asked. You paid for his tuition fee? Minji asked. Zeno nodded. Yeah, he muttered. I had some extra money after winning Sing or Sink, so I decided to help him. Doha smiled widely. So, that was why you joined the competition, huh? Zeno pursed his lips. Of course not, he denied. However, it seemed that the 3 of them weren't convinced. Thanks again, Eli muttered through full cheeks. After that, the table became even happier. They didn't speak much, but it felt like the sun was shining down on them despite it being nighttime. So, do you have another project lined up now? Minji asked. They were all curious about Zeno's answer. Yes, Zeno answered, surprising them. I have an audition next week. Is it a drama? A movie? A short series? Minji excitedly asked. Eli clicked his tongue. Give him some time to answer. It's a drama, Zeno answered. It's for the SK channel. Their eyes collectively widened. SK channel? They exclaimed at the same time. Zeno paused and raised his eyebrows. Yeah, he muttered. What's so surprising? It's the TV channel with the highest viewership in the entire country. It's not a primetime slot, Zeno answered, remembering the details that Bobby had told him. Still, It's the SK channel. Eli exclaimed. What role are you aiming for this time? Eli asked. The lead role, Zeno nonchalantly said, surprising them once more. Eli raised one eyebrow. The lead role? In an SK channel drama. Zeno nodded. Don't you think it's too early? Doha asked. Landing a lead role in that channel was reserved for those in the actors in the royal classes. Even those in the rookie class had a hard time landing such roles. Zeno shrugged. He specifically needed a lead role to finish one of his ongoing missions. It is, Zeno said without any hesitation. He had to be realistic. Being a decent actor wasn't enough to land a lead role in such a big production. It seemed that Bobby merely wanted him to try and get a feel for it, but Zeno could also tell that he wasn't expecting much. At the end of the day, his status in the acting industry was still that of a tadpole. He was in the small pond, while the other actors were already in the ocean. However, Zeno also didn't want to settle for anything less than that. How was he going to become the best actor and spite the heavens if he settled for less? I'm going for the lead role, Zeno said with resolution. It's that or nothing. Chapter 130, Acting Practice. Zeno looked up at the sky as he said that. Fuck you, he thought. Meanwhile, his friends smiled at each other. Zeno was fired up. It gave them inspiration to do well in their respective fields, too. Then, Zeno turned his attention back to them. I actually need your help, he said. Anything, Minji said a little too quickly. Doha chuckled and nodded, too. What do you need help for, Zeno? Zeno had read the techniques of acting the entire afternoon, but he still needed to apply them. He was labeled as a good actor, but in his opinion, he still lacked the necessary skills of a complete one. The edge he had was his first-hand experience with the scenes he had acted in. Can you help me with my lines? His friends were once again surprised. Zeno didn't usually ask for help for such things. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so they all agreed. Let's do it, Minji excitedly said. I guess. I'm down, Eli muttered. Minji turned to him with one eyebrow raised. Don't you have to read? Your exam is on Monday. I review a lot in the convenience store, Eli said. I can help. What do we need to do? Doha asked, already preparing himself. Wait for me at the outdoor bed, he said. The three of them nodded and did exactly as he said. Zeno went to his room to grab a random scene from what was given to him. Then, he went back out to the outdoor bed, where his friends were already waiting, huddled in a loose circle. I think Zeno might be taking this seriously, Minji whispered. He has actually changed, Eli muttered. We told you, Doha exclaimed. I really want him to be happier now. Yeah, I don't want to go back to that time, Minji sighed. What time? Their eyes widened, and they quickly separated. That time when you insisted on becoming ordinary, Eli shakily answered. Oh, Zeno muttered. That's scrapped. I'm going to do my best now, he said, still feeling the rebellion in his heart. Here's the script, he said, handing them the single piece of paper. Ooh, Doha exclaimed. They all went closer to Doha to read the script. You can just read from it, Zeno said. I'll be Hajin-e. There are 3 roles, he continued. But we also need a narrator. I'll be the eldest son and the narrator, Doha volunteered. I guess I'll be the daughter of the counselor, Minji said with warm cheeks. Eli clicked his tongue. It doesn't suit you. Minji glared at him. Would you rather be the daughter then? Eli rolled his eyes. I'll be the youngest prince. Zeno nodded. All right, he muttered. Let's start right away. Oh dang, is this how it is in the acting industry? I wouldn't be able to handle the pressure, Minji muttered. Just do as he says, Eli whispered back. Doha, on the other hand, was already locked in. Setting, royal courtyard, he started off. Minji and Eli held back their laughter as Doha used an announcer-like voice. However, they quickly snapped out of it when they saw Zeno already immersing himself. Imagine, Zeno muttered, closing his eyes and imagining he was in a real royal court. The scene showed how the 3 sons of the crown prince were fighting over the youngest and only daughter of their nation's counselor. The moon lights up the stone pavement, revealing the shadows of 3 men standing in a triangular formation. The guards linger at the edges, hands on their hilts, uncertain of how this will end. Doha continued. Then, he cleared his throat before going into an even deeper voice to channel the eldest son and first in line, Prince Sian. I am the eldest son of the crown prince, the next in line to the king. The weight of the throne is mine to bear, as it has always been. She will wed into the royal line by my decree, he said. As expected, Doha wasn't great at acting. Minji and Eli felt like laughing once again, but held it in. Zeno, however, was already used to this. Acting with his co-stars and stars in My Ordinary Sky, especially in the beginning, made him immune to bad acting. Minji nudged Eli's shoulder, so he began speaking as Prince Iku. Brother, he started off. You have no wealth or favor. Father's coffers are mine to command. Who do you think he trusts more? His firstborn, or the son he treasures? I am your elder, Doha exclaimed. Eli pursed his lips, once again holding his laughter. The youngest prince knew that their birth of order was still very important to their ranks, so he stayed silent. With that, he focused his attention on Hajin, the illegitimate son. I believe we should talk in our free time, brother, Eli read. The person we must ask is him. They all turned to Zeno, who hadn't moved an inch since they started the scene. It was then that they saw his expression, illuminated by the moonlight. Minji gasped when she saw his eyes, filled with hidden contempt. The Stanislavski's method, he thought, to ground himself in the truth of his character. His fingers clenched the hilt of his sword, not in aggression, but in resolve. Zeno lifted his chin high in the air, and in a soft, unwavering voice, he said, I have what neither of you possess. His friends glanced at each other awkwardly, suddenly feeling shy from their acting attempts. Zeno was taking this more seriously than they had anticipated. He stepped forward, deliberately breaking the proximity barrier. His gaze went between them before settling. I have knowledge, he said, standing straight. He applied emotional recall, summoning past injustices to fuel his words. Who do you think led the ambush that saved our borders from invasion? Who saw the enemy's formation and outsmarted them before your scouts even caught wind of their movements? I have spearheaded battles in your names, deflected assassins meant for the royal bloodline, and protected this kingdom in ways you never could. His gaze hardened, eyes burning with a fire long restrained. Yet you take the credit, because my mother a mere concubine. Chapter 131, Exploitation. All of them didn't move as Zeno continued. They felt like they were watching a movie in real time. At this point, this was a 10-dimensional experience. The actor was acting right in front of them. You call yourselves rightful heirs, yet you see her as a piece to be claimed. But she is not a prize. I love her, and I will not let her be reduced to an ornament for your throne, he continued. Minji was supposed to say the next line. However, she was still so enamored by Zeno's performance. Doha nudged her shoulder, causing her to snap out of it. Then tell me, Prince Hajin, if I am not a prize, what am I to you? She softly asked, finally coming out of the shadows. There was silence for a few seconds before Zeno let out a deep breath. He looked straight into Minji's eyes, and the latter found herself holding her breath. Zeno had gotten closer, and it was then that Minji realized how handsome he had truly become. You are the reason I fight, not for power, not for a throne, but because I see you as you are, not as what they want you to be. Minji's body stiffened, and for a second, she felt that Zeno was telling her those words. However, her daydream quickly broke when Eli nudged her, causing her to fall out of bed. Then, Doha stood, giving Zeno a standing ovation. How was it? Zeno asked. Amazing. Spectacular. Award-winning. Show-stopping. Panty-dropping. Doha complimented him nonstop. It's good, Eli honestly said. Really good, actually. I don't think I've seen anyone act that well in the country. That's because you only watch Hollywood films unless we force you, Doha exclaimed. But I agree. You're going to become the best actor in the world, Zeno. Minji, on the other hand, was still out of it. She was lying on the floor, clutching her beating heart. She also had warm, red cheeks, making Zeno frown. Did you drink alcohol before this? He asked. Minji finally snapped out of the daze and stood. Then, she quickly shook her head. Well, you should let Eli check you out, Zeno said. The flu is common these days, and you might have a fever. Minji wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right words to say. Thank you for practicing with me, Zeno said. Doha shook his head. Just ask us any time, he exclaimed. We'll be your biggest supporters. Eli and Minji silently nodded, and Maxie even barked. However, Zeno highly doubted it was because the demon dog agreed with Doha's statement. Thanks, Zeno muttered, turning around and going to his unit. Maxie, come on. Biggest supporters, huh? He muttered with a small smile. However, as he arrived at his unit, his brows furrowed, and a serious expression arose from his face. Acting, A+. His acting skills had already surpassed most of those in the acting industry. However, he knew that it was the easiest battle in this journey. Because contrary to the name of the industry, it wasn't merely focused on acting at all. If there was one thing that was constant throughout Zeno's lives, it was surprise. You never truly knew what you were getting into on this planet. As much as the Earth had the most beautiful moments in the entire galaxy, they also had the worst. And that wasn't all. Zeno wasn't only dealing with Earth, but also with the heavens, Avalis. The heavens stretched endlessly, a grand expanse of light and soft clouds beneath their feet. The Ascendant's headquarters stood above it all, their dining hall resting on the mist. Their apex, the highest Ascendant, was in his room, enjoying the fine evening by himself. The buffet table was filled to the brim, filled with celestial delicacies, fruits with golden nectar, and cultivated meat that provided all nourishment. The Ascendants dined leisurely, their robes flowing with the weightlessness of their domain. Yet, despite the feast, there was some tension in the air. It seems quieter than usual, one of them muttered, swirling his glass. There are fewer employees around these days. There are more newbies, but the missions have increased dramatically. Another sighed, resting his fork against his plate. We used to be evenly staffed, but now. Silence fell over the table. It's because the newer agents aren't as capable, so they disappear quickly. A silver-haired Ascendant finally spoke. Along with that, the agents have increased limits. More time to complete missions means fewer returning at once. We need more operatives like 25. Short time limits, faster turnovers, and, of course, an efficient work ethic. The table turned towards one figure seated. At the end, his form cast in shadow despite the divine radiance of the room. "How's it going with his mission, Slash?" one asked, causing the Ascendant to pause for a moment. Slash barely spared them a glance. He carved through his meal before sighing. He has less than 1 year left. He'll be back in no time for another mission. The silver-haired Ascendant let out a low whistle. Oof, that's fast. You said you were having a difficult time these past few days. It seems you're more relaxed now. Slash finally looked up, placing his elbows on the table. I set up a pain trial, he said simply. It's easier on my part. They began murmuring among themselves. The pain trial was given to ensure that their employees' suffering remained prolonged. However, that also made sure they grew stronger and more obedient. 25 has never failed a mission, another Ascendant murmured, his fingers tapping against his goblet. This is his 25th, isn't it? Slash nodded. And he stayed here the longest, someone else added. He never catches a break, one argued, a rare note of concern in his voice. He'll have another mission once he comes back, Slash said flatly. Didn't you promise him a 10-year-long rest? Slash shrugged before going back to eating. Like you said, there are plenty of missions, but not a lot of employees. We can't let anyone slack off. You know what will happen when there's an overload, or do you want that to happen again? Some shifted uncomfortably, while others avoided Slash's gaze. But props to 25, one finally said, forcing a chuckle. If anyone can handle the workload, it's him. What if he goes rogue? Another suggested. Back-to-back missions with no rest? You keep pushing him, so what if he snaps? Slash smirked, taking a sip from the sweet wine. He won't. The confidence in his voice sent a chill down their spines. He's too obedient for that. Chapter 132, Formidable Opponents. As the auditions for The Forsaken Prince came nearer, insiders revealed SK Channel's intent to make a drama adaptation of the well-loved book. The stakes were already higher, but they had been doubled because The Forsaken Prince also had a very popular manhwa and anime, probably even more popular than the original novel. In that sense, fans of the franchises were also expecting a lot from the project. They better cast the perfect actor for Hajin. I can forgive any other cast except for the main characters. Don't mess it up. Wouldn't Daniel be a good choice for Hajin? Bitch, fuck off. Daniel can't act for shit. Ian Seo for the win. Ian Seo looks too pampered for that role. There's a reason why nearly all of his characters are rich, good-natured, or practically a display on an altar. I can already feel the headache coming in. No matter who they cast, there's going to be a war. Some are already posting their dream cast on Sigmoid. Let's just say that some people have taste, but they should keep it to themselves. They better not leave out the best parts of the manhwa. They already cut off too many scenes from the book to the manhwa. Manhwa fans should not have a say in this. Yeah. Talk to me when you already read the book. It wasn't only in the country. There were plenty of fans from the entire world, and while it wasn't a global sensation, it was still popular enough that it trended at the 35th spot worldwide. Are you ready for it? Moby asked, his hands shaking as he parked the car. Zeno opened his eyes, staring at the nervous man. Yes, he said without any hesitation. Sir Bobby would like to apologize for being absent. He's with Lenny and Sarang for another event. They were only called this morning, and they took it for the extra money. Sir Bobby needs it to buy the keyboard piano for his daughter. Zeno's eyebrows raised. I thought he already bought it. Moby scratched the back of his neck. Instruments are quite expensive, aren't they? He bought a cheap one from an online shop, but it came as big as a water bottle. It was functional, though, but his daughter couldn't play on it. Zeno shook his head. You really shouldn't fall into such scams. He merely chuckled. However, Moby's breath got caught in the back of his throat when he saw a man walk toward the SK building. What? Zeno asked. Tish. That's? Moby stammered, pointing toward the entrance. Zeno focused his gaze on the man with two bodyguards swiftly walking toward the building. It's Yuan, Moby exclaimed. Zeno turned to him with one eyebrow raised. The name wasn't too familiar to him. You don't know him? Moby asked. Zeno shook his head, his gaze focusing back on the man, who appeared a bit older than him, with very fair skin and soft features. He's a new member of the rookie class, Moby began to explain. His name is Yuan. Just Yuan. He doesn't even use his last name because there's no need for one, apparently. The industry knows him for being an idol once. However, his group disbanded after their military hiatus, and their company had cast them to the side. Some of his members had already started building their families, some were arrested, and then there's him, who pursued becoming an actor. In a brutal movie about school bullying, he established himself in the industry as a good actor. Since then, he has starred in more dramas and films as the main character. Zeno squinted his eyes to see if he could make out his stats. B-lister with B+ talent. This was definitely a new world for him. After being with the cast of stars in My Ordinary Sky, who were D-list influencers with mediocre talent at best, being with the big-shot actors made Zeno feel that the stakes were higher. Well, I'm going, Zeno said, about to open the door to Moby's beat-up truck. However, another artist, this time greeting those around him with a wide smile, appeared. Omo, Moby exclaimed. Wait a minute. That's Suho Ryu. Zeno stopped once. Again, and he looked through the window. B-lister with A talent. I've seen him grow up on TV. He used to play everyone's younger version. What is he doing here? Moby muttered. He's going to audition, of course, Zeno deadpanned. Moby pursed his lips. Then, that's bad news. His specialty is period dramas like this one. He always played the young, wise prince, but now that he's older, I bet he's going to audition for the role of Hajin. He was so amazing on the Peacock Throne, too. That's my mom's favorite drama. Of course, Zeno didn't expect anything less than this. Although it wasn't a primetime slot, a lot of stars would still fight for the big role. In fact, the 11 p.m. slot might just be the best time, as most people were still awake, not Zeno though. Can I go now? Zeno asked. Moby nodded, feeling even more nervous than before. There were too many artists that Zeno would be competing with for the role. Just before Zeno could take another step, however, Moby exaggeratedly gasped once again. Zeno turned to him and clicked his tongue. What now? He asked. I can't believe this, Moby muttered, his eyes fixed outside. Zeno looked once again. Oscar Beck, Moby muttered. His grandfather is the first Korean director to ever win an Oscar, one of the most prestigious awards in the entire world. It was back in the 1940s, the black and white reel days. That's why they named him Oscar. Oscar's family has been influential ever since he was born. However, most people can't argue with his talent. He's an intense actor who specializes in a lot of melodramas. They say he can cry in 0.27 seconds. That's impossible, Zeno muttered. Those values were too low. That wasn't even a breath. It's true, Moby exclaimed. Anyway, be careful around him. He's got a lot of connections, and the fact that he's from Dayback Entertainment already says a lot. Zeno silently nodded. He didn't have to be told such a warning. Just looking at Oscar Beck's status was already enough of a threat. A lister with A+ talent. Chapter 133, A Silent Battle. Are you finished now? Zeno asked after a while. Moby was still catching his breath. Despite being with Bobby in the industry for 15 years, he still wasn't used to seeing such big stars. Well, they never got the opportunity because their actors never made it to auditions like this. It was only because of Zeno that their company was getting such opportunities. Yes, Moby sighed, closing his eyes and opening them again. However, he gasped once more. And that's Daniel Bryan, he exclaimed. Zeno quickly covered Moby's mouth. I know who he is, Zeno quickly disclaimed. He glanced at Daniel for a moment to look at his stats. He was surrounded by 3 guards, which was quite excessive. B-lister with C+ talent. He smirked. His talent was at par with those influencers. However, his good looks and fake-pleasing personality must have worked in his favor. I'm going, Zeno said, before Moby could continue running his mouth. Then, he opened the door and stepped outside, bringing his hood over his head. Wait! Moby exclaimed once more, making Zeno groan in frustration. What now? Moby smiled sheepishly. The boss wants me to tell you this, he said. Zeno listened intently. If you don't make it, the company is still proud of. Zeno slammed the door closed before Moby could finish his sentence. He didn't need that kind of encouragement. He was here to get the lead role. If he doesn't, then he'll look for another project that can triumph over this one. He started walking toward the SK building. There were some fans lingering around, with some even taking photos, so Zeno made sure to cover his face, not giving anything away. He arrived inside and followed the signs that led to the audition site. This time, it wasn't an open, public one. The auditionees will be going inside the room one by one to be scrutinized by a set of important people. Zeno arrived, and some turned toward his way. However, since he covered his face pretty well, those who looked at him thought he was merely a small actor, one who didn't have a chance for the main role. Zeno looked around and found a couple more prominent actors along the hallway. Most of them were around his age, some a little bit older, but it didn't take a genius to deduce that nearly all of them were aiming for Hajin. You're going for Hajin, right? Of course. He's the most well-loved character in all art forms. Do you think we have a chance with those 4 actors, though? Zeno listened to their conversation, also turning to the side to look at the 4 actors they were talking about. As expected, Moby had noticed them earlier. Yuan, Suho, Asuka, and Daniel. They were all having a casual conversation. I loved your newest drama, by the way, Broken Chains of Justice. I binged it last week. Asuka chuckled, sounding like a rich man. I also liked your film, Daniel said with a wide smile. Zeno held in the urge to scoff because he acted too differently from when they worked together. Yuan, over here, is killing it, Suho smirked, nudging the former idol's shoulder. He even sang the OST of the last film he was in. Oh, and congrats on making it to the rookie class. You're flattering me, Suho, Yuan smiled. You're the one who's killing it. Cut us some slack, will you? This is my first time auditioning for a period drama. You're in almost all of them. Suho shrugged as the 4 of them chuckled. It was supposed to be an amazing sight, 4 popular actors complimenting each other. However, Zeno knew better. He could tell through the look in their eyes. I'm definitely getting the main role, Suho thought, pursing his lips to hide his confident smirk. He had no reason to be diffident. Yuan was right. He was experienced and had been acting for a long time. It was true he had been in the rookie class since he was young, unable to move up, but he believed he was still the best period drama actor out of the bunch. I've had the fastest growing career, Daniel thought. He was sure he was the trendiest among them, too, so the directors and writers would not be able to refuse him. Yuan, on the other hand, closed his eyes. He had been in the industry for so long, but not as an actor. Still, he had made a name for himself as a great actor in a short amount of time. He was confident he was going to take the lead role. Asuka, however, smiled freely. Why would they still bother fighting with someone who has both acting skills and connections? Unless they were a significantly better actor than him, which was unlikely, then the role was his. Just then, Asuka felt someone's gaze right on them. A small frown graced his face, and he snapped his gaze toward that person. There, he saw a man with covered eyes. He didn't look familiar at all. What was strange was that he didn't look away. On the contrary, it seemed he was challenging Asuka's gaze. However, just as Asuka's breathing became heavier, the hooded man turned away, crossing his arms in front of his chest and leaning against the wall. Asuka let out a breath, which he didn't even know he was holding. The others quickly noticed the shift in his composure. "Are you all right?" Daniel asked, although he wasn't really concerned about him. Still, there was no harm in getting close to someone who was well acquainted in the entertainment industry. "Yeah," Asuka said, clearing his throat, not even wanting to glance at where the hooded man was sitting. "I just felt a strong presence." Just then, before they could question Asuka's vague statement, everyone became silent. They turned toward the end of the hallway, and there, they saw the people who would change their fates in a couple of moments. Daeshim Ho, the director of The Forsaken Prince. A tall man in his mid-50s who had started directing when he was 20. He had learned from the legends of the country, and he was known for his period dramas or slice-of-life, feel-good films. He also had plenty of shows on the SK channel, and all of them had been a guaranteed hit. Next to him was a younger woman with short hair and glasses. It seemed she was one of the producers of the drama and would become Daeshim's right hand. And next to them was an even younger woman, not daring to make any eye contact with the aspiring main actors. "Who is that?" they began to discuss. "I don't know. She seems pretty young." The actors bowed as the three of them walked, with most of the attention on Daeshim Ho. Suho, Daniel, Yuan, and Asuka also paid their respects to the director and the producer, completely disregarding the young woman next to them. Zeno, on the other hand, couldn't take his gaze away from the young woman. "Annie," he muttered. Of course, nobody recognized her. She was the faceless author of The Forsaken Prince, after all. Chapter 134, Bookworm. The Forsaken Prince, Sanjay muttered as he came across a novel on an online site. The year was 2015, and he had just turned 15 years old. Fortunately, his disease wasn't progressive. However, having lived this long made his joints more strained. He stretched his body before reading through the synopsis. "This is pretty good," he said with a small smile. He was once again in a hospital after experiencing a seizure, so he had no other thing to do. The constant movement of the television triggered his episodes. However, reading seemed to be no problem. With that, he decided to binge through the entire 200 available chapters of the ongoing online novel. "Ah crap, this is good," Sanjay chuckled as he finished the last chapter. "It's poorly written, though, but the characters are really solid." With that, he went straight to the author's profile, wondering if they had any other masterpieces. However, there wasn't any. When he read the description of the author, though, it made sense. It was written by someone named Annie, and she had her photo up on her profile. On her About section, it read, "Hey, everyone XD. It's Annie. I am a 15-year-old author. I love writing and princes. Please support with comments." Sanjay scoffed. "No wonder it's so poorly written. It's by a 15-year-old, he muttered, shaking his head. However, from then on, he found himself tuning in for the daily updates. And although he didn't comment on her novels, he also read through her announcements like they were part of the story itself. What he didn't know at that time was that he would be able to meet the author of one of his favorite books in person. Zeno smirked, watching as the 25-year-old online novel author fiddled with her fingers as she glanced around the hallway. No one was paying to her except for Zeno, but even then, she didn't notice his gaze. "You haven't changed much," Zeno muttered. Then, his mind went back to the time when Bobby showed him the script. When he first saw the title, he almost couldn't believe it. However, as he read through the script, he realized it was the story he had loved back in his old body. It was amusing, really. He started reading the book when it was still free for all. The site changed and became money-hungry, also requiring authors to improve the quality of their work. Zeno had read through the entire book before that happened, though. He was sure a lot of details had changed since then, especially since he read the very first draft of the book. That was also the reason why he was able to practice his lines with his friends without looking at the script. It was basically muscle memory at that point. He could still remember his favorite scenes. "We shall be starting in 5 minutes," the female producer, who had introduced herself as Chachi, said to the group of actors before entering the audition room. It was then that the others began practicing their hearts out. They repeated the words over and over again, trying their hardest, knowing that they were faced with some of the best in the industry. The esteemed actors, though, despite wanting to practice, didn't want to show their weakness to the other actors. Asuka couldn't help but glance at the hooded man once again, frowning when he saw that he, too, wasn't practicing. "Who is he really?" he muttered. Meanwhile, Daeshim, Chachi, and Annie were settling inside the room. Daesham chuckled, patting the young woman's shoulder. "Don't be nervous, Annie." Annie chuckled nervously. "Sorry," she muttered. "This is my first time attending something like this." "Why be nervous when your work is one of the greatest of the generation?" Daesham asked. "It's so successful, to the point that you have millions of fans despite your non-disclosure of identity." Annie rubbed the back of her neck. "They are only fans of my work, not me," she said. "Well, prepare yourself for stardom, too," Chachi chimed. "You're going to battle with Ari Bey." The two of them chuckled, with Annie shaking her head in embarrassment. "We will do our best with this drama. That was why we insisted on working with you closely," Chachi added. Daesham nodded in agreement. Despite being a big name in the industry, he still maintained a friendly personality. However, he was a monster on the set, with most actors fearing his strictness. Still, outside of the set, he appeared as a father figure. "Do not hesitate to make suggestions," Daesham said. "We will take your opinions into consideration." Annie nodded. As response. Then, Daesham glanced at his watch. "Call the first one in," he said to Chachi. The latter nodded and went out of the room. "I saw a lot of stars outside," Daesham said. "Casting them is also a good advantage. They have the potential to make the drama even bigger." Annie took note of his tips while nodding. She had never worked this closely with a team before, not even for the manhwa and anime adaptation of her novel. Just then, Chachi entered with none other than Yuan, the idol-turned-actor. He smiled at the three of them, even bowing at 90 degrees. "Thank you for having me," he said before giving a brief introduction about himself, highlighting his best works and saying that he had recently joined the rookie class. Daesham merely smiled. "You may start," he said. Annie bit her lip. It was going to be this fast? Being an author, she was an extreme introvert. And no, she wasn't the type to prefer staying at home and playing games or writing. She was the type who physically couldn't speak to people because of her shyness. It had definitely become better, but she still had a hard time looking people straight in the eyes. Still, she mustered up the courage to look at Yuan, observing his features and if they suited Hajin. She pursed her lips before focusing her gaze back on the script. He wasn't ideal, but he was still pretty good-looking. Then, Yuan began acting. It was the scene that Annie had personally picked, when Hajin found out his mother was killed, contrary to a natural death. Yuan started off as he seemingly stumbled into the main quarters, where a banquet was taking place. You know what's funny?" he exclaimed in a loud voice, a sad look already seen in his eyes. "You are not allowed to be here," Chachi answered, reading the script. "Leave now before I let the guards chase you away." Then, Chachi spoke again, but this time, as the youngest son of the crown prince. "What now, Hajin? Did you come to recite poetry again? The dogs didn't howl enough last time." No. I've retired from poetry," he somberly said before smirking. "Thought I'd try something new. Crashing parties I'm not invited to." Annie placed her hand under her chin. She muttered. "There's something there." Chapter 135, Bring him in. Yuan walked slowly, his fists clenched by his side. His eyes were already glistening, and the room turned silent. "She did not die from illness," he muttered. His voice cracked quietly. There was a poetic kind of pain to his tone. His voice was quiet, too, so Daesham had to lean closer to understand what he was saying. After that, Daniel was next. He had gone to the salon early in the morning just for this audition. His hair was styled to perfection, and he was wearing a hanbok-inspired jacket to elevate his look. He flashed his killer smile at the camera filming him before starting. "Imagine that. My mother, who scrubbed floors with hands that once touched a prince, strangled like vermin." He delivered the line with intensity, but his brows furrowed like a model on a runway. Annie tilted her head to the side. His gaze was quite magnetic, and he looked really good on the screen, too. Annie pursed her lips. If this was a modern drama, he would have probably done better. Then, the next esteemed actor entered the room. Suho came in without a script, unlike the past two actors. His face changed instantly as soon as he was instructed to start. A huge factor why he was in so many period dramas was because of his face. He had one of that of a nobleman, an old face. Not in a literal sense, but he appeared like he was born in the ancient era. "You people think you're gods, sitting here. However, you are nothing but scums that do not have an ounce of contention. If the heavens allow it, I will burn this house down." Suho wiped the tears away from his eyes and bowed as soon as he was finished. Thank you, Chachi smiled. We'll let the company know about the result. Suho nodded with a wide smile. I'm looking forward to it, he said before leaving the room. As soon as he was gone, Annie let out a deep breath, capturing Daisham's and Chachi's attention. Let's have a short break, Chachi smiled. Daisham nodded in agreement. Let's talk about those three first. What do you think about them, Annie? He asked. Annie placed her hand under her chin. It's strange, she started off. All of them are decent actors, with Suho being the best one among the bunch. They also have different styles. Yuan was a little too melancholic to my liking. Hajin is a prince who had been wielded by the worst. He shows tears, but this is not the instance for him to show his weakness to the rest of his relatives. On the other hand, Daniel's acting is too handsome, she asked, eliciting laughter from the two older individuals. That doesn't sound like a bad thing, Chachi commented. Annie hummed. I did portray Hajin as attractive. However, Daniel seems like the type to prioritize his looks over committing to the role. I don't know, she muttered. And Suho, he really is good at acting, she said. I agree with that, Daisham muttered, encircling Suho's name. It must be because of his experience, Annie continued. He was also the only one who spoke the early modern Korean language, as opposed to the other two. But, Daisham asked, knowing she still had more to say. But, it seems he fits the role of the younger brother better, Annie added. Daisham smirked, not commenting on her statement. Let's bring the next one in, he said to Chachi. Chachi obeyed and told the next hopeful to enter. Asuka entered the room, and the three of them instantly felt the shift in the air. Daisham was acquainted with Asuka's father, who was another esteemed director. With that, he unconsciously straightened his back. Annie, too, couldn't deny Asuka's presence. It was different, as expected from an A-lister. From Dayback Entertainment. He didn't introduce himself because he believed there was no use when they already knew who he was. What he does first is laugh, loud and bitter with tones of mockery. Yes, that's the one, he exclaimed, appearing full of energy. His veins pulsed when he shouted, and his eyes showed the fury of a cornered animal. Remember this day? The day the bastard sat where the crown prince once did. Annie gasped as soon as he said those lines. Out of everyone who had said it, his felt the most emotionally aligned. Daisham and Kachi seemed to agree as they stopped scribbling on their notepads, merely appreciating the scene that Asuka had acted out. With that, Asuka bowed with a proud smile. Thank you, he said. I am expecting good news. Annie was still lost in her thoughts when she heard Daisham respond. You will, the director said with a wide smile. She turned to him with slightly wide eyes. Did he already make a decision? As soon as Asuka was gone, Annie turned to him. Do you think he's the best Hajin? She asked. Daisham crossed his arms in front of his chest. His acting resonated well with me, he said. I would say that he did the best among everybody today. Along with that, he's from Dayback. That company can bring in more sponsors. Annie's breath got caught in the back of her throat. Daisham's last statement made her feel like everything had already been decided from the very beginning. While she found Asuka's performance to be really good, she felt that something was missing. Maybe it was because he had never truly encountered the feeling of starting at the bottom, as they were already rich even when he was young, but it lacked the struggle that Annie wanted from Hajin. There's still one more, though, Chachi said, pulling up the last piece of paper. Zeno Han, she read. Then her eyes widened in realization. He actually came. Annie snapped out of her thoughts. Zeno Han, she muttered. She had heard of his name before, but she was sure she hadn't seen any of his works. I've never heard of him before, Daisham muttered. He has acted in Broken Chains of Justice, as an extra, and then on a popular You-Watch short series. Makes sense, Daisham muttered. I didn't watch any of his content. Anyway, he is rising to popularity, Chachi commented. But, in terms of projects, he hasn't had a lead role, I believe. Well, he's already here, Daisham grumbled. So, bring him in. Chapter 136, My Throne. The four lead actors were still there, gauging each other's performance. Some of the other actors also stayed, clearly desiring to speak to the four esteemed actors. However, they were stuck in their own circle. Did they say anything about your performance? Daniel asked. Nothing for me, Yuan truthfully said. Me too, Suho chimed. We shouldn't be too worried. Meanwhile, Asuka couldn't help but smirk. He told me to anticipate good news, he said. The others turned to him in an instant. Congrats, Suho exclaimed. But of course, he didn't mean it. Nothing is certain. Asuka chuckled, but he already felt like a winner. He moved around, feeling confident of the comment from Daishim PD. I don't want to work with you, so even if you don't get the main role, then. His sentence was cut short when he bumped into someone. He lifted his head and glared at the hooded man. Zeno didn't even spare him a glance and continued walking toward the door. Hey, Asuka said. Zeno stopped, but didn't turn around. Watch where you're going, man. You hit me quite hard. A decent man will apologize for his wrongdoings, am I right? He asked, and the others agreed. Zeno still didn't move. You were the one who bumped into me, he merely said before opening the door and entering the room. The others were stunned by his blunt answer. Asuka's eyes widened, and he turned to the others to see if he had heard right. Did he just? Daniel, on the other hand, frowned in suspicion. That voice is very familiar, he muttered. Here he is, Chachi said as Zeno stood before them. Annie and Daishim frowned since he had a hood on, unable to recognize him. However, as soon as he removed it, they were stunned. Handsome, Daishim couldn't help but say. His looks didn't stray far from the top actors that had auditioned a while ago. He looked a little bit unrefined, but that somehow made him appear charming, too. This was the first time Chachi had seen him, and she nodded in approval. He had lived up to the hype of his looks. Then, when she looked at the screen and at the current Zeno in front of them, she found that he looked even better in real life. Annie, on the other hand, couldn't close her mouth. The man standing beside her felt like the embodiment of the Hajin in her mind. She had never placed a face on Hajin because she always thought no one was worthy enough. Even the manhwa and anime didn't do him justice. However, she felt like she was whiplashed. Hajin was standing right in front of her. Zeno Han, 24 years old. From Dreamy Entertainment, Zeno introduced himself. Daishim, who appeared quite disinterested already, nodded. Go ahead. Annie pursed her lips. Still, even if this was the embodiment of her favorite character, she should not be swayed. She still has to consider his acting skills. Zeno let out a deep breath. He had read through the techniques of acting. He had also applied the theory by practicing it with his friends. And most of all, he had anger in his heart for the ascendants who have damned him. With those, he finally started. A banquet was taking place inside the main hall of the Emperor's palace. Laughter, clinking bowls, and casual chatter echoed through the open windows. Servants hustled quietly, pleasing the old, pretentious, and filthy rich people inside the hall. Just then, Hajin walked in from the shadows, his robes rumpled and eyes red from holding back his tears. However, he was smiling. Strange, cracked sort of smile. Daishim narrowed his eyes, unable to take them away from the actor. He hadn't said anything yet, but he was already rooted in place. Hajin snickered quietly. Huh. You know what's funny, Minister Yoon? Minister Yoon, seated comfortably inside, glanced up from his cup of makgeolli and groaned. What are you doing here? Minister Yoon asked. You are not allowed to be here. Oh no. What now, Hajin? Did you come to recite poetry again? The dogs didn't howl enough last time. The eldest prince, Seon, chuckled. Hajin waved a dismissive hand. No. I've retired from poetry. I thought I'd try something new, like crashing parties I'm not invited to. He stepped 1 foot onto the threshold, and a servant gasped. Minister Yoon sat upright. You know the rules. Illegitimate or not, you do not enter this house. Turn around now. Oh, I would. I really would. Except today, I found out my mother didn't die of the plague. He chuckled again, bizarrely cheerful. She was murdered. The room stilled, and no one was able to refute him. And not by bandits. Not by illness. No, by someone here. He let the sentence hang before his smile vanished. Imagine that. My mother, who scrubbed floors with hands that once touched a prince, strangled like vermin. He spat, a chuckle of disbelief escaping his lips. Watch your tongue, Mr. Yoon quietly said. You watch your conscience. He stepped all the way in now. It was a scandal. Hey, blasphemy. The nobles backed away like he was contagious. I begged to eat in this house when I was 5. Watched my cousins lick the grease off their fingers while I sat in the snow with a rice ball and a rat for company. And do you remember what you said? Hajin did not let Mr. Yoon get a word in. Chachi was rendered silent, unable to say her next line as Zeno continued. That a bastard should learn humility, Hajin smirked. Humility, my ass. Zeno thought. He has been humbled throughout his missions, and yet they had exploited him through and through. The smirk left his lips, and now he displayed the death in his eyes. She died humble, didn't she? And still, that wasn't enough for you. He walked past the table, grabbed a piece of grilled fish with his bare hand, and took a bite. Have you lost your mind, boy? The crown prince, his father, exclaimed. Oh, I found it actually. Right next to her memorial tablet. Funny what you start to remember when you stand alone in the cold long enough, he said. He dropped the half-eaten fish back on the golden plate. You people think you're gods, sitting here. However, you are nothing but scums that do not have an ounce of contention. Other ministers began to murmur. Some servants bowed their heads in fear. You wanted me small and forgotten, but you made one mistake. You killed the only person who kept me quiet. The wind picked up slightly. Hajin stepped to the head of the table, the crown prince's seat. That seat is not yours, Iku, the youngest, exclaimed. Hajin smiled coldly. Not yet, he muttered. Then, he sat back, enjoying the throne of the future emperor. I am Hajin, son of the crown prince, son of the woman you tried to erase. And today, I eat first. No one moved. One young official glanced around nervously, then bowed his head. One after another, they all lowered their gazes. The royals remained rooted in their place. And if the heavens allow it, I will burn this house down. I shall show the ascendants. Brick by brick, mission by mission, lie by lie, until all that remains is a throne. Chapter 137, Perfect Embodiment. Zeno ended the scene, breathing heavily after his continuous lines. He didn't stutter at all, but there was a tremble in his voice from the anger he felt for the ascendants. He looked down at his hands and saw the slight tremors in them. He pursed his lips and held onto his wrist to stop them. However, he couldn't. With that, he settled on placing them inside his pockets. Zeno didn't think he could immerse himself like that in a role, especially since he had never been a prince. He was an eunuch during the Joseon era, and at that time, he only needed to protect the princess of their kingdom until she turned to be of age. Daeshim, Chachi, and Annie, on the other hand, felt like a new world had been shown to them. Daeshim's pen was long forgotten. He hadn't written a single comment for Zeno, unlike the other candidates. And he knew it wasn't because he was bad. Along with that, he felt an impending doom. He was sure that Asuka had done the best, and that nobody would be able to outdo his acting. He had talked to the CEO of Dayback Entertainment, after all. However, after this, he wasn't so sure anymore. Chachi felt her heart racing inside her chest. This type of acting was something that made her feel alive. What a sight to witness in person. Annie, on the other hand, could burst into tears at any given second. The character she loved the most, the one who allowed her to feel free when she was suffocated in her own body, was standing right in front of her. The real life, Hajin, is everything all right? Zeno asked as the three of them had been silent after he finished his scene. Daeshim snapped out of his thoughts and gazed at the young man in front of him. Ah, yes, Daeshim muttered, suddenly feeling guilty. You may go. Zeno put his hood back on before leaving the room. Annie watched with bitten lips as he left, somehow wanting to make him stay and reenact some other scenes. She had a feeling he would do even better in them. However, he had already closed the door. As soon as he was gone, Chachi began exclaiming his good points. What a good actor! Chachi started off. I've heard about him. In fact, I've been researching about him the moment his agency confirmed he was coming here today. He only started acting this year. No prior education about it, too. However, he can act as good as this, she ranted. Annie listened intently, very curious about Zeno Han's existence. He seems like a veteran actor, though, Annie muttered, causing Chachi to pause. Right? She exclaimed. Do you have any comments for him? Annie pursed her lips, her cheeks reddening, before shaking her head. No, she muttered. A small smile appeared on Chachi's lips. She knew that it was because Annie thought it was perfect. Daeshim pursed his lips, leaning his elbows against the table. What's his agency again? He asked, appearing deep in thought. Dreamy Entertainment, Chachi answered. Daeshim couldn't help but scoff. Those guys still exist? He muttered. What's wrong, director? Annie asked. Nothing, Daeshim muttered. It's just a shame. Zeno went out of the room. Nobody was in the hallways, but when he arrived in the lobby of the building, he saw the four big-shot actors once again. Ah, really? When is my manager coming? Asuka asked. I told him to pick me up right away. Same here, Suho chuckled. I thought they would give us comments. The audition was fast this time. Zeno walked past them. He could already see Moby's truck through the transparent glass wall, and he hastened his steps. He felt quite hungry after everything that had happened. However, just as he arrived at the revolving door, Asuka turned to him with narrowed eyes. Zeno clicked his tongue. This guy has been eyeing him since earlier. Did he have a problem with him? Hey, you! Asuka exclaimed, making him stop in his tracks. The other three actors also turned to him, still curious about his identity. Zeno didn't bother glancing at them. Do you have anything to say? Asuka pursed his lips. I was just wondering, he started off. Did Daisham PD give you any comments? I'm assuming you're a new actor, he continued. Are you aiming for the main role? Oh, and what agency are you from? That's a lot of questions, Zeno sighed. Suho pursed his lips to hold in his smile, his gaze focused on the hooded man. He was a pretty interesting character. Zeno shook his head. Despite living as a privileged young master, Asuka Beck seemed to have a lot of insecurities. Asuka clicked his tongue. Where are the manners of new actors these days? He asked. How long have you been in this industry? What's your name? He felt his face heating up. He glanced at the other actors and found himself on the verge of shame. He couldn't let this new guy stomp all over him. Daniel, being the ass-kisser he was, backed Asuka's statement. Answer the question, man, he said. We're all civilized people here. We're just curious about how your audition went. This is how actors are in the industry. Zeno sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. He was still on edge due to his rebellion, so before he knew it, he had spoken. Respect begets respect, Zeno started off. You are not asking me simply because you are curious. You just want to ask how it went so you could have something to compare with, and then you'll feel better about yourselves if you hear what you want to hear, that it didn't go well. You'll comfort me half-heartedly, but deep inside, you'll be glad that you did better. And, in the turn of events that you don't hear what you want, you'll still congratulate me, but in the end, you'd find some way to make me feel like shit about it, just because it shouldn't be. Because you guys are already favored by the system. So, you guys should naturally be on the top. Asuka was left frozen in shock. The others, too, couldn't believe their ears. Was he saying all of these to the Asuka Beck, named after the Oscar award himself? With that, Zeno went through the revolving door, leaving the four shocked actors rooted in their spots. Dang, Suho muttered, the smile on his face widening. He should become a writer. Asuka, on the other hand, still couldn't believe it. How could that man read him like an open book? Was he that predictable? Meanwhile, Daniel muttered to himself. That voice. Chapter 138, Nepotism Baby. Ah, fuck, Asuka exclaimed as he threw his bag on the car floor. He was fuming after that unknown guy had humiliated him. He breathed heavily as he looked at where the nasty truck he went into was and scoffed. Who did he think he was speaking to Asuka like that when he had such a trash ride? What are you doing? He snapped at the person on the driver's seat. Drive. Yes, sir, Assistant Byun muttered. Asuka's eyes narrowed, crossing his arms in front of his chest. What are you doing here anyway? Where's my manager? He ate something bad and had to go to the hospital due to explosive diarrhea, Assistant Byun said. Mr. Kim told me to assist you myself. Asuka clicked his tongue and shook his head. I guess that's good. You can take me to Saliva tonight, can you? Assistant Byun pursed his lips and didn't heed to his request right away. I'm assuming the auditions didn't go well. Not at all, Asuka muttered. It went fantastic, in fact. I just ran into a cocky actor. The assistant resisted asking, cockier than you? Instead, he cleared his throat and nodded to empathize with him. I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Asuka sighed deeply, looking at the scenery. Even the green trees and billboards of gorgeous idols couldn't lift up his mood. So, can you take me to Saliva or not? Your father wouldn't like it, sir, he said. Asuka kicked his seat, but Assistant Byun kept his composure. What about my dad? He's not going to know. That's what you said the last time, sir, Assistant Byun muttered. What are you whispering under your breath for? Asuka asked, already annoyed. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Who cares about what my dad thinks? He's busy with his new film anyway, Asuka said. Just tell Mr. Kim that I'm going to Saliva, and he'll give us one of the molars. Do it, or I'll make you regret even picking me up. Assistant Byun's face didn't change. Instead, he nodded. All right, sir, he said, making a turn to go to the Saliva bar. With that, Asuka sighed in relief, pulling out a cigarette and rolling the windows slightly down. He lit it up with an old lighter before placing it between his lips and taking a deep breath. He closed his eyes as he felt the cool sensation of addiction go down his throat. This is it, he muttered. Assistant Byun placed on a mask to prevent himself from having a coughing fit. All right, I almost forgot, Asuka said, leaning against the front seat, the smoke leaving his lips and veering to Assistant Byun. Did Mr. Kim talk to Daesham PD? Yes, Assistant Byun squeezed out, not wanting to breathe in the actor's smoky breath. A wide smile appeared on Asuka's lips. Good, he said, leaning back, causing the assistant to silently sigh in relief. That cousin of mine is the best, really, he chuckled. Whoever that hooded man doesn't even stand a chance. He's lucky he didn't show his face. Otherwise, I'd have his career ruined in an instant. How did it go? Moby asked as soon as Zeno entered his truck. It was fine, Zeno answered. He didn't receive any comments. However, from what he had shown thus far in the span he had been acting, he felt the most satisfied with his performance in this audition. Maybe it was because he had read the book before, or if he had started his rebellion. However, acting actually seemed like a pretty fulfilling profession. You did. Well, Moby said with a small smile. You always do well. A small smirk appeared on Zeno's lips. How are you so sure? Moby shrugged. I don't know, he muttered. I just have a feeling. You're much younger than me, but you're already so competent. You have a lot of knowledge in your young mind, and sometimes, I feel like you've lived more than 100 years. He chuckled out loud. Is that weird? Not at all, Zeno said. Moby actually got it spot on. For someone so dumb, he had some great insights, too. However, like I said earlier, Moby added, a twinge of sadness in his tone. Don't be too disappointed if you don't get the role. It's not because you're not talented, but because the system is still messed up. Zeno pursed his lips. I know, he said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. It's a system that favors the rich and influential. Correct, Moby chimed, clicking his tongue. You don't have to tell me this, Zeno said. He already knew. He had witnessed the injustices of the world far too many times to be unfamiliar with it. I just wanted to say it, he chuckled, nudging Zeno's shoulder. We've lost way too many artists who couldn't handle that reality. He whispered to himself, but Zeno still heard it. With that, the two of them continued their drive to the dreamy entertainment building. However, halfway there, Moby's phone rang. Zeno glanced at the caller ID. Baby Gabby, he read, his brows furrowing in confusion. Did Moby have a lover? Can you put it on speaker? He asked Zeno. It's Sir Bobby's daughter. Zeno's eyebrows raised, turning to Moby. He called Bobby's daughter baby. Bobby and Moby didn't have much of an age gap, so that might be a case in court. Moby noticed Zeno's expression, and he frantically shook his head. No, he exclaimed. You're thinking wrong. I've watched Gabby since she was a baby. Zeno's eyebrows raised even more, causing Moby to panic. I was her babysitter, he exclaimed. Everything he said was pulling him under. She's only 11, and during the time Sir Bobby was busy, I stood in as her father. It's not anything you're thinking, I promise. Zeno dropped it, for now. Anyway, she only calls me when Sir Bobby does not respond. He's in Busan with Lenny and Sarung for a festival again. Please answer the call. It might be an emergency. Zeno merely nodded and pressed on the answer button. A sigh of relief was heard on the other line. Gabby, Moby softly asked. What happened? Do you need anything? Another sigh was heard, but this time, it was filled with sadness. Still, she didn't say anything. Gabby, Moby repeated, frowning. Is something wrong? Can you tell your uncle about it? Gabby cleared her throat, and in a small voice, she asked, Uncle, can you come pick me up? The little girl sounded so broken that even Zeno frowned. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Where are you? Moby continuously asked. Gabby didn't answer his former questions. Instead, she merely said, in front of my music school, please. Chapter 139, Selfless Daughter. Moby drove at a high speed, not enough to be illegal, but enough to make his old truck shake and bounce like crazy. Sorry, Zeno, Moby said, glancing at the unbothered man. I want to take you to the company first, but Gabby's music school is near. Go ahead, Zeno said, running his fingers through his hair. He couldn't take on any upcoming projects while waiting for the results of the first editions for The Forsaken Prince anyway. So, he had nothing else to do. Moby continued driving, And with that, he began telling Zeno the kid's story. Gabby is a really good kid, he started off. She unexpectedly came to Bobby's life when he was drowning in debt. Because of that, Bobby couldn't provide everything for his family. Still, Gabby didn't complain. As a young child, she stayed quiet, not asking for any gifts or attention. She's the complete opposite of Ambi, he chuckled. However, this year, she insisted for the first time. She wanted to play piano and write songs. It was an unexpected request, and although Sir Bobby was short of money, he enrolled her in music school right away. She has a recital this month, and her preparations appear to be going well. Something must have happened for her to call me like this. Just then, as they turned a corner, the skies became dark, and it started to pour. Crap, Moby muttered, stepping on the gas. After a while, they finally arrived in front of the music school, and even from afar, Zeno could see a small figure standing in the rain. Her hair was in a high ponytail, and she was still wearing her school uniform. She had a piano sheet in her hand, which was already drenched because of the rain. She also kept her gaze on the ground, making her look even more defeated than she already was. A small frown graced Zeno's forehead. An 11-year-old shouldn't look like that at all. Moby haphazardly parked the car near the curb before running out to the rain. He held onto her wrist and pulled her to the car before shutting it close. Zeno glanced at the back seat. The young girl still didn't look up, and it seemed she didn't even notice that Zeno was inside the truck. Moby entered the truck, too, closing it before turning on the heater. He checked the temperature with his hands before looking worriedly at the little girl. Gabby, Moby sighed. What were you doing outside? You should have stayed with your piano teacher until we arrived. Gabby still didn't look up. They didn't let me in. Moby's brows furrowed while Zeno listened intently. What? Moby asked. What do you mean by that? Gabby bit her lip to stop herself from crying. My dad forgot to pay for the fees this month. Moby's eyes widened, and he stuttered as he said his next sentence. Oh, why didn't you tell your dad? I didn't know until today, she whispered. Moby pursed his lips. Meanwhile, Zeno assessed the situation. Of course, Bobby was still broke. He still had to pay years' worth of rent, support for his artists, salary for Moby, and the needs of his family. Even with Zeno's earnings for the past month, Bobby wouldn't even be able to cover a quarter of his expenses. So, they didn't let you in just because you didn't pay this month's fees? Zeno couldn't help but ask. He didn't have much empathy, but even then, he knew that making a small child wait outside in the rain was inhumane. The young girl lifted her head, her eyes widening when she saw Zeno. An angel? She asked, tilting her head to the side. Moby awkwardly chuckled. Gabby, this is Zeno, a new artist in your dad's new company. Dad's saving grace? She quietly asked. What? Moby sputtered. That's what my big brother said, she answered. The company has a new saving grace so that my dad can buy me a keyboard piano. Moby scratched the back of his head. You can say that, he muttered. Anyway, I'll call your dad in. She shook her head, appearing nervous. I'm hungry, she suddenly said. Moby frowned. Did you not eat yet? Gabby slowly shook her head. Moby then let out a deep breath. All right, let's go to your favorite chicken place. A small smile finally appeared on Gabby's lips as Moby started the car and began driving to her favorite restaurant. They arrived and sat at a booth. Zeno pointed at something on the menu. I want this one, he said, referring to the honey garlic-flavored one. Moby scratched the back of his neck. Are you hungry too? He asked. Zeno nodded, causing Moby to chuckle. All right, I'll order for us at the counter. Zeno prepared to take out his wallet, but Moby held onto his shoulder. It's my treat, he said, winking playfully at Zeno. As soon as Moby was gone, Gabby didn't hesitate to ask any questions. My dad let me watch your You Watch series. I really like it, she said. Kids should not watch it, Zeno deadpanned. I was with my dad, she smiled. He said it's okay if I watch it with him. He watched every episode with me. Zeno pursed his lips. It seemed that Bobby never lied about caring for his artists. He had never seen such a stupid yet hands-on CEO on this planet. Why don't you want to tell him about your music school fees? Zeno asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Your father will pay it for you. He must have forgotten. I know, she said with a small smile. Dad will always buy something for me, but I don't like it. I don't want him to spend money anymore, because Mommy always fights with him because of money. She said that he's the worst with money, but I don't think so. My dad is the best at giving it. That's why we don't have much of it, she muttered. Dang. Zeno couldn't help but whisper. This kid was smarter than her dad. However, it was still pretty disheartening. A kid like her shouldn't have such selfless thoughts. They should care for what they want and not think about the burden it will have on their parents. No matter how stupid Bobby was, it seemed he gave birth to a smart daughter. Just then, Moby arrived, placing the plate of chicken on the table with a small smile. What did I miss? Chapter 140, Covering My Ears. The chicken was all cleared, with Zeno eating the least amount. Are you ready to go home now? Moby asked, causing Gabby to stiffen. Zeno knew that the little girl still didn't want to go home. However, she truly had no choice. The three of them entered Moby's truck, and Zeno could see how she stiffened in nervousness. Do you mind if we bring her home first? Moby asked. The rain isn't letting up. Go ahead, Zeno muttered, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Just as Moby started his truck, it only let out a sputter before turning off again. He froze in his seat before chuckling. Sorry, it does this sometimes, he said. This truck has been with me for 12 years. It's even older than me? Gabby asked. Moby chuckled once more before trying to start the ignition. It had the same result, probably even worse than the first attempt. It whined and groaned and somehow meowed. Zeno frowned. Did you leave a cat inside your engine? No, Moby said, shaking his head. It's just how it is sometimes. I can make it work. However, even with his assurance, the truck, in fact, did not work. We can just take the bus. The rain started pouring even harder when he said that statement. Along with that, the air had become colder. Moby sighed. I guess we have no choice but to call your dad to fetch you. Gabby's eyes widened. I thought Dad was in Busan. He was, Moby said. But I texted him before we went to the restaurant, and it turns out he's back. I'll tell him to pick us up here instead. I'll call for a mechanic. The two of you can go to Sir Bobby's car. You wouldn't mind again, right, Zeno? No, Zeno said. He didn't like the feeling of wet shoes, so he would take the car ride without any complaints. After a few moments, Bobby's equally beat-up van finally arrived. He had a huge umbrella, and he escorted Gabby toward the car, opening and closing the door for her. Zeno followed right after, going to the back seat with Gabby. It was then that he realized they weren't alone. In the front seat was what Zeno assumed to be Bobby's wife. She looked exactly like Gabby, thank goodness, and she appeared to be very upset. The mood inside the car was already weird, but it became even weirder when Bobby entered with a sheepish expression. Sorry about that, Gabby, Bobby said, trying to light up the atmosphere. Your Uncle Moby's car needs to be replaced now, doesn't it? Bobby's wife scoffed, and in a stern voice, she muttered, How can he even buy a new car when you can't pay the rent of your office? Solji, please, he whispered, but his wife merely crossed her arms in front of her chest. The car turned silent once more, and at that moment, Zeno wondered if running through the rain would be better. We're going to take you to your unit first, Zeno, Bobby said. Sure, Zeno said, turning to look out of the car window. They were engulfed in awkward silence, but Zeno actually preferred it. He didn't want them to address the elephant in the room when he was still inside the car. However, Bobby had to run his mouth off. So, honey, he said to Gabby, why didn't you tell Dad that your music school fees haven't been paid for the month? I'll talk to your piano teacher and... It's all right, Dad, she said in a fake cheery voice. I won't attend the recital anymore. Bobby's eyes widened while Solji turned to her child. Why not, sweetie, he asked. Gabby pursed her lips. I'm not yet ready, she said. Oh, and I don't like playing piano all that much. But you said you wanted to write music when you're older, Bobby muttered. Gabby shook her head before avoiding eye contact with her parents. That was when all hell broke loose. Zeno could feel it already. It seemed as if they were in an overfilled dam, and it was just waiting to crack the concrete and flow out. It's your fault, Solji said, her voice resonating in the car. Even the sound of Philip Huang's song through the radio couldn't tame the tension in the air. Oh no, Zeno whispered, looking at the locked door and wondering if he should jump outside. You waste everything in that damn company, knowing it doesn't bring us the right amount of money, she said. You can't wait to drive your artists to Busan and feed them fish when you can't even buy your child an instrument she likes. Solji, he muttered. We can talk about this later. And what? She exclaimed. Postpone it for another day? Get it through your thick mind, Bobby. This job of yours isn't helping our family at all. Ambi prefers staying in his dorm. Gabby feels like she needs to adjust to our needs when she shouldn't. She's a child, for goodness sake. When have I failed to meet your needs? Bobby exasperatedly asked, his hands gripping the steering wheel. I'm doing my best to put food on the table, pay for our rent, and give our children the best education. This is my passion. And clearly, that's not enough. Solji exclaimed, causing Gabby to cover her ears with both hands. Zeno sighed, took out his headphones from his bag, and placed them on the young girl's ears. She looked at him with wide eyes, but Zeno merely connected it to his phone and played some loud metal music so she wouldn't be able to hear them arguing. Passion does not pay the bills. I've supported you before you even made that fucking company. I even helped you name it. Dreamy. That one's a mistake because clearly, everything is stuck in your dreams, huh? Wake up, Bobby, she said. Bobby bit his lip. Is this because I didn't find the time to pay for her piano lesson fees? I'll do it right now. You know it's not just that, she said in a louder voice. It's everything. It's the fact we're always so anxious about our money. Solji, he sighed, sounding desperate. I told you. This year is going to be different. We have Zeno. I'm sick of that, too, she muttered, cutting him off. I'm sick of your promises. How many times have you told me that it's finally going to get better? I'm sick and tired of your lies and empty words. You never once fulfilled them. Bobby's head hung low, and it was at that moment that Zeno realized how big the hole was in their family. They must have loved each other. However, even then, their circumstances had broken down such a great, strong love. Gabby does not tell us anything, but I know. She gets made fun of because her items are old. She's not ready for the recital because she can't practice at home. She settles with practicing on our tiled floor instead, but it's not enough. If you can't even buy your daughter such a small thing, then maybe you shouldn't have started a family with me after all. Chapter 141, One Man's Trash. Fortunately, the ride was filled with silence until they reached Zeno's residence. Bobby parked the car in front of the insane amount of stairs and let out a deep breath. Meanwhile, Zeno looked outside and sighed. He would have inevitably gotten drenched. He should have just taken the bus in the very first place. He gently removed his headphones from Gabby before placing them inside his bag. Thanks, he muttered before opening the door and going out into the rain. Zeno, Bobby called. Out. Take this umbrella. However, Zeno could see the slight glare in Solji's eyes, so he merely shook his head. He knew he should have gone up to his unit, but instead, he stood in front of the window and gestured for Bobby to bring it down. The older man frowned, but did as he said. Did you forget anything? He asked. Zeno silently shook his head. Then, he sighed before walking closer to the two of them. He looked back at Gabby and saw her softly wave at him. He pursed his lips before looking Bobby and Solji in the eyes. I know you two have your issues, but it's never right to argue in front of a child. Bobby's eyebrows raised while Solji's expression relaxed. Children might be young, but they remember, he continued. I'm just telling this in case you fight again in the car. I'm guessing this is not the first time you've done this. Bobby looked at the steering wheel, unable to meet Zeno's eyes out of shame. Solji, on the other hand, bit her lip in frustration, already appearing teary-eyed. Adults need to vent, but you should never, ever involve a young child in the crisis you have. They will carry it until they grow up, he muttered. With that, he bowed his head before running through the stairs, cursing under his breath because his shoes were already making a squidgy sound. He hated wet socks. Fortunately, his stamina ability had gone way up after going up and down the stairs for the past few months, and he managed to arrive in front of his unit. In no time, Minji, who had just arrived at her apartment and was watching the rain through her window, gasped when she saw Zeno running through the rain. She opened her window. Zeno, she exclaimed. Zeno stopped under her shade. You're going to get sick, she said. Zeno shrugged. It's fine. I've only been exposed for a short while. Minji sighed and shook her head. Get dressed quickly and come here, all right? I'll cook you some hot soup. The weather's very unpredictable these days, so a lot of my office mates are even getting sick. Zeno pursed his lips before nodding. He could use some soup. He didn't get to eat much at the fried chicken restaurant because Gabby seemed to have a really big appetite. With that, she nodded with a small smile. I'll get the soup ready. Zeno hummed and went to his unit to take a shower. He grimaced when he removed the clothes stuck to his body. He cringed even more when he removed his socks. He entered the shower and sighed in relief when the water cascaded down his back, providing him warmth. After that, he dried himself thoroughly before getting dressed in comfortable clothes. His stomach growled while he was drying his hair, so he took that as a sign to go to Minji's unit. He went inside, and there, he saw Minji already ladling the hot soup onto a bowl. "Zeno? You came right on time," she said. "I made some egg and crab soup." Zeno sat on the table as Minji placed the steaming bowl in front of him. "Thanks," he muttered. It wasn't the most flavorful, but it was definitely comforting, like how a mom would make it. Minji sat in front of him, placing her hands under her chin and looking at him with wide eyes. Zeno paused mid-blow and raised one eyebrow. "Do you need to say something?" he asked. Minji absent-mindedly spoke. "Why are you so handsome?" Then, her eyes widened, and her cheeks reddened in record time as if she didn't mean to say those words. I mean, she tried to explain, but Zeno didn't think too much about it. "I know," Zeno muttered. He still looked ordinary among celebrities, but he was definitely more handsome than a normal citizen. It was getting harder and harder to go out without being recognized. Minji couldn't help but chuckle. She was glad that her friend was gaining more confidence. "Did you do a good job in the audition?" Minji asked, changing the subject. Zeno hummed. "It was satisfactory." Minji smiled. "Then, you must have done a very good job," she said. "When you practiced with us the other day, it was really great. I didn't know you could act in such a way. It's even better than some of the artists in our company." Zeno frowned slightly. "In your company?" he asked. Minji nodded. "Yeah, and..." However, before she could finish her statement, another item caught Zeno's attention. An old keyboard piano was perched on top of the couch along with other items. "What's that?" he asked. Minji turned her head to look at the clutter. She bit her lip from embarrassment. "Oh, sorry about that," she said. "I was decluttering some items. I didn't have the chance to organize it since I had to go to work this morning." Zeno kept looking at the pile, making Minji even more embarrassed. She stood from her seat to try and cover the mess, but Zeno spoke before she could do so. "Do you plan on disposing of those?" he asked. Minji snapped her gaze at him. "Not all of these," she said. "I'm going to donate the clothes and other reusable items. I am going to throw away this old thing, though," she chuckled, patting the keyboard piano. "It's been rotting in my room for too long, and it's taking up so much space." "If you're just going to dispose of it, then can I have it?" he asked. A small frown graced Minji's forehead, and she tilted her head to the side. "Why?" she asked. "I think it's broken already. It wouldn't be useful anymore." "What's useless to one may be exactly what another needs," he muttered, his gaze still fixed on it. Then, he gazed at Minji, whose breath got caught in her throat with Zeno's next statement. "And nothing is ever truly broken. Some things just need to be understood differently." Chapter 142, Sonata. Minji brought out the toolbox as Zeno inspected the keyboard piano. "Do you need any help?" she asked. "I could wake Doha up." "No need," Zeno muttered, taking it apart to see which parts were defective. Minji sat next to him on the floor. "Screwdriver," Zeno said, holding out his hand. Minji gave it to him. They made a good team, rallying the tools back and forth. "How long have you had this for?" he asked as he continued to repair the keyboard. Minji hummed, suddenly reminiscing about the old days. "Sometimes, I forget that your memory isn't completely intact. I've had this since we were in high school," she continued. "I was a pretty neat pianist back then, you know? I was even part of the choir, and I sang a solo every year." Zeno listened intently. He glanced at Minji for a moment and saw the fond look in her eyes. "I even took it here in hopes of studying music," she continued, the smile slowly leaving her lips. "But you know, some things never go according to plan," she sighed. "Being here was already too much of a financial burden. I couldn't ask for money from my mom since she had already spent so much on my ticket and deposits. In the end, I decided to work," she said. Zeno finally joined some loose wires together. Then, he placed the cover back on before turning it over. He gave the cord to Minji and asked her to plug it in. She nodded and reached out toward the socket. After that, Zeno turned the keyboard piano on and pressed on the keys. As expected, it was fixed. Of course, Zeno knew a thing or two about repairing. Minji's eyebrows raised in surprise. "You actually fixed it." Zeno nodded and turned the keyboard piano toward her. What is this?" she stammered. "Why are you turning it toward me?" Zeno sighed and looked her in the eyes. She bit her lip, unable to look away from his deep gaze. "So, you stopped playing?" he asked. "Completely. Minji pursed her lips as she stared down at the yellowing keys. It had truly been a while since she played. However, her hands gravitated toward it and began playing before she knew it. She played a familiar tune. It was clumsily played, but her skills were still there. Mozart's Sonata K310, he asked. Minji stopped playing and turned to him with wide eyes. How do you know? She asked. Zeno clicked his tongue. He even met that man, seeing him play for people who didn't truly appreciate him. He only started getting recognized after he died. It was funny how people only appreciated things when they were already gone. Zeno scooted closer to Minji and started playing the exact same piece. Like Minji, it had been a while since he was able to play. However, he played even better than Minji. He played it perfectly without any mistakes. It's a pretty difficult piece, don't you think? He asked. Meanwhile, Minji stared at him with a wide and agape mouth, unable to form any words. So, you're not actually going to use it, right? I'm going to give it to someone. Minji was still unable to say anything after that statement. That piece was one of the most difficult ones she had to learn. She remembered crying because she couldn't get it right, and she was someone who had played piano since she was in elementary school. How could Zeno, the man who had never touched a piano before, have this kind of ability? Did he live a separate life during his military years? You can play? She asked. Zeno shrugged. A bit, he muttered. It's something I learned along the way. You just learned Sonata K310, casually? She slowly asked, still in disbelief. Zeno nonchalantly nodded. Mozart made it difficult, huh? Minji let out a singular laugh. Yeah, she muttered. Answer my question, he suddenly said, snapping her out of her thoughts. Can I have this keyboard piano? Sure, Minji said without any hesitation. From how he played it, he definitely deserved the keyboard piano more. Thanks, Zeno said, taking out the cord and wrapping it around. I'm going to give it to someone. Minji's eyes widened. Could it be? Did Zeno meet a celebrity woman, and he was going to give it to her? Wait, Minji exclaimed, reaching out to the keyboard. However, at that moment, she tripped on some clutter, causing her to lose her balance and fall on top of Zeno. Their eyes widened as the keyboard was set to the side. Zeno held Minji's waist as she fell, and he stretched his neck at an almost anatomically impossible angle, just so their faces weren't too close. Minji looked at Zeno with wide eyes. It was the first time she had seen his face this close in their whole lives. Even then, when Zeno was considered average at most, she felt that Zeno was still pretty handsome. However, he appeared out of this world at that very moment. His skin was shining, his eyes appeared like stars, and he appeared like a perfectly made machi. Can you move? Zeno asked. All he could feel in that situation was how her bones were sharply digging into his sides. Oh, sorry, Minji said, about to move away. However, like perfect timing, the door opened, revealing Eli, Doha, and Maxi. I'm hungry. Eli started off, but didn't get to finish when he saw the sight before him. His eyes widened while Minji frantically shook her head. Minji quickly moved away from Zeno, her cheeks nearly as red as boiled crabs. Zeno, on the other hand, just grabbed the keyboard piano from the floor before going to Doha and carrying Maxi with his free arm. Thanks for the meal, Minji, Zeno said, walking past the two shocked men. Minji bit her lip. Why wasn't Zeno worried at all that they might misunderstand? I'm full, so enjoy your dinner. With that, he shut the door with his foot and looked down at the keyboard piano. He didn't buy it with his own money. Minji was just about to throw it out. That was the only reason why he was going to give it to that smart kid. Yeah. Chapter 143, 40 degrees. The boy sat on the floor, legs crossed, as his pajamas made of flour sack dragged on the wood. His hands covered his ears, but that never truly worked. The grown-up voices always found a way in like smoke under a door. You always do this, a woman's voice snapped. She was blurry in the kitchen doorway. You always drink and pretend it's the world's fault that we're in this situation. The sound of a glass bottle breaking resonated in the small house, causing the woman to scream. It is the world's fault, a man muttered, then louder. You think this is what I wanted? You think this life is some kind of gift? I gave up everything, his mom said. I had plans. Do you remember that? Of course, you don't. You were too busy playing pretend with your bar gigs and your empty promises. The boy pressed his palms harder against his ears, but the sound tunneled in any way. Their words echoed like they were underwater. We should have never had a kid. Then let him starve outside. I don't care what you do. I hate the spitting image of the two of us, he screamed louder than before. Zeno woke up in a cold sweat, panting as he looked around the room. He was still inside his current unit. The sweat dripped from his sideburns down to his chin, and he felt himself shivering. What the heck was that, he muttered. That dream was unlike anything he had before. Getting flashbacks of his past lives wasn't too rare. He had them when he was reminded of such times. It seemed to be even more often during this life. He had little to no flashbacks when he was Sanjay Lin. However, this dream was even stranger than usual because Zeno was sure he hadn't lived that life before. This was a completely different memory, one that wasn't a part of his missions. Am I getting old? He whispered. Why can't I remember which life it came from? Just then, he glanced at the time and saw that he woke up later than his usual routine. He frowned. That was another strange thing. Maxie was already jumping by his side, barking softly like she was urging him to get up so they could eat. All right, Zeno muttered. Let's go. He got up, but he suddenly felt himself growing dizzy. He sat back down on the bed and clutched on the bed, feeling an ache in his head. Maxie stopped barking and went closer to him. Wait, he whispered. Something's wrong. Just then, the door slowly opened, revealing Doha in an apron. Zeno, he softly yet cheerily called. The food is ready. You didn't wake up as usual, so I decided to fetch you. Zeno nodded and lifted his head. Doha frowned when he saw his friend's state. Wait, Doha muttered. Are you all right? Except for the throbbing pain in his head, he was all right. Yeah, he responded, getting up despite his discomfort. Doha still didn't appear convinced. Zeno entered Doha's unit and found Eli and Minji already there. As soon as Minji saw him, she looked away with red cheeks. Meanwhile, Eli had an awkward look on his face. Still, he welcomed him softly. Thanks, Zeno muttered as Doha placed a plate in front of him. He scooped up some food, but he didn't have much of an appetite. Aside from that, his sense of taste was diminished. The others turned to him with curiosity. Zeno was usually the fastest to finish eating, because he ate like a military man. All right, something is strange, Doha said, standing from his seat and going to Zeno to place his hand over his forehead. His eyes widened. What the heck? You're burning up, he exclaimed. Minji clicked his tongue. This is what I was talking about. You shouldn't have run under the rain. No wonder you're sweating when it's raining out, Eli chimed. Zeno pursed his lips. What a weak immune system he has for getting sick after only minutes of exposure. I'm fine, Zeno said, gently removing Doha's hand away from his forehead. Fevers are the body's way of fighting off an infection. This is a good thing. Eli clicked his tongue and grabbed a thermal scanner from Minji's kit before taking Zeno's temperature. His eyes widened as it beeped. 40 degrees Celsius, he muttered. Are you insane? You should go to the hospital. Minji nodded in agreement. Doha pursed his lips. I'll cancel my Zumba class for the day to accompany you. Zeno pursed his lips. They were overreacting. This will pass as long as he gets enough rest. However, the three of them seemed determined to send him to the hospital. Eli can just take care of me, Zeno muttered. I have class, he said. Anyway, just go. It won't hurt to get some medicine. Zeno sighed and nodded, making the three of them sigh in relief. Good, Minji muttered. I thought we would have a harder time convincing you. Zeno wasn't in the mood to fight because his head was aching. The more their conversation went on. Aside from that, he started shivering, but he kept it on the down low because he didn't want to alert them further. He also didn't have any other pending projects as he was still waiting for the results of his audition. Just then, he received a call, and it was none other than Bobby. I'll get dressed, Doha said, and Zeno nodded silently. He answered the call and placed his phone beside his ear. Zeno, Bobby exclaimed in a cheery tone. I have some good news. Zeno's brows furrowed, and he stayed silent, allowing Bobby to continue. We just received a message from the SK channel. Oh goodness. I never would have imagined this would happen. You're part of the callbacks. They saw your potential. Zeno's eyebrows raised in surprise. He wasn't expecting them to decide so soon. Wait, callbacks? Zeno muttered. Yup, Bobby exclaimed. This is actually pretty common for bigger productions, especially concerning the main role. They want you to go back to the SK channel building for the second audition this morning. I'll come and pick you up. Zeno bit his lip. He actually got in. Despite the odds being against him, he was selected for another chance. With that, he placed his phone on the table and cleared his throat. I'm not going to the hospital. Fun fact, flour sacks were actually used as clothes back then. 104F. Chapter 144, Star-Studded Room. You really shouldn't go, Minji said as she glanced at Zeno. He appeared very pale, but his cheeks were flushed red, and his eyes were teary, even adding to the illusion of their sparkle. The four of them were at the waiting shed. Eli, Minji, and Doha were waiting for the bus so they could go to their respective responsibilities, while Zeno was waiting for Bobby to come pick him up. I'm part of the callbacks, Zeno explained. I'm sure you already know how much of a big deal this is, especially since I auditioned with the likes of Yuan, Suho Ryu, and Asuka Beck. Oh, and that Daniel Byan guy too. Their eyes widened with every name that Zeno mentioned. It was the first time he had said this to them. What the heck? Even Asuka Beck, Minji exclaimed. I never knew about this, she muttered to herself. Dang, you're not going to get the role, Eli absent-mindedly said, causing Minji and Doha to turn to him with wide eyes. He covered his mouth. That wasn't supposed to come out. Minji chuckled awkwardly as he squeezed Eli's sides, causing the latter to squeak in surprise. I know, Zeno said, completely aware of where he stood. It's most likely that he's going to get the main role. He's from a big company, and his family name is prominent. Even his dad is an esteemed director. They stayed quiet. However, he continued, I thought they were going for the blatant choice, hold the auditions for formalities, and choose him in the end. However, they actually decided on a second audition. That, in itself, means that they're contemplating, and nothing is certain. I truly want to take on this project, Zeno continued, watching as the droplets of rain became even bigger. The wind also began feeling colder, making him shiver. Zeno had an uncertain future. He didn't even know where he would be after his rebellion or when he reached his deadline. Would he finally die and rest internally? That actually doesn't seem like a bad thing. However, he had lived for so long that it was all he knew. Would he burn into ashes and become fertilizer for Avalis' shitty soil? Would he just disappear? Zeno didn't know. He was operating on very limited time. So with that, he just decided he wanted to make use of his remaining time quite well. And I'm going to take this opportunity, he muttered. Even at the expense of your human body? Eli asked. A small smirk appeared on Zeno's lips. He didn't answer, but they already knew what he would say. Just then, Bobby's old car arrived in front of the shed. He rolled down the window and gestured for Zeno to go inside. He turned to his friends once. I'm going, he said before entering the car. Doha, Minji, and Eli watched as the car drove away from them, a collective thought running inside their minds. Their friend was so cool. In the tall building of the SK channel, a group of acclaimed staff and actors gathered inside its widest room. Snacks were placed on the table, free-flowing for all. Actors, who were already part of the confirmed cast, greeted each other with curt smiles. Old friends, those who had worked with them on previous projects, took the extra time to catch up with their lives. Daeshim Ho arrived and was instantly greeted with deep bows. Director Hyunbin greeted with a small smile. He was going to play Minister Yoon, the Punisher of the land, and the uncle who would make Hajin suffer explicitly since he was a child. Sir Hyunbin, Daeshim exclaimed at the older man, going in for a light hug. Thank you for coming today despite the short notice. Of course, Hyunbin chuckled. This is one of your biggest projects of the year. Wait, let me rephrase that. It's one of your biggest projects ever. Daeshim waved his hands. I heard the time slot got moved, Hyunbin whispered, leaning closer to him. 9 p.m., right? That's the heart of prime time. A small smile appeared on Daeshim's lips. How did you know? Hyunbin laughed out loud. He was happy that he was going to be a part of a prime-time show in the biggest channel in their country. Of course, he said. There are eyes and ears everywhere. The two of them continued to conversate like old men while some more of the other cast members arrived. Risa Park, in all of her glory, opened the door, and all of them turned toward her way. There's our leading lady, Daeshim exclaimed as soon as he saw her. Risa smiled and waved at everybody in the room. As a longtime actress and A-lister, she was treated like royalty. However, she didn't act like one. She kept bowing at the other artists, even to the staff, like a humble servant. Thank you for having me, she said. Come and sit, Daeshim said, patting the seat next to him. On his other side was Hyunbin. Hyunbin and Risa exchanged warm smiles before the latter sat. This feels very familiar, Hyunbin chuckled. Just add E and CO into the mix, and this is Code Black, he exclaimed. The three of them chuckled. Well, the two of you are perfect for the role, so we can't help the similarities in casting. Just then, the door opened once more, this time revealing Shin Pion, the crown prince and father of Hajin and his brothers. He was a B-list actor who was known to take on father roles. This was the first time he was going to play someone quite cunning, and he was excited for the moment. Shin, Risa exclaimed. They had acted together before, so they were familiar with each other. After a while, the room was filled. Annie arrived not long after, and she was introduced by Daesham as the genius writer of the show. She was greeted with a round of applause, which she didn't take too well as her cheeks became impossibly red. Chachi, who was in charge of keeping up with every guest, tapped Daesham's shoulder. All of the confirmed cast are here, sir, she said. Daesham looked around and smiled. The notable ministers, the leading lady, the crown prince, his wife, and the queen had all gathered inside the room. This cast was already star-studded, even if they still weren't complete. The actor playing the had some important business to tend to, so he wasn't there at the moment. How about the prospects? Daesham asked. Chachi smiled. They're on their way, sir, she answered. Good, Daesham affirmed. Right after he said those words, the door opened, revealing the actor that he was looking forward to the most. Chapter 145, Battle of the Actors, 1. Asuka. The young man entered the room with a pleasant smile. The staff and actors turned to him with wide eyes. The latter wasn't expecting his arrival. The auditions for the main role had been kept within the down low, and it was only being revealed who had passed. Annie looked down at her notebook and bit her lip. So, they really did choose him, huh? Her mind kept going to a certain man with a sparkly gaze and intense delivery. She had remembered picking him as the best among those who had auditioned. However, in the end, the final decision was still with the director and SK Channel. Good morning, everyone, he greeted, taking a seat amongst one of the 5 vacant seats. Asuka Beck is really here. His aura is definitely different. As expected, someone who comes from a rich family has a different aura. I was able to watch his audition tape by accident, and he did really well. What a great guy. With him as Hajin, I feel reassured. Annie sighed quietly. It seemed that everyone was in favor of him being Hajin, too. As much as she wanted to fight for what she wanted, she also didn't want to create any trouble. Meanwhile, Hajin couldn't help but feel happiness inside his heart. After a while, he had landed a main role, and it was one of the most well-loved novels of all time in their country. Asuka had auditioned for Hajin. Daesham started off. The others bowed at him. Asuka smirked and started to guess the roles of those inside the room. Crown Prince, he said, pointing at Shin. The older man nodded. Emperor, he asked, pertaining to Hyunbin. Hyunbin chuckled, placing his hands over his stomach. He was flattered that someone had mistook him for the emperor. Oh, you are flattering me, he said. I'm Minister Yoon. My senior is going to play the emperor. Oh, Hajin muttered. Then, he turned to the next person, which was Risa. Lady Daesham? Risa merely nodded with a polite smile. It's nice to see you here, Risa. Hajin smirked. We don't see each other as often in the company. I guess we'll be playing as lovers this time around. Risa chuckled, crinkling her eyes before pursing her lips. She should address her as his senior. She started acting way earlier than he did. Despite the two of them being in the same company, Risa couldn't say that she liked Asuka. People in Daybak seemed to love to praise the ground he walked on. He hasn't shown anything disgustingly obvious. However, Risa wasn't a fan of those who were aware of their privilege and made sure it was known wherever they went. It was quite a shame that he was going to be her leading man. But then again, she wasn't a stranger to working with some of the worst people on earth. Asuka turned to the side, frowning slightly when he saw that there were still some empty seats. He thought he was going to arrive last. He usually liked doing so. As mentioned, those who arrive last are usually the main characters. He cleared his throat. I believe these are the seats of my brothers, he asked, chuckling in amusement. Daesham smiled, but before he could respond, another person arrived. They all turned, seeing Yuan, who appeared fresh from the salon. Everyone, meet Yuan, Daesham said. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw the popular actors in the room. He wasn't expecting them to be here. He bowed before taking the seat next to Asuka. Good morning, he softly said. Asuka was quite surprised. He was expecting Suho to get chosen as the younger brother, but it seemed Yuan took the role in the end. Yuan also smiled at Asuka. Pleasure to work with you, he said. Asuka nodded and focused his gaze on the bigger stars in front of him. Since this was going to be his home for the next couple of months, it was better to leave a lasting impact during their first meeting. Before he could get another word out, the door opened once more, this time revealing Suho. Asuka's eyebrows raised in surprise. So, Suho was also here? That meant that he was the eldest brother. He was pretty confused. Suho appeared younger than him. That was because he was. Wouldn't it be a mismatch? Still, Asuka shrugged, deciding to accept it in the end. He didn't care who they cast. Just as long as he was the main character, then everything was all right for him. Can we start now? Asuka asked, impatiently tapping his feet against the floor. Daisham smiled. We're still waiting for some people. With that, he returned to his conversation with the other artists. Asuka was even more confused. What other characters were still there? Did they also include the eunuchs and such? Just then, the door opened once more, this time revealing Daniel Byan, who had the friendliest smile in the entire world. When he saw who was sitting at the table, he felt even more alive. What a great set of cast. He was more excited to be working with such big stars. Although he already had his big break, he was greedier for more. Daniel, Asuka muttered. Who will he be playing? Lady Daisham's brother? But he was an only child. That was why she was the most cherished of the state counselors. Asuka shook his head. They were nearly complete, so he decided to give his thanks to everyone. I just want to take this opportunity to thank all of you. He started off, capturing everybody's attention. From the beginning, I always thought I would make the perfect Hajin. The other three men turned to him with furrowed brows. Hajin? Yuan innocently asked. Aren't I Hajin? Suho chuckled, but it sounded quite strained. As far as I know, I am Hajin. Wait, Daniel interrupted. I am Hajin. The staff were surprised, and they all checked their emails. However, there weren't any errors. Chachi read through it and frowned. You see, no one is Hajin yet, she began explaining. The other actors, too, turned to her and listened intently. This is fun, Risa muttered, looking at their faces. They all appeared quite confident. At that moment, Risa realized what they were there for. To choose the true Hajin. This is where we will decide, Chachi continued. A second audition. This is what we've sent to your respective companies. The moment their companies received the news, the four actors were sure they had the role. They didn't even see it was for a callback. They merely saw the congratulations and thought it was a done deal. Asuka felt like he was hit by a cheap truck. Then, he turned to the empty seat before turning back to Chachi. So, that means, all of us are doing it again. Yes, Chachi smiled. All 5 of you. 5, Daniel muttered. Then, like perfect timing, the 5th person finally arrived. Chapter 146, Battle of the Actors, 2. You're sick, Bobby exclaimed as he pulled up in front of the SK building channel. It's fine, Zeno said, waving him off. He grabbed some napkins from his broken compartment to wipe the side of his face. He was slightly drenched from the rain because Bobby's car window didn't close fully. You should have told me, he muttered. So, this was why your friends appeared like they didn't. Want to let you go. Bobby reached out to hold Zeno's arm, but quickly retaliated when he felt how warm he was. This can't be, he muttered, about to turn around to go to a hospital, but Zeno placed his hand over the gear and shook his head. Then he sighed. You know how hard it is to get to this point, Zeno started off. Your company has been in a slump. Wait, no, in a dump. You've never experienced a surplus. All you've had are deficits. That's why your family is starting to resent you. Bobby placed his hand over his heart. Did Zeno have to go this hard on him? It's only because a good-looking, talented young man has entered your company that you now have opportunities like this, he continued. Bobby paused. Well, he couldn't really argue about that. Zeno was all those things. However, even then, you know that things wouldn't be easy on me or the company. An opportunity like this comes once in a lifetime. So, just take care of your family, and I'll do my best, Zeno ended, manually opening the car door, but not fully opening it yet. Then, maybe, you can also become the father and husband you want to be while getting to live your dreams. With that, Zeno opened the door and ran out, momentarily getting wet once more. Bobby reached out to him, but he was already on his way inside. He washed his back as he entered, still wet from the rain. Then, he shook his head. What a good guy, he muttered. Meanwhile, Zeno glanced at his watch and saw that he was running a bit behind. Still, he went to the men's restroom to tidy up a bit. The others must be there already, and he didn't want to appear so pathetic. He looked at his reflection as he let his clothes dry through the hand dryer and noted that he appeared even worse this morning. His cheeks were redder, and his eyes appeared quite sullen even though he didn't feel sad at all. He sighed and shook his head, running his fingers through his hair one last time before going to the designated room. He didn't know what he was expecting as he opened the door, but it definitely wasn't a room filled with other A-list and B-list actors. Zeno stopped in his tracks as they simultaneously turned to him. A sound that could only be described as a suffering hippopotamus was heard in the room, but still, that didn't snap most of them from their shock. Shin's eyebrows raised in surprise, and he turned to Risa, who had her hand over her mouth. "Was that you?" he asked. Risa cleared her throat and sat straight, shaking her head. "Of course not," she denied, but the older actor knew better. A small smile appeared on his lips. "This kid is pretty handsome," he said, and Risa held in the urge to smile. Heck yeah, he was handsome. Meanwhile, Daesham merely bowed at him. There was something about the young actor that somehow pulled him in. That was the very reason why he decided to hold the second audition in the first place despite talking to Mr. Kim of Dayback Entertainment. "Sit down," he said. Zeno nodded and went to sit next to Daniel. The four other actors followed his movements as he sat. Daniel bit his lip in frustration. "I knew it," he muttered. The voice that aggravated him during the first auditions was none other than Zeno. Yuan turned to him and pursed his lips. This was the first time he had seen Zeno Han in real life. He had actually really enjoyed Stars in My Ordinary Sky because he related to the plot. He had gone through something similar when he was in high school, and Zeno portrayed that feeling of heartbreak really well. Annie, who was adjacent to Zeno, couldn't stop looking at him. Her heart thumped against her chest because, once again, Hajin was right in front of her. Meanwhile, Asuka couldn't help but frown. He understood why the other three actors were chosen. They had the skill and experience for it. However, who was this guy? He never saw him in any of the red carpet events, nor in highly regarded clubs. He just came out of nowhere. "Introduce yourself, please," Chachi said. Zeno pursed his lips and nodded. "Good morning, everyone," he said in a slightly rough voice due to his growing cold. "My name is Zeno Han. I've only started my acting journey this year." Risa frowned as soon as she heard her voice. Was he sick? He was definitely sick. That wasn't how Zeno usually sounded. Asuka, on the other hand, finally figured out this guy's identity. It was the very same man who had humiliated him that day. His hands clenched under the desk, and he couldn't help but scrutinize his side profile. Did he actually get this far? This was unbelievable. Daesham cleared his throat, capturing everybody's attention. "Now that everyone has introduced themselves, allow me to present our agenda for today," he said. As you all know, The Forsaken Prince is a well-loved novel, along with its franchises. This year, the SK channel decided to bring a drama adaptation to the masses. Not only is the country looking forward to it, but also the entire world. Those listening nodded in agreement. Annie blushed at the indirect compliment. "With regards to this," he continued, "we had started the process since last year, picking the finest actors for the certain roles. We have had several auditioning processes for the main role, but none of them clicked, until now." He lifted his head, looking at the 5 different actors one by one. "In fact, it has exceeded our expectations as we now have 5 choices for Hajin." The actors stiffened, and they instinctively glanced at each other, knowing they were, in fact, in a competition now. Zeno, on the other hand, just kept his gaze forward, waiting for Daesham to finish his statement. "With that, we have decided to have another round, but this time, only with the best of the best. In front of some of the confirmed cast and the beloved staff of The Forsaken Prince, you shall be acting in one of the most integral scenes to Hajin's identity. And after that, we will finally be choosing who will be our Hajin." Chapter 147, White Aura. "I can't believe this." Asuka scoffed as he looked at the script in his hand. The floral scent of the restroom made him even more agitated, causing him to crumple the piece of paper through his grip. "A second audition," he muttered, shaking his head. He could just walk away from this building and never look back. How is it that they were making him take a second audition? Didn't they know who he was? However, even then, he didn't have it in him to walk away from a role that he thought would be well loved by the public. He reached for his phone inside his pocket and search for his cousin's number to see if he had really talked to Daesham PD. However, he stopped when the door suddenly opened, revealing Zeno with bloodshot eyes. Asuka immediately placed his phone back into his pocket and straightened his posture. Zeno, on the other hand, went to the sink next to him and began dousing his face with water. He sighed in relief when the cool water touched his hot skin. He knew his fever was at an all-time high, but he couldn't leave until he was finished with this. Asuka turned to him and pursed his lips. As Zeno patted his face with a paper towel, Asuka realized that he didn't go to the salon like the rest of the guys did to get his makeup and hair done. He pursed his lips and felt another unimaginable annoyance go through his veins. What was even more annoying was that Zeno didn't spare him a glance. He merely threw the paper towels in the bin before leaving the room. Asuka's fists clenched by his side. Since he was young, he was used to being pampered. Being born into a well-known and rich family, he was even called a young master. Even when he was a new actor in his teens, people treated him like he was a veteran because of his name. However, Zeno completely blew him off. Meanwhile, Zeno ran his fingers through his hair as he walked back to the conference hall. "Was there a person in there?" he muttered, stopping after a while. Then, he shrugged and continued on his way. However, he stopped when he suddenly received a notification. +1 public perception. +100,000 followers. Fame meter, 10%. His meter was increasing at a slower pace now that it has changed. It seemed that fame was much harder to achieve. Earlier this morning, when he received the news that he had a callback, he had another increase, which meant that he was going to get another item. +1 white aura potion. Awakens an ethereal glow beneath the skin. Under its enchantment, the actor becomes the center of attention. A natural spotlight. "This is insane, by the way," Shin said as the aspiring Hajins went out of the room to practice for a short while. "This is the first time I've encountered something like this." Hyunbin chuckled and patted his shoulder. "It happens more often than you think." "Oh," Shin muttered, scratching the back of his neck. "It must be because I haven't been in the industry for long." Risa chuckled. "Trust me, it's a good thing you haven't experienced it. I had to do this once in front of so many huge actors, and I thought I was going to faint." "What made you want to do something like this, PD?" she then asked, turning to the older man. Daesham pursed his lips, his eyes straying toward the young girl who was doodling on her notebook. There was a small smile playing on her lips that appeared to be that of excitement. "Hajin E is a beloved character because of the well-written novel," he started off. "I believe that choosing the person to play him could make or break the drama." "I agree," Risa muttered. As someone who had read the published novel, she also wanted the best for the drama. "Well, I think that's enough." Daesham set a small smile on his lips. "Bring them in." Chachi nodded and asked the actors to enter the room. As soon as all of them were gathered, the tension increased even more. Asuka was still in a bad mood as he wasn't able to contact his cousin. Instead, he had turned to Assistant Byun, but even then, the foolish assistant couldn't answer his question. In the end, his bad mood intensified, which wasn't great because they were going to enact quite a sad scene. "The scene has been given." Daesham started off. "Annie," he said, gesturing to the clueless woman at the side. Her eyes widened when her name was called. "Yes, PD," she muttered. Zeno focused his attention on her. Meanwhile, the other actors were getting in some last-minute practice. They still didn't know that the woman was the author of The Forsaken Prince. "As the writer of this piece, can you tell us what was your inspiration when you wrote it?" Daesham asked. That seemed to capture their attention. They turned to her in an instant, eyes slightly widening when they realized they hadn't buttered up to the right person. Who knew that such a petite woman would have a great role in this drama? Annie felt her pulse quickening and her palms growing sweaty. She didn't like how all of the attention was on her. However, when she slightly lifted her head and met gazes with Zeno, she felt her breath slightly hitch. He was looking at her like he was genuinely interested in her answer, as opposed to the other actors who only started paying attention to her only after they knew she was the author of The Forsaken Prince. With that, she spoke. It came from the feeling of wanting to be wanted, she muttered. When you're born into this world, there's one thing that you're supposed to have, a family. Why else would you be born? In fact, there is no other way you can be born without it. She started off, gaining more confidence. Because of a union, we were born. However, it isn't always certain that we'll get something as simple as a family. Some people get a complete one, Some people get an incomplete one, and some have none at all. Some people just have it for show, while some have gotten used to the feeling of being unloved. However, at the end of the day, it is in our nature to desire to be precious to someone else, even if it's one individual. I wrote this scene because Ha-jin has been alone for most of his life, and although I had portrayed him as a strong character from the beginning, he still longs for a family, she continued. That is why I wrote this scene, to make Ha-jin appear more human. Chapter 148, Going First. Oh shit. Zeno thought over and over in his head. Did Annie have some extraterrestrial powers that allowed her to distinguish between a human and an alien? How could she single him out like this? However, when he saw how she went back to her usual shy self, he realized that she was merely stating her real intent and personal experience. Zeno let out a small sigh of relief. She didn't appear to be a Rennies. Meanwhile, Asuka held in the urge to yawn. All of that talk was starting to make him lose his patience. When are they going to start acting? Very well said, Risa said with a small smile, touched by what Annie had said. Annie smiled at her before focusing her gaze on the table once more. This is the scene of Ha-jin with the crown prince when he saves him from the fire that was caused by those who also want the throne for themselves, Daishim said. Since Shin is already here, you will be acting with him. There is no need to get up, he continued. You shall say your lines in your seats. I also understand that this is a last-minute callback, so you may read directly from it. The actors nodded at Daishim PD's instruction. Now, who will go first? He asked, looking at the four actors. The tension in the room increased even more if that was even possible. They were gauging each other's responses, with nobody wanting to go first. Asuka, as always, wanted to go last. Why don't we start with the newest actor in the room? He suggested with a hidden smirk. They all turned to Zeno, who was sitting idly. It's only fair, don't you think? Asuka asked, turning to the other actors. We have a hierarchy in the industry, after all. Daniel hummed in response. Zeno has only started acting this year with minor roles. Why don't you show us the passion of a rookie? He asked, nudging his shoulder. Zeno shrugged. Sure, he said. Then, he glanced at them. Daniel and Asuka had satisfied looks on their faces. Suho appeared nervous, while Yuan appeared to be looking forward to his performance. He let out a soft sigh, glancing at the script, before lifting his head. Risa covered her mouth. The look in his eyes had changed, she whispered. In life, there were usually two ranks which people tend to focus on, the first and the last. The same was true with performances. The last performer bore the statement, save the best for last, as it was usually reserved for the grand finale. The first, on the other hand, set the tone for everybody else performing. If the first performance was good, then you would expect more from the next performance. If it was mediocre, then the stakes weren't too high. Zeno knew he could make the stakes higher. In his 24 past lives, having a parent was a privilege. Sometimes, being loved by that parent was practically an impossible wish. So, he wasn't a stranger to being the unloved one. You may begin, Daishim said. The room turned quiet, with most of them anticipating how Zeno's performance would be. A lot of them who were inside the room still didn't know what his acting skills truly were and why he was even considered for such a huge role. The actors, although not wanting to admit it out loud, were the most curious about him, too. So, with that, he finally began. The crackling of the dying flames echoed behind them, faint and brittle, like the memory of a nightmare that had not quite passed. Smoke still hung thick in the air, trailing through the blackened pines like silent ghosts mourning what had been lost. Guards shouted in the distance, their silhouettes barely visible through the haze as they worked to quell the final embers consuming the royal retreat. Crown Prince Wang-suk stood amidst the charred wreckage, his robes scorched and torn, ash smeared across his face like war paint. His breathing was heavy, the firelight reflecting in his eyes. In an orchestrated fire led by his brothers, Crown Prince Wang-suk should have been dead. He had saved the people inside the palace, the ministers, the priests, and his sons. Now he was left all alone. He should have died, and the throne for the crown prince should have been emptied. However, the person he least expected to help him came out of the shadows. His illegitimate son, Ha-jin. Wait, Shin read, already channeling the sternness of Crown Prince Wang-suk. The room was bombarded with his loud voice, truly fit for an imposing figure. Ha-jin was supposed to turn away from him, leaving without an explanation. However, Wang Suk initiated a conversation. Why? Shin asked. Why did you come back? You could have fled with the others. Daisham's gaze was focused on Zeno, and he noticed how micro-expressions passed through his face, like how his gaze darkened as he met his father's. Is it not the principle, Zeno slowly said, to save as many lives as possible? Suho turned to him with raised eyebrows. His modulation and tone sounded like that of an ancient man. Did he study how those in the Joseon era spoke? Shin frowned. If you think this is your path to the throne, Hajin, it is not. A bitter smile tugged at the edge of Zeno's lips. I know. He leaned forward only a little, and it was then that Shin noticed that Zeno was staring at him. The older actor was surprised for a moment. His gaze was so intense that Shin couldn't even sustain their eye contact. I know, Zeno repeated. I did not carry you from the fire because I sought your seed, nor because I longed for a father's pride. If that were so, I would have left. You. Shin gulped. The way Zeno said it felt like he meant it. Annie was covering her mouth to prevent herself from making any unnecessary noises. She was afraid she was going to ruin the moment. Yuan, on the other hand, bit his lip. Maybe having him go first wasn't a good idea after all. Then why? Shin asked again, softer this time. The illegitimate Hajin looked past him toward the royal pavilions reduced to rubble and flame. His voice, when it came, was low and slow, carved from years of silence. I have never known a father's love, he said. Not once. Shin blinked. You did not raise me. You did not defend me. You did not even speak my name unless duty required it. You allowed the court to sneer at my blood, and you offered me neither shield nor shelter. Even though they were just acting, Shin felt ashamed. He wasn't even Wang Suk, but he felt like a real asshole. You may think that I have always sought the throne, Zeno continued, but what I longed for was far simpler. To be looked at, to be seen, as your son. Lament's embrace activated. White aura consumed. Chapter 149, Unsurpassable Performance. Should Zeno have saved the white aura potion at a more crucial time? Sure. Unlike his other items, it was a one-time use only, and it would have been a game-changer on the bigger stage. However, he felt that if he didn't use it now, there might not be a better opportunity for him to use it at all. It was now or never for him. Zeno also didn't consume it at the beginning of his scene because he knew the others were underestimating him. The moment he captured all of their attention, he finally used the potion, and let's just say that Zeno had made the right decision. Is he glowing? Risa muttered. Daisham, too, stood straighter as he looked at Zeno. There was a sadness in him that felt he had truly embodied the character. Along with that, a white light seemed to shine behind him, so he couldn't look at anybody else. And of course, the cherry on top was his actual sickness, which made him look 10 times more pitiful. Daniel, who was right beside him, squinted his eyes. He felt blinded for a second. But how was that possible when all of the curtains were closed and only the light above them illuminated the room? There weren't any tears in his eyes, yet somehow, that made it even sadder. A son who had lost so much that even tears didn't come to him. Zeno finally broke eye contact, and it was only at that moment that Shin felt he was truly able to breathe. I was born with your face, he continued, but not your name. I bear your blood, but never your embrace. And so I learned early that there are many things a man may live without, but the absence of a father's warmth, it leaves a cold that never quite fades. Shin's breath got caught when Zeno's eyes met him again. He felt like he was being deprived of oxygen at this point, and for some reason, he had the urge to cry and ask for his forgiveness. You are not a good father, Wang Suk. There were audible gasps that were heard inside the room, from the actors to the staff and Daisham PD himself. It felt that he was talking to them, about how all of them had a fault, and how all of them owed him an apology. But, Zeno continued, you are a good leader, and if there is one thing this nation deserves, it is to be led by one who does not falter. One who, even when he doesn't love rightly, still carries the will to lead justly. I saved you, he continued, because the people still need you, and because I could not let the last chance for dignity die with you in the fire. With that, Zeno finally ended the scene with a curt bow. The moment he said his last line, nobody dared to move or even speak. In fact, some of them couldn't breathe properly at all. Risa felt a tear fall from her eye, but she quickly wiped it away, not wanting to look like such a big fan. However, as she looked at Zeno and saw how he had just channeled those emotions from within his handsome self, she realized that she had admired the right person. This man, having less than half a year of experience, had done the unspeakable. Daishim cleared his throat of the lump that had formed after watching Zeno's performance. If it was based on acting alone, he truly had surpassed all of his expectations. However, as he turned to the side and looked at the other actors, who were equally as stunned as he was, he began to doubt himself once again. Could Zeno, the young man without a strong background, become the main lead of a primetime show on the SK channel? Thank you, Daishim finally said, not giving anything away. However, the whispers from the staff who were on the side could be heard. That was amazing. I nearly cried. He didn't even look at his script. Not once at all. Did he memorize it all in the span of minutes? Annie couldn't believe it, too. He had shown the emotions that Annie was truly looking for in that scene. It seemed he knew a lot about Hajin. Perhaps, did he read the novel? Annie shook her head. That didn't seem like the case. However, she could only dream. In her mind, there was no other choice. She wanted Zeno Han to play the part. Meanwhile, the rest of the actors realized they had made a grave mistake by letting Zeno go first. Fuck, Daniel cursed under his breath. How is it that he had improved so much in the time that they hadn't seen each other? Yuan, on the other hand, pursed his lips to hide his smile. If he didn't get this role, then he would still be thankful. He had to see such great acting in real life. He, too, was considered a genius in acting when he first started off, especially since was originally an idol. However, he realized that he still had a long way to go. This guy had put things into perspective for him. Asuka bit his lip in nervousness this time. He glanced at Daishim PD, and as much as he tried to keep his expression neutral, Asuka could see the underlying satisfaction in his eyes. He wasn't going to choose him, was he? After all, Assistant Byun had texted him that the second audition was merely for formalities. He had the part. He had to. His cousin had talked to Daishim PD about sponsoring the drama. Meanwhile, Zeno could feel it, their admiration. Once more, he felt that acting could elicit such cool emotions from people. +1 public perception. Deemed as a good actor by workers in the industry. Fame meter, 11%. Now, Daishim PD said, looking at the other actors. Who's next? Zeno had set the tone with his performance. He had raised the stakes so high that they doubted if they could surpass him. So, of course, they weren't able to say anything. Nobody wanted to go next. They knew, in fact, they couldn't live up to his performance. Chapter 150, Make Wise Decisions. Zeno was out of it. His ears were ringing, his heart pounding, and he felt like he was simultaneously in the Sahara Desert and the North Pole. As a result, he wasn't able to monitor the other vying actors' performances, or maybe they just weren't good enough to be remembered. After Zeno finished his performance, Daniel tried right away. It became clear as day that although Daniel was significantly more popular than Zeno, his acting skills were very lacking. Instead of a wise, unloved son, he portrayed Hajin as a rebelling, spoiled teen brat. In the end, his performance was quickly forgotten. Yuan was up next, and since the very beginning, his acting already felt quite resigned. He undoubtedly did a better job than Daniel. However, it felt like he had already accepted loss from Zeno. Who's going next? Daishim PD asked. Suho turned to Asuka. He was supposed to go next. The two of them were similar in age, with Asuka being only 2 years older. However, even then, Suho had debuted first since he started very young. Asuka was the one who suggested going by the order of their debut. However, it seemed he only said it because he didn't want to go first. In the end, Suho begrudgingly started. Somehow, that aggravation gave him more of an edge. However, he sounded too angry to be Hajin, making Daishim PD purse his lips. It would be a waste to let him go, he muttered under his breath. Risa heard him and smiled softly. Then, finally, it was Asuka's turn. Even after the 3 other actors' scenes, Asuka could only ever think about Zeno's audition. 3 months, that was what he heard. Zeno had only been acting for 3 months. Asuka had been acting for 12 years already. However, even then, he started taking acting lessons when he was 4 years old. He wasn't a child actor because he wasn't naturally good, a thought that left a bitter taste in his mouth. However, naturally, with all of the money, resources, and time that he and his parents had invested in his career, he became a good actor. No, a great actor. Asuka aimed to become the greatest actor of all time, and in a few years, he knew he would be able to do it. If there was one feeling he hated more than frustration, it was doubt. The feeling that something was uncertain. And, at that moment, that was exactly what Asuka felt. He cleared his throat and started his scene. He knew that his years of training and practice wouldn't fail him. He began to convince himself that Zeno's acting was only impressive because it was new. Aside from that, there was nothing special about it. I saved you because the people still need you. And because I could not let the last chance for dignity die with you in the fire. Asuka ended the scene with tears brimming in his eyes. That was one of his greatest strengths, to cry easily and naturally. Of course, he was going to use it. After he was finished, some satisfied hums were heard throughout the room, making him smirk. Risa pursed her lips. As much as she hated this guy, she couldn't deny that he was a good actor. On the other hand, Shin felt ambiguous. He knew that Asuka Beck was impressive. However, he felt that he, himself, was the one who had a problem in this scene. Why was it that he wasn't able to feel the emotions of Crown Prince Wang-suk so intensely as compared to when he acted with Zeno? Meanwhile, Asuka felt satisfied. There was still some uncertainty in his mind. However, he brushed it all away when he realized he had something that Zeno didn't have: money and influence. Asuka's family could eat at luxurious restaurants for the entirety of their lives, and they would still have some spare money for another life. That was how rich they were. He glanced at Zeno to see if he had impressed him. However, much to his dismay, Zeno's face was buried in his palms, and he did not even bother to glance at Asuka. A small frown appeared on Asuka's face. What the heck? Did he even pay attention? Thank you, everyone, Daishim PD said after a while. Before the auditions, he was determined to choose the main role right after his prospects had acted. However, at that moment, he felt confused once again. He knew he was delaying the filming, but he knew he still needed some time to think about it. He had gathered all of the input from the confirmed cast and other integral staff members. However, even then, he couldn't come up with a decision. "We will get back to you again," he said, making quiet sighs of frustration fill the room. "We will be contacting your respective companies about the results in a week," he added, giving himself a deadline. The others nodded. Zeno was still out of it. All he knew was that he needed to wait some more before they got the results. With that, he stood from his seat and bowed to the others. Risa watched him with furrowed eyebrows. He looked even worse than before. She wanted to go to him, but decided not to in the end because he didn't know she was a big fan. Annie, too, followed Zeno's movement as he left the room first. He appeared to be in a hurry, making her bite her lips. She wanted to talk to him about how he had impressed her. However, she lost her chance in the end. Meanwhile, Asuka quietly scoffed when he saw Zeno go first. "What an unpleasant attitude," he muttered, shaking his head. Wasn't he aware that leaving the room also required some hierarchy? With that, the other artists started leaving one by one. Asuka, though, stayed in his seat. Daishim PD noticed this and decided to approach the actor. "Asuka," he greeted. Asuka lifted his head and uncrossed his arms. "Ah, Daishim PD. I was waiting for you to approach me." A small frown appeared on the director's forehead. Then, he chuckled in response. "Yes, what do you need?" he asked. Asuka stood from his seat and gestured for Daishim to head out of the room. The PD nodded and followed Asuka to the empty hallways. Daishim stayed silent and waited for Asuka to start the conversation. "I'm going to cut to the chase," he started off. "I honestly don't know why you are dragging your decision for this long." "Pardon," Daishim muttered. "Shouldn't the filming have started by now if the drama is projected to air by the second or third quarter of the year?" he asked. "Where are you going with this, Asuka?" Daishim chuckled out of awkwardness. Asuka pursed his lips and placed his hand on the older man's shoulder, giving it a tight squeeze. "I'm just saying this out of genuine concern for the production, Daishim PD. I believe that Dayback Entertainment has spoken to you already," he continued, causing Daishim to freeze. "I want this drama to walk on a flower path, so I hope you hasten the process," he said with a smile. Daishim was unable to look into the young man's eyes. "For the better of everyone, I hope you make the right decision." Chapter 151, Heart Beats Fast. Blurg. Herk. Herk. Crap, Zeno muttered as he wiped his mouth with a napkin. He leaned against the wall of the toilet cubicle and let out a deep breath. He was determined to go home and get some uninterrupted sleep. However, he found himself in the restroom, puking the breakfast that Doha had prepared. It was strange since he was sure he didn't have a stomach bug. Was all of this caused by the rain? When he was sure he had nothing left to puke, he went out of the cubicle and gargled on the sink. He washed his face with some water right after and looked at himself in the mirror. He knew it was getting bad because he didn't even appear flushed now. Instead, he was pale, and his eyes were glazed over. Zeno shook his head and glanced at his phone, wondering if he should ask someone to pick him up. Lenny and Sarang had a gig with Moby, and he didn't want to call Bobby. He should be with his family at that moment. With that, he sighed and placed his phone back in his pocket. He ran his fingers through his hair and was about to leave the restroom when suddenly, an equally pale-faced Daesham PD entered. The two of them paused when they realized each other's presence. Then, Zeno bowed his head despite the dizziness. He felt, "You're still here," Daesham PD started off. Zeno nodded. "I had some business," he vaguely said, making the older man chuckle. He finally relaxed. Zeno Han. He said his name, causing Zeno to look at him with inquiring eyes. A small smirk appeared on Daesham's lips. "You really are quite charming," he said. Zeno scratched the back of his neck. "I didn't say anything yet." Daesham chuckled. "Yeah," he muttered. "It's strange. You don't even have to say anything." Zeno cleared his throat. He appreciated the old man making a conversation, but his mind was getting hazy. For some reason, despite the many conditions he had experienced in his entire lifetime, fevers were one of his greatest weaknesses. It was the basic foundation of illness, but why the heck did it feel so annoying? It elicited something in him that he kept buried inside. "I'm curious," Daesham continued, making Zeno purse his lips. Daesham still wasn't done. "What made you start acting?" he asked out of genuine curiosity. It just seemed so sudden for Daesham. When his staff had done a background check on his prospects, it seemed that Zeno Han didn't initially have the desire to act. At least, that was what he had gathered from his profile. An ordinary school life. Just got out of the military. No other jobs connected with acting, too. What suddenly changed? Zeno must have been really out of it because before he was even aware of his words, he started telling the truth. "Me," muttered. "I started acting to become ordinary." Daesham PD's eyebrows raised in surprise. He wasn't expecting such a response. "Ordinary?" he asked before chuckling. "I'm sorry, but there is nothing ordinary about this job." "I know," Zeno said, leaning against the sink in case he fell from dizziness. "It's strange, isn't it? Wanting something like that." It was hard to understand the real Zeno Han at first. However, as time passed by, he began to understand. The state of being in the middle, he started off. Not celebrated, not forgotten, not amazing, not miserable, just there. Daesham tilted his head, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "It's strange, but then it sounded like peace." There was a long silence. I think most humans unconsciously want to become ordinary. Not to be nothing, because that's empty and lonely. And not to be something, because that demands too much. Of your body, of your soul. It takes everything from you. He looked up, his eyes meeting Daesham's. The old man's breath got caught in the back of his throat. This young man truly has the skill of doing that. To be in the middle, though, that's balance. That's breathing without always chasing or running. That's smiling without performing. That's something I've never had. Daesham was quiet. Meanwhile, Zeno's inner instinct was telling him to stop speaking. However, that damn fever was clouding his mind. "I guess acting is the closest I could get to it," he continued. In his lifetime, that was exactly what Zeno had been doing. Acting, giving other people the lives they wanted, immersing himself into the role of their lives for a short amount of borrowed time and giving them the life they always wanted right after. He, however, was thrown out of the picture mercilessly without any second thought. "Because I don't think I've ever been just me," he muttered, sounding sadder than he expected. Oh my, did fevers bring this out of him? He wanted to get better really quickly. Still, he continued, "I've always been something for someone. I've worn so many faces and they all worked. But none of them were mine." Daesham's lips parted, but no sound came. What could he say to that? The man across from him looked so young, but his eyes held too many lifetimes. "But why this role?" Daesham finally asked. He felt that it was truly a shame. "You're still quite new in the industry." "No, you are very new. Why would you take on the main role at this stage of your career?" Daesham didn't know why he was asking such direct questions. However, seeing how the young man had bared his soul in front of him, He also chose to become honest. Zeno Han was truly too good, but there were more factors that came into play when choosing who would play Hajini. Zeno shrugged. Because it is what I want, he answered simply. Daisham was once again rendered speechless. Of course, I know it isn't that simple. There are rules in the industry, hierarchies, pay dues, wait your turn. I wish it was simpler, though, he continued. That the best actor would get the role. That the story would be told the way it was written. That talent, not politics, would guide the way. But this world doesn't move like that. There are always invisible threads tugging people into places they don't belong. It is something that will never change. Then, finally, he admitted, still, I guess. I'm doing this now because it makes my heart beat fast. He looked down at his hands again. It makes me feel something I've never felt in my long, long life. For once, Daisham laughed. He laughed out loud, and his voice rang out from the restrooms and out to the hallways. He stepped closer to Zeno and patted his shoulder. You're only 24, young man. You have your whole life ahead of you. There are still other chances. Zeno smirked. Now, he knew that wasn't the case. That might be the case for most people, but for Zeno, every chance felt like the last one. Chapter 152, Money Olympics. Do you think we should call the cops? What is he holding? I think it might be a small child. In a body bag? Zeno glanced at the two mothers with their children standing at the side. He had a mask, a bucket hat, and his hood on, so he knew he looked suspicious. Still, he wasn't doing anything wrong, so he looked away. The mothers, however, ran for their lives, telling their children to study well because they would end up like such a person. Zeno scoffed and shook his head, clutching the keyboard piano with one arm. He had been waiting outside of Gabby's music school with the intention of giving the instrument to her. He could have just given it to Bobby, but Zeno thought Bobby would be too emotional. With that, he waited patiently until the young girl came out. That sounded bad in theory, but he was doing a good thing. Yes, a good thing. Just then, a man with microbangs went out of the building and looked straight at Zeno. Zeno didn't hold his gaze and continued waiting patiently for Gabby to come out. However, the microbangs man walked toward him. He pursed his lips and turned to the side, not wanting to make any eye contact. The guy, whom Zeno had resulted to calling Bangs, stood in front of him. He kept quite a distance, appearing slightly fearful of Zeno. Excuse me, sir, Bangs said. Zeno turned to him and didn't say anything. It was then that Bangs reached for his back pocket, causing Zeno to narrow his eyes. This place does not allow loitering, Bangs continued, his voice shaking. Zeno looked around for a sign, but found nothing. There's no such thing, he said. Bangs pursed his lips and straightened his back. This is a music school with children, he emphasized. You're scaring the parents who are waiting for their kids, he whispered. I need you to go before they cause a ruckus. Zeno looked at the lanky guy and felt quite bad for him. It didn't look like he could win a fight with anyone his age. Still, Zeno couldn't go. He was determined to give the keyboard piano to the little girl today. I'm also waiting for someone, Zeno said. Oh, Bangs said, a small smile appearing on his lips. Is it one of our students? Zeno nodded. Gabby. Bangs' demeanor changed right away. He became as friendly as a golden retriever and placed his hand over Zeno's shoulder. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come on in. They're about to finish, and you're welcome to wait for your child there. Zeno didn't know whether to thank or pity the young man. If Zeno was truly a bad person, then something atrocious would have happened inside that music school. With that, Zeno shook his head. I'll just wait for her here. Thank you, he said before turning away once more, focusing his gaze on the trees. This seemed to be a pretty rich neighborhood. Bobby must not actually afford to take Gabby to music school here, but still decided to. Just then, he felt someone's arms wrap around his waist, making his eyes widen. He was about to karate chop the man's neck when he realized it was just Bangs again. But I insist, he exclaimed. Our music school is extremely hospitable. It's one of our greatest assets. Come on in. The other guardians are waiting. With that, he dragged Zeno toward the music school. Zeno wondered if he should go through with the karate chop, but he had already gathered quite the attention from bystanders, so he just let himself get dragged. He could just wait inside, give the instrument to Gabby, then leave. However, as Bangs opened the door, revealing the fancy interior of the waiting room, Zeno realized he should have proceeded with the karate chop. Inside the room were a bunch of middle-aged rich people having afternoon tea. However, it didn't appear so simple. It felt like a power struggle. Mothers wore their biggest pearls and shining gold jewelry. Fathers wore their flashiest watches with their car keys hanging from their belt loops like prize displays. At that moment, Zeno realized why Gabby didn't want to continue studying at this music school. Even with one look, he could come to a conclusion. As soon as the door opened, they all craned their necks to size up what seemed to be their new opponent. When they saw Zeno in his simple, almost shady getup, silent scoffs left their mouths. Zeno wanted to turn back. However, at that moment, he felt that if he left, then he would lose. With that, he entered and sat on the single-seater. Bang smiled at him and gave him some bagged pretzels, oblivious to the situation. "I'll get you some tea," he said. Zeno nodded silently and placed the keyboard piano on the floor. The bag had gotten dusty because he took the bus and walked there. It didn't take long before they turned to him, asking him questions that were clearly meant to demean him. "It's your first time here," one mother said. Zeno nodded, leaning against his seat. "You seem pretty young to be a dad, although I might be mistaken because I can't see your face too clearly," a father chuckled. "I'm not a dad," Zeno muttered. "I'm someone's uncle," he bluffed, nodding to himself. "Oh," another mother said. Zeno could feel all of their eyes, wanting to pry more and ask him more questions. "Who?" someone finally asked. Zeno pursed his lips before answering. "Gabby," he answered. It was then that looks of understanding passed through their eyes. It seemed that a collective thought went through their heads. No wonder. "Gabby," one chuckled. "That little girl is quite the happy one, isn't she?" Zeno hummed, already disinterested in the conversation. "I heard the other day that she wasn't allowed to attend the dry run for the recital because her dues hadn't been paid." Murmurs were heard across the room, and fake concerned expressions filled their faces. "Oh, that must be sad for a young girl," another said. "His father isn't doing too well. He has a company, but I don't think he should continue with it," another man chimed. "If it's not making you money, then scrap it, am I right? Clearly, it's not doing anything for your daughter." They laughed like it was the funniest thing in the world. Zeno, however, didn't find it funny one bit. Were rich people always this corny? He shook his head and clenched and unclenched his fists. "I don't think that's any of your business." The laughter halted. They all turned to Zeno, eyes wide with his statement. "What did you say?" Zeno lifted his hood, showing his eyes a bit, and looked at the man in his late 30s. "It's none of your business." Chapter 153, Vice Mayor. The man's face became very red. It seemed he had a lot he wanted to say, but couldn't find the right words. Zeno smirked and placed his hood back on. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, was another young woman, undoubtedly the prettiest among the bunch. She clicked her tongue as she was awoken by the sound of fussing inside the room. "Oh, Ari," a young mom whispered. "You're awake." "What's happening?" Ari asked, still blinking the sleep from her eyes. She was already annoyed that she woke up before her nephew had arrived. She usually hated coming here to fetch him because it was filled with rich, obnoxious people. Granted, she also had way too much money for a young person and was treated really well in their circle. Still, Ari didn't like the idea of always talking about one's assets, as if it was the only thing on which their lives depended. She only went to fetch her nephew during the most needed times, like now, when her sister is going to a doctor's appointment for yet another unborn child. Ari shook her head. She still hasn't lost her libido even after years of marriage. Someone had just insulted Vice Mayor, the young mom said, leaning closer to Ari. Now, that snapped her awake. A person had dared go against the Vice Mayor of the city? That person must be nuts. Karain was the most respected person among the circle in their music school. It wasn't just that. Her nephew, who goes to a prestigious private school in Seoul with Karain's daughter, said that their family ruled the entire school. Ari could see it, too. He had made lots of donations for the sake of uplifting his reputation, and it seemed he was also in talks to become the new mayor of the city. The fact that someone spoke against him in their little circle was something to watch. Ari turned to the scene right away. There, she immediately saw the source of the conflict. A man, whose face was nearly entirely covered with a hood, challenged Karain with his gaze. Ari smirked, watching with intrigue. It seemed that coming here today wasn't too bad after all. A woman awkwardly chuckled, looking at Zeno with a sharp gaze. I don't think you know what you're talking about as you are new here. She started off through gritted teeth. This is Vice Mayor Karain. and he only said those words out of genuine concern for Gabby. His daughter, Hila, tries to befriend everyone except for Gabby. I think that says a lot about her upbringing. Zeno's face didn't give anything away. I stand by what I said, he said. Ari froze for a second. His real voice was muffled by the mask, but somehow, he sounded very familiar. It doesn't change the fact that it's none of your business. As far as I know, Gabby hasn't done anything personally to any of you, or her dad. The man is busy with his company. Hey, failing company, Karain muttered, calming down. He pulled on his tie slightly and straightened his posture again. The others had already explained. I said those words out of genuine concern. Zeno scoffed, causing Karain's eyes to widen once more. All right, he muttered. If you're doing it out of genuine concern, then why don't you speak with Gabby's father directly instead of airing out your quote-unquote concern to this group? Ari couldn't help but chuckle. She garnered some attention, but she quickly brushed it off as a cough. Sorry, she muttered, grabbing the tea and drinking it in one go. Itchy throat. Zeno turned to her, a bit surprised to see the young writer among them. Still, it didn't concern him. The vice mayor had lost his composure. However, he tried his best not to show it, especially not in front of such a rich bunch. With that, he settled on smiling. Then, I apologize, he bowed slightly. Zeno's eyebrows raised in surprise. Now, that was unexpected. He didn't know that a man like him could say those words. However, Zeno knew the implication of his words. He was turning him into the bad guy. The other parents turned to Karain with wide, sparkling eyes. Oh, there's nothing to apologize for, one mother said. This young man is just too sensitive. Clearly, we were concerned for Gabby. However, this is a lesson for all of us not to meddle with those who are struggling. There's a reason why poor people stay poor, she blatantly said. Ari frowned at that statement. However, it seemed that the others agreed in a single beat. Zeno's amusement triumphed over his annoyance. Someone would actually say those words out loud? Huh? Just then, the door opened, revealing Bangs with a wide smile. Here's your tea, he said, placing it in front of Zeno. Again, he was completely oblivious to the increasing tension inside the room. The kids are about to be done, he said. They're coming out in a second. The guardians thanked Bangs as he walked back to his little, dainty table on the right side of the room, seemingly attending to calls. Have you hired a new teacher for Hila? Someone asked Vice Mayor Karain, changing the subject. Karain smiled and nodded. It's so difficult finding one these days, as most of them have very expensive rates. Oh, come on. We know you can afford it, Vice Mayor. One chimed, and they burst into chuckles again. Karain, pretending to be humble, placed his hand over his heart. But I am a very thrifty person. I don't want to spend my money carelessly despite its abundance. Ari held in the urge to scoff. But I want the best for my daughter, so I hired a recently graduated college student who won the Seoul International Piano Competition, or the SIPC, this year. Such a talented young woman. What was her name again? Ah, right. Leah Min. Zeno subtly shook his head. I'm jealous. I've been trying to book a lesson with her, but she has limited time slots. You got her as a private tutor. I should also look for another one for my daughter. One that has the same prestige. Karain nodded. I always recommend it. The music school is for fun, and it allows the children to showcase their talents. However, having someone teach them privately will make them more talented. The others nodded in agreement once again. Then, Karain turned to Zeno once more. His voice changed a bit, but it seemed that Zeno was the only one who noticed it. How about you? He asked. The room turned silent once more. Have you gotten Gabby a private tutor for piano? Zeno had no reason to lie. No, he answered. There was some silence once more. That's not a surprise, one mom muttered. I feel bad for the child. They clearly can't afford this lifestyle, so why would they go through with it? Ari bit her lip as she heard the comments around her. Again, she wanted to go home. Coming here truly drained her. Karain merely smiled at Zeno like he didn't just start a fire of criticism from the other parents. Just then, the kids started coming by groups. It wasn't hard to spot who Hila was. She was the only child with gold chains hanging around her neck. It also had those clover leaf pendants that were too expensive for their own good. There was no reason for a child to wear such high-priced jewelry, so it was clear that it was a declaration of status. After a while, Gabby came out. She was all alone, but she still had a small smile on her face. Gabby, your uncle is here, Bangs said, gesturing toward Zeno. "Uncle," Gabby muttered, tilting her head to the side. Then, her eyes brightened when she recognized who it was. He was covered from head to toe, but she could tell from his aura. He appeared like an angel, even like this. She ran toward Zeno, causing him to stumble. "Uncle Angel," she exclaimed. They all turned toward the two of them. "Well, it seems they have a good relationship despite the lack of money," another person muttered. Zeno was about to pull Gabby away from the scene, not wanting to stay there any longer, when whom he presumed to be their teacher came out of the room. "The recital is next week," she said. "There are students who are exemplary," she smiled, turning to Ela and Corain. "And some who need more work," she continued, clearly looking at Gabby. The young girl bit her lips in nervousness when she felt everyone's eyes on her. "I suggest you go through with home practice for those students who are lacking." "Thank you, and I hope to see all of you there." As the teacher left, the room was filled with sharp whispers once more. "That girl is going to ruin the recital. Seriously, they should just pull her out of the show. My mother-in-law is coming, and I don't want her mood to get ruined by a mistake in the performances." Zeno glanced at Gabby and saw her trying to smile despite the slander. No wonder she was such a wise, strong girl. This was what she was enduring at such a young age. "Let's go, Ela," Corain said, glancing at Zeno with a satisfied expression. He didn't have to say anything, yet he felt like he had won. Zeno, on the other hand, was feeling completely annoyed now. Next to Bang's table, he saw a grand, white piano that appeared to be at least $100,000 worth. "Wait for a minute," he softly said to Gabby. Then, he went toward the piano and sat down. And, without a second thought, he began playing. Chapter 154, Angel. Everyone stopped in their tracks the moment a familiar melody rang in the entire room. Ari, who was nearly at the door with her nephew, halted before turning around. Her eyes widened when she saw the hooded man sitting in front of the grand piano and playing his heart out. Zeno poured all of the annoyance and anger he felt in behalf of Gabby toward playing the piano. It opened with a blaze. Jagged, violent chords like a landslide crashing through the keys. The rhythm was erratic, causing the crowd to flinch. However, even then, they couldn't look away. It wasn't a pretty piece. It was angry, furious, even. However, beneath the rage was terrifying precision. It appeared like he was smashing the keys together, but they created such a harmonious sound. Every note had a purpose. Ari even stepped forward to watch him, her mouth becoming agape with shock. The other parents were the same. They stayed rooted in their spot, and they watched, as shameful as it was to do such a thing. Corain, too, couldn't dare fathom what he was watching. Zeno's fingers blurred across the keys. They were moving so fast that it was impossible to see where one note ended and the next began. Zeno's whole body swayed with the momentum, his chest heaving as the storm within him increased. At some point, it sounded like three pianists playing at once. No one spoke. No one even dared to blink. At that moment, their piano teacher came out of the music room to see where the beautiful noise was coming from. "Who was playing Inferno?" she lightheartedly asked. However, her breath got caught in the back of her throat when she saw that it wasn't, in fact, a recording but a real person playing it. She blinked multiple times, trying to convince herself that this was truly happening. She even rubbed them in case she was dreaming. "Inferno," she muttered. The other parents heard her, and they felt it once more, horror. Inferno, a classic piece that nobody dared touch. It was by a pianist named Theobald Schimmer. It was something that even some of the most seasoned pianists couldn't play at all, and even if they could, it was not up to this extent. This guy, whoever he is, was playing with an eerie similarity. Meanwhile, Zeno internally scoffed as they all watched in silence. Now, they couldn't say anything at all, huh? They couldn't bring their status and money into the conversation. Zeno had left no room for argument. He continued the piece, his body remembering. Who knew he still had it in him? But then again, it wasn't so strange. He did compose it, after all. Mission number 12, Walseisenheim, Austria. Create a piano piece that nobody can recreate. Back then was the peak of his angst as a Rennies. He had lived 100 years by then, and he just wanted to disappear from the entire universe. So, in this particular mission, he decided to channel all his anger into this particular piece. It just so happened that nobody in that lifetime was able to recreate it. Thus, he finished his mission relatively fast. He finished at the age of 16, and it was his one and only song. After that, it became known as the nightmare piece that pianists dreaded. Of course, it could be recreated now, but still, of course, nothing could beat the original. It just so happened that Zeno was the original. Bangs had dropped a teacup to the ground, shattering into pieces. Still, it didn't take away their attention. The piano teacher couldn't believe that someone was playing this piece in real life. She felt like she could die peacefully because it was one of her lifelong dreams to see someone accomplish such a difficult piece. By the time he hit the final crescendo, slamming both hands down on the piano, Zeno was breathless. Some sweat dripped down his chin as the last note echoed, trembling in the silence. Without any word, he stood and gently held onto Gabby's wrist. And with that same quiet fury, he walked out. He didn't look at anyone else anymore. He had already said everything. The door slamming shut snapped those inside the room out of their stupor. They turned to each other with wide eyes, wondering if they had witnessed the same thing. Karain unconsciously clenched his fists. "Ow," Willa said. "Dad, your hand is on my wrist." He quickly removed his grip from his daughter's wrist. However, he didn't make any effort to apologize or tend to her. The rage he felt in his body felt like the piano piece that Zeno had just played. "Who is that?" the piano teacher asked, amazed out of her mind. The others didn't bother responding. All of them were ashamed. They had insulted him for not letting Gabby have a private tutor. Well, clearly, she didn't need one. "Is it Gabby's private tutor?" the piano teacher continued to ask. That was amazing. It felt like a concert at Carnegie Hall. Who is he, really? Still, no one dared to speak. That is until Ari answered with a smile. "Gabby's angel," she answered. That was her angel. Meanwhile, Zeno had dragged Gabby to a park a few meters away from the music school. He was still breathing heavily, but he quickly caught his breath when they halted. "Angel," Gabby said, tugging his sleeve. Zeno turned to her and clicked his tongue. "Why do you keep calling me that?" Gabby merely smiled, her eyes crinkling from amusement. It seemed she felt a lot better after hearing such vile comments from a bunch of so-called adults. "Because you are one," Gabby merely answered, not giving anything away. Zeno sighed and removed his hood. "Well, quit it," he said. Gabby only looked up at him with bright eyes. Zeno shook his head. "Anyway, here you go." He placed the keyboard piano in front of her. "Your dad got it for you." Gabby's brows furrowed, and he knelt down to open the black bag. Then, she gasped when she saw what it was. "My dad got it for me," she muttered. "Yeah," he said. "Now go home." "But I can't carry this," Gabby said. Zeno clicked his tongue. "Ask your mom to come pick you up or something." "She will," Gabby answered. "I texted her to come pick me up from the park." Zeno nodded. "Then go. I'm leaving." However, Gabby kept his grip on his sleeve. "I can't be alone at the park." Zeno clicked his tongue. He wanted to go before her mom arrived. "You're 11. When I was your age, I was already doing hard labor," he deadpanned, recalling some of his lives. "Just stay here where there are other kids. Your mom is near, right?" She quietly nodded. "Good," Zeno said. "She's right there," she exclaimed, pointing behind him. Chapter 155, Delivery. Zeno froze and prepared to bolt. However, it seemed that Solji had the instinct of a mother bear as she quickly arrived and placed Zeno in a headlock. His eyes widened. How did such a small woman have this much strength in her body? "What are you doing with my child? You pervert," she exclaimed. She then turned to Gabby. "What did I tell you, Gabby? Just wait for me inside the music school." Gabby sheepishly scratched the back of her neck. "Mommy, you know I don't like being there." Solji's grip loosened for a second, but it tightened even further right after, making Zeno choke on air. "Mommy," Gabby exclaimed. "He's not a bad person. He's Uncle Angel." "Uncle Angel?" Solji muttered. Zeno took the chance to swiftly move away from her. His mask had fallen in the process, revealing himself to Solji. Solji paused for a moment. "Zeno?" she asked. Zeno massaged his nape before placing his mask and hood back on. "What are you doing here?" Zeno cleared his throat. He then pointed at the keyboard piano on the ground. "I came to deliver that," he said. "Deliver?" Solji asked. "From where?" "From your husband," Zeno answered. Solji's expression instantly softened. "What?" she muttered. "That can't be." She looked at the old instrument before turning to Zeno. "Why would he have his biggest artist deliver it?" Zeno straightened his back. "He's in another gig with Moby. Jace is preparing for his auditions." I'm the only one free to do this. Solji narrowed her eyes. You didn't buy this for us, did you? Do you think I would buy such an old piece of instrument? He asked. Solji pursed her lips. That didn't sound plausible. Perhaps, did her husband really get this for them? I only helped in finding it, Zeno said, snapping her back to reality. It's quite old, but it could still be used. Gabby was already sitting on the grass and pressing on the keys. Do I get to keep this, Mommy? She asked. A smile finally appeared on Solji's lips. Then, she nodded, leaning down to stroke her daughter's hair. She hummed. Your dad got it for you. Gabby's eyes brightened even further, and she began pressing the keys more carefully, as if they were worth more than $1 million. Zeno couldn't help but smirk. Well, it seemed that his work here was done. He was about to leave when Solji suddenly called for his attention. Where are you going? She asked. Zeno raised one eyebrow. Home, he answered. She sighed. Come with us. I've already prepared dinner. Zeno quickly shook his head. It's all right. I insist, Solji said. It's the least I could do for your hard work in delivering this big thing. Zeno was about to deny her request once again when she suddenly felt a hug by his side. Come with us, Gabby said. My mom makes really good taro soup. Oh, and she also prepared some candied sweet potatoes. Okay, Zeno said in a single beat. As soon as he heard those 2 root crops, he was sold. Gabby cheered while Solji smiled. Let's go. I brought the car. Zeno carried the keyboard piano and placed it inside Bobby's beat-up car. With that, they started their journey to their house. The car ride was silent, except for the occasional grunts from the old car. Finally, after a few minutes, they arrived at a narrow alleyway. It was similar to Zenny's neighborhood, although this one was made up of small houses instead of units. It's right here, Solji said, leading Zeno deeper into the alleyway. She uneasily glanced at Zeno, seeing if he was uncomfortable. However, his facial expression was neutral. After a while, they arrived in front of a small, one-story house. It was around 100 square meters wide, including the patio in the front. It was humble but homey. Sorry about this, Solji muttered as she opened the door. It's quite small. It's bigger than my apartment, Zeno said, setting the keyboard on the table in their living room. Gabby wasted no time in plugging it in and trying it out, her smile widening with every key she pressed. Meanwhile, Solji was still stuck on Zeno's previous statement. Your apartment is smaller than this. Zeno nodded. It's all right, though. It's easier to clean. Rent these days is too high. How do they expect humans to live on their own with such prices? Solji couldn't help but chuckle. Zeno seemed to be more economically aware than she had expected. She thought he was from a privileged background, considering all of the projects he has been in. You're right about that, she said. The inflation, the tariffs, and just the world overall are too overwhelming. Money is too concentrated at the top of the pyramid. It's a good thing we were able to secure this lot 13 years ago when prices were still somewhat reasonable. Zeno merely nodded. Meanwhile, Solji took off her coat. Well, wait here. I'll just heat up the food and bring it here. With the mention of the food, Zeno's ears perked up. I'm looking forward to it, he sincerely said. It had been a while since he had eaten his beloved root crops. With that, he settled on sitting next to Gabby, who was still fascinated with the keyboard piano. My dad really got it for me, she said. I told him I didn't want to play anymore, but he knows I like playing very much. He paid for my tuition again. Zeno crossed his arms. That place seems awful, though, he said. Is it worth it studying there? Gabby hummed, placing her finger under her chin. My dad says he wants the best for me, so he takes me to that place. But I don't like it that much. The other kids don't like me, and they act like I'm going to steal their things. I won't, though, she muttered. I just like looking at some of them because I haven't seen them before. But most of all, I don't like how the adults treat my mom and dad. They don't smile at them, and my parents bow at them too much. Zeno clicked his tongue. But I do love playing, she exclaimed, appearing happier. Zeno could see that she genuinely liked what she was doing. I was nervous because the teacher said I'm still not ready. Hila also said that I'm not good enough, she pouted. But it's only because I can't practice at home. She has a piano teacher at home, so it's unfair. Everyone thinks I'm going to mess up. Zeno pursed his lips. For some reason, he had the urge to make this kid the best performer. Just then, he remembered Bobby's words regarding his daughter's talent. Gabby is really talented. I swear she's a genius. That's why I keep paying for such expensive music school fees. Show me what you're going to play then, Zeno said. Gabby nodded and then started playing without any hesitation. However, with the first few notes, it quickly became evident that Bobby had rose-tinted glasses when he complimented Gabby. His daughter wasn't talented at all. Chapter 156, Greatest Dad. No wonder she wasn't ready. It felt like Gabby wouldn't be ready even after an entire month. She didn't need a private tutor. She needed a miracle. Zeno could tell right away that her heart was in the right place, but she had no talent for this field. He pursed his lips as soon as she was finished. How was it? Gabby asked. Zeno should be honest. Right, that was how people improved. It sounds like ass. It sounds so beautiful, honey. Solji chimed, entering with the tray of food in her hands. That was the best. Really, I loved it so much. Gabby brightened up while Zeno pursed his lips. Bobby and Solji truly suited each other. They viewed their daughter as a genius. Well, most parents did. Most parents were also in denial. Here you go, Solji said, placing the beloved root crop dishes on the table. Zeno forgot about Gabby's atrocious playing for a moment and ate with gusto. Solji and Gabby watched him fondly, noting the small smile on his face. It was rare to see him this happy, and it made him look like a kid. At that moment, Solji felt endeared of him. She smiled and prepared another bowl since it seemed like one bowl wouldn't suffice. True enough, Zeno requested another bowl, and afterward, he ate the candied sweet potatoes like they were the most scrumptious thing on the entire planet, and they might just be. It was one of the best foods he had eaten in his long, long life. As soon as he was finished, he saw Gabby still trying to play the keyboard. He sighed and went over to her. He pressed on the keys and gave her some tips. Stretch your fingers, he said, helping with her placement. They're too cramped. That's why it sounds rushed. Gabby followed intently. Zeno sat next to her and demonstrated it. And your thumb should be straight, but the rest of your fingers should be slightly curved. Like holding a tennis ball. She nodded and began pressing the keys in the same manner. I know you've already memorized the piece. So, now that you have a keyboard at home, play it at least 5 times every day until your recital. Zeno played her piece by ear, making Gabby turn to him with wide eyes. You're so good at playing, she sincerely said. Zeno smirked. I'm quite good at these things, he muttered. If you want to be good like me, then do as I say, all right? She nodded. And don't forget to stretch your wrists right after. A pianist's career relies a lot on the wrist. Solji watched from the side, noting that. Zeno was much kinder than she thought. Try playing it again, Zeno said. Gabby nodded and did as she was told. She started playing, with Zeno trying to guide her tempo by clapping. It was definitely much better, but it still wasn't satisfactory. However, an improvement was still an improvement. That's good, Zeno said right after. If you're determined, then you can do it. Beating the other kids is not impossible. Beating the other kids? Gabby asked with wide eyes. Zeno nodded. You want to be the best at the recital, right? Gabby wordlessly nodded. Then, don't be nervous. You're not naturally talented at this, but you're lucky that this kind of skill can be learned even from ground zero. Gabby tilted her head to the side. Keep playing, Zeno said, and with that, Gabby enthusiastically did. He stood and watched her from the side with crossed arms. Thanks, he suddenly heard from beside him. He turned and saw Solji with a wide smile. For what? Zeno muttered, his gaze still focused on Gabby. For doing all of these. I didn't do anything, he said. I just delivered the keyboard piano. Solji chuckled. I know, but that in itself is already something to be grateful for. And, of course, it's not only that. I guess I'm thankful that you ignited the light of my husband's dream again. I could tell it was getting dim, but then you came to the picture. Zeno's eyebrows raised. But I thought you wanted him to stop with this. She sighed and crossed her arms in her chest. I just got tired, you know? There are moments, especially concerning our children, when I feel like our life could have been better, or should have been better. I can't help but question what kind of life we would have if he just had a normal office job with a stable income. But then, Zeno butted in, knowing she had something more to say. But then, I wouldn't see him so happy, she muttered, a small smile appearing on her lips. He's a good provider. It's true that he never let us go hungry. There is so much more I want to achieve in this life, but when I see him so happy, I feel that it will be worth it in the end. You married a good man, Zeno said, looking at their photos on the wall. Even with one glance, he could tell they were a happy family. A stupid one, But a good man nonetheless, he added. Solji laughed out loud, slapping her thighs in the process. I won't even refute that, she said. But it's what makes my husband so endearing. My kids love him a lot, even Ambi. Zeno hummed. I hope it stays that way for a long time. And I hope it gets better with his company, too. The smile on Solji's lips didn't leave as she glanced at Zeno. Truly, this man felt like he was sculpted carefully. His face was a paradox of emotions. Cold yet warm. Handsome yet beautiful. He had the charm that would be loved through the ages. I think that day is coming soon, Solji whispered, making Zeno unable to hear her. What was that? He asked. Solji merely shook her head. Nothing, she muttered. I just wish you the best for your acting journey. I can tell you're going to get far. Zeno paused for a moment. If this was a month ago, then he would have cursed Solji out. However, with his rebellion, he nodded in agreement. Let's see, he merely said. Just then, the sound of the door opening was heard inside the small house. Honey, I'm home. I brought some tanghulu. Zeno uncrossed his arms. Well, it's my cue to go. With that, he walked toward the door, seeing Bobby with a tired yet happy expression. His eyes widened when he saw Zeno in front of them. Zeno, what are you doing here? Zeno shook his head and placed on his shoes. Then, he grabbed a stick of tanghulu from him. If your wife asks you about something, just tell her yes, all right? Huh? Bobby muttered in confusion. Zeno didn't answer anymore and just patted his shoulder. Then, he left their house while snacking on the strawberry tanghulu. Meanwhile, Solji and Gabby greeted Bobby at the doorstep. Dad, Gabby exclaimed. Bobby smiled at her and gave her the dessert. She skipped happily back to the living room while munching on it. Solji, on the other hand, stopped him before he could take another step forward. Did you really get Gabby that keyboard piano? Bobby was even more confused. But then, he remembered Zeno's words. Yes, he warily asked, and with that, he saw his wife's beautiful smile. He couldn't help the warm feeling that bloomed in his chest. Solji went on his tiptoes and placed a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, she muttered. You're the greatest dad Gabby could ever ask for. Chapter 157. The cast is out. I miss Zeno. I'm starting to think that his @Zeno account is a poser. He hasn't posted anything at all. No updates from his company, too. Is his career dead? What if he's gearing up for an ultra, mega, extra huge project? Nah. At least Code Black is bound to be released in a month or so. But he's only an extra there. I need something bigger, a main role. Isn't it too early to ask for that? B, who was bored out of her mind, was scrolling through Sigmoid as usual. However, even then, she didn't feel too excited. There weren't any updates regarding Zeno. She sighed and leaned against her hand, sighing in defeat. I need something, she muttered. She kept refreshing her Sigmoid account when suddenly, it seemed like the heavens had heard her prayers. Bee stood so fast that her chair toppled to the ground. Some of the shoppers turned toward her, but she couldn't care less. She stared at the newly published article with wide eyes. There were two names that caught her attention: the Forsaken Prince and Zeno. She wasted no time in clicking on the article. Exclusive scoop. After months of heated speculation, an insider had confirmed the official cast lineup for the highly anticipated drama adaptation of The Forsaken Prince. Based on the best-selling novel of the same name, the story follows Hajin, a modern-day man who mysteriously transmigrates into the world of his favorite book, as none other than the illegitimate son of the king. With full knowledge of the original plot, Hajin dares to defy fate and fight for a throne that was never meant to be his. The king, Wunkong, Crown Prince Wang Suk, Shin Pion, Minister Yun, Hyunbin Lee, Daesum, Risa Park, Prince Iku, Suho Ryu, Prince Sian, Asuka Beck, Hajin Zeno Han. What do you think? What do I think? Bee exclaimed. Again, she captured the other's attention, but there was nothing to be ashamed of. This was the greatest day of her life. This better be true, she muttered, quickly checking to see the comments. Is this legit? I mean, this news page is pretty accurate. They always have the fastest insider scoops. This feels like a joke, though. I checked the date. It's April. It might be an April Fool's prank. It's not the first, though. It's ridiculous, though. There's no other explanation. How could Zeno Han become Hajin when Suho Ryu and Asuka Beck were options? Zeno Han is a great actor. Bee quickly typed, ready to defend Zeno from everyone. Who even is this guy? I honestly don't know. Is he popular? He doesn't look like Hajin. He does, though. Ah, whatever. The casting is ruined. I mean, I wasn't expecting much. What do you mean? This casting is literally perfect. You just haven't seen much of Zeno Han, so you're speaking out of your ass. This is a mistake. Mark my words. It's not even confirmed, and you're already causing a ruckus. With the release of the article, The Forsaken Prince had trended first in the entire country, as expected from one of their most beloved novels. They even called it a national treasure because of how popular it was. Of course, the center of discussion was the casting of the characters. You didn't get the part, the agency said to Yuan. A small smile appeared on his lips. Then, he let out a sigh. Yuan was disappointed, of course, but at the same time, he had already instilled in his mind that he wasn't going to get the part after seeing Zeno's acting. It's all right, he said with a shrug. Do you have any other projects I can take on? Meanwhile, in Daniel's new apartment, he received a call while preparing his lunch. The SK channel had just revealed the cast for The Forsaken Prince, his manager said to the phone. A small smirk appeared on Daniel's lips. You didn't get the part. Daniel's smirk dampened a bit. However, he shrugged right after. I expected that, he said. Did I get Prince Iku, though? No, his manager answered, sounding slightly anxious. This time, a frown graced Daniel's forehead. That was the part that he wanted to settle with in case he didn't get Hajin. Because, deep inside, he had accepted that Oscar Beck would play him. How about Cian? The oldest prince, he asked. His manager didn't answer once again, so Daniel already had an idea. He clicked his tongue and turned away from the stove. Who got the part? Daniel would be all right as long as Zeno Han didn't get those parts. Prince Iku is going to be played by Suho Ryu, his manager revealed. Daniel smirked. He can't break away from his past roles, he chuckled while shaking his head. Poor guy. So, that means that Prince Cian is going to be played by Yuan? He asked. It honestly doesn't make sense. That guy looks younger. I'm also more handsome than him. But whatever, he has more experience. His manager cleared his throat. No, he said. Daniel frowned. What do you mean? Prince Cian is going to be played by Oscar Beck. Daniel nearly choked on air. He had to pause for a while to internalize what his manager had said. Did he hear it right? Oscar Beck as Prince Cian? He let out a chuckle. Yuan, the past idol, is going to be Hajin E? He looks nothing like him. He's too soft. I can't believe they cast someone so lousy for him. Well, Yuan wasn't cast at all. At that moment, Daniel felt like he had been hit by a boulder. However, he was still in a state of denial. His manager's next words, though, had sealed the deal, and a fire lit up inside his chest. Prince Hajin is going to be played by Zeno Han. Along those words, his food had also been lit on fire. His dry, flavorless chicken breast, with no drop of oil, caught on fire and had started to become char. Then, the smoke alarm started blaring. However, it was no competition to the thumping of his heart in his ears. It echoed once more in his ears. Prince Hajin is going to be played by Zeno Han. Chapter 158, Entertainment Olympics. Asuka stormed inside the office of Mr. Kim, the CEO of Dayback Entertainment. On his way there, the employees had already heard the news. Is it really true? Wow, this is insane. How could Dreamy Entertainment beat Dayback? The production is going to have a hard time. Asuka is going to have a tantrum. He's already having one. As soon as the elevator doors opened to the highest floor, Asuka wasted no time in entering Mr. Kim's office. However, Assistant Byun stopped him before he could do so. Sir Asuka, he said. Move. Asuka said, not even looking at him. Assistant Byun didn't move. Mr. Kim is on an important call. Whatever it is that you have to say to him, just tell it to me, and I will relay it. Asuka's annoyance went through the roof. He wasn't being taken seriously. You told me that Mr. Kim talked to Daesham PD. Was that a lie, huh? He asked loudly. Assistant Byun kept his cool. No, it wasn't. He really did talk to him. It seems that they chose Zeno Han to become Prince Hajin despite the conversation. That made Asuka snap. He raised his fist and was about to punch Assistant Byun in the face. The stoic guy seemed to be used to such tantrums. He didn't even close his eyes as he braced for the impact. However, just before he could land a punch, the doors to Mr. Kim's office opened, and he pulled Assistant Byun away from Asuka. What is this? He asked with furrowed brows. I had to cut my call short because of your loud voice. Asuka turned to Mr. Kim right away and was about to hold on to his collar. However, Again, Assistant Byun stepped in front of him. Asuka scoffed as he looked at the two of them. Are you two lovers or something? He asked. The two didn't answer, with Mr. Kim merely smiling. What do you want, my dear cousin? Asuka brought out his phone and showed the news article regarding the cast of The Forsaken Prince. What is this? Asuka exclaimed. How can I be Prince Seon and not Hajin-e? Mr. Kim narrowed his eyes on his phone. Then, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Zeno Han, as Hajin-e, he muttered. Where have I heard that name again? Assistant Byun cleared his throat. He was one of our prospects last month, sir. Oh, Mr. Kim chimed. I rejected the idea of bringing him in, right? Assistant Byun nodded. He hummed. Asuka was still annoyed. Did you lie to me? He exclaimed. You didn't really talk to Daesham PD, did you? You think you're too high now that you own this company, huh? Mr. Kim merely chuckled. Oh, but I did. I talked to him. In person, even. We met at the awards show. I knew about the production since then, and I put in a good word for you. Asuka was confused. So what is this? Mr. Kim grabbed his phone and inspected the article. It seemed it wasn't the only one, but the SK channel still hadn't released an official statement. Well, maybe he beat you in the acting department, he muttered. You only became good after a million's worth of lessons. Asuka clenched his fists by his side. But all right, he said, giving the phone back to Asuka. I think there might be some kind of mistake. Asuka finally sighed in relief. So, I can become the main character, right? Mr. Kim hummed. But, of course, it wouldn't come without a price. Asuka froze while Assistant Byun snapped his gaze toward Mr. Kim. You already know what I want. There's no mistake, Daesham PD said to the CEO of the SK Entertainment Channel. The CEO hummed, tapping his pen against the table. So, you decided to leak the cast list before we even confirmed it? Daesham PD pursed his lips. He thought it was a good idea to give the public a heads up about the casting. At least, that would give him some leverage. If it was already released, then the higher-ups would feel an obligation to follow through with it, right? Do you know what this means? The CEO asked. Daesham nodded, aware of his actions. The Forsaken Prince is probably our biggest project of the year, he continued. I even moved it to a prime-time slot when I saw how successful the novel was, and how the hype around it had drastically increased as soon as a drama adaptation was hinted. Zeno Han is an unknown, new actor. He's nearly at 1 million followers, Daesham interrupted. And that's not nearly enough for a role as big as Hajin-e, the CEO smiled. I know you already know why I am against this, Daesham. Daesham pursed his lips. As someone who's also in the same field, you must know that we have to take other things into consideration. Daesham nodded silently. Tell me then, why is it that you chose this young man to become the main character? Daesham thought about it for a while. It seemed ridiculous to him, too. He had no intention of casting him as Hajin during the first audition. In fact, he was determined to make him into Prince Iku. However, after the second audition and their conversation in the restroom, his perspective changed. If he had chosen Asuka Beck, the popular A-list actor who was in the Regency class, it would have been a safe choice. Daesham liked taking the safe route. It was stable and predictable. Yet, for some reason, Zeno Han made him want to take the risk. So, with that, he finally answered. There's no other reason for it than that he is perfect for the role. Zeno was in Dreamy Entertainment's small office when he was suddenly bombarded with notifications from his system. +2 public perception. Hot topic. +2 job and income. The new mainstream project secured. Fame meter, 15%. Just then, Bobby stood from his seat and looked at everyone in the room with wide eyes. You got it, he merely said. They all snapped their gazes toward him. Huh? Jace asked. Zeno has a role in The Forsaken Prince. As soon as he said those words, the room turned into a frenzy. What? Moby exclaimed. Jace, too, stood from the couch, momentarily forgetting about his game. The one airing on SK Channel? Bobby nodded enthusiastically. I can't believe it, he muttered. Then, he looked Zeno in the eyes. You're Hajin-e. Zeno paused for a moment as they began to celebrate. Moby, Bobby, and Jace had formed a circle and started jumping around the room. Meanwhile, Zeno, of course, was delighted with the announcement. However, he still felt an unease. He knew he would triumph above his competitors with his acting, especially from what he saw in the second audition. But he had a feeling it wouldn't be as easy as this. Why was it that his penalty quest of obtaining the main role still not accomplished? It could only mean one thing. Nothing was final yet. Chapter 159, Best Employee. What is going on with my favorite employee? Apex asked just as Slash entered his tavern. Slash pursed his lips. Did you call me here just for that? Apex sighed. Well, it says here that he's in another production. A pretty big one at that. Yes, Slash answered nonchalantly. But I believe he's setting himself up for failure. The higher he is, the bigger his downfall will be. Then, he'll be able to accomplish his mission in no time. Apex hummed. Is that so? 25 has always been our best employee. That's why he's your favorite, right? Apex chuckled. Efficient. Straight to the point. Borderline emotionless. It took him a while to get to that point, didn't he? He asked. Slash nodded. But here he is now. He is in his prime. A mission machine. This is a tough one, but I believe 25 will be able to accomplish it. Then, he would come back for another mission. A small smirk appeared on Apex's lips. However, it wasn't seen as he was wearing a cloak obscuring his entire figure. Don't you think it's too mean? Slash couldn't help but scoff. Since when did you care, Apex? Apex laughed out loud. You're right. Then, his voice became serious once more. Just make sure he gets it done on time. I truly don't want to lose the best employee on this planet. I got it, Slash muttered. You know the consequences of it, right? You don't want it to happen to 25. Slash silently nodded. There's nothing, sir, Assistant Byun said as he entered Mr. Kim's office. Mr. Kim stopped munching on the shortbread cookies that his chef had personally made for him. Gluten-free, just the way he liked it. The crumbs had fallen on the table, and Assistant Byun quickly cleaned it. Nothing, Mr. Kim asked with raised eyebrows, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Interesting. Really very interesting. Assistant Byun nodded. It seems that continuous dominance had tried something in the past. However, it merely catapulted Zeno Han's career and destroyed one of their artists instead. Mr. Kim chuckled. Well, those condom guys aren't good at ruining other artists' careers. They only ruin the ones in their company. Anyway, you truly didn't find anything? You know that I trust you a lot, don't I, Assistant Byun? The man with glasses nodded once more. Yes, sir, he said, pulling out his tablet. Unremarkable high school past. No bullying incidents. No work experience except for short gigs like working at convenience stores and construction sites. No reports of bad attitude from staff. He's the silent type, but was described as respectful. There's one thing here, though. Mr. Kim stopped eating once more and focused his attention on Assistant Byun. His serving period in the military, he started off. That's where most men go rogue. It takes away everything from you. Now tell me, did he do anything awful during this time? Mr. Kim asked. Assistant Byun pushed his glasses up before shaking his head. It seemed he was a victim, though. He incurred a head injury on the last day of his service. Oh, Mr. Kim muttered, appearing disappointed. Then, he shrugged, not wanting to dwell on it too much. Then, I guess we have to go back to the traditional route. Mr. Kim didn't even have to say anything, but Assistant Byun already understood. I'll put pressure on the production, he said. Mr. Kim smiled. This is why I like you so much, Assistant Byun. Now go ahead. I don't want that cousin of mine to come back here making a ruckus. His voice gives me a headache. I'm sorry I can't go with you, Bobby said, appearing apologetic, turning back to look at Zeno with wide eyes. Me too, Moby chimed from the driver's seat. It had been a week since it was announced that Zeno was going to be Hajini. He had practiced his lines for the first few scenes since then, and he was ready for the part. Still, he didn't feel content. There was something bubbling in the pit of his stomach, some kind of uncertainty. His gut was usually right. Just go, Zeno said, about to leave. However, Bobby held onto his shoulder and gave him a container of some sort. My wife prepared it, Bobby smiled. She saw how much you liked her candied sweet potatoes, so she made you some. The first read might take all day, so she doesn't want you to go hungry. Zeno was silent for a moment, so Bobby contemplated. If you don't want it, then give it here, Zeno said, snatching it from his hands. Of course, he wouldn't pass up on the chance to eat his beloved root crops. We wish we could come with you, but today is Gabby's recital. We can't miss it. I understand. Zeno sighed for what felt like the 100th time. I don't need your company. Moby and Bobby shared a knowing look. You might think that's the case, Bobby started off. But we're truly worried. You're an actor from Dreamy Entertainment, And as much as we are proud of our company, we're afraid you might get bullied. Zeno scoffed, as if Zeno would let himself get walked all over. All right. I'll be careful, Zeno said to appease their minds. I'm going now. With that, he opened the door and ran out in case Moby and Bobby still had something to say. Fortunately, there weren't any fans surrounding the building, so he had no trouble going inside the SK building. As soon as he entered, though, he could feel the workers' attention. Is that him? Zeno Han, right? Have you heard what happened? Poor guy, honestly. He's quite handsome, don't you think? What's the use of being handsome at this point? Zeno's brows slightly furrowed with their statements. He hastened his steps until he arrived at the room where they had their second audition. This was where their first read was going to take place. He didn't hesitate to open the door and step inside. However, as soon as he took a glimpse of what was happening, he already knew that something was strange. Inside, most of the teams had already gathered, including Oscar Beck. He was greeting everyone in the room with a wide smile and handing out what seemed to be expensive sandwiches to the staff and other actors. Isn't this the one that's always sold out? Hyunbin Lee asked. Oscar chuckled and nodded. I got it specially made for today. Hyunbin chuckled and patted the younger actor's back. Risa, on the other hand, pursed her lips as soon as she saw Zeno. Suho Ryu was staring down at the table while Daeshim PD looked ashamed. It was then that Asuka and Zeno met gazes, and a small smirk appeared on the former's lips. That was when Zeno knew that something was truly wrong. There's our Prince Cian, Asuka exclaimed. Chapter 160, First Read 1. The mood in the room dampened after Asuka said those words. Then, he patted Zeno's back. I'm just kidding, he said. Come on in and take a seat. Zeno pursed his lips and entered, going to sit at the empty chair in the middle, but Asuka placed his hand over it, gripping the backrest. This is my seat, he said with a kind smile. Although, it truly wasn't kind at all. You can sit there, he said, pointing at the one at the very end of the table. There were 4 tables inside the room, forming a square. 2 tables were filled with vital production staff. Meanwhile, the other 2 were for the actors themselves. Managers, cameramen, and other least important staff members sat on the floor. Zeno stared at his seat. Each table had a spot for at least 4 people. However, there was a 5th chair on this particular one. Asuka was directing him to the 5th seat, one which appeared like it wasn't meant to be there. Risa glanced up at him and wanted to offer her seat. However, Zeno had already sat down, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Meanwhile, Asuka continued handing out the expensive sandwiches like he was a politician campaigning for a position. On the other hand, Annie, who was adjacent to Daeshim PD, had kept looking at the director since she had arrived. Daeshim wasn't oblivious to this. However, he was too ashamed to meet her eyes. He remembered his phone conversation with the CEO of Dayback Entertainment a few days ago. So it's final then? Mr. Kim asked in a light, amused tone. Zeno as Hajin. It is, Daeshim said, his mind unwavering. There was a beat of silence before Mr. Kim let out a soft chuckle. You're a man with conviction, I see. What a charming treat, Mr. Kim said. But you know, I just wonder. Daeshim said nothing. Mr. Kim continued, a smile heard in his voice. I wonder if you've considered what Hajin means to my cousin Asuka. Daeshim's jaw tensed. Mr. Kim's voice softened, sweet like syrup. It's not about who fits the role better. It's about what it would give him. You take this away, Daeshim, and I'm not sure if there will be something left for your show. Daeshim couldn't say anything once more. This industry feeds on desperation, doesn't it? Mr. Kim chuckled. Then, as if remembering something trivial, he added, but, of course, Dayback will be backing the production fully. Wholeheartedly. Daeshim's breath got caught in the back of his throat. He already knew what was coming next. We've got most of the sponsors lined up. Should be about 17%. 70, he corrected smoothly. Silly me. Always mixing up my numbers. You think you can buy the role? Daeshim said before he could stop himself. Fortunately, it seemed that Mr. Kim didn't take it to heart. I think Asuka needs it, Mr. Kim said simply. And I think you know that, too. Oh, silly me. Asuka exclaimed, snapping Daeshim out of his thoughts. Asuka rummaged through his bag. He was standing in front of Zeno, but the latter wasn't paying attention to him. I'm all out of sandwiches, he said. You don't mind if you don't get one, do you? He asked. Zeno shook his head, making Asuka smirk. It seemed like he wanted it. Zeno, in fact, did not. His sandwiches looked really bland. It was nothing compared to the candied sweet potatoes that Solji had prepared. He didn't feel bad at all. However, the other actors seemed convinced otherwise. With that, Asuka took a seat in the very middle, seemingly in a good mood. Is it just me? Or is the atmosphere in here weird? Shin couldn't help but ask Risa, who was right next to him. It is, Risa muttered. And she knew exactly why. She glanced at Zeno and felt pity for him. He didn't look pitiful. However, her fangirl heart couldn't take seeing her bias being treated so badly. On the other hand, Asuka Beck was all smiles. He was too cocky for someone who didn't get the main role. It was clear that Daesham PD had chosen Zeno. That was why the article was released in the first place. However, Risa had been in the industry long enough to know that it wouldn't be this easy for Zeno. If Oscar appeared this happy, then something must have happened behind the scenes. Daesham PD, despite his shame, cleared his throat. I have something to say, he started off. They all turned their attention to him. Congratulations, he started off. This is the final cast of The Forsaken Prince. That is if you all stay clean for the duration of the filming up until the release of the episodes. Chuckles were heard across the room, but the actors, aside from Asuka, appeared serious. However, Daesham continued, dreading his next words. Zeno didn't need to look up to know that Daesham was looking straight at him with an apologetic expression. The cast list that was announced last week was still being finalized, specifically the character assignments. Most of those inside the room weren't shocked. They already had a hunch about it. The managers and the staff even continued discussing among themselves and eating the sandwich that Asuka had brought in. It seemed they weren't affected that a small artist was being stomped on like this. Meanwhile, Zeno knew he was the smallest person in the room. Despite his moments of virality, he still wasn't considered an actor. Most of them, except for those sitting around the table, haven't seen him act after all. Risa couldn't hold it back anymore. Then, why did you ask for a first read with all of us when the roles aren't final just yet? Daesham pursed his lips. Well, the only two roles that haven't been finalized are Prince Sien and Hajini. With that statement, Suho let out a deep sigh. It seemed he was also hoping to have a chance to become the main character. However, that seemed to be a fleeting dream. Asuka smirked to himself. He knew what was coming next. For now, Daesham continued. Zeno finally lifted his head to look the older man in the eyes. Daesham paused for a moment. He felt truly ashamed. There wasn't much on Zeno's face, but Daesham had the urge to apologize to him. We will do the first read with Asuka as Hajin and Zeno as Prince Sien. Zeno let out a quiet sigh. Risa and Annie appeared to want to argue. Meanwhile, Asuka was ready to de-escalate the situation at all costs. However, before anything could happen, the door opened, revealing a person that nobody had expected. They all turned in his direction. Chairman. Chapter 161. First read, 2. Everyone in the room stood. Zeno went along with them, eyeing the important-looking man who just entered. Meanwhile, Asuka appeared like he had seen a ghost. It did not go past Zeno how his hands shook and how his throat bobbed in nervousness. Chairman, Zeno muttered, testing the word on his tongue. Just then, he felt a nudge by his side. Shin Pion was adjacent to him. He's the CEO of SK Channel, he whispered, sensing Zeno's confusion. Zeno nodded in thanks before turning his attention back to the chairman. It seemed that nobody in the room had expected him to visit. What is he doing here? The staff behind them began to whisper. The chairman is busy these days because of his new film. Why would he come around here? The chairman, a man who had just celebrated his 60th birthday, looked around the room with sharp eyes. He had salt and pepper hair, glasses that screamed he was an artist, and a black turtleneck that topped off the look. Zeno looked at him closely, and it was then he realized who he really was. Sit down, he said. It left an ambiguous mood. They didn't know whether to follow him or not. Ultimately, his tone left no room for argument. Asuka was still frozen, though, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. But with one sharp look from the chairman, he quickly sat. Daesham PD remained standing. Chairman, what are you doing here? He asked. The chairman looked around the room until his eyes landed briefly on Zeno. However, it was too quick for anyone except Zeno to notice it. Why? He asked. I can't join the first read of one of the biggest dramas of the year. Daesham's mouth went agape, and the other actors also began feeling nervous. You're going to attend the first read? That's what I said, right? the chairman said with a smirk. Oscar appeared like all of the blood on his face had drained. He quickly tried to take a sip of water. However, the bottle slipped from his hand, drenching his pants and leaving a large, wet stain around his crotch area. Fuck, he couldn't help but curse. The chairman's gaze snapped at him, and he pursed his lips. The staff quickly tended to him, helping him with the mess. Everyone's eyes were on Oscar. However, Zeno was focused on the chairman, noting the subtle changes in his expression. Apologies, Oscar said, snapping everyone back to the main agenda. The chairman was going to watch them. Prepare a seat, Dacian PD said to the staff. They quickly scrambled to find one, moving it to the middle. That would somehow displace Annie, just like Zeno. So, the chairman shook his head and pulled the chair out to the corner of the front table instead. I'm staying here, he said. With that, he sat, once again not leaving any room for argument. The room was silent. It seemed that the air conditioning even fell silent with the chairman's presence. Dacian PD cleared his throat, suddenly feeling nervous. Despite being a veteran in the industry, the chairman was far more experienced than he was. I'm done with my preliminary announcements, he started off. Then, he gestured toward the script. Let's start then. Everyone turned their scripts to the first pages. The chairman was quickly handed one, and he also flipped it over, noting the remarkable writing from the first page alone. Dacian PD turned toward Oscar, who still appeared a bit out of it. Go ahead, he said. Oscar pursed his lips and nodded, conditioning himself. He closed his eyes for a moment and began imagining the life of the modern Hajin. It was one of the reasons why the book was so well loved, the relatable beginning. Oscar finally opened his eyes and cleared his throat. They say life is what you make of it, he started off. Everyone in the room paid attention. As the very first scene, it was what set the people's expectations of the drama. It was centered around the modern Hajin, so the main character carried nearly all of the burden for this scene. The chairman frowned as Oscar continued. People call it normal, but I call it distant. Despite the chairman's frown, the look on his face was unreadable. Dacian PD found himself glancing more at the chairman rather than focusing on Osaka's reading. Of course, sometimes I feel things, Oscar continued, his eyes focused on the script. He had quickly regained confidence, so he squared his shoulders and began reading in a loud voice without making any mistakes. Right off the bat, the staff could say that he was doing a good job. Despite his initial nervousness, he was pulling it off. However, Annie didn't look satisfied. This opening scene was quite short. The readers don't know much about modern Hajin's life. However, she still wanted to get a message across. It was a scene that showed a normal person's life and how the awareness of being stuck in a routine had struck him. With that, she could show the contrast of being transmigrated into a much more difficult life. I don't cry much, but I sigh a lot. Oscar read, even sighing in the process. The action was quite appreciated by the producers, and they nodded to themselves. Sometimes I step closer to the edge, not because I want to fall, but just to see if I can. If the sky might say something back. And for once it did. The scene ended at that, and it would mark the transition to the next scene. The modern Hajin, while looking up at the sky at the highest floor of his office, trips on a banana and falls to his death. However, in this quest, he will wake up as the illegitimate son of Prince Wang Suk. They flipped over to the next page, ready for the dialogue of when he woke up in another world. Oscar gasped loudly to start with. However, the chairman suddenly raised his hand. They didn't halt right away. Dacian PD, whose gaze was stuck on him since the beginning of the table read, cleared his throat. Pause, he said. That led the actors and staff to turn to him, wondering why he had stopped it right after the monologue. They all turned to the chairman, who had his legs crossed with his chin against his palm. He hummed steadily, causing the nerves to shoot up in the room once again. Then, he finally lifted his gaze, only to meet with Zeno's, who was, surprisingly, deeply on him. I want you to read it. Chapter 162. First read, 3. Oscar turned to Zeno so fast he found himself growing dizzy. But, Oscar tried to argue, but he couldn't find the courage to speak up against the chairman. Zeno held the chairman's gaze, making the latter smirk. Weren't you supposed to be the original Hajin? He asked. Zeno didn't respond, still not breaking their gaze. Annie's breath got caught in her throat, while Reese's heart started racing in her chest. She observed the chairman's face. and his smirk still hadn't faltered. She didn't know what to expect from him, but her heart was leaning toward the fact that he wanted to humiliate Zeno in front of everyone. Make him act, and then drop him just like that. Meanwhile, the chairman himself didn't know why he came down to the conference room. He even had to postpone the filming of his movie for the day because of it. However, he was utterly curious. He wanted to understand what Daisham had said to him during their last conversation. What made Zeno Han so special? The chairman couldn't wait to find out. Zeno could feel everyone's gaze on him. However, he didn't feel an ounce of nervousness. Still, his heart was beating fast, so he could only interpret it as excitement. The hairs on his arms stood, and he felt like something was squeezing his heart. He sighed and shook his head before finally starting the monologue. Silver tongue activated. They say life is what you make of it. He started off, his voice sounding softer than compared to his normal speaking voice. However, his diction seemed much better than Asuka's already, his voice reverberating through the room despite the soft volume. However, most days, it feels more like something already made, like a script written without asking for my lines. He paused for a while, letting the words linger. I wake up. I check my phone. I take a shower. I go to work. Then I come home and do it all. Again. It's not bad. It's not good. He casually said like he was speaking to a friend. Annie listened intently as the words she wrote came to life. Daisham PD, on the other hand, couldn't even look at the chairman as Zeno spoke. Again, this kid had something that somehow drew him in. People call it normal. I call it distant. Risa noted the slight pauses that Zeno made, and she realized that although he was new to the industry, he knew a lot about the theory and methods of acting. However, she couldn't dwell on it too long as she was immersed once more in his monologue. It feels like I'm watching someone live a life behind a glass wall. It moves. It functions. It smiles when it needs to. But I don't know if it's mine. Of course, sometimes I feel things. I'm not made out of artificial intelligence, he softly chuckled, and it coincided with his line, that he felt joy despite it all. They're not grand or earth-shaking. They're more like small sparks. Like when I level up in a game, or when a story pulls me in and doesn't let go, or even when I eat that one brand of ramen I really like, even though I know it's not that special. Somehow, when he said these words, it felt like a projector had been cast at the very middle of the room, showing Zeno doing such things. It sparked the creative imagination of the producers and other writers. Daisham PD, too, saw the vision. It felt easy to execute. I laugh. I breathe. I sleep. I don't cry much, but I sigh a lot. I'm not lonely, I think, but I'm not quite happy either. Lament's embrace activated. There's no tragedy in my life. Just a dull, persistent wondering. Is this all there is? The question sent those listening into introspection. He had a tone that also made them want to seek the answer of the question. Some days, I climb up to the rooftop, just to look. Morning spills in without asking, and night returns just the same. Maybe I'm overthinking. Tired as well. Or maybe I'm finally hearing something beneath the hum of ordinary days. Sometimes I step closer to the edge, not because I want to fall, but just to see if I can. If the sky might say something back. And for once, it did. Instead of flipping onto the next page, Zeno set it down. Somehow, that made the others disappointed. They wanted to hear more. Suho lifted his head for what seemed to be the first time of the day. He glanced at Zeno and smirked, enjoying how he had shown Asuka Beck what it meant to read that certain monologue. At that moment, he didn't feel too bad because he knew he wouldn't be able to channel such emotions. Just what did this guy go through to make him speak this way? It seemed that the world was on his shoulders, and he had lived multiple lives with burdens. It had the resignation of someone who truly wanted to leave the world or maybe make something more out of his life. Annie finally smiled. Although nothing was certain yet, she was happy that she got to witness the monologue from Zeno. Risa, on the other hand, wanted to cry out loud. Zeno was clearly better than Asuka Beck. If they still failed to see this, then she would lose hope for the world. The staff, too, was left in a strange mood. They had stopped eating the sandwiches that Asuka had brought and started comparing the two. I actually preferred Zeno's version better. Can there still be changes? Now I see why he was chosen first. Are you guys crazy? Asuka's perfect for the role already. He'll be the best for the production, as well as the sponsors. That statement, despite being said softly, somehow rang throughout the entire room. The employee covered her mouth when she realized that she had captured everybody's attention. Oops, she muttered. Asuka clenched his fists by his side. He then turned to Zeno and once again found his expression to be neutral. He hated it. Why was it that he still appeared unbothered by all of this? Continue, the chairman said, surprising them all. Go to the next page. Chapter 163, Flavorless. The first read continued with Asuka hogging the lines of Hajini. Prince Cian only had a few lines during the chosen scenes, and Zeno still delivered despite the unfamiliarity of the role. The mood inside the room was still wary, especially since the chairman decided to stay until the end. All right, everybody. Thank you all for coming for today, Daisham said, glancing at the chairman from time to time. Let's all have the lunch that Asuka had prepared before leaving. Asuka seemed to have prepared a full feast. He had steak lunchboxes for everyone. However, Zeno didn't take one and opened his candied sweet potatoes instead. Asuka frowned when he saw him do this. However, he didn't fight it. He didn't expect the chairman to come, so he grabbed the one meant for Zeno and gave it to him. The chairman stared at it for a moment before taking it from his hands. Asuka smiled and went back to his seat, seemingly in a better mood as he interacted with the staff and the likes of Hyunbin Lee. He just loves sweet potatoes, Risa muttered as he looked at Zeno. Annie, who was near her, turned to Risa, hearing what she had said. Then, she focused her attention back on Zeno and found him munching on the sweet potatoes like a greedy little kid. She couldn't help but smile despite the disappointment in her heart. Was this truly going to end with Zeno as Prince Cian? However, even with these circumstances, she was happy that Zeno could be in the production. Everybody began eating, but the chairman remained unmoving. Daisham PD noticed this and was about to approach him. However, he suddenly stood from his seat and started walking toward the actors. They lifted their heads one by one as the chairman passed them, with Asuka looking forward to it the most. However, much to his dismay, the chairman stopped right in front of Zeno, who was busy indulging in the sweet potatoes. Nothing could ever come between him and his love for sweet potatoes, not even the chairman of the SK channel. Is it good? He asked. Zeno snapped out of his eating spree and looked up, seeing the stoic old man next to him. He swallowed before nodding. Yes, he answered. The chairman smirked once more. Why don't you want to eat this one? He asked, pertaining to the lunchbox. Zeno glanced at Asuka when he answered. It's flavorless. The chairman couldn't help but chuckle. Zeno was still looking at Asuka at that moment, and he saw the shift in his gaze. A small smirk appeared on Zeno's lips. He had been silent thus now, not fighting for the role, because he felt that, somehow, things would work in his favor. I agree, the chairman answered, causing Asuka's breath to hitch. It lacks the depth of flavor that I crave. The lack of home and genuineness. It seemed it was made to impress rather than to feed. Zeno simply nodded. The room was dead silent, and not even the sound of utensils scraping against the plastic container was heard. Just then, the chairman held out his hand toward Zeno. Congratulations, he said. Zeno took it in a single beat, giving it a light squeeze. Calloused, the chairman thought. A hand that had struggled through life. Then, the chairman let go of his hand and turned to Daisham PD. Let's stick with the original casting. Gasps were heard across the room. Annie had dropped her water bottle and spilled water on herself in a similar fashion as Asuka. However, she didn't care. She had to hear what the chairman had said once more. Zeno as Hajin, he continued. I believe it's worth the gamble. For the first time today, a genuine smile spread across Daisham PD's face, one that was filled with relief. I came here today just to say that. The chairman and Daisham shared a look, one that screamed that the chairman finally understood what Daisham had meant in their last conversation. With that, the chairman placed the untouched lunchbox in front of Asuka before nodding. Well, I still have a shoot to attend to, so I best be going. The staff and the other actors stood, bowing their heads to the chairman as he left. Zeno's smile couldn't be hidden as he glanced at Asuka. For once, the high actor couldn't say anything at all. It was past lunchtime when they finally dispersed, and Zeno was inside the restrooms, washing his hands. He looked at his face and noted the subtle glow that came from within his skin. Was it from his items? He didn't know. All he knew was that the small smile on his lips wouldn't disappear. Mission accomplished. Obtain a main role in an acting project. Just then, the door opened, and a person came in, breathing heavily. Of course, it was none other than Asuka. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that Zeno was in the room, his frown deepening when he saw the small smile playing on his lips. I see that you're happy, Asuka started off. Zeno merely shrugged, shaking his hands on the sink before grabbing a napkin to dry them. You must feel like you're on top of the world. Zeno shrugged once more, causing Asuka's frustration to skyrocket. He had been holding off since the time the chairman had asked him to try out the monologue. As Zeno observed Asuka, he knew that the one thing he craved the most was attention. That was why he refused to give it to someone like him, not even giving him the satisfaction of a response. Zeno moved to leave, but Asuka had other plans. He held on to Zeno's shoulder, but didn't say anything for a few seconds. However, Zeno could feel his anger through his grip. Do you have any complaints? Zeno asked, tilting his head to the side. You must know what the public thinks about you being the main character. If I were you, I would save myself from the embarrassment of taking such a huge role, he said. Zeno smirked, placing his hand on Asuka's wrist and forcefully removing his grip, causing the latter to grit his teeth. If you want, then take it up to the chairman, Zeno said. He's your father anyway, right? Chapter 164, What You've Become. Chairman Beck, Daisham PD exclaimed, running up to the more experienced director. The chairman stopped and turned around, meeting Daisham's gaze, which still appeared relieved. A small smirk appeared on the chairman's face. I told you not to address me by that name, he said. Bacon PD is enough. Daisham scratched the back of his neck. He still found it quite strange to be addressing a respected senior as such. However, he nodded. I was wondering, Daisham started off. Yes. Asuka Beck Sr., a.k.a. Bacon PD, answered without any hesitation, not even letting Daisham finish his question. I don't go back on my word. You already know that. Daisham pursed his lips. May I know the reason why, he asked. You were against it at first. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Bacon PD was silent for a few moments before he finally answered. I have the same reason as you do. Daisham's face brightened, and he found himself smiling. However, there was still some uncertainty in his mind. But wouldn't this be bad for your son? The amusement on Bacon PD's face left for a moment, but then it came right back. Leave it be, he said. Our relationship is already strained. Daisham couldn't take his curiosity. But it wasn't always like this, right? A reminiscing look replaced Bacon PD's amused expression. Well, I guess I have some fault in this, he muttered. My son, he's not used to hardships. Not at all. Wouldn't he retaliate against this? Daisham asked. He won't, Bacon PD answered, looking sincere. As much as my son is a bastard, he has never gone against me. Well, it's because he knows he will never win. If he had done a good job with the scene, then I would have chosen him without a doubt, he continued. However, the modern Hajin is an ordinary man stuck in the mundaneness of his life. My son would never be able to understand that feeling. At all. As the chairman of this company, I was inclined to choose him because I knew it would bring the drama more attention. However, as a director, I understand where you are coming from. Zeno Han is going to be the heart of the drama, and I am going based on this instinct. Daisham couldn't be happier at that moment. His dream cast was coming true. He felt that if Asuka was given the role, no matter how good the result was, he could never be truly satisfied. I know you're under a lot of pressure, Bacon PD continued. Do not worry about the sponsorships and production cost. Daisham's eyebrow raised. My nephew must have talked you out of your original decision, huh? Daisham froze, causing Bacon PD to smirk. I'll take care of that aspect. You don't need help from Dayback Entertainment. The SK channel is willing to shoulder all of the costs. Just do your part well. Daisham nodded enthusiastically. We will not let you down, Chairman. Bacon PD smiled, and he patted Daisham's shoulder. Well, get going. I'm already late. Daisham bowed. Thank you, sir, he said as the other director made his way into the elevator. Daisham watched the doors close, feeling a newfound determination in his heart. Meanwhile, as Bacon PD descended from the elevator, he brought out his phone to text someone. He received a reply right away, making him nod before placing his phone back into his pocket. As the elevator doors opened, however, he found his son waiting for him, appearing with red eyes. Do you hate me this much? He exclaimed in such a loud voice that some of the employees turned to them with wide eyes, beginning to whisper among themselves. Oh, did you hear about what happened? Apparently, Asuka Beck Jr. was brushed aside by his father. I was at the table reading. Zeno did a much better job. Did he really? Or does Oscar Sr. just hate his son? Bacon PD sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. Move, he merely said. Why are you doing this to me? Oscar whined. I already had the role. You just took it away from me. That's not the truth, son, Bacon PD answered. The role was originally Zeno Han's. You're the one who took it away from him with the help of your cousin. Oscar froze, but he quickly composed himself, not wanting to give anything away. Daisham PD said so himself that I am Prince Hajin. Daisham has no problem switching the roles, Bacon PD retorted. Accept it as it is, or drop the drama if you don't like it. It's as simple as that. Spare them the damage and drama by dropping out now, though. The production is going to start very soon. Oscar pursed his lips, feeling himself grow hot from frustration. Of course, he wanted to drop the drama if he wasn't the main character. However, as an A-list actor, there weren't any other works that interested him. In a span of a year, only a few dramas and movies were acclaimed. If he wanted to advance into the Imperial class, then he needed an iconic drama, one that would be critically acclaimed and popular, under his belt. Do you have anything more to say? Bacon PD asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. I'm busy. Oscar's pupils shook. I guess that's all I am to you, huh? You truly hate me so much. You don't even have to say it out loud for me to know it. Amusement spread across Bacon PD's face. Then he shook his head. I don't hate you, son. Oscar's breath hitched, but he still didn't believe his father. I hate myself, Bacon PD continued, for allowing you to become the man that you are. Oscar froze, and with that, his father walked away, leaving him with 1,000 questions in his mind. What did he mean by that? However, he didn't want to dwell on it. The production still hasn't started. He could still be Prince Hajin. With that, he contacted his cousin, and fortunately, he answered right away. My beloved cousin, what brings you to call me today? You're lucky I don't have any important meetings, otherwise. Help me, Oscar said, cutting him off. DSHIT wants to change the casting once more. I'm back to the supporting character. Mr. Kim didn't answer for a while. Do you know what I hate the most? He asked. Oscar clicked his tongue. Why the fuck does that matter? Did you hear what I said? I already did what you had told me, so help me on this one. Again, there was a moment of silence before his cousin spoke once again, not answering his question. I hate when I get cut off, and I hate being demanded to do something. Oscar frowned. You just violated those too, he calmly continued. Yet somehow, it sounded even scarier, causing a shiver to run down Oscar's spine. I'm sorry, cousin. I can't help you on this one. What? Oscar exclaimed, once again capturing some employees' attention. I also hate being shouted at, Mr. Kim added. Strike 3. Anyway, you heard what I said. I can't help you. Just accept the casting. Oscar couldn't believe it. He was about to argue once more, but Mr. Kim cut him off. Unless you can become more powerful than your father, then you're on your own. Chapter 165, a play. Help me. No, Zeno deadpanned, going back to studying his script. He was halfway finished with it, and he expected to memorize all of it before they started filming. It had been confirmed that he was going to play Hajin, and they were given 2 weeks to prepare for the role. They were going to film for a month in total before releasing the first episode, as it was a live production. After that, they would continue to film for another month and a half for the rest of the episodes. But you still have some time before the Forsaken Prince, right? Doha exclaimed, sitting on the floor like a neglected Victorian child. Help me with this one. Just this once. I still have to make some preparations, Zeno said, his eyes not leaving the script. He wanted to increase his acting skills to the next level before they started. He remembered seeing Risa Park's skill grade, and it was an A++. However, it was getting more difficult to increase his skills as time went on. He did improve it at an abnormally fast speed for the past few months, so that was to be expected. It seemed he wasn't lacking in theory or practice, but rather experience. Please, Doha said, already on his knees, pleading like a servant. Zeno sighed and finally placed his script down. I can't dance, Doha. How do you expect me to help you out in your work? You weren't listening. Doha exclaimed. This isn't about my work. You just said it was for your work. Doha pursed his lips. Well, that's partially true. You see, the owner of the building where I teach is a fan of plays. He's an old man who bought the building when he was young in hopes of creating an auditorium. However, he never got around to fulfilling that dream. Zeno crossed his arms in front of his chest. And you're telling me this because? Because it's important, Doha exclaimed. He's holding a competition for all the tenants in his building, and he's going to make the rent free for the next month for whoever wins. Our team in the gym really wants to win because one of our instructor's children had an operation and we all pitched in. However, our rent for the next month is short. Aside from that, the other tenants are underestimating us, especially those from the barber shop. Who cares if they're all handsome? You're more handsome than them. Zeno internalized Doha's plea. So, it has nothing to do with dancing? Zeno asked. Doha shook his head. It's going to be a short play, maybe around 15 minutes. The due date is next week. We have the script ready. We also have the other actors, but we can't decide on the main character. It seems that none of us suit it well. We can't pay for outside actors, so I was wondering if you would do me a huge favor and— All right, Zeno answered before Doha could even finish his statement. Doha nearly choked on air. Just like that. Yeah, Zeno said. You should have told me it was for a play to begin with. Since he had some time before they started the production of The Forsaken Prince, Zeno could accept this role and improve his acting skills. Acting in front of the camera was one thing, but acting live meant he needed to be more careful. It would also help him with the experience. Doha pursed his lips. I did, though. Anyway, Zeno continued, ignoring him. What kind of play is it? Doha beamed. It's about an alien who finds himself stuck on Earth, unable to leave because he has gotten so famous. Zeno made a mistake. He was sitting inside the small gym that Doha worked at. It was his first time there, and he wanted it to be the last. It was the end of the day, so it smelled like a bunch of warriors had fought inside, leaving the scent of musk, sweat, and other confusing bodily odors. 6 buff men stood in front of him, excluding Doha, who was buying snacks for everybody. I'll be back in a minute, Doha said before he left for the convenience store. Now, Zeno was stuck with a bunch of buff men who looked like they wanted to beat the crap out of him. Zeno pursed his lips. He knew he had gotten strong in the last couple of months, but he knew for sure he was no match to these guys. You're more handsome than what we saw on the television, one of them said. Doha wasn't lying then. You have been friends for a while. Zeno nodded in response. They circled around him now, making Zeno purse his lips. I can't believe someone like you had befriended Doha, though. Isn't he a bit crazy? He is, Zeno answered. Ooh, your voice is nice, too. But he's kind, so we don't want to badmouth him. You're really doing this show for us? Zeno hesitated to answer. Yes, he finally said. Smiles of relief appeared on their faces. With you on our cast, those barber boys are going to eat their words. Damn right, another chimed. Since they know that the Ladies' Association in the neighborhood will be the judges of the play, they're going to use their good looks to the fullest advantage. However, Zeno is infinitely better looking than them. They wouldn't know what would hit them. We also have Jim over here. He acted before. Zeno glanced at the man standing at the very end, still with a buff body, but leaning more on the meteor side, like a dad bod. He smiled shyly at Zeno. Only a few extra roles when I was younger, he chimed. He will be the supporting character, one said. With the two of you, we are definitely going to win and show those barber boys not to underestimate us. The others nodded in agreement. They don't even need the free rent. Their senior hairdresser owns another branch in a better building. Their space is the best maintained out of everyone's. Greedy bastards, I tell you. Jim turned to Zeno with a smile. My son had heart surgery a week ago, and the boys helped me. He's doing better now, but we don't have the money to pay for rent for the next month. They all looked at him with wide, hopeful eyes. We're putting our full trust in you, Zeno. Chapter 166, Barber Boys. Humans are stupid, Zeno read normally. Cut. Doha called out. What? Zeno asked. He had acted perfectly. He was acting like he had just arrived on Earth. Based on the script, it was his first time there, and he had to gather data regarding their way of life and why they were considered the most successful planet in the entire universe. You need to sound more robotic, Doha said. You sound too much like a human. Zeno pursed his lips. If only Doha knew. Aliens were far more intelligent than humans. They spoke plenty of languages and had technologies that didn't even exist on Earth. Based on the human race's past prediction, there should be flying cars on Earth by now. Avalis already had a teleportation system, and Earth is still stuck with having chat sex with AI. The entire production already had way too many lapses, but Zeno didn't even complain. He sighed and shook his head. However, Zeno followed through in the end. Data. Number 1. Humans are stupid, he started off. Doha nodded in satisfaction, and the other gym guys also found it impressive. So, this is a real actor. They continued with their practice. However, as time passed by, it became increasingly clear that these guys were good at the gym for a reason. They didn't have any talent in acting. Jim had some potential, but Zeno could tell he was nervous. He played as his recruiter, teaching him about Earth while making him famous. Zeno was going through the script without prior information. They merely handed him the script and asked him to practice. So, he would only know about the plot on the spot. It was actually good practice. He had to act out what the script emanated and not through his interpretation. Since he didn't know about the progression, he couldn't assume the emotions because it could offset the next scenes. And Zeno definitely made the right decision. He could tell that Doha had written the script because it was so unexpected. First, he needed to act as a hotshot alien. That part didn't need much acting because Zeno was, in fact, a hotshot alien. He didn't brag about it much, but he was truly good-looking and talented on his planet. The gym bros would act as the aliens at first, giving him praise, and it sounded very comedic. In the next part, he was on Earth, and the gym boys were now normal humans. Jim had the next most important role after him, with around half of his lines. In the next scene, he will be asked to act in Jim's drama, which will catapult his fame. Zeno gave Doha a look, raising one brow. Did he take inspiration from what happened to him? Doha pursed his lips to hide his sheepish smile, which led Zeno to conclude that he was, indeed, right. He shook his head in amusement. He even had to act as a beggar, which Zeno nailed perfectly. Some of the gym bros watching the scene wondered if this was the first time he had truly read the script. One of them nudged Doha's shoulder. You gave him the script earlier, right? Doha shook his head, appearing excited. Not at all. Isn't he great? Are you sure you're friends? Yes, Doha answered without any hesitation. Despite his busy schedule, he came here to help us. He's the kindest. I'll take a photo with him later. Good choice, Doha said, giving them a thumbs up. If my bro gets more famous, you probably won't see him anymore. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the last scene. Zeno flipped through the last page and paused, his eyes scanning the page. His face was unreadable as he silently read, and the others were confused by his sudden halting. What's wrong? Doha asked. Is the last page printed weird? Our printer has a mind on its own. Sometimes, it prints random photos. I can attest to that, Jim muttered. Zeno didn't respond, making Doha even more confused. You wrote the last scene? Zeno asked, finally looking Doha in the eyes. Doha still had a frown of confusion. Yes, he softly answered. Is there something wrong with it? Zeno shook his head. No, he muttered. It's good. It was really good, actually. It seemed like a scene that was professionally written. The other scenes were borderline laughable, but this particular scene seemed quite personal. He didn't know his friend had that kind of emotional depth within him. Let's wrap it up quickly, Jim said. I need to go to the hospital after this. Doha nodded in agreement. All right, let's. However, before he could finish his statement, the doors burst open, and a bunch of unfamiliar, pretty good-looking men entered the gymnasium. Doha's eyes widened, and he quickly covered Zeno's face with the first thing he grabbed, which was the towel that one of the gym bros used during their afternoon workout. Zeno grimaced. It smelled like something from the end of the world, and he tried to remove it from his face. However, Doha said, Don't. You're our secret weapon. These barber boys shouldn't know that you're our main character. Zeno pursed his lips. He didn't care. This towel needed to be removed from his face before he passed out. However, the next words of the cocky barber team made him stop. I see that you have a new victim, one of them said. Doha clicked his tongue. What are you doing here, Kong? We are practicing for the play. Is there a need for you to do that? Kong asked. I'm already going to play the main lead, he boasted. The Ladies' Association loves us. They even come to our barber shop to get a haircut. And they come out looking hideous, Doha muttered, making Zeno stifle a chuckle. Anyway, we're just here to tell everyone that you shouldn't work so hard, Kong continued. It's already obvious. The owner came by a while ago to give us a compliment, too. Jim clicked his tongue. Can you go if you don't have anything important to say? Zeno subtly nodded in agreement. Why did some humans have the need to share their unsolicited progress with others? Was it just to show they were doing much better? Ah, Kong said, amusement heard in his voice. You're already back to the gym, Jim? I thought your child underwent heart surgery. Money is so tight that you can't even afford to take the week off. Despite his vision being occluded, Zeno could sense the mood getting intense. He also couldn't help but frown as the Barber boys continued to provoke them. Including Jim's child was definitely a low blow. These types of guys didn't deserve to win. That's all, Kong said, clapping. Don't take my words to heart. I'm just telling the truth. With that, they left the gym, the door slamming behind them. Zeno quickly removed the towel from his head, feeling frustrated. Your bodies are so big, but you couldn't even retaliate, he said. The gym bros cast their heads to the ground. It seemed that despite their big bodies, they had soft hearts. Then, he let out a deep breath. Let's meet early tomorrow. They turned their attention toward Zeno, who appeared more determined than ever. You're going to get that free rent. Chapter 167, Crabs and Narcissists. Zeno is still awfully quiet. We need to make him more famous. How can we make him more famous when he doesn't even show himself to us? After they announced the cast of The Forsaken Prince, I thought we would have more content, but this is just too much. There's nothing. Even the company is not uploading anything. Risa, who was studying her script, stopped for a while to scroll through her Sigmoid account for any updates regarding Zeno. As expected, there weren't any. She could imagine it was worse for other fans because they couldn't even catch a glimpse of Zeno. She, on the other hand, was going to be acting alongside him as his lover. The thought made her cheeks warm up. However, she quickly slapped herself. She does not feel that way about her idol. Yeah, she thought of him as his son. She added to the conversation. Let's wait for Zeno a little bit and enjoy his not-too-famous era. Once The Forsaken Prince airs, he's going to be so famous. I agree. I've been here since he had 100 followers. I just wish he's taking a good rest before their filming starts. Yes, with all the hate regarding the casting, I wish him nothing but a stress-free break. I'm so stressed, Zeno muttered as they went through a last-minute practice of their short play. The title of their play, Zeno AI, was definitely named after him, and it wasn't going as expected. Zeno was still wearing a mask because, in their words, he was their secret weapon, and he needed a grand reveal to induce a shock factor from the audience and judges. The auditorium at the basement of the building was filled to the brim, with people from their neighborhood, especially the housewives and unemployed men, hanging around like it was a party. They ate nuts, boiled eggs, and fresh fruits as snacks as they waited for the program to start. There were 10 performers in total, and fortunately, they were the last performers, so they could still get some much-needed practice. It felt like their week-long preparation wasn't enough as they waited for their turn. It's Jim's fault. They pushed, and Zeno couldn't help but agree. Despite having some experience with acting, he was the most nervous out of all of them, stuttering and forgetting the lines. I'm sorry, Jim muttered. It's just been so long since I've acted. Doha pursed his lips. You're also the main character. We can't afford you to mess up even if Zeno is with us. Just then, the first act, which was the team of the crab restaurant on the first floor of the building, bowed as they finished their play. It was about a woman who worked in a crab restaurant and contracted even without sexual intercourse. It centered around how they solved the mystery of how she got it. Zeno didn't know whether the people in this building were crazy, but it seemed they found the plot quite normal. He shook his head as their landlord, a man with shining gold jewelry and a rich aura, tapped his chin. Crab's team, I'm afraid it didn't meet my expectations, he started off, already sounding professional. While the premise had a bite, the execution was undercooked. The vocal projection was uneven. Lines meant to shock barely reached the third row. Emotional beats felt shallow, with collapses of despair looking more like lazy lunges. Supporting actors lacked grounding, delivering reactions to 2 scenes too late. The interpretive crab dance climax, though ambitious, suffered from muddled intentions and spatial confusion. Pacing dragged like a molting crustacean, and the stakes never quite boiled. At its core, the show needed stronger objectives, cleaner blocking, and actors who knew where the fourth wall was, let alone how to break it, he commented, and Zeno was left with an agape mouth. He turned to the Jim brothers. Who is that guy? Mr. Goldie, Doha cheerfully answered. Why is he so technical? Oh, he was an actor before. But in place. He said he was really hot back then. Zeno pursed his lips and massaged the bridge of his nose. It felt like the stakes had increased all of a sudden. They were going to perform in front of a literal professional. Don't worry, though. Mr. Goldie is kind, Doha added. I don't think so, Zeno said, pointing to their scores. It was a whopping 3.3 crabs out of 10, and that was because Mr. Goldie had given them merely 0.1 points, bringing down the general average from the 5 judges. Because of the low score of the first performer, Jim became even more nervous. Oh goodness, I don't think I can do this, he muttered, pacing back and forth. Just then, they heard a chuckle from behind them. Zeno turned around and saw the barber boys with bare upper bodies. He pursed his lips. What an unpleasant sight. You're still with them? Kong asked, nudging Zeno's shoulder. Zeno remained silent. You're not much of a talker, are you? He continued to tease. How are you going to act later? Oh, and are you going to wear that mask on stage? The barber boys chuckled, causing Zeno to sigh. He ignored them and continued to give pointers to the gym bros. Hey, we're still talking, Kong said, about to hold on to Zeno's shoulder. However, Jim held onto his wrist before he could do so, pushing him away. Kong raised both hands in surrender. My bad, he muttered sarcastically. I didn't think you would be this confident when you can't even utter a single line. Jim froze in frustration. Meanwhile, Kong fixed the bow tie around his neck, just a bow tie, as their shop name was called. Barbarinos, you're up next, Mr. Goldie exclaimed. They smirked as they headed up the stage. The room was filled with squeals the moment they emerged. It seemed the shirtless agenda was working for them. You may start, Mr. Goldie said, and they wasted no time getting into their scene, bursting with confidence. What do you do when you're so handsome? Kong asked, sounding sorrowful. The others began comforting him, and it seemed their play was centered around a narcissist surrounded by other narcissists. The plot was a fucking joke. However, what made Zeno more conflicted wasn't the plot. It was their acting. Why were they quite decent? Did their barbershop conduct acting classes, too? Chapter 168, Last Chance. Zeno was left dumbfounded after their act. They bowed and left the stage as the audience cheered. Mr. Goldie also made some decent commentary and gave them a whopping 5 narcissists out of 10. The worst part was that Zeno couldn't argue with his rating. He sighed and shook his head, turning to the gym bros, who, fortunately, didn't appear fazed. Ignorance was bliss. However, Jim was an exception to that. He bit his lips and looked down at his lap. Crap, he muttered. I was the one who wanted to win this for the team, but now, I'm going to be the reason for our downfall. Zeno sighed, glancing at the crowd and the other guys. It seemed they were enamored by the next team, the car wash joint next to the crab restaurant consisting of a bunch of attractive women. Zeno kept his gaze at the front, but continued to speak too. Jim, acting was your dream, right? Jim slowly lifted his gaze, but even then, Zeno didn't make any effort to look at him. A small smile appeared on Jim's face as if reminiscing the good old days. Once, he answered, but I guess it is my lifelong dream. Why did you stop? Zeno asked. Jim crossed his arms in front of his chest. Life happened. I fell in love, got married, and now have a family. I didn't have that big of a career to lose, so I chose what I have now, he continued. Do you regret any of it? That made Jim pause, but then he shook his head. Not at all, he said. Some of us are meant to live ordinary lives. That's what I tell myself every day. Not everyone can be a superstar. It's just the way it is. You're right, Zeno muttered. But you still like acting, right? That's why you're so nervous right now. Jim finally chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. It seems you know a lot about human emotions, huh? None of these guys would have ever guessed it. Don't blame them, Zeno said. Most of their weight went to their muscles and not their brains. He chuckled louder, earning a bunch of shoo from the crowd. He quickly covered his mouth and turned to Zeno once more. Well, to answer your question, yes. I still enjoy acting. It's my first love. I guess I'm nervous because I know I could never be good enough compared to you or to the others around here. Of course, you're not going to be as good as me, Zeno said, finally. Looking him in the eye, Jim's eyebrows raised. I'm very talented, Zeno added. He was simply telling the truth. Somehow, though, that lifted Jim's spirits up. That you are. But you are, too. Zeno continued, leaning his elbows against his lap. I saw it from when we practiced. You know the technicalities of acting. It's just been too long that your nerves have caught up. How do you do it? Jim suddenly asked. Why is it that you don't appear nervous at all? I heard from Doha that you only started acting this year. When I was a rookie like you, I couldn't handle my nerves at all. Zeno merely shrugged. He had just lived for a long time, and feeling nervous about things like this seemed quite trivial to him. What do you love now? Besides acting? Zeno asked, changing the topic. Jim didn't hesitate to answer. My family, of course, he said. I have to admit that I'm quite scared of acting, but I'm doing this for my son. That free rent will be a huge help for all of us. Then, you must know that this is your life now, Zeno said. Huh? Jim asked out of confusion. Your family is your life now, Zeno continued, leaning against his seat as the car wash girls finished their play. He turned to Jim and looked him sincerely in the eyes. You will never have another opportunity to act like this again, he deadpanned. Jim's breath hitched. So, make the most of it. Live out your dream, even just for this time, because at the end of the day, you're going back to providing for your family like always. And your dream will continue to remain as a dream. Jim's heart raced inside his chest. However, it wasn't the nervous kind. What Zeno said seemed to snap him out of his nervousness, turning it into determination. Just then, Han nudged Zeno's shoulder. Do we still need to practice? There's still a few acts left. Zeno glanced at Jim before shaking his head, a small smile playing on his lips. I think we're all good. The gym bros arrived at the waiting area, watching as the pawnshop team bowed and left the stage. At this point, Zeno's mask had been removed, and his face was out in the open. As the pawnshop team passed by them, they couldn't help but stop for a moment. Is it just me? Or is there a handsome man in the gym team? Meanwhile, they arrived at the stage, and Zeno turned his back to the audience. It's the last act for the day, Mr. Goldie said. I'm sad, really, but it is what it is. The others nodded in agreement, focusing their gaze on the stage, ready for the last act of the day. The rest of the competitors were in their respective seats, some standing since they were already done with their part. You may begin, Mr. Goldie said, and their show finally commenced. Zeno's amazing. He is here to save us all, the gym bros said in unison. Our economy is losing to a land called Earth, one of them said. Zeno will be sent down to retrieve data, and we will topple over that damn planet. The crowd chuckled, the premise of the play already sounding fun to them. Zeno had done his best to elevate the gym bros' acting skills. So in the span of a week, he had increased their acting stats to at least a C+, which was at the same level as his co-actors and stars in My Ordinary Sky. With Zeno's back turned to them, the crowd became even more curious. Finally, he faced the audience, and it seemed like all of them were splashed with cold water on a hot summer's day. Zeno's face was an invigorating experience. Their mouths hung in shock, and they couldn't believe their eyes. It seemed as if an alien had truly come to this small auditorium to bless them with his good looks. Isn't that Zeno Han? That's Zeno. The barber boys, with their shirtless agenda, felt the need to cover themselves up. Even with their muscles on display, they were no match for Zeno's aura. Zeno suppressed the smirk that threatened to appear on his lips. Then, he snapped right into his character, giving them a live show of a lifetime. Chapter 169, Zeno AI. The audience still couldn't believe that Zeno Han was acting in front of them. It was definitely one of the most fascinating things they've experienced in their life. His face alone could send them into a daze, but it was his acting skills that made them continue watching. It was now the scene where Zeno was being recruited by Jib, played by Jim. Zeno held a beat-up camcorder, pointing it at himself like a vlogger. In a monotone voice, he said, Data number 1. Humans are stupid. In the background, Jib, a frantic 30-something manager in plaid pajamas and a face mask, is waving a script. Not all humans. Just 98%. That's an amazing grade in this economy. Now listen, you have cheekbones that could cut tofu. I can make you a star, he promised. Data number 2. Humans do not know the definition of no, he added in a similar monotone voice. Jib pursed his lips. That's because no in showbiz means try again in 5 minutes. Now please, I am already letting you stay inside my house as an alien stranger. Would it hurt for you to help me by becoming the main character of my show? Zeno shook his head. I do not have the luxury of doing such. I must return to planet Vorticon in exactly 3 Earth months with the data that the planet leaders need. Jib sighed. And I'm telling you, if you star in one drama, I'll give you all the data. You'll understand humans better than your own motherboard. Zeno tilted his head. That is bullshit. Jib's eyes widened. You know curse words? He asked. The audience laughed, and Jim felt a newfound confidence in his chest. He was truly doing better than anyone had expected, even himself. He took Zeno's advice to heart and acted for his long-lost dream. I'm telling the truth. Jib insisted. How about this? Data number 3. Humans are superior to other planets because they have emotions. Zeno's eyes flickered for a moment. That's another piece of bullshit. Jib sighed before leaning in, dead serious. I'm not kidding. I'll help you. I promise. Promise, logged. He lowered the camcorder. I am already experiencing regret. Fascinating. The audience once again laughed, and Doha smiled proudly at the side. It seemed he had a talent for this. Mr. Goldie also took note of this. He thought it seemed a bit silly, but then again, the other scripts weren't any better. Zeno did every role perfectly. He could confidently say that his acting had improved in the span of a week. Although this role coincided with his current life, there were moments when he felt out of his comfort zone, pushing him to become better. Up until now, the audience was predominantly amused. However, the last scene was about to come, and it left Zeno with an ambiguous feeling. It was time for his goodbye. The audience was still smiling because there was not a hint of a sad scene coming next. However, as soon as everything calmed down, they finally had a hunch. Zeno and Jim had set the tone perfectly despite not speaking. On the rooftop of Jib's apartment building, Zeno stood with his usual impeccable posture. Jib stood behind him, arms crossed, and eyes red. Whether it was from crying or from not sleeping, even he wasn't sure anymore. With their positions, the audience could tell that the play was coming to an end. It was squeezed into such a short amount of time, and they wanted it to continue on, curious about their story. Are you really going? Jib asked. Zeno didn't look back. He nodded slowly. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, like he was waiting for something to arrive. Yes, Zeno softly said. There was a long pause, and in those seconds, the audience was completely silent. I always thought Earth was the worst, Zeno started off. Even with a funny statement, the audience didn't dare laugh. A planet full of contradictions. How can you have everything? Corruption, poverty, violence, greed, war, betrayal. It made no sense. How can life here be so imperfect, but you're deemed as the most advanced planet? Jib stepped forward but said nothing, watching him speak. And yet, he continued, you cry when you're hurt. You smile when you're loved. You scream when you're angry and laugh when you shouldn't. You feel pity, even for a killer. He finally turned to face Jib. You are not heartless even when you are. You're human. Jib pursed his lips, suppressing a sad smile. So you're saying, data number 3 was right. Zeno didn't want to admit to this, but for the role, he had to. Yes, he answered. Humans are superior, because they feel even when it breaks them. Jib chuckled under his breath, shaking his head. He stepped closer. You're really gonna leave after dropping a philosophical bomb like that? I do not intend to explode anything, figuratively or otherwise. You idiot, Jib said, swallowing hard. Zeno. Thank you, Zeno said before Jib could say anything else. I enjoyed my stay on Earth. It was fun. Jib smirked, blinking back something he'd never admit was a tear. You were a terrible actor at first, you know? And you are a reckless human, Zeno countered. They looked at each other. Zeno's eyes blinked softly. Then, for what seemed to be the first time, he did something unexpected. He smiled. And in that second, Jib could almost believe he wasn't an alien. Just a friend. Maybe the best one he was never meant to have. The audience gasped, seeing Zeno smile. It felt like it was the first time they had seen him genuinely smile throughout the play. However, even then, there was an underlying sadness in his smile, like he wasn't ready to go. It perfectly conveyed the emotions they were also feeling. They didn't want it to end. It was similar to the smile he did for Broken Chains of Justice, when he thought about his 10-year-long rest. However, at that moment, Zeno felt that something was different, too. He couldn't smile fully at the thought of a long rest, unlike before. There was a lingering disappointment with the thought of having to leave. Chapter 170, Small Favor. +1 Public Perception. Gained in real-life fans from the neighborhood. The Barber boys watched quietly and bitterly as Zeno was surrounded by the crowd. They were shirtless, yet no one even spared them a glance. Zeno, sign here, please. It's been a while since I saw you. You walk around often with your friends when you freshly moved to those units. But then, it seemed you had disappeared. I went to the military, Zeno answered. Now, I'm pretty busy. I can only imagine. I can't believe Zeno Han really lives in our neighborhood. Young man, take a photo with me. My daughter is a big fan, and she doesn't believe that you are our neighbor. Zeno nodded and looked straight into the camera. The old woman captured it and smiled. Please don't tell anyone where I live, though, Zeno said, looking at the crowd. Of course, they exclaimed in unison. You are our neighborhood's most prized possession. We will protect you until the end. A small smile appeared on Zeno's lips while the rest of the gym bros watched with amusement from the side. Just then, someone caught Zeno's eye. Can you point me to the restroom? Zeno asked after a while. They enthusiastically pointed where it was. After a while, he came back to the auditorium and found Mr. Goldie standing on the stage and the crowd waiting in anticipation. Zeno, over here, Doha exclaimed, patting the seat next to him. Zeno watched as Mr. Goldie went through the scores of the contestants. They didn't reveal the score for their team, so nobody knew who had truly won. Jim smiled to himself. He truly wanted to win for his group. However, even if they didn't win, he would be leaving with a smile on his face. Through this, he felt like he could finally say goodbye to acting. He wanted to leave with a good memory. Mr. Goldie adjusted his gold eyeglasses before speaking into the microphone. Well, you already know the prize, he said. For the winner of today, you'd be getting 1 month of free rent in my building. I make a lot of money anyway, so it's not that big of a deal for me, he continued. So, with this in mind, I decided to make it into 6 months. Gasps were heard across the auditorium. For a second, Mr. Goldie lifted his head and met gazes with Zeno, who already had a smirk playing on his lips. The contestants felt even more competitive, wanting to win despite the odds not being in their favor. 6 months of free rent was something they couldn't give up on. The gym bros turned to each other with wide eyes. 6 months? Jim asked. Did he just say 6 months? Doha began computing. That's 4.6 million KRW, he said. 3.6 million, Zeno quickly corrected. They once again gasped in shock, like they couldn't compute it inside their minds and had only heard of the answer now. Why is he doing all of this? Jim muttered. Doha quickly covered Jim's mouth. Thou shalt not question the rich. Like he said, he has a lot of money. With his old age, he wouldn't be able to take it with him to the afterlife. Don't kill him just yet, Jim said. Doha sheepishly smiled. Anyway, let's see. This will be a great help for all of us if we win. The winner is, Mr. Goldie started off, rendering the auditorium silent. He paused, increasing the tension in the room before he finally announced the winner. Zeno AI by the brainless gym dudes at the top floor, he said, a hint of a smile heard in his voice. With his announcement, Doha was the first to scream, hoisting everyone up for a group hug. We did it, he exclaimed. Tears formed in their eyes, and Zeno quietly left the circle, not wanting to be drenched from their sweat and tears, literally. Despite their big bodies, they cried like little kids. They were greeted with congratulations, with most of the people happy for their win. Well, except for the barber boys, who dejectedly left the room still in their shirtless glory. Zeno watched from the side when he heard someone clearing his throat from behind him. He turned around and found Mr. Goldie with a knowing look in his eyes. The old man smirked as Zeno faced him. Then, he held out his hand. Zeno took it and gave it a gentle squeeze. Congratulations, Mr. Goldie said. Thank you, Zeno merely said, causing the old man's smirk to widen. As he looked at Zeno, he couldn't help but feel amused. You need to break out of it, he added, confusing Zeno. Zeno asked. You're a good actor, Mr. Goldie continued. However, there's a wall in front of you. Deep inside, you know you are not connected with your emotions. There is something repressing you from showing your full potential. Zeno's eyebrows slightly raised. Did this man see through his soul, or something? This role is perfect for you because you're playing someone with those repressed feelings. However, when the day comes that you need to play someone who is in touch with his emotions, I'm afraid you're going to struggle, no matter how good you've got. Break through that wall, he continued, and only then will you be the best actor. Zeno was silent, or rather, silenced. This man seemed to be more of an expert than he thought. Still, congratulations, Mr. Goldie smirked. Don't forget about your small favor. I wouldn't, Zeno said. watching as the old man went to the other gym brothers. Then, he remembered their conversation a few moments ago. While Zeno was being asked for photos and autographs after their play, he saw Mr. Goldie move out of the room, so he quickly excused himself to go to the restroom. He waited for Mr. Goldie to finish. The old man stopped in his tracks when he saw Zeno leaning against the wall. Zeno straightened his back and bowed at him. "What are you doing here?" Mr. Goldie asked. "Sir, I need a small favor." Mr. Goldie raised one eyebrow. "You're not going to bribe me into making your group win out of your own pride, are you?" Zeno calmly shook his head. "Not at all," he muttered. "It's just, if our group does win, can you change the prize into 6 months' worth of free rent instead?" Mr. Goldie couldn't help but chuckle. "Despite my love of plays, I am a businessman, lad. I cannot give away 6 months' worth of free rent." "I know," Zeno said with a shrug. "I'm going to pay for the other 5 months." Mr. Goldie's brows furrowed. "Only if our group wins," Zeno reinforced. "Someone's child just underwent surgery, and they're probably short on money. Why don't you just pay the rent on their behalf?" Mr. Goldie asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Zeno smirked. "Then, they wouldn't allow me to." Chapter 171. Far Away. Doha cried, tears brimming in his eyes as he looked at Zeno. "Don't tell me." Zeno sighed, running his hands through his hair. "It's only going to be a month." "A month too long," Doha exclaimed. "Aside from that, you'll only have a short break, and then you'll go back there for another month." "I was in the military for 2 whole years. You're telling me you'll miss me for a month? It's not that big of a deal. Right, Minji?" Zeno asked, turning to his other friend. However, he saw that she, too, had tears in her eyes. "Unbelievable," Zeno muttered, shaking his head. He turned to his last chance at an ally, Eli. However, even then, the medical student seemed to be sad as well. Zeno ran his fingers through his hair. Zeno was currently outside of their units with a duffel bag and a backpack at hand. It was what he needed for a month-long nonstop filming for The Forsaken Prince. He had already informed his friends beforehand, but they were giving him a hard time leaving. "Are your items even enough?" Minji asked out of concern, looking at his bags. "You're going to be there for a month. Will you be able to eat well?" "Doha and I are not there to cook for you. We'll be fed well," Zeno said. "I'm with the likes of Oscar Beck and Hyunbin Lee. There's no way they're not going to give us good food." "That is true," Minji muttered right after. "I'm going then," Zeno said, already receiving a text from Moby that he was waiting down the stairs. He turned around. However, he felt something wet on his shoe. He looked at the culprit and saw Maxie with an innocent look on her face. "Seriously?" he exclaimed. "You looked like you didn't care last night," Zeno muttered, shaking his head. "Watch my bags for me. I'll change into something else." With that, he entered his unit again and wore another pair of shoes, one that was more worn out, before leaving the tarnished shoes outside. "Doha, wash that for me while I'm away." Doha didn't answer as he was still sobbing. Meanwhile, Zeno ruffled Maxie's head, who barked in response. I know. You'll miss me," Zeno said, clicking his tongue. "Be a good girl." "Well, I doubt you would be as much of a problem to them as you are to me. You love these guys better than me." Maxie's ears went down, and she leaned against Zeno's touch. "I'll be back in no time." Then, he stood, giving one last wave to his very sad friends, before running down the stairs with his bags. He entered Moby's car right away. He was going to accompany him through their filming while Bobby would be taking care of their business in Seoul. "What took you so long?" Moby jokingly asked. "My friends wouldn't let me go," Zeno honestly said. Moby chuckled. "Well, you can rest. It's a 4-hour drive from here." Zeno nodded and settled in his seat, crossing his arms in front of his chest and looking out of the window. They were going to North Gyeongsang, where a large historical site was located, for their filming. After the play, Zeno finally accomplished his mission, impart a skill to another person. Now, he had 2 more missions that were due in a week. 1. Get a scene done in 1 take. 2. Impress someone from the Imperial class. Aside from that, he had also improved his acting skills. +1 talent and skills. Acting skills leveled up. Current grade, A++. +3 job and income. Main role obtained. Recognized as a good actor by experts. Fame meter, 20%. He also had a new item. +1 draft of immersion. One-time use only. For some reason, there wasn't a description for this item. "Immersion," Zeno muttered. "That's right," Moby said, snapping him out of his thoughts. You're going to immerse yourselves in the role. The filming will take place away from civilization. It's going to be in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. The nearest neighborhood is 21 kilometers away if I'm not mistaken. That is far, Zeno said. A half marathon. Which is why you're going to be staying there for a month. Let's hope that none of the actors have a bad attitude. Otherwise, it would be unbearable, wouldn't it? Moby chuckled, probably joking. However, Zeno could already pinpoint a few cast members who would be unbearable. Fortunately, Daniel wasn't cast at all, so that was one less whiny person in their cast. You can sleep, Moby said. It might be your longest sleep for the entire month. Zeno nodded and closed his eyes. Despite the rough roads and Moby's shitty truck, he managed to fall asleep. Zeno, Moby shook him awake. Zeno quickly opened his eyes and looked out of the window, seeing them in the middle of nowhere. Don't tell me your truck broke down, Zeno said. Fortunately, no, Moby chuckled. This is how far cars could come. We'll have to walk 3 kilometers to the filming site. Oh, Zeno said, grabbing his bags and placing them over his shoulder. He jumped down the truck and looked around. A small smile appeared on his face. He was reminded of his very first life. It was almost as simple as this. However, his smile quickly fell when he remembered his castration. Let's go, Zeno said, and the two of them made their way to the filming site. Moby glanced at him from time to time. You can walk this far? Yes, Zeno said. I'm young. There's no reason for me to be unable. A smile appeared on Moby's lips. Zeno was so down to earth. The trail was much muddier than he expected. So, Maxie peeing on his shoes was actually a good thing because he wore ones that could withstand the mud. After a while, they finally arrived at the filming site. The very first person Zeno met was, unfortunately, Oscar, whose manager was wiping his shoes with what seemed to be his jacket. Make it quick, Oscar snapped. I can't meet the other actors like this. Yes, sir, his manager said, his eyes cast downward. Moby and Zeno stopped in their tracks, with Zeno's brows slightly furrowed. So, this was his true nature. A scum on earth. Just then, a familiar voice was heard a bit further away. Senior Oscar, come on. Everyone is waiting for you. Zeno turned his head to the side and was met with a disappointing sight. What was Daniel Bryan doing here? Chapter 172, The King is Here. Zeno is amazing, isn't he? Bobby asked, staring outside of the window. However, there wasn't a cool view, just the worn-out concrete of the next building. However, even then, Bobby felt invigorated. He is, Lenny exclaimed, lying on the couch with her head on Sarung's lap. Jace, who was lounging on the floor, tilted his head to the two of them. You don't have a gig today? Nope, Sarung answered. That's strange, Jace said. You have one almost every week now. Yeah, Lenny smiled. We have one tomorrow. Since it's nearly summer, we are killing it. It's projected that we'll get more festivals in the summer, especially in the countryside. I didn't think we would hit it this big, Sarung added. I mean, our songs are at 201st on the local charts. The last time we checked, it wasn't even in the top 10,000. That's great, Jace smiled. Things are finally looking up. I agree, Lenny said. I think it's because of Zeno. Since he came to the company, our luck has gone up. We can even pay rent on time now. Bobby nodded in agreement. It's unbelievable how he achieved all of these in the span of months. He's truly amazing. Jace swallowed and looked at his lap. He truly is. Do you know who is more amazing, though? Lenny suddenly asked. They all turned their attention toward her. Jace, she said with a teasing smile. He's been here the longest, but he's still the same. Talk about consistency. Sarung laughed, and Jace, too, joined her. That was what he always did when they joked about his career and how it remained stagnant until now. Yeah, amazing, Jace muttered, but it didn't sound as cheerful as he expected. Truly amazing. Daniel Bryan and Yuan were in the set. It seemed they were offered minor roles, which they still took. Zeno couldn't believe it. To be fair, Daniel couldn't believe it, too. He had taken a small role despite his big pride. However, that same pride couldn't take not being in this production. It was already the talk of the town, and the filming has barely started. Yuan, on the other hand, wanted to be part of the experience. Where else would he be able to witness so many great actors at once? Aside from that, he could watch Zeno Han, the actor he was recently very interested in, act in real time. Meanwhile, somewhere in Seoul, Ian Co was crying to his manager. Why didn't you tell me that Zeno was going to be in? The Forsaken Prince? He exclaimed. You said you wanted to rest. Your premiere for Code Black is also near, his manager answered. Ian pursed his lips, placing his hand over his chest and looking away at a distance. Suho Ryu's role, he muttered. That should have been mine. Back to the set. Zeno looked around, looking for a certain person when someone suddenly sat next to him. Hi, Zeno, Risa exclaimed in a way too cheery voice. She bit her lip and offered her hand to him. Nice to meet you. Zeno shook her hand and bowed politely. We've met before. That? We have, Risa chuckled. But we've never talked properly. Zeno nodded. Risa watched him fondly. You're not much of a talker, aren't you? Zeno nodded once more. Then, he continued looking around for another person. Well, if you have any questions, you can just ask me. It's my second period drama, she said. Thank you, he muttered, his eyes still focused on the entrance of the pavilion. Is he coming today? Some of the staff members whispered. He is. We're filming the scenes with him first so he could go home earlier than the rest of us. It's his first time coming personally, right? To a group meeting, yes. But then again, he doesn't have to come. Oscar Beck, despite his disdain for the situation, was nervous when the staff started talking about him. It was strange. Even Hyunbin Lee, an actor for half of his life, bit his lip while waiting for his arrival. Everyone talked about him like he was a deity, and maybe he was. Just then, a looming presence stood right outside the entrance of the pavilion. They collectively turned their heads, seeing a short, old man with a large presence. He had simple clothes on, but even then, they could tell he had the money to buy the very land they were sitting on. There wasn't a smile on his face, and gulps could be heard as he walked past the crew. Daeshim PD smiled shakily as he greeted the old actor. Mr. Wong, he greeted. The old actor merely shooed him away and sat on the floor with everybody else. Continue, he said. Don't mind me. Still, the others didn't take their eyes away from him. With a slight glare, they all turned toward the front, except for Zeno. Zeno stared at the old man, filled with grace, and couldn't deny his aura. It wasn't that Zeno wanted to defy his words by fixing his gaze on him, but it was because he couldn't look away at all. S-list actor with SSS class talent. Zeno's breath got caught in the back of his throat. No wonder he was entitled as the king of actors. His name, Ryo Wong, literally meant majestic king. In all of South Korea, Wong was a pretty rare surname, with only 25,000 across their population of 52 million. That's a 0.048% chance of having such a surname. Yes, Zeno computed it on the spot. To think that someone with his surname became famous was even more bizarre. It seemed he was born for this. Just then, Ryo's gaze snapped toward Zeno, so the latter quickly looked away. Even though Zeno was technically older than Ryo, he still felt pretty intimidated. Not only did he have 87 acting awards from different academies, but he was also the only actor in a different class than the rest. The Imperial class. He was the only one who had that title within this set, so it also meant that he was the only person Zeno needed to impress. But, even then, Zeno was unsure if the old expert would budge. Chapter 173, The Classes Explained. The Imperial class isn't picked based only on acting prowess or the years you've been an actor. If that were the case, you'd see dozens of familiar names in it. But you don't, because the Imperial class has a standard. That's why it's called a class. It's a tier, a rank, not something you get just for being famous or sticking around long enough. There are 3 major classes. First, the rookie class. Sounds simple, right? But even that's tough to crack. You need at least 10 recognized acting awards, not just nominations. And on top of that, 3 box office films with over 10 million viewers and/or 2 dramas that break a 20% real-time rating. That alone filters out most actors. Then comes the Regency class. That's when you know someone's a real contender. 30 awards, 5 movies with 10 million viewers and/or 4 dramas that hit the 20% mark. And that's still not enough for Imperial. The Imperial class is the peak. 50 acting awards. There should have at least 1 international nomination, think Cannes or Oscar, and 8 movies with 10 million viewership and/or 7 high-rating dramas. There are actors who've worked 20 years and still never make it. Because the Imperial class doesn't just measure how well you act, it measures how far your presence reaches. Why don't you know this? The senior makeup artist asked the younger one, clicking her tongue. You're already in this industry. You should be more familiar with it. The young makeup artist, who was doing Zeno's makeup, scratched the back of her neck. I do makeup. I don't act. But thanks. This is new info to me. This is just the surface level, the senior said. Everyone knows this already. Even the rookies. The young artist turned to Zeno. Do you know about this? Zeno merely nodded. However, he, in fact, did not. He thought it was subjective, but it turned out there was an objective standard that could be broken through. Then, he shrugged. Not like it was his business. He just needed to impress Ryo Wong. You're done, the makeup artist said. Zeno finally opened his eyes to look at his appearance. Fortunately, he didn't need to wear the heavy clothes they wore back in the day. Those were reserved for royalty. In the first part of the story, he was, in fact, even less than a beggar. With that, he had worn-out linen clothes with reasonable layers and a simple long wig tied in a loose bun. The other actors, who wore drastically fancier clothes, also finished with their makeup and turned to each other for the first time. Asuka smirked, feeling heavenly in his attire despite the role he had gotten. However, when he glanced at Zeno, he couldn't help but purse his lips. Why did he look good in such simple attire? Daniel, too, turned to the side, feeling annoyed. Yuan, on the other hand, nudged Zeno's shoulder. You look good, man. I don't think I can pull something like that off. They all went outside and saw the crew had already prepared everything. We'll start off with the pavilion scene, Daisham said. Then, he glanced at Ryo, who was already in his full get-up. Before the skies turn dark, let's film this. Let's make the most of our time as this scene will set everything for the first episode. A series of cheers were heard across the pavilion. Zeno was pulled by Risa to the side, where the filming crew were. Do you want to watch? She asked. She was dressed casually since she didn't have any scenes to film for the day. Zeno nodded. Me too, she smiled. It's not my first time acting with Mr. Wong, but I still want to watch him. He's called a one-take actor for a reason. He nails it in a single take. Zeno nodded once more, settling with the crew as the others proceeded to their positions with the help of Daisham PD. Scene 17. Take 1. Lights, camera, action. The heavy doors groaned open. One by one, the princes entered. First came Wang Suk, the crown prince, his robes marked with the gold crest of his birthright. Behind him trailed his 2 sons, poised like shadows. Then entered Wang Jin, the second son, flanked by his stately wife and his only son. His 2 daughters trailed behind them with shining pearls, smirking at those wanting to get inside the grand pavilion. Last came Wang Ryu, the youngest, holding the hand of his daughter as his wife tried to coax their solemn boy to stand straight. The tension was already thick, and the king had yet to speak. The air cracked when Wang Jin broke the silence. Why did you call us here, father? I had to leave my granddaughter's recital mid-performance. I pray this meeting has some meaning, he said. If your granddaughter's song matters more than the king's word, perhaps you should have stayed, Wang Ryu coolly said. Wang Jin snapped his gaze toward his younger brother. And if you spent less time gambling, perhaps our father would not look so tired. Wang Suk cleared his throat. Stop it. Both of you. This isn't the time. However, Wang Jin continued. You always speak of time, big brother, yet you've wasted half your life loving a servant. The room stilled, and everyone turned silent. Just then, a table shuddered under someone's fist. Voices rose. The wives looked down, their lips tight. Sons glanced at fathers, unsure whose side to take. Chaos clawed at the edges of the royal chamber. Then, like thunder cracking from above, King shouted. Enough! The room fell silent. The king sat not on the throne but in the chair beside it, slumped, exhausted, dressed in simpler robes than usual. He looked every year of his age at that moment. I did good for my country, but not for my family. That is my failure, he muttered. He raised his hand when Wang Suk opened his mouth to speak. No, you will listen, all of you, the king continued. Our lands are stable. Our coffers are full. Our generals are loyal to me, at least. I gave my life to this throne, but I look at my sons, and I see ambition, jealousy, and pride. I see hypocrisy. He took a shaky breath. Do you think I do not hear how you speak of each other in my absence? How the courtiers whisper behind silk fans, betting on who will take the crown when I fall. The room tensed. Well, they need not wait long. A pause. Silence settled like a snowfall. I am ill. The doctors say months, at best. So this is the truth you must now carry. I will not live to see next winter. Gasps were heard across the large hall. Wives reached for their husbands. Sons stood, eyes wide. I always thought I didn't do enough for you three. But no, I see clearly now. I was right. You've grown into men who would tear this kingdom apart for a crown. I will not let that happen. He rose with effort, but when he stood, his voice had steel again. The throne will not go to anyone who is not worthy. I care not if they carry my blood. The crown prince shall change. From this day forward, the heir is not fixed. All eyes flew to the king. I will watch. I will judge. And I will name the one most deserving before I draw my last breath. Not the one born into it, but the one who proves they can lead. Chapter 174, Overhyped? The moment the scene finished, everyone seemed to release a breath. The entire room was overwhelmed by Ryo Wong. It was the first time Zeno felt like that in this body, too. Ryo had the ability to command everybody in the room, and it only took one take. Ryo pursed his lips. I'm done for today, right? He asked, already removing his robe. Daishim PD nodded, still in a daze after watching him act. It seemed he was transported back in time and witnessed a power struggle right before his eyes. You've worked hard, sir, Daishim said. Ryo nodded and began to exit the pavilion with the help of his assistant. Meanwhile, the rest could do nothing but watch as he left. When he was gone, Daishim finally snapped back to his strict self. Let's go ahead with Zeno's scenes then. They all turned to Zeno. Most of the staff, main actors, and extras. All of them were curious. Some of them already knew of his acting skills, but only a few of them had seen it in real life. Even if most of the other actors' scenes were done for the day, they still wanted to watch Zeno. Zeno sat on the seat where he was going to be tortured. Yes, tortured. What a way to kick off his first scene, right? Although he had thoroughly prepared for the role, Zeno still had 2 scenes that he was iffy about. This was one of them. Ready? Daishim PD asked. Zeno nodded and fixed his posture. Back straight, shoulders relaxed, head slightly bowed. When he finally sat, he could feel the entire crew watching him. The camera stood steady. Boom mics hovered. Someone coughed in the back, and the assistant director snapped at them to quiet down. Deep down, it was a scene everyone had been waiting for. Zeno is a rookie actor with a reputation built by a relatively small number of people. Rumors had said he was terrifyingly good. When he acted, it felt like someone else stepped into his body. Now, it was time to see if the rumors were true. Scene 12. Take 1. Daishim PD called. Zeno nodded once. He lowered his lashes and inhaled. Then, everything changed. His body twitched. His eyes flinched open like someone pulled him from underwater. He jolted upright, breathing hard, as if the air had just been granted to him for the first time in days. The room was unfamiliar. Dirty hay walls. Dim torchlight flickering in sconces. He blinked, his breath shallow. Where am I? His voice cracked, raw with confusion. He gazed side to side, disoriented, swaying like the ground was made of paper. Who are you? He demanded, eyes wide as he turned toward the sound of footsteps off camera. What am I doing here? You're Hajin, aren't you? Came the line from the actor playing the thug that his brothers had hired. Hajin tilted his head to the side. This was the first interaction of the modern Hajin in the ancient setting, and he was already being tortured. The screen captured his confusion, and the crew nodded in approval. Risa pursed her lips as she watched him act live. Asuka held in the urge to scoff, while Daniel was unintentionally immersed. Cut! Daishim PD exclaimed. That's good. One more take, all right? Let's include the next scene. Zeno nodded. Wow. Someone whispered near the monitors. That was pretty good, murmured one of the assistant producers, nudging Daishim PD. Even some of the extras raised an eyebrow. Didn't expect that from a pretty boy. Zeno didn't break character. He simply reset himself quietly, breathing slowly, letting the tension settle back in his limbs. It was then that he noticed someone watching from one of the huts. He turned to the side and saw Ryo Wong watching with one eyebrow raised. His heart skipped a beat. Was he watching all along? He needed to exploit this opportunity to impress him then. Next scene, the director said. Banquet sequence. He's being tortured to keep him from showing up. Makeup staff rushed in to dab fake blood and dirt onto his face. Someone checked the lighting. One of the extras playing a thug rehearsed his grip on the wooden plank he'd use for the beating. Zeno sat down again. The moment the camera rolled, he was already trembling. Hajin's wrists strained against the ropes as he tried to lift his head. His lips were bloodied. "I think you have the wrong person," he said, still confused. However, the thugs didn't listen to a word he said and continued with the beating. Whip crack. He lurched. Another hit. He gasped, spine curling. His arms sagged forward. A third blow. He whimpered, a sob caught in his throat. His mouth trembled as he slurred, "I have to go. I have work." "Cut!" Daesham PD exclaimed. Zeno turned to the crew, and they had unreadable expressions. He pursed his lips. It was hard to gauge whether he had done a good job. Daesham PD turned his head to the side, feeling that something was wrong. Asuka smirked while Risa bit her lip nervously. "It's not believable," he said after a while. No matter how much Daesham looked at it, trying to look for a silver lining, Zeno had acted without the proper physical pain. Daniel, despite being immersed in watching the first scene, quietly scoffed. "I can do it better." Asuka turned to him with one eyebrow raised. Daniel quickly retracted his words. "I mean, you can do it better, Asuka." Asuka finally smiled in satisfaction. Zeno stood, brushing dust off his costume. He didn't look offended, just thoughtful. He pursed his lips, nodding faintly. He knew he would have a difficult time with this scene. Try living for 500 years. Your pain tolerance will surely increase. The last time he had felt such grueling pain was during his anesthetic-free castration. His illness as Sanjay was also pretty painful. However, even then, he had masked it. How does someone who had masked most of his pain begin to act it out? It seemed he truly still had a long way to go with his acting. He glanced to the side and saw Ryo Wong slowly losing interest. He pursed his lips, trying to come up with something. Just then, he looked toward the extras. "Can you actually hit me? Just a little stronger for me to feel the impact." They merely laughed, not taking his suggestion seriously. "We can't do that. You'll bruise. Everyone will have a hard time covering it for the next scenes." The crew watched as Zeno struggled. Then, they began undermining his strength. "He's not that good then." "Yeah, I thought he was the best since the crew fought for his place." Daesham pursed his lips, his own reputation reflecting on Zeno's performance. "Do you need a break? Are you tired?" he asked. Zeno glanced to the side once more. Ryo Wong was still there. With that, he shook his head. "I'm fine," he insisted. "Let's continue." Daesham PD clicked his tongue before nodding. However, even then, Zeno didn't have a strategy. With that, he quickly scanned through his items. "Draft of immersion," he whispered. Chapter 175, Zeno gets tortured. Literally, with everyone's eyes on him, Zeno made a rash decision. Activate, he thought. Draft of immersion activated. Shall inactivate until the scene is deemed satisfactory. Zeno hummed. He had no idea what the booster might bring, but immersion was what he needed. This seemed to be the right decision. How much time does he need? For this scene, the staff began to whisper. It's only his first scene, but he's already having such a hard time. Asuka and Daniel enjoyed this a little too much, while Risa felt like she was the one being tortured. How could they say such cruel things about him? Everyone was a new actor once. She was even worse when she just started out. "All right, let's do it again," Daesham PD said, giving Zeno the benefit of the doubt. Scene 12. Take 6. The cameras started rolling, and Zeno closed his eyes for a moment. However, the second he opened his eyes, he felt that something was different. He looked at the two thugs and saw an evil glint in their eyes. Were these the same guys who refused to hit him a little bit harder for the scene? "You're Hajin, right?" they asked. "Yes," Hajin responded, confused. Zeno still nailed the first part of the scene, and he was even much better than the previous takes. Daesham nodded. However, he couldn't feel fully satisfied until they were finished with the beating scene. "What are you doing?" Hajin asked as one of the thugs raised the plank high in the air. The thug smirked. "What does it look like I'm doing, Prince?" he asked in a mocking tone. "Let go of me." Hajin began to struggle against the ropes, wincing as the roughness rubbed against his already sore skin. "I think you have the wrong person." "We most definitely not." The two of them chuckled. "You're the bastard everyone knows about, the illegitimate son of Crown. Prince Wong Suk." "Wong Suk," Hajin exclaimed. Why the heck were they saying such ancient names? "Look, brother, did I somehow get caught in an acting set? I'm really not the person you're looking for." "Shut up," the thug said, hitting Hajin's shoulder. At that moment, Zeno froze. Why did that hurt? He looked at the thug, wide-eyed and in disbelief. However, before he could utter another word, the other thug hit him, this time on the head. His body responded immediately, feeling himself grow dizzy with the impact. Meanwhile, the crew turned quiet. Daisham's eyes brightened as he watched Zeno through the monitoring screen. This was exactly what he was looking for. The genuine hurt and confusion. It seemed like he truly didn't expect to be hit. "Hey," Zeno said, out of character for a moment, while holding onto the back of his head. But then, he quickly caught onto the situation. Draft of immersion. Did that mean he was stuck in a real situation? Crap, he cursed inside his head. Zeno took consecutive hits. He had to quickly retract the thought that he had a high pain tolerance. Being beaten with his hands tied was almost as bad as being waterboarded in one of his past missions. The two of them weren't his definition of fun. He pursed his lips to prevent himself from screaming, yet that made his acting even more authentic. Reese's worries slowly began melting away, and she was once again mesmerized. She even had the urge to call out the two thugs to stop them from beating him. That was how believable this was. Asuka and Daniel watched the scene with furrowed brows. Meanwhile, Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Zeno took the criticism and crushed it all by showing them how it needed to be done. A small smile appeared on Daisham PD's lips. He shouldn't have doubted Zeno at all. He was nailing this scene. Zeno felt like his entire body was detached from his head. He found himself wanting to close his eyes. However, he fought it. That was once again captured well on the screen. He still needed to break through from the two of them. The modem Hajin, to escape from the mediocrity of his life, took up many hobbies to fill the void. One of them was martial arts. So, with the skills he had gained from his previous life, he began to escape from the hands of the thugs. He broke away from the ropes with the thug's blade, and he stood after much difficulty, swinging the blade left and right, startling the two of them. The thugs turned to each other before pouncing on him once again. Zeno felt their impeccable speed. With the pain he was feeling, he tried his best. It was seamless. His expertise was seen along with his struggle. Daisham PD's serotonin levels were increasing more and more by the minute. The cameraman captured every angle well, feeling that this scene was too good to miss. Zeno momentarily glanced at Daisham PD, cursing him inside his mind. When was he going to call cut? His body was in so much pain. Finally, Zeno broke away from the two of them, running for his life. He bumped with the props, causing them to topple over. It once again added to his pain. However, he didn't slow down at all. He raced through the sea of extras, and those watching from the side were surprised by his speed. It looked like he was running for his life. In truth, Zeno truly wanted to get it over with. After what seemed to be an eternity, it finally ended. Cut! Daisham PD exclaimed, satisfaction heard in his voice even with the single word. Draft of immersion inactivated. Zeno sighed in relief. However, his mood quickly dampened when the effects of the beating remained. He inspected his body and found that there weren't any bruises or other marks. However, the pain was still there. He clicked his tongue. Did Avalis hate him that much? But then again, going through this was much better than the pain trial. He didn't have plenty of time for his missions, so he needed to get the hardest one done soon. With that, he turned back to the small hut where he last saw Ryo Wong. However, he wasn't there anymore. Chapter 176, his first mission. That was actually great. I could see why they said he's a good actor. +2. Job and income. Acknowledged by the crew. Fame meter, 22%. Yuan smirked and turned to some of the staff. He's good, right? He's just a little bit nervous. It's his first time with a main role. Nobody is an expert at that point. I think he is even better than the rest of us. On our first days, Daniel clicked his tongue, standing from his seat. No fun, he muttered. I'm getting dressed. Asuka, on the other hand, felt like he was being stabbed with all the compliments Zeno was getting. He finished that particular scene in 6 takes. Asuka could have easily done so in only 1 take. With that, he also stood and went to his personal hut with a bitter expression. That was great, Zeno. Daisham PD exclaimed, enthusiastically patting his back. Zeno flinched, causing the director to chuckle and hit him even harder. Zeno wasn't exactly pleased. You haven't broken out of character yet, huh? That's dangerous. Take this advice. Don't get too attached to the character, all right? Zeno nodded and stepped back. He wasn't attached. He was just in pain. Let's continue tomorrow. Zeno nodded once more and made his way to his hut, too, wanting nothing but to bathe. He heard the compliments of those who once badmouthed him, but he didn't feel too flattered. He needed only one person's approval, Ryo Wong. He arrived at his hut, which he was going to be sharing with Moby. Amazing, Moby said, tears brimming in his eyes. I nearly cried watching you get beaten. Did it hurt that much? It did, Zeno honestly said, causing Moby to sniff. I need a warm bath. Oh, it's a good thing I heated up some water, Moby said. You don't mind using a basin for showering, right? It doesn't matter, Zeno muttered. That was the least of his worries. Oh, and the bathroom is outside. It's how it is in these huts. The women got the huts with the private bathroom. It's all right, Zeno said once again. He wasn't a stranger to hardships. Thanks for heating up the water. Moby smiled widely and gave him a towel. With that, he brought the hot water outside and began taking a bath. Meanwhile, Asuka, who was only a few huts away, sneered as his manager heated up some water. Seriously? They don't have any showers here, he exclaimed. It's an isolated property, sir, his manager muttered. They don't make such renovations. The water system does not reach here, too. So, I took some water from the well. I have prepared the basin outside. Outside, he exclaimed. What the heck are you talking about? Who would take a bath outside? The manager pursed his lips. The women have the private bathrooms. We only have a toilet here, but it's too small to take bathe in. I don't care, Asuka said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I'm not taking a shower outside. Tell Risa I'm going to be using her bathroom. But, Asuka glared at him. No buts. The palanquin swayed gently, its embroidered curtains fluttering in the soft wind. Inside, the princess sat, cheeks red, while glancing at the person in front of her from time to time. The scent of jasmine filled the air, mingling with the faint scent of incense from the lanterns lining the path. The eunuch's eyes remained trained on the winding road ahead, his back turned to her. His duty was clear, as it had always been. He was her shadow, her silent protector, the one who ensured her safety without her knowing. For years, his life had been one of silent vigilance, watching from the corners, guarding from afar. He was never meant to be noticed, only an invisible presence in the princess's life. But it had been his first mission to keep her alive until she turned 20, a task no one could understand. A task that seemed almost impossible to achieve, given the whispers of enemies lurking in the shadows. Yet, here he was, one step away from completing that mission. The ceremony would mark her coming of age and, with it, the binding of her fate to another. It was supposed to be a time of celebration, but all the eunuch could feel was the danger growing closer with every passing second. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a red glow over the horizon, and the countdown to her 20th year loomed. His breath quickened, his senses sharpening. Something was wrong. He could feel it in his bones. A chill crawled up his spine. His hand tightened around the hilt of the sword at his side, and his heart beat faster, pounding like the drums of war. He had to remain calm. His task wasn't over yet. Not until she was safe, not until the ceremony began, and he could finish this mission. But as the palanquin rocked slightly, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Sunday. He froze. It wasn't often she spoke to him, much less in such a familiar manner. He turned slightly. She was looking at him with wide eyes. I know you've been protecting me all these years, she whispered. I want to thank you. Before he could respond, she leaned forward, her lips brushing against his lips in a soft kiss. What in the heavens, he thought. Suddenly, the doors to the palanquin were suddenly flung open, and the world came crashing down. Traitor! He was pulled out of the palanquin, his limbs shaking as his body was dragged to the center of the square. His heart hammered as he looked up, meeting the eyes of those who he had served through these years. They accused him of the worst betrayal, the unthinkable crime of laying hands on the princess. His heart shattered as the ropes were tied tighter around his wrists, and the first lash of the whip sliced through the air. However, he had done it. He had protected her. Even in his final moments, he knew he had succeeded. Zeno's eyes fluttered open as his memory of his first mission resurfaced. It seemed that he truly was getting more flashbacks in this particular life as Zeno Han. He shook his head. What a first life he had. It was there where he saw how corrupted the royal scene truly was, and he began to disdain even the thought of them back then. Such lowlifes. Oh, you're awake, Moby smiled. Are you ready for the scene for today? Yeah, Zeno said without any hesitation. I guess the dream was a good reminder, he thought. With the detestation he felt for the royal family in his first mission, he was prepared to give his all for this take. He wanted to get it done once and impress Ryo Wang at the same time. A small smile appeared on his lips. Let's show those royal bastards. Chapter 177. I don't like it. The continuation of the pavilion scene was underway. It was where King Jum's sons and grandchildren would start revolting. While the last scene was focused on Ryo Wang's acting, this time, it would be more focused on the other actors. To say they were nervous was an understatement. Aside from Ryo's one-take acting, he was known for calling out actors when they didn't do a good job. He said in an interview that one of his biggest fears was acting alongside a mediocre actor because it led to a mediocre outcome. Ryo was going through the script, writing the notes and cues he believed would be best for each scene. He kept it to himself, though, as his opinion might be different from that of the director. However, it had been his ritual since he was enlightened to become a better actor. Is everyone ready? Daishim PD asked through a megaphone. The actors settled in their spots, and the set steadily became quiet. Zeno, already fully dressed and made up, stood at the side, waiting for his turn. Once again, Risa still didn't have a scene, so she sat next to Daishim PD while snacking on some boiled potatoes. Zeno's gaze turned to her for a moment. He looked at the round, brown root crops, his eyes brightening like he was in love. Risa stopped mid-bite when she felt someone looking at her. She turned to the side and saw Zeno's bright gaze. Her breath hitched, but Zeno quickly looked away. After that, her heart started racing inside her chest. What was that? Why was he looking at her with such a loving expression? Scene 18. Take 1. Lights, camera, action. Daishim PD exclaimed, and the sequence finally started. The king was slumped on his throne, out of breath. Yet the noise around him did not cease. No, it grew louder, angrier, as if the walls of the pavilion themselves would crumble under his family's fury. Wang Ryu stepped forward. His robes flared like the wings of a bird taking flight. His voice, sharpened by wounded pride, rang through the hall. What mean you not by blood, he cried. Are we not to you, father? Have we not bowed at your feet, ridden at your side, fought your battles, upheld your name, lived under your shadow all our lives? The court murmured, the ministers exchanging uneasy glances. Wang Ryu pressed on, his fists clenched and trembling. We have served you, suffered for you. We are your flesh and your bone. Shall you give all to a stranger? Shall our bloodline be cast aside as refuse? Wang Jin stood near the base of the throne's dais, his face dark with conflict. He pressed his fingers hard against the bridge of his nose. He had been second in line, waiting all his life behind Wang Suk. If fortune turned, he would have been king. If Suk fell, it would be his crown. But now what was this madness? He opened his mouth, then closed it again, anger and fear warring in his eyes. Wang Suk, the crown prince, the next in line, remained silent, seated stiffly beside his brothers. His eyes were devoid of any emotion except for grief. The loss was bitter in his throat, but he held his tongue. Yet if the father would not rise, the sons of the next generation would not be still. Prince Xian, Wang Suk's eldest son, surged forward, the veins in his neck taut with fury. His youth burned with rage. Grandfather, he barked, do you hear yourself? All our lives, we were taught that the bloodline was sacred, that the heavens chose the righteous path through blood. Have you forgotten your own teachings and sacrifices? He pointed toward the nobles gathered in the hall. These men pledged loyalty to your house, not to some nameless usurper you will favor in the future. A murmur of assent swept through the courtiers. Prince Iku, the youngest son of Wang Suk, rose next. Is loyalty nothing? Are we to be cast aside for your fancy, grandfather? Is the labor of generations to be undone in a single breath? The sons of the other princes, along with the cousins present, shouted in anger, their voices clashing like steel on a battlefield. Your Majesty, reconsider. Have mercy upon your sons. Think of the ancestors. The noise swelled. The once holy throne room now a marketplace of shouting and curses. Ministers pounded there, staffs against the floor. Guards stiffened, uncertain whether to intervene. The king, pale and breathless, raised his hand, but none saw it. His word, once command, now seemed a whisper drowned by a sea of rage. And then, with the force of a man who had once borne the crown through wars and betrayals, the king brought his foot down upon the marble steps of the dais. A great crack resounded through the hall. All fell silent. "I don't like it," he suddenly said, making the entire crew confused. Risa turned to Dacian PD with furrowed brows. "Was that the next line?" she asked. "That's not the next line," Zeno muttered to himself. Then, the realization hit him. Ryo Wong wasn't saying it as King Jum, but instead as himself. He actually didn't like how the scene turned out. Zeno glanced at Dacian PD and saw he had the same interpretation. "Sir," Asuka said, breaking the murmurs. "I think your line was wrong." Ryo Wong turned to him with a small smirk. "Does it make you happy?" he asked. Asuka's eyes widened slightly. "Pardon?" he asked out of confusion. "Does it make you happy calling me out for my mistake?" Asuka's mouth opened and closed, unable to find the right words to say. "Well, in my case, I'm not too happy about calling other people's mistakes," he started off. "I don't have any problem with technical mistakes, as we are human after all. However, I do have a problem when the actors cannot internalize the script. You are actors for a reason, and this is a big-scale project. It's not something you can half-ass." "I don't like it," Ryo repeated, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "I don't like what you are portraying." "Suho," Ryo said, turning to the young actor. "Are you nervous?" Suho opened his mouth, but no answer came fast enough. "You're playing the youngest son. You're supposed to have the boldness of youth, that recklessness and belief that you're invincible. Right now, you're playing him like a boy asking permission to breathe." Suho nodded stiffly, swallowing hard. Ryo turned his head, eyes now landing on Shin Pion. The actor straightened instinctively, but it was too late. "And you, Shin," Ryo said. Wong Suk's expression, it was bland. "Bitterness alone isn't enough. He's not merely angry but blindsided. No one expected this. I need disbelief written into your face." Ryo's focus then shifted to the entire line of actors playing the grandchildren. "And all of you," he said. "Your tones, you're missing something fundamental. You fear the king. You may be his grandchildren, but in this world, blood doesn't erase power. When you speak to him, when you accuse him, when you beg him, whatever you are doing, that fear has to bleed into your voice. Even when you are angry, even when you are disappointed. Because deep down, you still understand he could crush you if he chose." "And Asuka." Asuka straightened slightly. "I honestly don't know how you got into the Regency class with skills like this." The crew gasped with Ryo Wong's statement. "Your interpretation of Cian is completely wrong. Cian isn't some naive fool you drag through scenes. You sound dumb. Cian is supposed to be smart. Smarter than most people in the room. His tragedy isn't ignorance, but it's knowing too much and being unable to act. If you keep playing him like a confused child, you destroy everything the character stands for." Chapter 178. Again and again. 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 Ryo Wong was notorious. He didn't stop shouting the word until he was satisfied. Dacian PD let him do his thing because, frankly, he believed it was necessary. Dacian didn't feel ashamed that the veteran actor had somehow taken over his job. He was actually thankful. Ryo Wong had lived for 88 whole years, and he was still up and running. There was a reason why he was called the king of acting, and Dacian respected his input. Meanwhile, Asuka felt like that this was the most embarrassing moment of his life. Somehow, Ryo always stopped him in the middle of his sentence, so he felt like the old man's anger was directed toward him. "Again," Ryo exclaimed just as Asuka opened his mouth. He didn't even get a word out. He let out a deep breath, making Ryo raise one eyebrow. "Are you tired?" Asuka merely pursed his lips and didn't respond. "Then, get it right so we can move on." Shin, on the other hand, found the situation very enjoyable. It wasn't because most of the actors, who thought they were the best, were being greatly humbled, although he enjoyed that, too, but because Ryo Wong was giving very valuable advice. Zeno, too, listened intently despite being on the sidelines. "We need to get your makeup retouched," the staff said to him. "Can we do it here?" he asked, wanting to listen to more of Ryo's advice. The makeup artist, unable to resist Zeno's small smile, nodded and dabbed on the fake bruises and blood on his face and body. Zeno took note of the precious advice. He was particularly fond of these lines. "Do not act out of your own prejudice, but the characters. Your face should speak more than your words. A good actor is a good observer. A balance between empathy and detachment is the key to good acting." Somehow, Listening to these enlightened him, and he was sure to apply it to his next scene. Suddenly, he received an upgrade. +1 talent and skills. Upgraded acting. Current grade, A+++. Fame meter, 23%. Zeno's brows raised in surprise. Ryo Wang's words were so powerful that he upgraded his talent only by listening to him. Finally, after what felt like 1,000 takes, Ryo was finally satisfied. The other actors appeared exhausted, but it was what Daisham was looking for. That exhaustion not from physical labor, but from an emotional toll. They continued with the next scene. The echo of the king's footfall still hung in the air when he lifted his head, slow and heavy. "I have heard enough," he said. "You show your true colors at last." The princes shifted uneasily, their anger momentarily choked by a creeping shame. The king sat straighter upon his throne, the ghost of his former might flashing across his weary frame. "I spoke in haste," he admitted, his eyes narrowing, "for I had learned of my diagnosis but hours before this council. In my weakness, I thought to speak boldly, rashly." The sons and grandsons leaned forward. Would he take it back? "But now," the king said, "I see that I was right. You have proven it with your own mouths." A murmur rippled through the court, but none dared speak. "The people were right to question," he said. "My family is broken." The hall froze as if the very blood of the men within had turned to stone. Disbelief clouded their faces. Could it be? Was it all a test? A ploy to lay bare their hearts? "I shall not retract my words," the king declared. A king does not go back on his word, not even for family. A stunned silence followed, but it was soon broken by a plaintive voice. "Grandfather," Prince Xian pleaded, stepping forward, his voice trembling with desperation. Asuka spoke with fear, not for the king, but for Ryo Wang. He didn't want to get called out again, and fortunately, the older actor didn't stop. The king raised his hand, palm outward. At once, Xian fell silent. "You have a chance," the king said, his gaze sweeping from son to grandson, from nephew to cousin. "Each and every one of you. Do you not see what is at stake?" The words, so simple and unexpected, rendered them silent. Their angry faces shifted, brightening faintly, their minds racing. Wang Suk's eye sharpened. Wang Jin straightened his back. Even Wang Ryu's sneer faltered into a calculating look. The cousins, who had nearly turned their backs, now leaned forward as though sensing an invisible gate swinging open before them. The king saw it all and gave a scoff, sharp and humorless. "The default choice," he said, "remains Wang Suk. Yet that can change at any time." He leaned back against the throne, a tired but satisfied look crossing his face. "Any of you, sons, grandsons, nephews, kins of my blood, may take the crown." His lips curled into a grim smile. "Do you not like that?" The court remained silent, stunned. Hope and ambition alike danced behind their eyes, rising like smoke. Finally, after so long, the hall was quiet. The king laughed once, low and bitter. "At last," he muttered, "there is peace." "Cut!" Daisham PD exclaimed, clapping. The rest of the crew followed. Finally, he muttered. "We got the best takes," he said loudly. "Thank you, Sir Wang, for your impeccable guidance." The old actor waved his hand, sitting on the throne, appearing to be catching his breath. "Do you need a break, sir?" Daisham asked. Ryo shook his head. "No, let's continue. I want to get this scene over with." "I'm not tired." "Are you tired?" he asked, turning to the younger actors. They didn't dare say they were tired in front of an 88-year-old man. Then, Ryo's gaze snapped toward Zeno, already fully made up and ready. His eyes narrowed. "I don't want to repeat my advice again," he muttered, remembering the ordeal of the last scene. They had spent way too much time on it. "Will Zeno make him angry too?" "Ready?" Daisham PD asked. Zeno nodded calmly, raising an OK sign with his fingers in the air. Daisham let out a shaky breath. Although Zeno was a good actor, he might still be called out by Ryo Wang. Most of the actors, who had been scolded, looked at Zeno with a knowing look. He was next to be scolded. Scene 20. Take 1. "Let's get this done in one take," Zeno whispered to himself. Action. Chapter 179. Hard to impress. At last, the king muttered, "There is peace." However, the stillness did not last. The heavy doors of the throne hall creaked open, and in stumbled a young man, bruised and battered, his robes torn and blood at the corner of his mouth. The courtiers gasped. Wang Jin rose halfway from his seat. Wang Ryu stepped forward with a scowl. Hajin, Crown Prince Wang Suk muttered, his voice filled with confusion. The boy blinked, unsteady on his feet, eyes unfocused as he looked around. So far, so good, Daisham muttered. His voice rang out. What are you all doing? Are you still filming here? Hajin asked, swaying slightly. This is a damn expensive set. Murmurs of confusion and disgust were heard through the princes and courtiers alike. Prince Xian paled, cold, sweat gathering on his brow. He had sent men to silence the boy. What was he doing here? But why do you know my name? Hajin mumbled, wiping the blood from his lip. Am I drunk? Or maybe I'm dreaming. Damn, this is getting out of hand. Leave now. Prince Xian snapped, forcing authority into his voice. What is the illegitimate son doing here? And why are you speaking with such preposterous grammar? He added. I guess you truly are uneducated. I need some rest, man, Hajin said, rubbing his temple. Please. Are you insane, young man? Wang Ryu barked. No. Hajin spat back, glaring wildly at them. You are all insane. Someone beat me half to death and called me a bastard. I don't even know what you're all on about. The nobles recoiled at his words, their expressions filling with scorn. Wang Ryu waved for the guards. Seize him. Stop, the king ordered, his voice calm, yet commanding. The guards froze mid-step. King Jum leaned forward from his throne, eyes gleaming with amusement. Hajin is it? That's my name. Hajin shouted, still panting. Why is everyone saying it so weirdly? I just want to go back to my room. Peasant, Wang Ryu hissed, quiet down. You do not even have a room in this house. But the king only tilted his head, studying him like one would a curious animal. What do you think? He asked. Of what, old man? Hajin snapped without a thought. A collective gasp swept the room, scandalized. Even Wang Suk's fingers tightened into a fist upon the arm of his chair. But the king only smirked wider, appearing pleased. Of the bloodline. I don't care. Hajin barked, throwing his arms up. I don't give a damn about your bloodline. It's not like I'm even part of it, right? The court stared, stunned into silence. And what do you think of the throne? The king pressed. Does it look tempting to you? Hajin stopped, breathing hard. Then, slowly he shook his head. Not at all, he said. In his mind, flashes of inked pages returned. His favorite story, the novel where Hajin, a loyal side character, had been beaten and killed in a senseless ploy for the throne. The memory ignited something fierce within him. In Zeno's case, his castration came to mind. His execution, too. That damn princess was the one who kissed him, not the other way around. They didn't give him the chance to explain because he wasn't deemed important as an eunuch. The throne, Hajin said, voice growing steadier, stands for power. And power drives men mad. They forget their morals, chasing after it like wolves starved of reason. The hall was deathly still. Even the courtiers seemed to lean in, unable to tear their gazes away. Without morals, power is nothing but greed dressed in silk. And when you hold that power, Hajin spat, you carry a target on your back. Every smile, every bow, none of it is real. The throne is a joke. His words slashed through the air. The princes looked at him like he had gone mad, and perhaps he had. But before another word could be said, two guards seized Hajin by the arms, dragging him backward toward the doors. Wang Suk, standing solemnly, bowed his head low toward the throne. I am sorry, father, he murmured. King Jum's face remained unreadable. As Hajin was dragged through the vast, towering doors, the burning pain in his body gave way to a different kind of hurt, a sharp, splitting realization. King Jum, Wang Suk, Prince Xian, the names, the places, the plots. He froze, his breath caught in his throat. The look on his face changed into that of utter disbelief mixed with chilling certainty. He had not only been beaten, he had not only badmouthed the royal family. Somehow, he had transmigrated into his favorite novel. Cut. Daisham PD exclaimed, a smile attempting to show. He found the scene very satisfactory. It was all in one take, too, so the tension remained the same. However, he still needed to seek approval from Ryo Wang. Instinctively, they all turned toward the old man who, like the character he was playing, had an unreadable expression. They seemed to hold their breaths as they waited for a statement. He sighed. What are you all staring at? Let's proceed to the next scenes. Murmurs were heard across the pavilion. Asuka pursed his lips. What the heck was that? He was bombarded with criticism, but Zeno gets ignored? But then, he tried to convince himself that Zeno's acting wasn't worthy of anything, so even Ryo Wong couldn't speak. Daniel, who was already by his side, assured him of this, too. However, the others seemed to think otherwise. He didn't say anything about Zeno's acting. Is it bad, or is it good? Isn't it a good thing? That means that the scene doesn't need to be taken again. Zeno glanced at the crew, and he found Risa giving him a thumbs up. He smiled with pursed lips before turning to Ryo Wong again. He wasn't looking at him, making Zeno sigh in disappointment. Mission accomplished. Finish a scene in one take. He held his breath, anticipating another notification. If Ryo Wong didn't say anything, then that must mean something. Was he finally impressed? However, the notification didn't come, making Zeno click his tongue. Just how hard was it to impress this old man? Chapter 180, Pitch Black. Zeno's so impressive. He's a really good actor. I can't wait to finish filming so we can air this. The material we have is so good. Asuka clicked his tongue as he heard some of the staff's conversation. Zeno had changed their opinions of him in less than a week, and it has been a common thought that Zeno Han was a talented actor. Humble, too. I saw him bathing outside this morning. I believe he didn't even have any hot water. He had a white shirt on, and I could see his abs through his shirt. Is this sexual harassment? I'm just appreciating. On the other hand, Asuka has been showering in the females' quarters all this time. What a stuck-up. Honestly, Asuka cleared his throat, and it was then that they noticed his presence. They quickly scrambled away, and Asuka slumped onto the wall of a hut, crossing his arms in front of his chest. He wasn't acting as well as he would like. If he didn't feel that this drama would gain a 20% viewership, then he would leave the production all behind. He was only 2 movies/dramas away from being in the Imperial class. So, he needed this project more than anything else. Pretentious, he muttered, watching as Zeno finished his scene in one take once again. He's just showing off. He must like showering outside, so he can show everyone his body. Nice job, Zeno. Daisham exclaimed. That's it for today? You can get dressed now, and we'll continue tomorrow. Zeno appeared hesitant, causing Daisham to chuckle. Why? Do you still want to act? Zeno quietly nodded. The director patted his head. You have a good mindset, young man. Keep it up. This show will make you into a star. He sighed. That wasn't what he wanted at the moment, though. He just needed to impress Ryo Wong to surpass the pain trial. He was unsure what would happen if he failed to accomplish it. How long would the trial be? Would it continue until he accomplished the mission? Zeno did not want to find out. He only had until midnight to impress the old man, and with his scenes done for the day, he didn't know how to do just that. With that, he dejectedly walked away from the set. On his way to his hut, he bumped into none other than Mr. Wong himself. His eyes slightly widened, and he bowed at 90 degrees. Good evening, sir, he greeted. Ryo turned to him. Are your scenes done? He asked. Zeno slowly nodded. Ryo sighed and turned around, going back to his hut without saying a word. Zeno watched him with furrowed brows. What was up with him? He shook his head and went inside his hut to get changed. When he was done, the skies were already dark. He was about to call Moby for dinner when everything suddenly turned pitch black. Zeno stopped in his tracks. Moby screamed a few feet away. Zeno, I've gone blind. Zeno's eyes narrowed, his ears focusing on the noise that increased around them. What is happening? Why aren't the lights working? Hello, I can't see anything. Zeno sighed and walked to where Moby was, causing the latter to scream. It's just me, Zeno said. Oh, thank goodness. Moby sighed in relief. I think I've gone blind, Zeno. This can't be. My wife and my kids. You don't have those. Oh, right, Moby chuckled. But my vision. It's one of the few things I have. Stop being overdramatic, Zeno said. You're not going blind. I think the power's out. Oh, Moby muttered. Zeno remembered having a flashlight on the shelf, so he quickly grabbed it and turned it on. Whoa, how did you do that? Moby asked. Do what? See in the dark. It's pitch black. Zeno shrugged. I'm just talented like that. With that, the two of them went out, seeing the others in similar states, flashlights in their hands. Let's gather in the open space. Daisham PD called out, and all of the actors and staff followed. Zeno looked up at the sky and the vast expanse before them. They truly were in the middle of nowhere. Not a flicker of light could be seen, and the clouds had covered the moon. Is the food cooked already? Daisham asked. No, sir, the staff said. The induction broke before we could fully cook the chicken. Daisham pursed his lips. Induction? Ryo Wong asked. We don't have any gas? The staff member sheepishly chuckled. It's a modern world, sir. They have electricity, so we wanted to make full use of that. Ryo massaged the bridge of his nose. Do you have a match then? So, we could start a fire. The staff turned to each other before answering. We did pack some matches, one of them said. But we can't find it because it's dark. Daisham sighed. What do you mean? It's such a small item. We can't find it, she shyly added. Just then, a strong gust of wind blew over them, and shivers ran through their spines. Asuka clicked his tongue. So what now? We're not going to eat any food? All of the actors are hungry. Risa sighed, turning to him. Everyone is tired. Nobody wanted this to happen. Shin raised his hand, sensing the tension. Maybe we can ask for help from the locals? See if they can help us. What can they do? Risa joked, nudging his shoulder. They can't make electricity. Shin scratched the back of his neck. They can help us start a fire or something. The others chimed in agreement. They better make it fast then, Asuka muttered, and Daniel nodded in agreement. Risa, on the other hand, turned to the two of them with a disgusted expression. No, Ryo suddenly said, making everyone silent. It is too dangerous for them to travel 21 kilometers for us just to make some measly fire. Our electricity comes from them, so they must have a blackout, too. We will not be responsible for such tragedies. Sleep it off, he sternly said. It's only one night. We can opt not to eat. Quiet sighs of disappointment were heard across the clearing. However, amidst their sighs, the sound of two objects hitting and rubbing each other also sprung. What's that noise? Suho asked. They turned to the side where Zeno and Moby were, and it was there that they saw Zeno with a stone and 2 pieces of wood. Is he starting a fire without a flame? Chapter 181, Chemistry. What are you? Asuka was about to question what Zeno was doing, but Risa covered his mouth with her hand. Shut up, she muttered, having enough of his whining. The others watched quietly. Moby nudged his shoulder. Can you really make a fire? Zeno nodded. With just these things? Moby added. Do you want me to look for a lighter so it's easier? I'm sure Asuka smokes. He just doesn't want to reveal it, he whispered. Zeno held out a hand. He could even make a fire. In his sleep, he had done it plenty of times that he lost count. Ryo crossed his arms in front of his chest, trying to hide the fast beating of his heart. Zeno crouched low to the ground, his face lit only by the miserable glow of the LED flashlights. Aside from that, their surroundings were pitch black. The crew whispered among themselves, wondering if Zeno was just putting on an act. He eyed the pile of dried leaves he had scraped together. Then, he focused on the 2 sticks in his hands. He shoved the ugly, half-splintered stick upright into a small notch he had carved into the prettier one and began spinning. It was fast and furious, to the point that the others couldn't see the wood's movement. At first, it was just awkward squeaking noises. However, it easily became smoother. Let's just sleep, Asuka muttered, making Risa glare at him. His eyes widened. What was her problem? Just then, a whiff appeared. A tiny ghost of smoke. Zeno immediately spun even faster. The leaves finally caught a spark and flared into a small flame. More wood, he calmly said, like a doctor in an operating room. Moby scrambled to get some firewood nearby, and with that, Zeno had made fire. The crowd cheered like they were watching a magic show. That was so cool and fast. They looked at Zeno as he stood, the growing fire illuminating his face from under. Zeno ran his fingers through his hair, some of the soot leaving a mark on his forehead. However, it didn't take away from his handsomeness. The sound of hearts, or underwear, dropping seemed audible as they watched Zeno carry the pot of samjitang, or whole chicken soup, onto the fire he had made. I need to eat, he said to the others like that was his main motivation for making fire like he was Bear Grylls. Just then, as the chicken came to a boil, Zeno received a notification. Mission accomplished. Impress someone from the Imperial class. Zeno frowned, his eyes scanning the crowd to look for Ryo Wong. Then, there he was, staring at Zeno from a distance. However, as soon as the two made eye contact, the old man quickly looked away. Zeno was even more confused and, quite frankly, a bit whiplashed. All he had to do was make a fire for the old actor to be impressed. Meanwhile, Ryo wanted to approach Zeno but held himself back. As a survival enthusiast, he had tried creating a fire without a flame plenty of times, but to no avail. Zeno seemed to know a lot. What an impressive young man. Zeno still couldn't believe all it took was a fire to impress Ryo Wong. The old man appeared quite curious of him now, and even for a scene that didn't involve him, he was there to watch. Mr. Wong, Daisham PD asked, "What are you doing here? Your scenes are finished for the day." Ryo cleared his throat. "Why? Can't I stay under the bright sun? Is it forbidden for an old man to stay outside?" Daisham looked toward the sky with furrowed eyebrows. The sun was about to set. "But then again, Mr. Wong must have a different philosophy." "Of course not, sir," he smiled. "You can stay here for as long as you like." Meanwhile, Zeno and Risa were getting their final retouches before the start of their scene. Risa couldn't contain her excitement. It was the first time their characters would meet. At first, Hajin wanted nothing to do with her because, in the book, she had become the wife of Prince Xian, and although she didn't do anything bad to his character, he still considered her an accomplice. Through this, the two would have an enemies-to-lovers type of romance. Risa felt like she could burst at any time. The time had finally come. So, this is why others say you shouldn't work with your idols. She felt like she had already forgotten about her lines when it hadn't even started yet. Meanwhile, Zeno had a thoughtful expression. He had received his 2 missions for the week, and they were pretty vague. At least, the second one was. Deadline, 1 week. 1. Find friendship. 2. Find love. Zeno clicked his tongue. He had another problem after solving the last one. Scene 45. Take 1. Action. Daisham PD exclaimed, snapping him out of his thoughts. Contrary to Risa's previous predicament, the moment the cameras started rolling, she went to actress mode, forgetting about her nervousness. The main palace's balcony was quiet at this hour, only the hum of cicadas filling the summer air. Daisham fanned herself lazily, her silk skirts heavy around her legs. She hated this place, hated the way every smile was fake. Her father had made it clear. She was here to make a good impression, to secure a future tied neatly to the crown prince's son. Daisham pressed her lips together, feeling suffocated. She needed air, not the cloying perfume of court politics. She turned a corner and stopped short. Someone else was already there, leaning with laziness against the stone railing, sleeves rolled up, hair unkempt, the very picture of someone who didn't care if he lived or died. He wore the simple dark clothes of a servant, a worn sash tied crookedly at his waist. Daisham arched an eyebrow. A servant? Loafing in plain sight. She lifted her chin, summoning every ounce of authority her father had drilled into her. "You there," she said sharply. "Shouldn't you be carrying something heavy somewhere far away from here?" The young man turned his head slowly, giving her a look so unimpressed that it knocked her off balance. His eyes were dark, but there was an unmistakable glint of amusement there. "Carrying something heavy," he repeated, voice light. "You mean like the crushing weight of expectations? I left that back inside." Daisham blinked. Was he mocking her? She narrowed her eyes, taking a step forward. "You should watch your tone, servant. Insolence doesn't get you far in the palace." The young man gave a low whistle, pushing off the railing. Up close, Daisham realized he was taller than he had seemed, and not at all awkward, the way most palace workers shuffled around, trying not to be noticed. "Insolence," he echoed. Big word for someone whose only job is to look pretty and pretend she's happy about it. Daisham gasped, scandalized. She opened her mouth, ready to remind him exactly who she was, daughter of the state council, practically royal by association, when she caught herself. Something didn't add up. Daisham peered at him suspiciously. "Wait, you're not really a servant, are you?" The staff couldn't help but smile as they watched the two. Daisham even hid his smile with the back of his forearm. Don't the two of them have great chemistry? Chapter 182, Heimlich Maneuver. Our chemistry would have been better, Asuka thought as he looked at the two of them. Asuka and Risa started acting around the same time, and they even acted together in a romantic drama. It was the very first romance drama that Asuka had acted in. They were shipped together for a couple of months before it died down when Risa had another project. Yes, Asuka still remembered. The staff, however, held in their squeals as they looked at the two. The tension between them was great, and Risa seemed a bit wary of Zeno, which was perfect for her character. Zeno, on the other hand, was becoming more handsome in their eyes. Truly, his handsomeness wasn't one you can ever get used to. He was the type of man who became more handsome the more you looked at him. Hajin gave a lopsided smile that could have been charming if it wasn't so maddening. A servant? Might be worse than a servant. Daesum frowned, folding her arms. What do you mean? The young man gave a theatrical bow full of mockery. Hajin, resident stray, brought in from the cold out of pity and political necessity. Daesum stared at him, confused. Hajin. That name stirred something she had overheard in whispers. The problematic, illegitimate son of Crown Prince Wang Suk? Her nose wrinkled slightly. And here you are, loitering around like you own the place. He grinned, and for a moment, Daesum hated how good-natured it looked. Isn't that what you're doing too, my lady? Daesum scowled, but before she could think of a cutting reply, she really looked at him. The easy way he stood, the careless glint in his eye, and the sun catching in his hair. And for one horrifying second, her heart skipped a beat. Daesum straightened at once, fanning herself aggressively to cool the sudden heat rising in her cheeks. She could not, be flustered by some half-royal stray who couldn't even tie his sash properly. Hajin watched her with an annoyingly knowing smirk, hands tucked lazily behind his head. Careful, he said lightly. It's a long way down from that pedestal. Daesum glared at him, every bit the furious lady of the court, but her heart, traitorous, disobedient heart, fluttered anyway. The camera zoomed in on Risa's face, catching how her cheeks reddened slightly. The crew was impressed. She could even act out such physical changes? To be fair, Risa wasn't. That amazing, at least, in her opinion. The only reason why her cheeks were red was because it was Zeno with whom she was acting. She felt like she had committed a crime for finding him this attractive. Cut! Daesum PD exclaimed, enjoyment heard in his tone. That was great. Let's get some more takes and call it a day, don't we? Risa felt like she couldn't do it anymore. However, Zeno appeared unfazed. She pursed her lips. Where did her professionalism go? Yes, director, she said after a while. With that, the two of them continued filming the scene, with Risa's heart fluttering every now and then. She pushed it to the back of her mind, though, knowing it would distract her from the filming. After a while, the two were finally finished with their scenes. Risa felt like she had done a workout, even though they just acted. Zeno walked away from the set pretty quickly, and for some reason, Risa followed after him. However, she stopped in her tracks when she heard him muttering something under his breath. Love, huh? Risa couldn't look at Zeno properly after their scene the other day. They had a couple more scenes throughout the week, but Risa could turn off her feelings for a bit in front of the camera. This time, after she had finished with her scenes, she lounged outside the pavilion while eating the potatoes her manager had boiled for her. She sighed as she grabbed the last one from the basket. These damn potatoes are tasteless, she muttered, but still took a very large bite, almost half of the entire potato. Just then, Zeno stopped right in front of her, making her choke on a potato piece. She hit her chest and lost the ability to cough. Goodness, how could this happen to her? Choking in front of her idol. She might as well die. Risa wanted to tell Zeno to just let her rest in peace. However, she couldn't even speak. All she could do was pathetically clutch her throat with both hands. Zeno's eyes widened. That was the universal sign of choking. One with that, he went behind her and did the Heimlich maneuver. After a few hard thrusts, the potato got dislodged out of her throat, falling onto the ground and appearing like a deformed fetus. Risa pursed her lips. She hated this. Zeno, on the other hand, appeared nonchalant. However, that made her even more embarrassed. I need to go, she stammered, about to leave, but Zeno held onto her wrist. Risa tightly shut her eyes. Zeno, please make this easier for me. Where did you get those? Huh? She asked, confused, turning to him slightly. Zeno pointed to the deformed potato on the ground, and she grimaced at the sight. She quickly looked away. My manager boiled them for me. I think they harvest them on their own a few meters away, she muttered. Anyone can just take the potatoes? He asked. If he had dog ears, they would have perked up by now. As far as I know, yes, she responded, still feeling a little embarrassed. She didn't know where their conversation was going and why Zeno was so passionate about the potatoes. He hummed. Just then, something clicked inside his mind. He suddenly but gently pulled her toward him, momentarily making her forget about her embarrassing choking episode. Zeno looked at her with such bright eyes, even brighter than how they normally looked, that she felt her heart skip a beat once again. Can you take me there? he softly asked. Clutching the throat is truly the universal sign of choking. Chapter 183. Lost to an unexpected item. Risa should have declined, but she physically couldn't. After choking in front of Zeno, being saved by him, and regurgitating a potato piece, she couldn't even look him in the eye. However, Zeno appeared excited, like a little kid, about being in the potato field. She felt she had no choice but to take him there. "It's right here," she said when they arrived. The sun was already hanging low, but it was still bright. Zeno looked around the field, his eyes filled with joy as he took in the nearly empty soil. "So, this is where you have been hiding," he muttered. Then, he turned toward Risa. "Thanks for taking me here," he said. "No worries," Risa responded, a bit in a daze. She had never seen Zeno so happy, not even when he had nailed a scene on the first try, which he had done multiple times. He walked around for a couple of moments, with Risa merely watching him. The setting sun illuminated his features and added to the sparkle in his eyes. He appeared as the most complicated view amidst the simple scenery. Such a mystery. Risa found herself wanting to get to know him better. However, she quickly snapped out of it when Zeno kneeled down in front of her. Risa's eyes widened. "Marriage? Your shoelaces were untied," Zeno said, quickly tying them before standing once more. "We don't want you having another emergency. You were lucky the potato got dislodged. Otherwise, you would have turned cyanotic and died." Risa pursed her lips and looked away. She should really get herself checked once they were back in the city. She was having too many delusions. Just then, Zeno kneeled once again, and Risa nearly had a heart attack. "We can take the potatoes, right? I want to boil them and eat them like you did," he said, his gaze focused on the exposed leaves of the root crop. "I won't choke like you, though," he added. "Stop bringing that up, please," she said before she could stop herself. She was already too embarrassed as it was. Zeno turned to her and chuckled. "Got it." Fortunately, he truly stopped bringing up the topic. Risa sighed in relief, and with that, sat next to Zeno. The two of them began digging for the potatoes, filling the paper bag that was in Zeno's pocket. They did so in peaceful silence. As they continued, they realized that harvesting potatoes was therapeutic after the busy week they had. Just as the paper bag was about to be filled, Risa cleared her throat, capturing Zeno's attention. He turned to her, and behind him was the setting sun, making him look like a literal angel. "Why did you call me out here?" she finally asked after catching her breath. However, Zeno's answer made her feel like she was choking yet again. "Love," he answered at first. It was that word again. Did Zeno develops feelings for her in such a short amount of time? When did it happen? Did he notice the effort she put into defending him when he wasn't around? "To find love," he continued, and her breath hitched. "Mission accomplished. Find love." Zeno smiled. So, this was what his second mission was looking for. It wasn't too complicated, after all. Then, he stared at the potatoes that filled the small paper bag. Love can be so simple. At that moment, Risa caught something in Zeno's gaze. It was genuine love. However, she also realized that it wasn't for her. She looked down at the dirty, round, and brown potatoes and realized she had lost over them. Risa bit her lip. Not only did these potatoes try to kill her, but they also made her feel unwanted. At that very day, Risa Park swore she would never eat potatoes again. "Mr. Kim," Assistant Byun greeted as he entered the luxurious office. Then, he handed his boss yet another report. "The filming for The Forsaken Prince is going well. Your cousin hasn't done anything out of line, probably fearing Oscar Beck Sr." Mr. Kim scoffed before an amused smirk appeared on his lips. Of course, he wouldn't do anything. That cousin of mine is a coward. He only relies on his connections, which were only built because of me and his father. Assistant Byun merely nodded as the esteemed CEO went through the report that was sent by an anonymous person. "Is Zeno Han doing well?" "Yes," Assistant Byun answered. "Unbelievably so. The gathered data says, and I quote, 'He's so handsome when he's taking a bath that I want to bathe him myself.' How does someone like him come out from a human's womb? He seems like an alien. He is the best actor next to Ryo Wong out of every actor in this place. He has great chemistry with everyone. It seems he really likes Risa, really hates Asuka, and really admires Ryo Wong. I thought he would struggle the most. I was wrong. He's so down-to-earth. The best new actor I've seen. I fear he might be the fastest person to enter the rookie class. He's already in broken chains of justice. Now he's in this. Once Code Black comes out, he only needs another acting project and 10 awards, which he can easily win before the year ends. I want to eat his. Stop, Mr. Kim said, holding out a hand. Then, he clicked his tongue, scrolling through the tablet on his own. He placed it right down and began tapping his pen on the table. Assistant Byun stared at the action and began sweating from his temples. He placed his hands behind his back and turned to the side. This action was made by his boss when he didn't like something. You said you suggested that Zeno Han come to our company before, right? He began asking. Assistant Byun gulped and nodded. Yes, sir, he truthfully said. Mr. Kim hummed, still tapping his pen on the table. His assistant was wary of his next action, but fortunately, Mr. Kim stopped, making the former internally sigh in utter relief. I have a long list of things I am not too fond of. Do you remember? Mr. Kim started off. Yes, sir, Assistant Byun answered, straightening his back. What's the one thing I hate the most? He asked. There was silence for a few moments before Assistant Byun spoke once again. Being wrong. Chapter 184. Acting with the King. Time passed by pretty quickly. Zeno thought it would be more difficult than it was, but he easily breezed through most of the scenes. Granted, being hated in the Joseon era wasn't foreign to him. He had experienced it quite a bit, so it was easy to emulate. However, they still weren't on the intense parts of the scene, which was going to be filmed after their short break in the city. So, it might be too early to tell. The week was about to end, but Zeno still hadn't finished his first mission. He thought he would accomplish it before the second one, but he was proven wrong. Finding friends was harder than finding something he loved, which was easily the potatoes in the field. He looked around for a prospect of a friend just as they were about to start filming. Suho Ryu, he seemed way too detached these days. After his scenes, he would go back to his hut without a word. He also seemed a bit dazed and would often get scolded. However, he would still finish the scene in the end. Risa, on the other hand, seemed embarrassed in his presence after he saved her from choking on a potato. Asuka Beck was out of the question. Maybe one of the crew? But they seemed pretty busy. Daesham PD appeared to haven't slept for an entire month, too. Zeno was unsure if he even had the capacity to make a new friend. Just then, the person he was going to be acting with finally arrived, and Zeno was forced to snap out of his friend-hunting scheme. Who was he going to act with? It was none other than Ryo Wong, a scene that involved only the two of them. However, almost all of the actors were in the king's room. Risa, Asuka, Daniel, Yuan, and Shin were seated to the side. I can't wait to watch this, Yuan excitedly said, wanting to watch the two act with one another. They had been doing the best out of everyone in the set, and he was curious what their synergy would be like with only the two of them in a scene. Me too, Asuka muttered, but it was for a different reason. He was convinced that this was the part where Zeno would finally waver. It's a good scene today, Daesham PD said with a small smile despite his tiredness. Zeno nodded. It was, indeed, another key scene in the entire series. While the rest of the palace celebrates Prince Seon's birthday, Hajin stays and takes care of his grandfather. It wasn't deliberate. The modern Hajin just can't take seeing his grandfather slowly die in the confines of traditional medicine, especially since he was knowledgeable about medicine in his past world. Along with that, the king truly cared for his people, so Hajin convinced himself he was only saving an ally. Let's roll, Daesham PD exclaimed, and they started right away. The moonlight fell unevenly through the high windows of the empty palace hall, silvering the edges of the ornate silk hangings and gilded carvings. Laughter and music still echoed from the eastern wing, where nobles and servants alike celebrated Prince Seon's birthday with wine, song, and excessive toasting. The scent of incense had faded here, overtaken by the more human smell of sickness, sweat, and something acrid. Hajin stood alone. He was never meant to be here. Not truly. He should have been at the party with the others, pretending to smile, drinking just enough to be noticed and not remembered. However, he didn't want to do just that. He was here, by the king's side. King Jum lay slumped on a silk-cushioned daybed, a damp cloth pressed to his forehead by a servant who had since been dismissed. Everyone thought it was the usual again, the heat, the age, and his terminal diagnosis. Hajin had believed that too, until he noticed the subtle tremble in the king's fingers and the unnatural stiffness of his posture. The way his breaths came in shallow waves, as though he were resisting a pain deep inside. He had seen this. Before. On you watch. Back when he was still in the modern world. During the peak of his sadness, he was a man who searched every symptom twice and watched videos of ER doctors to fall asleep. The modern Hajin was convinced there was something wrong with him. It turned out he was a depressed hypochondriac. Those searches didn't help at all for his condition. But here, at this moment, he realized that his knowledge could be useful. You. The king rasped suddenly, his voice hoarse with fatigue and suspicion. His eyes opened slowly before narrowing upon recognizing the silhouette at his bedside. What are you doing here? Hajin didn't answer right away. He simply knelt, scanning the table beside the king. The leftover food from earlier had been cleared in a hurry, but the scraps remained, a bit of half-eaten meat and a honeyed cake. You are ill, Hajin said. The king gave a weak scoff, one that made his face twist with discomfort. It is my illness. I am dying slowly. Go on and party with your brothers and cousins. You should not be here. Hajin pursed his lips. It's not like they would want me there anyway, he muttered. The king frowned, and he was about to move away, but Hajin firmly kept him in place, inspecting his body like a doctor would do. The crew watched the two of them, intrigued. It seemed that Zeno had great chemistry with everyone he acted with. Even in the presence of Ryo Wong, he didn't lag far too behind with his acting skills. Of course, Ryo was still better, but Zeno wasn't bad. In fact, he would be called excellent even in the acting king's midst. However, as Zeno continued to inspect Ryo's skin, he suddenly stopped, snapping out of his character. A small frown appeared on his face, and the next line was quickly forgotten. Asuka smirked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Of course, it was inevitable for Zeno to make a mistake. Daisham PD slightly frowned. Cut, he exclaimed. Chapter 185, Genuine Concern. What is happening? He's frozen. Was he intimidated by Ryo Wong? He's been doing really well, though. Well, I, too, would forget my lines if I were that close to the king of acting. Zeno. Daisham PD said through the megaphone. Zeno didn't snap out of his daze and continued looking at Ryo with a strange expression. Young man, Ryo said, finally snapping Zeno back to reality. But even then, he appeared pretty distracted. Are you all right? Zeno cleared his throat before nodding. Then he turned toward the crew and the other actors, especially Asuka, who appeared quite satisfied. He bowed. My apologies, he said. I won't get distracted again. Daisham nodded, appearing concerned. He wasn't angry because, frankly, Zeno had been doing well for the past few weeks, always fulfilling his part without much trouble. Even Ryo didn't say anything and merely nodded for them to continue. Asuka clicked his tongue. The favoritism was apparent. Why was it that he was scolded when he appeared distracted? For the first time, Asuka finally felt what actors with minor roles experienced whenever they were in his presence. He was merely tasting his own medicine. But then again, the cocky man wasn't aware of that at all. Let's continue where you left off, Daisham said. Zeno nodded and willed himself to focus once more. Ryo still appeared suspicious, but as soon as the cameras started rolling, he was back in action. This is not your illness, Hajin said. Not the cancer that the court physicians diagnosed, although it seems that it aggravated it as your immune system is already low. Immune system what? King Jum asked, momentarily forgetting about the pain when he heard the foreign word. It sounded foreign, and he was sure that Hajin never had the chance to be educated. Perhaps he educated himself in his free time? Don't sweat it, Hajin muttered. He placed the back of his hand gently against the king's neck, then his forehead. You're not feverish, he muttered. King Jum clicked his tongue and slapped Hajin's hand away. Why are you still here? He asked again, his tone more curious than demanding. Hajin searched the storage shelves, scanning hastily until his eyes landed on a small clay jar tucked behind a tea set, the kind used for incense or filtering water. He opened it, sniffed, and then pinched the fine black powder between his fingers. It had a distinct nutty smell that was pleasant. Powdered charcoal made from coconut husks. Lie back, Hajin said. The king did not. What are you doing? Are you going to poison me at this hour? Quite cunning, don't you think? Hajin grabbed a porcelain cup, added water, and stirred the powder into it. He lifted it to his lips first and took a sip. Hajin grimaced, but he still swallowed. We'll die together, then, he said before placing the porcelain cup on the king's lips without meeting his eyes. The king was hesitant, but was definitely more open to the suggestion. You need it, Hajin muttered. The king stared up at him, searching Hajin's face. He wore concern like an old cloak, one not meant for display. His eyes held something no nobleman's son shouldn't know. The crew was silent as they watched Zeno's expression on the small screen. For most of them, it felt like a eureka moment. The look on his face was unmistakable, as if he truly cared for the king. It was a look that portrayed nothing but genuine concern. Ryo Wong was surprised in real time, not as his character, but as himself. How could this young man appear so genuinely concerned for him when they hadn't talked at all throughout the filming? Ryo was even set to leave tomorrow because all his scenes for the first half of the series were already done, thanks to his proficiency. Hajin's lips pressed into a firm line as he waited, watching the king drink. "You are not trained," the king said. "No. Yet, you care for me as if you've seen this before." "I have." Hajin wiped the rim of the cup and set it down. "You were poisoned." "Not badly. Improperly stored meat, maybe. The signs were all there. You just needed to purge it. This will help absorb what's left." The king's breath grew steadier, little by little. The stiffness eased from his shoulders. Hajin shifted back, sitting on his heels, watching him with guarded intensity. King Jum studied him. The boy's expression was focused, too calm for his age, too worn for someone who should be young. There was no deference in him. "You do not look like your father," the king murmured. Hajin's gaze darkened, but he didn't flinch. "I don't know what he looked like." The silence between them stretched, but it felt different now, softer. Almost reluctantly, the king shifted slightly, folding the edge of his robe over his chest. "Then you are your own man." Hajin blinked, surprised by the words. "Go now," the king said, not an ounce of bitterness in his voice. Hajin sat for a while, hesitant to leave, but the king sighed once more. "Come back tomorrow to check on me again." Despite the onlookers being aware that they were just acting, they couldn't help but smile. They rooted for Zeno as they watched him. "Cut!" Daisham PD exclaimed. "Let's give a hand to the two of them, especially Sir Wong. It is his last scene for the first leg of our filming. He will be leaving tomorrow." The claps intensified after Daisham's announcement, and the old man merely pursed his lips while shaking his head. "No celebrations," he said to Daisham. Daisham smiled. "Of course, sir. Just like you had asked." Daisham said such words. However, in reality, the crew had prepared a feast. The actors and staff alike devoured the food like starved cavemen, forgetting about their responsibilities for the night. They even had liquor, which some of the crew members received from the locals. It was handmade wine, but the alcohol content was through the roof, so most of them were already drunk even when the night was still early. Zeno didn't like the taste of alcohol, so he merely stayed to the side with a plate of various root crops. He appeared deep in thought, replaying a scene over and over in his mind. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence, accompanied by the subtle sound of wood hitting against each other. He frowned and turned around, only to be met with the king of acting, his hands hidden behind his back. Zeno's brows furrowed, and he quickly stood to bow to the older actor. Ryo pursed his lips and walked toward Zeno with childish steps. "Can I talk to you?" Chapter 186, How to Be the Best. Now, this was surprising. Ryo Wong wanted to speak with him? At this moment, he showed no signs at all. However, as soon as the old man showed what was behind his back, Zeno finally understood. Ryo had 2 pieces of wood in one hand and a pile of dried leaves on the other. He wanted to learn how to make a fire. Ryo was about to open his mouth, but Zeno held out a hand. "Did you bring 2 sets?" he softly asked. A small smile appeared on Ryo's wrinkly face, and he grabbed something from his pockets, giving the other set to Zeno. "We need to sit," Zeno muttered. "Making a fire isn't something an amateur can make." Ryo clicked his tongue, narrowing his eyes. "I am 88 years old. Are you underestimating my power?" Zeno pursed his lips. "You've never made it before, have you?" "I have tried," he said with pride. "But it never worked out." Zeno smirked before grabbing the knife he used to slice his potatoes. "It's better if you have a rough surface," he started off. "The rougher the surface, the better the friction." With that, he scored the bottom of the long stick before grabbing Ryo's, doing it for him. "I can do it," the old man said. Zeno merely shook his head. "Save your strength for the hardest part." Fortunately, Ryo didn't argue any further. "The second thing is, we need to have a good base," Zeno continued. "Since you're a beginner, you need to make the broader wood as flat as possible." Zeno demonstrated it patiently for the old man, laying it step by step. Then, you carve out a small hole, he muttered, before placing the scored stick right on it. He glanced at Ryo, who was watching with a slightly agape mouth. Zeno smirked. Old people were truly amusing. In a way, they were the same with children. It seemed that a human's beginning was also their end. They somehow regressed to their simplest forms with the extremes of ages. I doubt you can create good friction with just your hands. You need the help of another stick, Zeno said, snapping the long stick in half and placing it perpendicular to the remaining one. You begin rubbing until you see smoke and embers. Zeno demonstrated it effortlessly. But one of the biggest mistakes is blowing on the embers too quickly before it can truly catch fire. You need to be patient. When it seems like you've got it, don't be complacent. Wait a bit more until. He spanned the stick a few times more before it finally lit on fire. Zeno placed some dried leaves on it, making it catch flame. Ryo pursed his lips, holding in the urge to clap. It was even cooler seeing it for the second time. Then, Zeno stomped on the fire before turning to the older actor. It's your turn, sir, he said. Ryo gulped before nodding, ready to take on the challenge. He did the first few steps, just as Zeno had said. However, as expected, he struggled during the rubbing part. Zeno was patient, though, even when Ryo glanced at him, expecting him to lose patience. Zeno never did. After a while, the old man finally gave up, letting out a deep breath. Then, he shook his head. As expected, I cannot do it. You're close. Ryo narrowed his eyes. You're lying. How did you know? Zeno asked. You might be a good actor, but I am better, Ryo smirked. Zeno's eyebrows raised. You think I'm a good actor? Ryo quickly pursed his lips. I'm not flattering you. Zeno raised both hands. I'm not taking it as a compliment. Good, the old man concluded. The two were engulfed in silence before Zeno opened his mouth. However, Ryo beat him to it. Don't comfort me. I am not disappointed. If I was at least 10 years younger, I would have been able to do it. Probably, even faster than you did. A soft chuckle escaped Zeno's lips. I didn't doubt you, sir. I actually have a question. Ryo Wong clicked his tongue. My advice is usually expensive, but I'll give it to you for free because you patiently taught me. Then, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. What is it? How did you become a great actor? Zeno asked, curious about his journey. He thought he already had great acting skills, but being in the presence of someone who had an SSS, he felt the need to ask the question. Ryo smirked before glancing down at the equipment to make the fire. His eyes didn't leave the blackened wood on the ground. The smoke had vanished, but its scent lingered between them. You asked how I became a great actor, he finally said. But the question should have been, how did I keep acting? Zeno tilted his head slightly, but didn't interrupt. Ryo pointed to the rough, carved wood Zeno had set aside. Roughness is inevitable. That's the first thing you need to accept if you want to stay in this industry. You can't fake your way around splinters. His eyes twinkled. Pain makes the best kind of actors. I don't mean sob stories. I mean texture. People think acting is just expression, but it's actually memory. And pain is the thing that sticks the longest in your bones. You fall, you fail, you burn out, and then you use it. Every grain, every crack, every disappointment, you let it live in your next character. Zeno stayed quiet. Ryo then gestured to the two sets of sticks. The second thing is this. You can't do it alone. Even to light a fire, you needed my help, and I needed yours. Acting's no different. You need someone to hold the base while you spark the flame. Directors, co-actors, even the people watching. Without them, your performance is just movement in an empty room. He gave a little sigh and cracked his stiff fingers. Third, Ryo muttered, is patience. You saw it yourself. I was shaking, my arms were burning, and I still couldn't make fire. But you waited. You let me try. He looked at Zeno now. Most people give up at the first failure. Some wait for shortcuts. But in acting, like fire, the ember doesn't show up right away. Sometimes, it takes years to even see smoke. Sometimes, it doesn't at all. You have to sit with yourself for that long. Are you willing to? Zeno's fingers twitched, but he didn't say anything. Ryo smiled faintly before pointing at the scorched patch where the flame had burned. But here's the biggest lesson. Why are you doing it? Zeno blinked. That's the part that determines the fire's strength. If you're just doing it for show or for attention, he shrugged. It'll get stomped on like you did to the fire earlier. He leaned back on his hands, eyes up toward the orange sky. But if you're doing it for survival, it'll burn desperately. Wild and strong, but it'll also eat you alive. That kind of fire doesn't last long either. Zeno's gaze softened. Ryo's voice quieted. But if you do it because you simply love the fire, because it's warm, it entertains, and it feeds the spirit, then it becomes long-lasting. A fire that stays. One that others will gather around without you asking them to. He glanced back at Zeno. That's the kind of actor I tried to be. Chapter 187, Break In. But I don't think you should worry too much about it, Ryo continued. Zeno lifted his head and tilted his head in confusion. I think you're heading in the right direction. Zeno couldn't help it. A chuckle left his lips. How did you deduce that? You're young, Ryo responded, leaning against the post, appearing like a common old man under the setting sun. He looked relaxed, as if his life had been satisfactory until now. I started when I was younger, but at your age, I can't compare to your acting skills. Zeno's breath got caught in his throat. That was probably one of the best compliments he had received in his entire life. No, it was the best one. He couldn't help the small smile that appeared on his lips. However, he pursed them right away, feeling strange about it. But then again, you're at a high point with such a young career, he continued, and Zeno's smile dropped right away. It is a direct relationship. The higher you are, the higher the stakes. The bigger the enemies. The more painful the losses. The more challenging the obstacles. Zeno nodded. He already knew about such, but at the same time didn't. He might be old in terms of years, but he had never gone past 25. He had never lived a life like Ryo Wong. He never experienced getting old and enjoying the fruit of everything he had worked hard for. But I believe in you, young man, Ryo finally said, giving Zeno a pat on the shoulder. It has been a while since I've seen such a talented young actor who genuinely appears like he enjoys acting. Zeno's eyebrows raised. Well, that wasn't really the case. He wouldn't say he was enjoying it. It was just pretty fun. What you have isn't normal, and I think you're fully aware of that, Ryo continued. Keep up with what you're doing, and when the time comes that you truly need help, you can ask me for one more favor. My previous advice already counts as your first one. Oh, and don't get me wrong. I'm not doing this because I like you, he added. It's payment for teaching me about the fire. I'll get it right one day. Zeno chuckled and shook his head. I'll take your word on that. Mission accomplished. Find friendship. Zeno scrutinized the notification for a couple of seconds before warmth spread through his chest. He found friendship in the most unexpected person. But then again, Ryo was the closest to his real age, so it did make sense. Well, this old man is tired. I may look robust, but my body gets weak pretty easily, he sighed, standing with trembling knees. Zeno didn't move to help him, knowing the old man wouldn't appreciate it. Sir, Zeno said before he could take another step forward. This has been on his mind since they finished with their previous scene. Get that mole checked out, yeah? A small frown graced Ryo's forehead. The one on your neck, Zeno added. Has it been there since you were young? I don't remember. Zeno nodded, crossing his arms in front of his chest. It's just to be sure. I'm not saying this out of concern, but you know, I just wanted to let you know. Zeno squinted out the window of Moby's severely dented truck as it rolled to a lazy stop in front of the familiar staircase. Well, even after a month, it seems that nothing has changed. The units were still unkempt and on the verge of collapse. Moby shifted into the park before exhaling deeply. I'll have to drive you to the set in a while, Moby muttered, sounding apologetic. We need you for the modern scenes. Sorry, your filming schedule is hectic because you're the main character. Zeno nodded, already unclipping his seatbelt with the elegance of a man who had accepted chaos as a lifestyle. I got it. I'll just freshen up. All right, Moby said. I'll be waiting down here and taking a nap. Take your time. We still have around an hour and a half. Zeno was already out of the truck, waving vaguely without looking back. The cool city air brushed against his cheekbones that had become the obsession of at least 3 fan sites during his absence. His boots made a soft thud-thud against the stairs, and he glanced up at the peeling paint of the doors to his sides. Were his friends waiting for him? Maybe. Probably. He wasn't expecting it, of course. He didn't expect much of anything. But even Eli was kind of fond of him now, in a grumpy little brother way. And Doha seemed to like him even more after he helped with their small play. Oh, and Minji. Minji has always doted on Zeno. So, maybe his first statement was a lie. There was a teeny, minuscule expectation in his heart that his friends would be waiting for him the moment he reached the top of the staircase. But there was nothing. Zeno pursed his lips. He frowned slightly. They weren't there to greet him? It was the weekend. They had to be home, and they knew he was coming back. There were messages that Zeno saw and a whole conversation in the group chat that Doha renamed Zeno's homecoming, but don't tell him. Not that he was expecting anything. Definitely not. He padded over to Minji's room. It was once again empty. Weird. He peeked into Doha's room. Also empty, except for a half-eaten croissant balanced on a manga volume. Suspicious. Eli's room was open, too, and the lights were on, but no sign of life. Their work/school shoes were here. Their bags were tossed in the corner. They're hiding, he muttered to himself. Very subtle. Maxie was nowhere to be found, too. That devil was doing a good job suppressing her barks, huh? He then shook his head. He didn't have time for their antics. He still had to get ready to film the modern scenes of their drama. Time was limited because the first episode was set to air in 2 weeks, just as they started the second leg of their filming. With that, Zeno turned toward his door and reached for the handle, twisting it open. However, with his very first step, whack! A stinging slap landed on the back of his head with the precision of a military airstrike. He yelped and immediately stepped back to reveal the culprit, a middle-aged woman. He frowned and assumed a fighting stance. Who are you? The woman's face became impossibly red as she glared at Zeno. Is that how you talk to your mom, huh? Chapter 188. Short King and Queen. Mom, that was a close one. Zeno almost did a roundhouse kick on her. To be fair, his mom didn't resemble him at all. She was quite short, around 5 feet 2 inches, yet she stared at Zeno as if she were 8 feet tall. Their similarities were hardly striking. It seemed he had inherited his looks from his dad. Just then, a man even shorter than his mom emerged from the restroom, wiping his hands on his dark-washed jeans. Oh, son, you're here. He definitely hadn't inherited his looks from this guy either. It must be the dead dad his friends had mentioned on his first day as Zeno. He looked down at the two of them, both a foot shorter than him. Zeno pursed his lips and scratched the back of his head. It still ached, a reminder that his mom had done a number on him. Just how heavy was her hand? Seriously, his mom sighed, glaring at him. You raise a child and support them in going to Seoul. They go into the military for 2 whole years and barely visit. He promises he'll come home as soon as he's discharged, but then you see him on TV, being criticized by a group of enthusiastic fans because he's become the main character of a very famous novel. Zeno raised his eyebrows. Well, that was a pretty nice summary. Meanwhile, his stepdad merely smiled, appearing like there was nothing in his brain but the guts of the fish he caught every day. I'm proud of you, son. I've been looking through the preview photos, and you look great in them. Zeno merely nodded. He hadn't even had a chance to catch up on the world or see the photos. They were, in fact, in a place with no Wi-Fi and very slow data. Just then, his door swung open, revealing his friends with trays of food in their hands. Minji's eyes widened. Doha looked on the verge of fainting, while Eli attempted to hide a massive chocolate cake behind his back, but failed. Maxie broke free from Doha's loose hold and jumped at Zeno's feet once. Just once, before flopping onto her bed, acting as if nothing had happened. A small smile crept onto Zeno's lips. They had tried to surprise him, but it seemed they were the ones who ended up surprised, after all. Mom, Dad. Minji began in a daze before shaking her head, realizing what she had said, cheeks red. I mean, Auntie, Uncle. You stopped by. Yes, Zeno's mom replied, crossing her arms tightly over her chest. How could I not visit when my son decided he would become an actor after insisting he only wanted to be a civil worker? Imagine my shock when your siblings told me you had become a hated prince. Oh, honey, let him be, his stepdad said, patting her shoulder gently. Zeno tilted his head, unsure if his mom was against his profession. She turned away slightly. I'm not mad about his decision. I'm just disappointed he left us in the dark about it. Zeno let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just then, the alarm he had set blared through his phone's speakers, signaling it was time to leave, even if it would disappoint his parents and friends. I need to go, Zeno said, causing them all to turn to him with wide eyes. What? You just got back? Eli exclaimed, revealing a cake that bore wobbly text stating, Welcome to the back. Zeno assumed this was the reason for the delay in the surprise party. I have some scenes set in the city, Zeno replied. The drama is airing in 2 weeks, and we're just getting started. That doesn't sound healthy, Eli muttered. Zeno pursed his lips. His body felt worse than usual, but it wasn't unmanageable. Sure, he was tired, but he was also holding on to his stamina. Boosters for a reason. I really have to go, Zeno insisted, glancing at his parents and giving them a small, reassuring smile. I'll be back by late evening, he added. Just sleep on my bed. I'll crash at Doha's and be free tomorrow, so let's talk then. The way he said it left no room for argument. With that, Zeno knelt slightly to ruffle Maxie's hair. I know you miss me, he teased, earning a bark in reply. He chuckled and shook his head before heading out, snatching a fried chicken leg from one of the food trays as he trudged down the stairs. Though he hadn't had the chance to shower since leaving the filming site, he felt refreshed enough. He knocked on the window of Moby's truck, causing the latter to jolt. You're done? Moby mumbled, opening the car door and wiping dried saliva off his sleeve. Then, he glanced at the time. Goodness, we need to go. He quickly started the car, but couldn't resist glancing at Zeno. You look good. The shower must have been refreshing. Zeno smirked, crossing his arms. He must have looked fresh from the shower, huh? You look tired, Moby observed, concern creeping into his voice. Are you sure you're okay? Yes, Zeno replied without hesitation. That word, tired, is the embodiment of the modern Hajin's character. Moby fell silent for a moment before clapping slowly when they hit a red light. A genius. You're a true genius, he said, amused. No wonder Daesham PD loves you despite the hate you're currently facing. Is it bad? Zeno asked, not out of concern but curiosity. Moby shrugged. It's not terrible, in my opinion. But then again, my definition of bad is literally getting eggs thrown at me in public. You know how it is with this adaptation. Most people already have a dream cast in their minds. If that vision isn't fulfilled, they take it out on the current cast. It's how they feel better about themselves, he added with a smirk. Zeno matched his expression momentarily, yet a nagging voice still whispered in the back of his mind. The cause of it was none other than his new set of missions. Deadline, 2 weeks. 1. Stay safe. 2. Deflate the hate you are currently receiving. Chapter 189, Zeno's Haters. Zeno, Daesham PD said as soon as he saw the young actor. The nearly senior-age PD appeared like he had aged 10 years in the span of a month. Although he had plenty of projects before this, there was no doubt that this was, by far, his most stressful one. For one, there were a lot of characters he needed to oversee, but most of all, the expectations for the adaptation were already through the roof, even with only the preview photos being released. And as much as Zeno's visuals couldn't be declined, the original fans of the novel and manhwa were still unforgiving. I suggest you don't scroll through social media these days, Zeno, Daesham said, patting his shoulder. The world is a cruel place. Rest assured that we're doing our best to show them we made the right decision. Zeno merely nodded. However, that was the least of his problems. He knew better than to be offended by a bunch of losers who were only brave behind the illusion of their screens. What he needed to do was deflate the hate, so he wouldn't experience the pain trial. Go to hair and makeup, then we'll start right away, Daesham PD added. Let's finish this before midnight, shall we? Yes, PD. Zeno responded and sat on the makeup chair, where the artist did her thing. In the meantime, he wanted to see the extent of the damage. The moment he opened his Sigmoid account, he saw that his messages were exploding. As he clicked on them, it was apparent that most of them were stupid death threats. Die like the modern Hajin did. Zeno clicked his tongue and quickly typed. I already did. Because I am Hajin. He was just telling the truth. He didn't say anything bad. You got the role? That means I can do it, too. Go ahead and do it. I am rooting for you. Zeno responded next. Stay away from Oscar Beck. You don't have to tell me twice. You have ruined my favorite novel. This is the one that saved me when I was at my lowest point in life. When my parents divorced. When my girlfriend left me. When my dog was eaten by a coyote. You ruined it. Sorry. What an eventful life. He muttered and clicked on another message. However, this time, it seemed to be quite positive. Hi, Zeno Han. I am not a fan, but I have seen your work on. You watch. It was great, and your acting skills stood out. This novel means a lot to me. and I didn't expect a newbie actor to get the role of my favorite character of all time, Hajin. I have very high expectations. I think you suit his looks very well, but not a lot of us know if you can pull off such a character. Fighting. Thanks. Look forward to it. He typed and sent it to the person. A small smile appeared on Zeno's lips. It seemed humans were pretty sweet, after all. Choke on your own balls. Zeno smirked. Maybe not. Please give me a demonstration. He quickly replied before his makeup artist spoke. You're done. Zeno lifted his head to look at his reflection. I didn't put on much makeup because Daesham PD said you need to look a bit lifeless. Zeno bowed his head. This is just right. Thanks, he muttered before getting up and heading to the first set, which was an average-looking apartment. Currently, they were in a building with plenty of settings. All of the scenes were going to be recorded here. Chachi handed Daesham PD a cup of coffee with 6 shots of espresso before pursing her lips. You seem very tired, sir. Do you want to rest for a bit? Daesham shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. There's no need. I believe this wouldn't be too tough. Chachi frowned, so Daesham elaborated. Just then, Zeno entered the room, bowing at the crew respectfully. Because that guy is not going to give us a hard time, he added. All right, Zeno. It's all you for this day. Let's start right away. They didn't waste any more time, heading straight to the montage of modern Hajin's mundane life. The hum of the AC, the muted thud of a ball against the floor, a half-finished bowl of cereal on the table, a spoon sticking out like an afterthought. Hajin's fingers moved across the keyboard of his laptop. The room was dim, and natural light filtered through gauzy curtains. Then, for a fleeting second, a smile twitched at the corner of his lips. It didn't stay. It left like everything else. Next, in the office, he sat in front of a computer screen, tapping a pen rhythmically against his desk. Around him, his colleagues bustled, filing reports, phones ringing, printers humming. In this scene, Zeno didn't blink. He typed, scrolled, and checked his watch. His eyes looked through the screen, not at it. No one needed to say anything. The camera caught it all. He was going off of autopilot, and Zeno emanated it perfectly. Scene 5, Take 1, Action. The crew moved quickly. They were now on a sidewalk in front of the building. Hajin walked through the crowd, his coat flaring slightly with each step. The city buzzed around him. Horns, chatter, flashing signs. He acted like anyone else. He adjusted his collar and looked both ways before crossing the street. But his eyes weren't here. They were somewhere behind the glass of his skull, watching. The rush of life pulled him along like a current, and he didn't fight. It. Cut. Perfect. Moving on. Chairs scraped across the concrete as the crew packed up for the final scene. Everyone was quieter now, steps a little slower. The boom operator yawned behind his mask. An assistant director rubbed her temples while checking the call sheet. All of them were tired since they came from the secluded village. Zeno hadn't complained once. He hadn't even asked for a break or missed a cue. On the rooftop, the wind pushed against his jacket as he stepped closer to the concrete barrier. The skyline shimmered in the dark, and stars fainted behind the glow of the city. Zeno stood still, the way only someone used to stillness could. The camera rolled. He tilted his head back slowly, just a few degrees, his eyes to the sky. There was no line to deliver. Just breathe in, breathe out. An echo of a man watching the world move without him. Not lonely, just separate. Cut, came the soft voice behind the monitor. Daesham PD exhaled through his nose and looked at his watch. See, he said, glancing over at Chachi. That's an average of 2 takes per scene. It's only 9 p.m., but we're on the last scene. Chachi nodded slowly, still staring at the monitor. Zeno didn't blink as the wind played with the strands of his hair. The rooftop lights bathed his profile in a pale glow. He looked unreal. Down by the cameras, one of the lighting crew wiped sweat from his brow. This guy's a dream, someone whispered. He doesn't waste anyone's time. Chapter 190, Threats. We have one last scene, Zeno. Great job for today, Daesham said, patting him on the back. We've installed safety nets on the next floor, but it's only a narrow margin, so please be careful. You didn't want a stunt double, right? Zeno nodded. I only have to stand on the ledge, right? He asked. I can do it. Daesham smiled at the young man, thankful for his courage. He believed he had made the right decision. If this was Asuka, then he would have asked for a stunt double without a doubt. Let's start, he said. We might be able to finish this scene before 10 p.m. Zeno held out an OK sign and stood at his previous spot while the cameras took their positions. It was a very simple scene. It was where Hajin was going to fall to his demise in his pursuit of wanting to get closer to the moon. Zeno was really tired now, but again, it was what the scene truly needed. The moonlight illuminated the slight puffiness of his eyes as he let out a deep breath. Action! Daisham PD exclaimed. Hajin exhaled through his nose, his eyes filled with admiration as he stared at the moon. He reached out his hand, slowly. It appeared to touch the moon, but it was still very far, even when he reached further and further. His lips and other features remained neutral except for his eyes, but they spoke of 1,000 words. How can he smile without the upward curvature of his lips? His eyes showed longing. Daisham PD was engrossed in the scene, his fist over his lips. The others already knew of Zeno's acting skills, but it seemed they couldn't get used to it no matter how many times they had watched him. They were all engulfed by the scene, feeling like they were the audience instead of the integral staff of the big-budget drama. Finally, Hajin clicked his tongue, feeling impatient. He placed his palms against the narrow edge of the concrete barrier, lifting himself up, wobbly at first, but increasingly becoming more stable. Then, finally, he was standing at the highest part of the building he had dedicated his life to. A smile finally appeared on his lips, making his eyes into crescent moons, a contrast to the full moon that had arisen in the sky. This time, he didn't reach out his hand. Instead, he closed them and felt the soft, fragrant breeze. It was a beautiful scene, one that showed Hajin didn't go through a tragic death, that he saw the beauty of the moon before he passed. Daisham PD should have called cut, but he was still far too engrossed in the scene. There wasn't anything explicitly sad about it. However, through the small monitor, he truly felt bad for Hajin. Zeno continued with his act until the director told him to stop. He didn't want to do the scene over again because, frankly, he really wanted to shower. However, at that moment, a strong gust of wind came out of nowhere, throwing Zeno slightly off balance. Fortunately, he caught himself at the right time before he could fall to his demise. He let out a deep breath. That was close. He almost ended up with the same fate as Hajin. Cut! Daisham PD exclaimed. Zeno, get down from there. Zeno nodded and was about to go down when another gust of wind came. This one didn't feel normal again. It seemed deliberate, but then again, it might just be climate change. Good thing Zeno caught it this time, and he wasn't startled at all. However, one of the lights fell over from the gust of the wind, and just as he was about to go down, it hit Zeno square on the shoulder. This time, Zeno couldn't escape it anymore. Screams of horror were heard across the set as Zeno fell at the impact. Their eyes widened, and for a second, they couldn't move. Daisham's blood ran cold while Chachi started hyperventilating. Oh goodness, he muttered, afraid to peek through the barrier. All of the sleepiness in their bodies was flushed down the drain, replaced by worry. Zeno, he called out for a moment. Zeno, as he fell, finally realized what his first mission meant. He remembered it now. Avalis usually sent such a vague mission when they felt that Rennies were straying too far from their mission. Like a warning. However, since Zeno had been so efficient for a majority of his missions, he rarely got such a mission, except for one. He shook his head. They hadn't changed at all, huh? Fortunately, Zeno landed on the small net, and he quickly called for the others' attention. Right here, he heard their frantic footsteps, staring. As Zeno held onto the window ledge while on the narrow net, Daisham PD sighed in relief, feeling he had resurrected from death himself. Get him right now, he exclaimed, and the staff quickly did so, not wanting to lose their main character. Goodness, I thought something bad had happened. Zeno smirked. The universe has to work harder for that to happen. Chachi shook her head. Please don't say that, Zeno. I nearly had a heart attack. You don't know how lucky you are right now. Zeno didn't respond for a while. Did we get the take, he asked. They turned to him with furrowed brows. He was hanging on for dear life, but he was still thinking about the take. He was an actor at heart. We did, Daisham muttered. His fall shouldn't have been included in the scene, as it was too dangerous. However, it happened naturally. If they edited out the tall light, it would look exactly as it was described in the book. That Hajin couldn't fight the wind, or at least, had little strength to do so. It looked very natural, and Daisham wondered. You can add it in, Zeno said, capturing his attention, still on the safety net. I don't mind. It will show those who said I am not dedicated to the role. Chapter 191, Risk Directive. You gave 25 the risk directive? One of the ascendants asked during their massage time. They all turned to Slash, who appeared unbothered. His eyes closed as the massage chair placed pressure on his back. Why? Is 25 rebelling? Another asked. They began whispering among themselves. That can't be. 25 is the best employee. He is the foundation of the Rennies. He wouldn't rebel. In this case, I think he will rebel even more with the risk directive. Slash, you know what will happen if a Rennies prematurely dies, right? Slash finally opened his eyes, letting out a deep breath. He had been getting headaches these days, and they weren't responsive to the elixir that worked for the longest time. Why do you even care? Slash asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. That led the other ascendants to become silent. You're not 25. You're not the one with a risk directive. So, stop complaining, will you? He added. But the risk directive is only done for the Rennies who are truly rebellious. Slash. You know what happens when a Rennies dies in their human bodies. Failing a mission is one thing, but dying is another. It's a waste, another added. Slash sighed, closing his eyes once more, appearing unbothered. 25 is under my jurisdiction. If you have any complaints, then go straight to the apex. The massage room was once again engulfed in tense silence. Another ascendant was about to speak, but was held back by a colleague. He won't change his mind, he whispered. Let him be. The others clicked their tongues. I pity 25. It was confirmed. Zeno's life was at stake for the next 2 weeks. Aside from nearly falling off of a tall building, he was almost hit by a car and bitten by a snake, which was somehow camouflaged amidst the city's bushes. Along with that, his head was still aching after being hit by his mother. Was that a murder attempt, too? He wasn't sure. Fortunately, Zeno was equipped with skills even a competent human didn't have, so he managed to dodge them all. As long as there wasn't another attempt to throw him off a 14-story building, then he was going to be fine. He had finally arrived at their staircase and began walking up. He found the annoying couple next door with knives in their hands, but didn't bother stopping. No knives for now, too. With that, he entered Doha's apartment and found him watching the TV. You're back, he said with a wide smile. The food is in the fridge. Your parents ate with us. Do you want me to heat it up? Zeno shook his head. Thanks. I'll eat tomorrow. For now, I'm going to sleep. Doha opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again, holding back. Okay, sleep well. Take the bed. I'll hit the couch. Zeno nodded and showered, not even minding that he had to wear one of Doha's crazy graphic shirts. With his hair still damp, he laid on his bed. His phone was blowing up with messages, but his eyes were already closing. With that, the phone fell from his band, and Zeno received one of the best sleeps he had in his whole lifetime. Zeno didn't know how long he had been asleep. He had turned off all his alarms because he knew he didn't have work for the remaining duration of his break. The universe knew he needed one. However, something had willed him to get up, a crushing weight on his chest. He couldn't breathe for a couple of seconds. Did he surpass all those accidents just for him to die of a heart attack? However, as he opened his eyes, he realized it wasn't a myocardial infarction, but instead, his overweight old dog sleeping on top of his chest. He clicked his tongue and gently removed her from him, allowing him to finally breathe properly. Prince Charming is already awake, came the voice of his mom. Zeno opened his eyes and saw that his friends and his parents were already seated at the table, with his mom wearing an apron and serving the food. Get up, she said. Zeno scratched the back of his neck before going to the restroom to splash water on his face and brush his teeth. Then, he joined them at the table, eating the spicy fish soup that his mom had cooked. One sip of the soup, and he already felt like he was cured. It was practically medicine. His father watched him fondly while his friends ate with gusto. We didn't get the opportunity to speak yesterday, Zeno's stepdad started off. How is everyone? Eli, are you continuing with your studies? Eli smiled. Yes, he answered. I'm about to enter into my second year because Zeno helped pay for my tuition, he shyly added. His parents glanced at him, but Zeno was busy eating. How about you, Doha? His mom asked this time. Do you finally teach at your own gym? Not yet, but it's going. Great. We don't have to pay rent for 6 months, so I'm able to save up. It's still a long way to go, but it's a start. Oh, that's nice, his mom exclaimed. Your landlord is very nice for not letting you pay for 6 months. It's because we won this contest, Doha beamed. And it's all because of Zeno. Our landlord said he's one of the best actors he had met in his entire life. Once again, his parents glanced at him, but Zeno was deboning the fish. And you, Minji? Are you doing all right? Yes, Minji muttered. Happier than ever. Is your mom still? It's bearable, Minji responded before Zeno's stepdad could finish the sentence. Then, Zeno's mom sighed. I ought to have a good talk with your mother. Meanwhile, his stepdad smiled widely. It seems that we didn't have to worry after all. Honey, he said, leaning against his wife. Zeno appears to be doing very well. She clicked her tongue. Of course. I raised him well. We came here because he was getting unnecessary hate. He didn't even do anything. Then, she finally gave her son a thumbs up. So great job on defending yourself online. I didn't raise you to become a quitter. Show them the spice of people from Busan. Zeno tilted his head, about to ask a question, when his phone rang. He frowned and grabbed it from the bed. His eyebrows raised slightly when he saw he had multiple missed calls from Moby and Bobby. This time, Jace was calling him. He answered the call and placed his phone against his ear. Hello, Zeno. It was Bobby's voice that came through the other line. Before Zeno could get another word out, Bobby spoke once more. You're being murdered online. Chapter 192, an apology video. Well, it seemed like Zeno needed not only to escape the physical murder attempts of his environment, but also the emotional ones. He arrived at the office of their company and was greeted by a frantic Bobby and Moby. You responded to your messages on Sigmoid? Jace asked, popping out from nowhere and holding onto his shoulders. Zeno nodded nonchalantly. Yeah, I didn't say anything bad. A small smile appeared on Jace's lips. Yeah, I saw some of your replies. They were hilarious. Jace, Bobby said in a warning tone. What? Jace muttered. I was just telling the truth. Bobby sighed, walking to where Zeno was and placing a hand over his shoulder. Did your account get hacked? No, Zeno said, making Bobby purse his lips. Is that why you called me here? If so, then I need to leave. My parents are in my unit, and they're leaving by the end of the weekend. Moby appeared very concerned. The hate regarding the casting has increased dramatically over the past day. Zeno frowned. How so? Well, your replies have been revealed, and they think you're cocky. Zeno clicked his tongue. I was the one receiving death threats over such a trivial thing. I don't think it makes me cocky to respond. Of course, Bobby said. We understand that. I've been monitoring the response since you started the filming, and they're echoing their complaints over and over again. These people are not sane. However, as artists, we should take the shit people throw at us because we're famous. Is that right? Zeno asked, finishing his sentence for him. Bobby and Moby froze. Jace, on the other hand, whistled. Dang, he got you there. I also understand, Zeno continued. Being in the spotlights means being prepared to receive both the best and the worst, but just because it's normal does not mean that it is right. I didn't say anything rude to them, he said, standing by his word. Amen, Jace exclaimed. Bobby massaged the bridge of his nose. I hate to do this, but the SK channel has reached out to us. Zeno pursed his lips. Do they want me to apologize? Yes, Moby said without any situation. Just for damage control. It can be a casual apology. You can have a live stream and mention it in the middle of it all. It doesn't have to be formal at all, just that you were hurt by the comments and retaliated. Zeno sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. All right, he muttered. Got it. Then, he brought out his phone. I have a stand, Jace exclaimed. Zeno nodded while Jace set it up for him. Thank you, Zeno, Bobby said. We will come up with an official statement, too. We'll also gather some of the hate comments and bring it to court. Do you want to remove your lipstick and concealer? We need to make you look as miserable as possible, Jace said. At least, that's the pattern of most apology videos. I'm not wearing any. I came here straight from breakfast, Zeno muttered, causing Jace's eyes to widen. So this was just his bare face, huh? The world is quite unfair. With that, Zeno signaled for Jace to start the stream. The latter gave Zeno a signal that he could begin. The live stream opened, and it seemed that plenty of his followers had been waiting for him to address the hate, so it filled with people right away. It was already at 10,000 during the first minute. What the heck? This is what Zeno looks like right now. He looks so handsome. I'm going to cry. Looking at him like this, I see that he does look like Prince Hajin. I was about to curse at him, but was taken aback by bro's face. Insane face card right there. Good morning, Zeno greeted smoothly, as if he wasn't caught up in another scandal, if it could even be considered such. Hope everyone's doing okay. I am. Mostly. The comments began to flood in. Hi Zeno. How's the filming going? Immature-ass man. Responding to haters? Quick. Send him more death threats. Maybe you, thirsty fangirls, will finally grab his attention. Fuck you and the rest of the team for ruining my favorite novel. The filming is going great, he said, already responding to the questions he saw flying by. No problem so far. I nearly fell off a building yesterday, but I'm alive, so I'd say things are progressing. Nicely. He smiled as the screen exploded with a flurry of panicked, laughing, and borderline threatening messages. I wasn't dangling from a roof or anything. I was caught by the safety net. Also, he went on, it's pretty fun being Prince Hajin. He knew that statement would set a fire within those who hated the idea of him becoming the main character. Was that premeditated? Only Zeno would know. Fuck. You're so smug about it. Duh. You came here to apologize, right? Go ahead and apologize. I'm so excited for the series, Zeno. When is the teaser going to be released? I honestly don't know, Zeno responded. We filmed the teaser beforehand, so it may be soon. Although, the preview photos are out. You guys don't seem to like it that much, huh? A few hearts floated up the side of the screen. Comments rushed in like an enthusiastic group hug. But then came the hate comments. Some were short and mean. Some were paragraphs long and felt very personal. Zeno didn't react at first. He simply read quietly with an unreadable expression. Amidst the silence, the people in the chat started speculating. Was he going to say sorry? Address the rumors? The backlash? The trending tag that had called his casting an insult to the legacy of SK Channel? Zeno adjusted his posture slightly and leaned forward. I've seen the hate, he said. Some of it is creative. One person told me to choke on my own balls. He nodded appreciatively, which is fascinating. Biologically speaking, I physically can't. They're quite large. Somewhere behind the camera, a strangled gasp escaped from Bobby. Moby had his face buried in his hands like he was praying in Morse code. Bobby was already signaling to Jace, who was manning the phone. Jace, however, was chewing gum and shaking his head. I don't know how to end it, he whispered. Yes, you do. Bobby whisper shouted. No, I don't. Jace whisper lied. Zeno didn't even glance at them. I know a lot of you think I shouldn't be in the Forsaken Prince, he continued. And that's fine. I wouldn't trust me either if an unknown actor portrayed my favorite character. He leaned in just enough to fill the frame with his face. But let's be honest. You're going to watch it. He smiled. It wasn't smug, just a small smile that made his statement factual. You've written too many think pieces on why I'm a disaster not to tune in. I admire the dedication. You're giving the show more attention than our PR team ever could. I should be sending thank you cards. From the side of the camera, Moby wheezed. I'm not here to change your mind, Zeno said. I'm not here to explain why I got the role, or how hard I'm working, or how many hours I've spent making sure I don't embarrass the script, the crew, or the writers. Because honestly, he looked straight at the camera. You wouldn't believe me anyway. So let's just skip to the part where I show you. That's the fun part, right? He gave the camera a slight nod. I stand by what I said. I stand by how I said it. If I'm wrong, drag me then. I'll hold the mic. Off-screen, something fell. A clatter, possibly Bobby's will to live. But if I'm right, Zeno smiled faintly. Well, then congratulations. You just watched the rise of a man you told to go choke on his own anatomy. Chapter 193, My Son. Jace ended the live stream at the right time. Haters, who were still typing out long paragraphs to showcase their loath for Zeno, didn't even manage to send such messages because the live stream ended quickly. Jace gave Zeno a thumbs up, signaling it was over. Meanwhile, Zeno stood and turned to Moby and Bobby, who appeared like their souls had been sucked out of their bodies. -1 public perception. Subject of hate. Lost 30,000 followers. Let them talk, Zeno said, not minding the decrease for now. But it's still publicity, he added. I am confident enough in my acting that I wouldn't embarrass the adaptation. Besides, the author is making sure that the integral scenes are being incorporated. It seemed they still weren't convinced. Jay stepped up and stood next to Zeno. Trust in him, he said. Like you said, the moment Zeno came, the company's luck had drastically increased. I don't think he's making a rash decision. Sure, it's new, but it's not bad. In reality, It might even be great. We need more artists like him who don't take shit from the people around him. They all turned to Jace, with Zeno's eyebrows raising. So he wasn't stupid after all. Bobby and Moby turned to each other, and Bobby sighed. I'll talk to the SK channel then, he said. Zeno nodded, taking a step closer to the door. Thanks, he muttered. The hate will only increase for the next few days, but let's hope it dies down next week. Well, it needed to die down if Zeno wanted not to experience the pain trial. With that, Zeno finally opened the door. However, he was faced with danger as soon as he did so. A large glass vase with flowers that appeared like they were reserved for a funeral was thrown toward their door from the other office. If Zeno was even a second slower, he would have been hit straight in the head. However, he moved right on time, causing the glass vase to shatter against the wall. Zeno, the others exclaimed. Bobby instantly went to him to check for any injuries. However, Zeno wasn't even fazed. Are you all right? He asked, concerned. Zeno nodded. Yeah, I avoided it. Goodness, Bobby muttered. Your safety is our topmost priority at the moment. Then, he glared at the loan shark company in front of them, where a very angry negotiation was happening. I'm going, Zeno said and left the office before another murder attempt happened. Zeno arrived at his unit and was met by his parents, with Maxie between them watching on the small television. His stepdad waved at him, while his mom didn't even bother with a glance, her eyes glued to the screen. Are you finally free? She asked. Zeno scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, I guess. Sorry, I've become too busy. She cleared her throat as she petted Maxie, who relaxed her head onto the woman's lap. We saw you on the news, she said. Yeah. They're calling you cocky and big-headed just because you received a main role so early in your career and didn't apologize for retaliating against the hate comments. I expected it, Zeno said. That's my son, his stepdad exclaimed, but it didn't diffuse the tension in the room. Then, his mom finally faced him, an unreadable expression on her face. She began running her mouth off. Stupid people on the internet. They made you into a target when there are more pressing issues in this country. The ginormous rent prices, the exploitation of the poor, the declining birth rate. But they want to focus on a young man with great acting skills instead. Slowly, a smile spread across Zeno's lips. She continued insulting his haters, crossing her arms in front of her chest. After what felt like a whole 15 minutes, she finally breathed out, running her fingers through her already messy hair. Are you done? Zeno asked, amusement heard in his tone. She pursed her lips before standing and wrapping Zeno in an embrace. For a moment, Zeno was startled, his eyes slightly widening as he felt the warmth of a mother's hug. My little boy has grown into a man, she muttered. But still, I can't help but feel concerned for you, knowing you didn't even do anything wrong. Zeno's heart softened, and he turned to the side, awkwardly patting her back as a sign of reciprocation of the hug. You're not mad that I didn't tell you I got into acting? Zeno asked. No, she said without any hesitation, much to his surprise. I've actually been praying for a day like this to come. She broke the hug and looked into Zeno's eyes, placing her hands on his shoulders and giving them a motherly squeeze. I'm so glad you found something you enjoy. I can see the spark in your eyes, one that I haven't seen in a long time. His stepdad nodded to the side, his usual dumb look replaced with genuine merriment. Zeno pursed his lips. There had been a lot of references to the original Zeno's lack of spark. He wondered if his life had truly been ordinary, as mentioned by those around him. However, he snapped back to reality when his mom spoke again. However, she continued, I am still very concerned about you. This industry isn't as sparkly as it seems. You give, and people continue taking away. If your heart is weak, you are going to crumble, she said, speaking like it came from experience, like there was something to uncover. But, looking at you now, I am not so concerned, she ended with a small smile. I am proud of you, my son. Don't get your flame dimmed by what others say. Zeno nodded. Even though he already knew of such advice, he also knew that it was harder to apply it to one's life. Well, we have to go? Now, she said, making Zeno frown. Then, he saw his dad bringing out their bags from behind his bed. I thought you were staying until tomorrow. It's still the weekend. We wish we could, son, his stepdad said. But your brothers are already whining. You know how it is. Their generation is quite insufferable, but I still love them. Zeno couldn't help but chuckle. He grabbed the bags from his dad. I'll get you a cab then. Are you going to take the bus back? Yes, but don't call for a cab. It's too expensive, his mom quickly said. We'll take the train to go to the bus station. Zeno remained silent as they walked down the stairs. As soon as he saw a cab, he hailed it right away. You can start the meter, he said, and the driver nodded, waiting patiently as Zeno loaded the bags inside. Zeno, his mom said. I told you. Just take the cab, Zeno sighed. Your bags are heavy. She pursed her lips. Meanwhile, Zeno grabbed his wallet and pulled out some money. Son, his stepdad was about to argue, but Zeno merely placed them on his palm, gripping them close. Give it to my siblings, Zeno said, although he had no clue what they were like yet. His parents' expressions softened. Take good care of yourself. I gave Doha and Minji the side dishes. Eat them well with your friends, his mom said. Zeno nodded. We'll also be watching your drama when it comes out. Don't worry. Our neighbors are all happy for your achievement, she added. Thanks, he muttered. Now go. They went inside the cab, looking at Zeno with immense pride that almost squeezed the latter's heart. The driver finally started moving, but for some reason, he was actually in reverse, so Zeno almost got hit. His parents turned to him with wide eyes, about to get out. I'm fine, Zeno exclaimed and motioned for them to go. The driver held out a peace sign before speeding away from their neighborhood. Zeno watched as the car disappeared from his view. His family was actually really nice. Chapter 194, Premiere Invite. Where are you going now? Doha asked, already preparing an outdoor dinner when Zeno came out wearing something fancier than usual. It was slacks he borrowed from Eli and a white polo his mom snuck inside his closet because she pitted his shirt-only variety. Oh, to the premiere of Code Black. Manchik PD said I needed to be there, he casually answered. They all turned to Zeno. What? They exclaimed. I asked for 3 extra tickets, he added, showing them to the 3. Doha, Minji, and Eli were flabbergasted. Is that why you borrowed my slacks? Yes, Zeno answered. Minji bit her lip before shaking her head. Zeno, you look nice every day. In fact, you even look nicer today, but this is what you're wearing at a premiere. Zeno looked down at his outfit before shrugging. What's wrong with it? Nothing at all, Minji exclaimed. But your co-stars might be wearing suits. I'm not going to walk the red carpet, he added. Manchik PD said I didn't have to. Well, that was the only way he convinced me. I was an extra in that film. He merely gave me the tickets to watch them with you guys. It's for free, so I took it, he concluded. Oh, and it's on the second row. Doha immediately carried the frozen meat, preparing to put it back in the fridge. Let's postpone this dinner. I'm getting dressed. Eli, despite having a quiz tomorrow, also ran to his apartment. Minji sheepishly smiled. Wait for us, she said, excited to attend the movie premiere of their friend. Zeno smirked and watched as they scrambled to get to their unit to get dressed. He sat on the outdoor bed and scrolled through his account. He thought the hate would die down by now, but he was receiving more death threats. A teaser for the teaser was posted on the SK channel account, and again, it was filled with criticism for the casting. Although, it had also boosted the Forsaken Prince's popularity to the top, and it was the talk of the town. Zeno was hoping that his role in Code Black would alleviate the hate a bit. With that, he placed his phone back inside his pocket. A few moments later, his friends finally came out of their units. They all had much grander outfits than Zeno. Minji was wearing a sparkly silver dress. Doha was wearing a full, neon orange suit with a hot pink fedora, and Eli was wearing an all-white ensemble. They looked like they would be walking down the red carpet, and Zeno debated on bolting away from them. However, they didn't find anything wrong with their outfits, and Zeno didn't want to burst their bubbles. With that, he stood and ran his fingers through his hair. Let's go, he muttered, unable to look at them for too long because it hurt his eyes with how vibrant they were. He was about to move, but the grill, which had charcoal, suddenly lit next to Zeno, burning a portion of his white polo. Zeno quickly moved away while his friends screamed. Doha swiftly doused the fire with water, but it had already burned a portion of the thin, white polo, specifically at Zeno's V-line. Minji's cheeks reddened while Eli quickly inspected the spot. What the heck was that? Doha exclaimed. It came out of nowhere. Zeno, on the other hand, was used to it. The murder attempts this week had been so blatant. Eli sighed in relief. You don't have a burn, but that was close. Do you want to get changed? Minji asked, still unable to look at him. Zeno looked down and saw that the damage wasn't as bad as it seemed. He shrugged while glancing at his watch. Let's just go? I don't want to be late to the premiere. With that, Zeno led the way, and his friends were unable to argue. He quickly hailed a cab and let them enter first before joining in last. Capitano Theater, Zeno said to the driver. The car started moving, with the others still glancing at Zeno out of concern. Here, Minji said, handing him a mini fan. Use that to dry your polo. Thanks, Zeno muttered, taking it from her. Meanwhile, Doha looked at his fishnet tank top inside his neon orange jacket suit before turning to Zeno. Do you want to wear mine instead? Zeno looked at him with a flat expression. No. The Capitano Theater had seen gods walk its marble steps. Tonight, it welcomed the cast of Code Black. The trailer had exploded with excitement, and fans wrote dissertations before it was even released. Outside, the crowd had been there since noon. Some were clutching laminated posters. Others wielded glow sticks like their lives depended on it. One girl wore a trench coat in 25-degree weather and sobbed into a tissue embroidered with Ian SEO Nation. A barricade separated fans from the red carpet, but that didn't stop one guy from trying to jump over it, yelling, "Risa, I'm your destiny," before being politely sat down by 3 very large security guards. The press appeared like hyenas in the wild. Camera flashes made the entrance glow like a battlefield. Boom mics stretched out over velvet ropes. Microphones were jabbed forward at every poor soul who walked the carpet before they arrived at the photo spot. Various celebrities had arrived by then. Veteran actors, rising rookies, influencers pretending to be as important as the actors and actresses. The already chaotic red carpet became even more chaotic when 2 notable figures went down a luxurious limousine. Ian Seo and Risa Park. An all-black suit hugged Ian's tall frame. His tie was slightly loose, and his shoes could have made mirrors look insecure because of how shiny they were. Next to him walked Risa, radiant in white. It was the kind of pairing that made people whisper things like, power couple. Ian Seo. Over here. Risa. Who are you wearing? Are you dating? Blink if yes. Ian did his best not to blink. They stopped just long enough for the flashes to double in intensity. Ian, how does it feel seeing this all come together? He leaned slightly into the mic, lips tugging into a small smile. It feels surreal. I have been waiting for this project to be released for a while. I hope the people like it once it is officially released by tomorrow. Just then, screams were heard from the entrance of the red carpet once more. Risa turned so fast that her earrings nearly flew off, expecting someone. Her smile faltered just for a second, eyes narrowing as she spotted Asuka, decked in a white suit and sunglasses. Risa blinked once then turned back around, expression reset like a pro. She was determined not to give him any attention. More flashes snapped her back to business. Another reporter asked, "What should we expect from Code Black?" Risa smiled. A lot of emotions. Sadness. Happiness. Rage. Rage? The reporter echoed. Ian nodded slowly. You'll get it when you watch. Someone called out from the back. Who's your favorite character? There was a pause before Ian smiled widely. He doesn't have a name. The press collectively leaned in. An extra, a journalist guessed. Yes, Ian said, excited. An extra. Chapter 195, Burnt Perfection. Are you sure we're going here, you young bunch? The cab driver asked, glancing at the group of 4. One looked like a bootleg version of Detective Conan. The woman appeared to be a failed star, and the guy in neon was even brighter than a life vest. The good-looking young man sitting at the front seemed quite decent, but the burnt portion of his polo also made him appear out of the ordinary. Yes, Zeno said nonchalantly, handing the driver the fee. Thank you, sir. Please keep the change. With that, Zeno opened the door and got out of the cab, followed by his eccentric friends. As soon as they were gone, the driver tilted his head, finding him familiar. Isn't he the actor that my son was cursing out yesterday night? He muttered. Meanwhile, Zeno's friends looked around the packed venue with wide eyes. It was their first time doing something as big as this, and they couldn't believe their friend would be starring in such a large-scale movie. We get to experience this because of Zeno, Dohan muttered, his hands clutching his fishnet tank top. Eli gulped, not wanting to appear ignorant, but his heart raced too fast. Minji, on the other hand, looked like she could cry at any moment. Let's go. Zeno said when he realized that some people were turning their way. He scanned the area until he found the entrance that didn't have a red carpet, meant only for guests, and he directed his friends there. However, Doha was busy taking selfies from different angles, his clothes reflecting the lights like those of a traffic officer, bringing unnecessary attention to their group. Zeno kept his head down as he led them to the entrance. Doha, he warned, and thankfully, he stopped taking photos. At that moment, some fans had already noticed Zeno, even with his head low. Isn't that Zeno Han? I almost forgot he was in this movie. Damn, he's pretty good looking. I can't believe he came out here when he's one of the most hated actors at the moment. Hated? You mean hottest? He's not going to walk the red carpet? Zeno hastened his footsteps as flashes started coming their way. However, his friends clearly enjoyed the attention, and they subconsciously posed for the cameras. He clicked his tongue and ended up dragging them to the entrance. Finally, as they were about to enter, a familiar voice called out Zeno's name, making him freeze. There he is, Ian exclaimed from the sea of reporters. Zeno frowned and turned, finding that the crowd and reporters had parted like the Red Sea, all eyes on him. He will steal the spotlight in the movie, for sure, Ian added. Zeno bit his lip and merely bowed, about to go inside, when the reporters started screaming his name. Zeno, an interview, please. Over here. Walk the red carpet for us. Tell us what you're wearing. Zeno smiled politely, about to decline when he felt a hard push. On his back, it was none other than Doha and his friends. He glanced back at them with wide eyes, but they all gave him a thumbs up. Zeno bit his lip harder this time. He had been betrayed. The cameras started flashing even faster, brighter, and he realized he was already under the spotlight. His burnt polo was in full display, and people began wondering what kind of fashion statement he was attempting to make. Zeno sighed and shook his head, lifting his chin and walking through the parted crowd, utilizing his previous modeling skills to shift their attention from his burnt polo to his walk. It worked tremendously. The crowd started taking photos of Zeno and posting them online, and soon, articles about his appearance emerged. Zeno burns up the red carpet, literally. Is charge chic the new it look? Zeno steals the spotlight at the Code Black premiere. Who is he? Zeno's smoldering look has everyone asking. Main role energy. Zeno turns heads at the Code Black premiere. Of course, the comments came flooding in an instant. What is Zeno doing there? I think he's friends with Ian. He's in the movie for an extra role. Remember when he saved the crew and the actors? Ah, he's that one. I honestly can't wait to watch the film. I considered going to watch the film in our local cinema, but since Zeno is in it, I'm not going anymore. Ian and Risa waited for Zeno with open arms. Nice polo, Ian commented, oblivious that it wasn't deliberate. Risa, on the other hand, felt her cheeks warm up and fanned herself with her hands. Zeno bowed at the reporters, who were momentarily speechless. Zeno Han was actually very attractive. It was their first time seeing him in real life, and the cameras did not do him justice. Greetings, Zeno started, eager to get inside the theater as soon as possible. He spotted Manshik PD to the side, who appeared elated to see him. From his peripheral vision, he saw Selena being held back by one of her bodyguards. Yeah, he needed to get out of there fast. Good thing Minsik's career was toast. He wasn't even invited. Otherwise, he had another person to avoid. Please continue interviewing the main actors, he said. I am but an extra in this film. Don't mind me too much. However, the reporters weren't letting it go. Answer some questions, please. Are you done filming for The Forsaken Prince? What do you think about the hate you've been receiving regarding the casting? Do you stand by your non-apology? Ian cleared his throat. I'm going to sulk now. Why are you talking about another project when my movie hasn't aired yet? Fortunately, that dissolved the tension a bit, and the reporters laughed. Meanwhile, Ian wrapped his arm around Zeno. Why don't you ask my very handsome friend one question before he leaves, huh? I can see his friends waiting for him. Zeno pursed his lips before nodding. Fortunately, a sensible reporter asked this time. From which designer did you get your outfit? We just love the intricate burning on the side of the polo, showcasing your tone V-line, she blushed. Zeno didn't know what to say for a moment. Should he admit it was a cheap polo from the local mall, burnt by charcoal supposedly used for barbecue? He knew they wouldn't believe it. So, instead, he settled on one name. Grace Han. Chapter 196. Too good of an actor. Fortunately, Zeno managed to escape the wrath of the reporters through Ian. He should treat that insane guy if they meet again. He was already settled inside the theater, waiting for it to start, just as the main characters settled down. His friends continued looking around, still in a state of disbelief. "Doha, remove your jacket, please," Eli whispered. "You're glowing in the dark." Doha chuckled and removed it, revealing his nipples through the fishnet tank. Eli pursed his lips. "This might be worse, actually." Zeno clicked his tongue. "The theater is going to dim soon. Just don't stare at him," he said. Eli merely nodded. Minji then nudged Zeno's shoulder. "They loved you back there. See, you have plenty of haters online, but they don't come for you in real life. You were so handsome and charming, and the way you carried the burnt polo. I believe you're the only person who can pull it off," she said in a love-struck tone. They all turned to her with raised eyebrows. Her cheeks reddened, and she quickly cleared her throat, avoiding their gazes. "I mean, it's amazing. Why did you say your mother's name when they asked you who the designer is?" she asked, changing the topic. Zeno looked down at the burnt polo and shrugged. "She bought it." Eli chuckled. "Well, the media is eating it all up. They can't find a designer named Grace Han. Turns out, it's just your mom." Meanwhile, somewhere in Busan, the real Grace Han wondered why her name was trending on Sigmoid. "Mom, you're trending," a teenage boy said. "Thanks," Grace exclaimed. "That's so sweet, honey." Back to the theater. Finally, Chaiwon PD appeared, her eyes scanning the crowd. Her smile faltered for a moment when she saw Zeno amidst the crowd. She had to rub her eyes to see if she was dreaming. Zeno had declined her offer every time she asked him to walk the red carpet. Did Manchik actually convince him? The smile returned, even more full force since Zeno was here. "Thank you all for coming," she said into the mic, her voice steady and filled with emotion. A year ago, this was just a draft on a table. Today, it's a film. Code Black is a medical disaster story that takes place in a fractured world, where the land is split between the privileged and the impoverished. And in the ruins of poverty, the last doctor still standing chooses not to turn away. Our cast and crew have poured everything into this film. The fruit of sweat, tears, and a lot of sleepless nights. She bowed lightly. "Please enjoy." The lights dimmed, the crowd hushed, and the screen flickered to life. The movie finally began. Rain poured from the bruised sky as smoke billowed in the distance. A shaky drone shot revealed the collapsed ruins of a factory building. People were screaming. A vehicle pulled up, an old military truck stripped down and patched with scrap metal. Its back door opened with a metallic groan. A man stepped out, black coat flapping behind him. His name was Dr. Black. "What do we got?" "Structural collapse. Fire in the West Wing. The kids are trapped inside from the refugee school, but the firefighters won't cross the zone border." Dr. Black didn't hesitate. He tossed his bag over his shoulder and moved in. "Wait, are you going alone? We don't have time to argue." Inside, it was hell. Rubble, ash, muffled cries beneath fallen beams. Dr. Black crouched beside a boy with glass in his leg and blood all over his chest. "Stay with me, all right? What's your name?" Taejin." "All right, Taejin. I'm gonna fix you up." His hands moved with efficiency. His breathing was calm. Even as fire danced closer, he stayed focused. A girl nearby cried out, "Is he a doctor? There's a doctor in these borders?" "What are you really?" Some asked. Dr. Black didn't even look up as he replied, "A doctor." Zeno leaned forward slightly in his seat as gasps filled the theater. It was only a minute in, but Ian's acting was already impressive. So far, so good, actually. The pacing, the visuals, the music score that tugged at your nerves just right. He couldn't look away, and, judging by the stillness around him, the others were just as locked in. At that moment, he could feel that the movie was going to be a huge hit, and the main reason for that would be Ian Seo. The room stayed quiet as the film continued, until it reached the climax. It was the scene he was a part of. A thick black cloud rose behind the governor's mansion. The crew, assembled in mismatched scrubs and gear, stood by the gate. Dr. Black was at the front. He turned to address the group. "Half the mansion is on fire. People are trapped inside. The governor's daughter is still breathing, so we need all hands." Zeno finally appeared as Dr. Song, and his friends turned to him with knowing smiles. Despite this scene being filmed only a few months back, Zeno could already see the difference in his looks. The guests found themselves leaning in, curious about Zeno's performance on the big screen. He was, in fact, going to star in another big production as a main character, so all of them wanted to see if he was deserving. If he was not, then they were ready to pounce. "We've been recruited here by Dr. Black," Dr. Yin said firmly beside him. "He gave us a home and pushed us to who we truly are, who we're supposed to be, doctors." Dr. Song stared at her. "Is that supposed to inspire me?" Again, the crowd gasped, but this time it wasn't of amazement. It was of genuine surprise. They didn't know that Zeno's character was going to be an antagonist. "What do you mean, not your problem? You're a doctor." One of the last ones left, Dr. Black said, his voice cracking. "Didn't you say you wanted to become part of us so we can save more people?" Dr. Song tilted his head. "More people like us." The silence stretched. His hands stayed in his coat pockets. These people had their chance. They hoarded supplies and built walls to keep the rest of us out, and now they expect us to save them. He gave a slight scoff. "Let them burn." Exclamations of disbelief were heard across the theater. Zeno said it with so much disdain that they felt it themselves. Dr. Black ran his fingers through his hair. "We need you, Dr. Song. People are dying in there. The governor's daughter won't last long." Dr. Song exhaled slowly. A soft, tired sound. "We're doctors. We help people. That's what we do." Dr. Song's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, just slightly. "You still believe that? After everything?" Dr. Black looked stunned. The fire crackled behind them. "Yes." It came out as a whisper. Dr. Song paused. "Then you're a fool." The scene ended. The room was still. Zeno sat back in his seat, his own heartbeat in his ears. "Dang," Doham muttered from beside him. "I almost cursed at your character." Zeno didn't respond. He could feel the shift inside the room. Like someone had just walked into the middle of a conversation and dropped a bomb. He had acted really good. Maybe too good. Because at that moment, it felt like those inside the theater hated him even more. Chapter 197, 10 million viewers. "I felt like you were being murdered inside that theater," Doha exclaimed as they entered the cab, allowing Zeno to finally breathe in relief. "You were so good that everyone hated your character," Eli chuckled. "But I agree to an extent. Those behind the barriers never helped you, so why would you? It's cruel, of course, since the people inside the mansion were inherently innocent. Still, all of you were victims of the system. This is why Eli is the smartest among us." Doha nodded, proud of his friend's analysis. Eli scratched the back of his neck. "That was true before," he muttered to himself before glancing at Zeno. "I don't know about now, though." Minji, on the other hand, was silent, in contrast to her usual nature. She stared out of the window with a thoughtful expression, her hand resting under her chin. Eli nudged her, snapping her back to reality. "You all right?" he asked. Minji nodded. It was very good. If there's one thing I learned from it, it's that Zeno is truly a great actor," she smiled, turning to him. Zeno pursed his lips from the front seat. "Thanks," he muttered. "It's going to hit 10 million viewers in the first week," she continued, sounding more serious than the others expected. "Moonrise has done it. I believe they're trying to propel Ian to the Imperial class. Moonrise does not have many actors in that class." Zeno turned to her, noting the serious look on her face. Minji seemed particularly knowledgeable about the industry. Zeno couldn't agree more, though. He glanced at his phone, and Code Black was already trending first in their entire country, even though it hadn't been released to the public yet. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, everyone expected Code Black to become a hit, but not to hit like that. Especially not against another movie determined to make waves. Theaters were packed to the brim from the moment tickets went live. Long lines building outside box offices, websites crashing under demand, and sold-out signs plastered on screens nationwide. It was chaos in the best way. Within a week, the film smashed past the 10 million ticket mark, breaking records and turning the heads of even the most indifferent industry insiders. The controversy over actor safety had left a bitter taste. For months, the movie sat under a cloud of doubt. But it exceeded all expectations, and when the screen lit up, it seemed none of that mattered. The pacing was described as flawless, and the actors matched each other's performances perfectly. Zeno benefited from this to some extent, of course. He played a deeply unlikable character, but it sparked debates online about how his character was perhaps the most rational of them all. The movie was really great. We needed a good disaster movie for the century. I watched both films released in the same week, but I prefer Code Black so much more. The other felt quite pretentious. Well, both still reached 10 million viewers in a single week, but Code Black is making more noise. I've rarely seen reviews for the other movie, except for sponsored ones. Did they pay for those tickets? Code Black on top. Zeno Han surprised me with his acting. Yeah, he surprised me as well. I thought he would be a cringy antagonist, but by the end, I found myself resenting and rooting for him at the same time. I honestly can't wait for the Forsaken Prince. Oh, he's the guy being criticized for taking the main role in that adaptation? Not bad. I might watch the drama when it airs. When does it air? Next week. The date has been confirmed. It's going to air every Thursday and Friday. Somewhere high up in a steel tower veiled in smog, behind thick, tinted windows that kept out both the skyline and the noise, sat a room that reeked of cigarette smoke and burnt coffee. A handful of sharply dressed executives lined the long obsidian conference table, their backs stiff and expressions strained. Phones were silenced, and breathing felt optional. At the head of the table sat Mr. Kim. He was an odd sight in such a modern place. His suit had long since been forgotten, and he was wearing very comfortable clothes. His pen tapped against the table, one tap every few seconds, worming its way into their ears. He hated overtime, and this meeting had surpassed the threshold 15 minutes ago. It had been hours. Adjacent to him was a young man in a designer varsity jacket, his wrists cluttered with gold and watches that cost more than someone's rent. He was playing Gear of Guardians, one of the leading MOBA games of the year. He muttered curses from time to time when his character died. Between them, the employees were sweating. No one dared to speak, until the young man finally did. "So, I'm part of the rookie class now, huh?" he asked. "I honestly don't know why we have to be here this late, but we should celebrate, right?" Everyone turned to him. The young man finally placed his phone down. The words, "victory," reflected on the screen. He tilted his chin upward, smiling faintly. It only took a year. The fastest in the industry, right? His movie, Backstreet Fighters, a gritty tale about a boxer clawing his way out of poverty into the limelight, released at the same time as Code Black. It surpassed 10 million viewers like they expected, but the room was still filled with tension. Silence returned until Phoenix spoke again. 5 million of my movie's views were for me, he said. You know that. I know that. The fans made that happen. A few executives looked down, knowing he wasn't wrong. Mr. Kim stopped tapping. He looked up, exhaled, and massaged the bridge of his nose. 5 million, he repeated softly, then smirked. Half of them were paid by me. We both know that. Phoenix continued smiling. Dayback has a lot of money, don't they? Your reputation comes at a cost these days. You wouldn't want others to find out that a movie, predominantly produced by Dayback, didn't surpass 5 million views. Mr. Kim shrugged. No one else in the industry will ever find out anyway. It just hurts my pride seeing something from Moonrise trample over ours. The employees nodded silently. Then Mr. Kim's eyes snapped to a woman near the corner. He pointed with the pen. Fire the writer, he said flatly. The woman blinked. Sir, it's her fault. The employee pursed her lips, knowing the writer had done nothing wrong. She nodded anyway. Yes, sir. Mr. Kim stood. The hype for Code Black will die down soon. What's important is that you're now in the rookie class. Once your drama airs next week, you'll be closer to Regency. Of course, Phoenix smiled, glancing at the screen still displaying the word victory. At the end of the day, I will always win. Just then, Assistant Byun entered briskly, a tablet in hand. Sir, he whispered, patting Mr. Kim's shoulder. The teaser is here. Phoenix's brows rose. For my drama? Assistant Byun shook his head. No, sir, he said, turning the tablet around. It's for the Forsaken Prince. Chapter 198. The trailer is out. The staff burst into whispers as Mr. Kim settled back into his seat. His expression was unreadable, but his tone left no room for argument. Play it on the television, he said. Assistant Byun obeyed without hesitation, grabbing the remote as the room collectively held its breath. It's out. It's trending before it was even. Uploaded. Already hit 100,000 views, and it's only been 10 minutes. Phoenix frowned. The noise around him was rising, but his focus narrowed to the game on his screen. He didn't recall getting the script for this drama, or maybe he had, and ignored it. After all, he'd been deep into filming Backstreet Fighters. But even so, The buzz in the room left a bitter taste in his mouth. They weren't this excited for his project. Then he heard the name, and it all clicked. Oscar's in this, someone whispered with awe. 2 more roles and 1 more award. And he's in the Imperial class. That's why everyone's hyped, huh? Are we sure it's not because of Zeno Han? Phoenix didn't answer. He simply shrugged and turned back to his phone, resuming his game as Assistant Beyond finally pressed play. No wonder they were excited. Oscar Beck was in it. The screen lit up. A man stood at the edge of a rooftop, framed by moonlight. His silhouette trembled in the cold glow, wind teasing the hem of his long coat. Below, the world bustled with noise and light. But up here, it was nothing but stillness. His eyes were hollow and haunted, but somehow still peaceful. It appeared he had given up, yet found freedom in doing so. Then, without a word, he stepped forward. With 1 breath and heartbeat, he fell. The screen cut to black. A chorus of gasps echoed in the room. Did he fall for real? Fuck, AI is getting scarier by the day. That looked real. Like real. I thought he actually jumped. I hate to admit it, but the production and editing are insane. You're all liars. Didn't you all swear to boycott this? And now look at you. Including you, mate. Don't act innocent. The trailer continued. Hajin burst into view, charging down an alley, fists clenched and blood trailing behind him. Shouts rang from behind. Get back. But he didn't stop. His steps were ragged and desperate. The camera followed him through winding streets, down uneven cobblestone alleys, into darkness. Then, he crashed into a courtyard lit with paper lanterns and strange, watching eyes. A pavilion of silk and suspicion where nobles froze mid-conversation. But Hajin stared back, harder, because he knew this place. And in that moment, the realization hit. He wasn't from here. The next scene plunged him into a river, water thrashing around him. He gasped for air, arms flailing, and caught sight of his reflection. It wasn't him anymore. Hajin, a voice cried out. He froze. That wasn't just a dream. He had transmigrated. The river faded, and now he stood in a golden hall. On the high throne stood King Jum, towering above them all. You have a chance, the king said, voice reverberating across the marble chamber. Each and every one of you. Sons, nephews, cousins. Do you not see what is at stake? Silence. The camera panned slowly, ambition shimmering in every royal's eyes. But Hajin already knew how this story would end. He'd read it. All. The betrayals. The lies. The secret deaths behind silk curtains. He hadn't come to this world for power. He came here to live quietly and freely. But then, he stepped forward. I am Hajin, he began. A shiver ran down Assistant Byun's spine. Something about the voice didn't feel like acting. It felt lived. As though Zeno Han had ripped this character from another life and bled into him. And suddenly, Assistant Byun forgot what he was supposed to be doing, finding flaws in the trailer. He was mesmerized. Zeno spoke again. Son of the Crown Prince. Son of the woman you tried to erase. He smiled. Just a little. Just enough to rattle the room. And today, Hajin declared, I eat first. The court froze. One official lowered his head. Then another. And another. Until only the royals remained, locked in their seats, rage simmering beneath their stillness. Hajin looked at them all. And if the heavens allow it, he said, I will burn this house down. He stepped forward again, brick by brick, lie by lie, until all that remains. A pause. Then, is a throne. Flashes erupted across the screen. Swords drawn in shadow. Poison swirled in crystal goblets. Screams in long palace corridors. Brothers bleeding. Cousins wailing. A kingdom collapsing. And in the middle of it all was Hajin, walking calmly through the ruins. At last, the chaos dimmed. The throne stood, gleaming in silence. And Hajin stood before it. He turned. One look. And the only word that came to mind was glorious. Darkness swallowed the screen. The Forsaken Prince. The staff room fell into stunned silence. The only sound came from Phoenix's phone. All kill. The voiceover boomed, announcing the complete annihilation of his in-game team. Their towers were being invaded now. Phoenix stared blankly at the screen, then tossed his phone onto the table with a sigh. But then he looked up. Everyone's faces had changed. The television still glowed with the bold letters. The Forsaken Prince. Phoenix slowly turned to Mr. Kim, who once again tapped his pen rhythmically against the table. The CEO's usual air of confidence was replaced with something pensive. The original objective had been to push Asuka into Imperial class. The trailer alone might have been enough to achieve that. But there was a problem. Throughout the trailer, he didn't notice Asuka. Not even once. Along with that, Ryo Wong hadn't taken the spotlight either. It was someone else. Someone Mr. Kim wasn't fond of. Zeno Han. Mr. Kim rose from his seat. All eyes turned to him, expecting a comment or even an insult. But he said nothing. That was the worst part, his silence. He always had something to say. A correction. A cutting remark. But now, he remained eerily still. The room grew colder. The trailer ended minutes ago, but the title still glared on screen. Mr. Kim clicked his tongue and turned sharply to Assistant Byun. Turn it off. Chapter 199, Laundry Boy. The media is going insane, Moby exclaimed, turning to Bobby. Zeno was right. The hate he received was diabolical, but they still tuned in. Jace smirked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Didn't I tell you to listen to him? It seems he knows a lot more than he lets on. Bobby watched as the views increased in real time, with articles being released left and right. Edits from talented Sigmoid users had also emerged, adding to the hype surrounding the trailer release. I'm not going to lie. The teaser is fire. Is this what low expectations do to a person? I've been disappointed left and right with adaptations, and this one is already miles ahead. People really take the bare minimum. The show hasn't even aired yet, but we're already hyping it up? How does Zeno Han even have 1 million followers? He's not in any good works. He's in 3 now, actually. Broken Chains of Justice, Stars in My Ordinary Sky, and Code Black. All very successful projects. He was an extra in those. I don't know why you're going to the ends of the earth to defend him. The show is going to air next week, and everything is still a chaotic mess. I just know the Forsaken Prince is going to hit it big. For real. Everybody is talking about this drama. It might even surpass Broken Chains of Justice when it comes to ratings. And it's all thanks to Daniel Bryan. Sure, girl. Where is he in the teaser? Asuka Beck Sr. was monitoring the response, and a small smirk appeared on his lips. It seemed he hadn't made a mistake in agreeing with Daisham PD. Zeno's non-apology, along with his controversial role in Code Black, also contributed to the hype. The stocks are skyrocketing, sir, his assistant said. There are more sponsors coming through, too. His smirk widened, crossing his arms in front of his chest. He could already envision the awards under their name. Zeno Han is going to be the next big thing. Mark my words. I'll be proud to say I've been here since the beginning. I really hope the fame doesn't get to him. He seems like a down-to-earth guy, and I would hate to see him become the artist I despise. Zeno, eat at the table, Minji insisted, nudging his shoulder. It's pitiful to see you on the floor. Zeno shook his head. I'm almost done, he said, getting up to wash his dishes. He then looked around Doha's unit. I'm going to do my laundry downstairs. To maximize the loads and save money, who wants to join? Zeno asked. Me? Doha said, grabbing his laundry basket. Wait a moment, Eli said, pausing from his meal to go to his unit. Zeno carried their dirty laundry and went to his unit to get his own. Minji, on the other hand, pursed her lips, sitting at the table with a tired expression. You went overtime again? Eli asked, glancing at her. Minji sighed and nodded. I thought this promotion would be a blessing, but no. It's more money for more stress. I should have listened to the seasoned employees. The reward for hard work is more work, she said, slumping onto the table. Go and take your laundry to Zeno. Then, Doha chimed in. That would save you some stress. Minji sat up straight once more and glared at her 2 male friends. Stop ordering Zeno around. Do you think it makes sense that our famous, rising actor friend is doing your laundry? Doha and Eli glanced at each other before shrugging. I admire Zeno, but my view of him hasn't changed, Doha muttered. To me, he's still one of my best friends. I'm happy that this didn't change. Eli nodded in agreement. Besides, it's not like we're forcing him. He's just used to it. A small smile appeared on Minji's lips. She then chuckled. Isn't it funny, though? He's talking about saving money when he doesn't need to. Does he? With the money he has, he could probably move to a better place, don't you think? Eli suddenly asked, instantly dampening the mood in the room. The smile on Minji's face slowly fell, and even though they didn't acknowledge it explicitly, the disappointment could be felt. Doha cleared his throat and glanced out the window. You're right, he muttered. Meanwhile, Zeno, dressed in very worn-out shorts and a white shirt with a loose collar, was leaning against the laundry machine while eating the roasted sweet potato the owner had provided. His neighbors greeted him, and he nodded in return. In his peripheral vision, he saw the calendar marked with a date. Under it were the words, "The Forsaken Prince's Release. Support your greatest neighbor." Zeno smirked and glanced at the old man who waved at him over his newspaper. "Are you almost done?" he asked. Zeno nodded, glancing at the timer. "Yes, it just needs to dry." With that, Zeno prepared to place money into the tip jar. However, the old man covered it as soon as he stepped forward. Zeno clicked his tongue. "Take it, old man," he said bluntly. He shook his head. "I already told you that you can use the machines for free, but you still insist on using the one that needs coins. You don't need to give me any extra money." "I have a lot," he deadpanned. "Too much, actually. Just take it." The old man raised his brows. "That sounds nice. Use that money to buy a house. You shouldn't be living here. Oh, and maybe a new car." Zeno sighed and grabbed the glass, taking it away from him. Of course, Zeno was stronger, so he managed to take it. He inserted a couple of bills, causing the old man's eyes to widen. "It's yours now. You can throw it away if you don't want to accept it," Zeno said with a small smirk. "Besides, use it to buy your granddaughter a bike. Didn't she say she wanted one the last time I was here?" The old man was even more surprised. Zeno was paying attention to things like that. Just then, the laundry machine beeped, indicating that his last load was finished. "That's my cue," Zeno muttered, about to place the tip jar on the table when the door suddenly opened. Right off the bat, Zeno felt a dark aura from the new customer, or maybe that was because of his all-black get-up. He even had a clown mask with obnoxious teeth covering his face. "Give me your money." Chapter 200, The Danger's Not Over. The old man had retreated, his hands shaking from nervousness. Zeno tilted his head, observing the intruder. Aside from his clown mask, he was dressed in casual clothing. Zeno then noticed something glinting from the man's chest pocket. A small, shiny pocket knife that made Zeno's eyes narrow. "Are you deaf?" he exclaimed. "I said, give me the money." "Why?" "Young man," the owner stammered. "Please calm down." It was obvious that he was fearful. Zeno, on the other hand, felt not even a sliver of nerves. "This is a coin laundry shop," Zeno began. "Unless you want to stand there and wait for the owner to retrieve the coins from each machine, then please stay. Oh, and I doubt you can run fast from the cops with the coins clinking in your pockets. Or do you want to steal one of my pillow covers to carry them effortlessly?" he asked teasingly. The clown's frustration was evident in his body language. As expected, he retrieved the weapon from his pocket, pointing it at the two of them. "I'm not joking here." He aimed the knife at the tip jar, where Zeno had just heftily deposited some money. "Give me that jar." Zeno frowned this time. The old man glanced at him. "Just give it to him." However, Zeno was having none of it. It wasn't about the money's value. He simply disliked the idea of it falling into the hands of someone so pathetic. Zeno looked the intruder over from head to toe. "You look pretty healthy to me. Why don't you do some hard labor? Should you really be stealing? What a pathetic thing to do." Zeno knew he was escalating the situation, but somehow, he found it enjoyable. The clown was visibly shaking now, the teeth of the mask chattering against each other. "Just give it, Zeno," the old man whispered, but Zeno held onto the tip jar for life. "Ah, really? This is annoying," the clown exclaimed, and without any warning, jabbed at Zeno with the knife. Zeno clicked his tongue and moved to the side before grabbing his wrist and hitting his elbow to make his extremity bend. The knife fell to the ground, and Zeno kicked it efficiently under the laundry machines. The clown visibly froze, and even though his eyes couldn't be seen, Zeno could feel his fear. He was significantly weaker than Zeno. With that, the clown scrambled to get the tip jar. He managed to hold on to it, but Zeno placed his hand over his, not letting go. The old man had already called the police while the two of them continued to fight. The jar teetered in their grip, shaking violently between them. Zeno's jaw clenched. "Let go," he hissed. The clown shook his head. "Make me," he said, sounding desperate. With a sudden jerk, the clown slammed the jar down. The crash echoed through the laundry shop. Coins and crumpled bills burst into the air as the jar shattered into jagged shards. They scattered like confetti across the floor. "Damn it," Zeno growled, diving for the spilled money. But the clown was quicker, lunging low to scoop the cash with both hands. Zeno's fist shot out and caught the fabric of the clown's oversized collar, yanking it tight around his neck. The clown gasped, flailing as Zeno dragged him back with iron grip. He gasped for air. He clawed at the collar, legs kicking against the floor as the money fell back down. "You greedy little freak," Zeno muttered, tightening his grip. "Zeno, let go. Stop it right now," the old man exclaimed, hobbling over from behind the counter. But before the old man could get closer, the clown swiped a chunk of glass from the floor and thrust it toward him. "Back off, Grandpa. Unless you want a new smile." Zeno clicked his tongue, eyes narrowing. He loosened his grip on the collar and stepped toward the clown. "Don't you dare." But the clown moved first, slamming both palms into Zeno's chest. The force sent Zeno stumbling backward, his heel catching on an overturned chair. What the heck was it doing here? He lost his balance, and then he fell, face first on the glass of shards and money. The clown froze, and the old man gasped in shock. "Shit," the clown muttered and ran from the laundry shop, unable to grab any money. Zeno, on the other hand, turned on his back, glancing at the old man, whose color had drained from his face. The sight before him was diabolical. "Blood," the old man muttered. "Why, you're bleeding. On multiple areas. Did that clown get any money?" The old man couldn't believe it. How could Zeno even think of this at that moment? Zeno finally glanced at his chest and found multiple glass shards on his body, with two particularly problematic ones. It was the base of the glass jar, and they held up pretty well. One was on his abdomen while the other was to his chest, right at his heart. Then, he glared at the chair behind him. He swore it wasn't there when he first came in. His mission was almost over, but he couldn't stay away from danger. Then, without any warning, the pain trial came, making him scream in pain. Stabbed by glass shards. Unnecessary bleeding noted. Pain trial initiated. Duration, 3 minutes. Countdown, 2:59. Zeno couldn't help it. He crouched like a baby. The old man's eyes widened. "Oh goodness. You're dying. You're really dying." Just then, his friends came into the laundry shop, looking at Zeno with wide eyes filled with horror. "Zeno!" Minji exclaimed. Zeno, however, couldn't hear their voices properly. It wasn't the pain of his wound. That was actually very bearable. It was the freaking pain trial. It made him want to curse out loud, but he couldn't even do that. Before he knew it, his vision blurred. Doha cried at his feet. "Zeno, don't leave us. Zeno, please hang in there. Eli, do something. You're a doctor." "I haven't graduated yet," he shakily said, while looking at his friend. And just like that, Zeno's eyes finally closed. Chapter 201, Accident Prone. +2 Public Perception. Hate comments deflected. Increase in followers. +2 Job and income. Trailer reached 3 million views in less than 24 hours. 10 million viewership. Fame meter, 26%. He knew he wasn't dead. His system was still intact. But those around him acted like he was. What are we going to do now? Should we tell his parents to come here? Funeral services are very expensive, but I will pay for it. He doesn't have a last will and testament. Where will his money go? Zeno opened his eyes. "You're already thinking of acquiring my money?" he asked, causing everyone to turn to him. Their eyes widened as Zeno sat up in the hospital bed after much struggle. It was painful, but it was nothing compared to the pain trial. "Zeno!" Minji exclaimed, and they all rushed to his bedside. Moby covered his mouth. "So you didn't die." Zeno clicked his tongue. "It would take a lot more than glass shards to kill me," he said. "Besides, the sweet potatoes saved me, right?" "Huh," they all muttered. Just then, the doctor came in, a small smile on his face, holding a bag of squished sweet potato with a sharp glass shard on it. "Mr. Zeno Han," he began, "you have sustained multiple superficial cuts and 2 deep ones. The one on your abdomen needed to be stitched, so we did just that. We thought your heart was stabbed because of your severe pain, but this guy saved you," he said, pointing to the sweet potato. Zeno nodded, recalling how he placed the roasted sweet potato in his chest pocket as the clown burglar entered. No wonder these root crops were his greatest love. A sweet potato had even saved him from death. "That means I can proceed with the filming, right?" Zeno asked the doctor, whose expression fell slightly. Bobby turned to Zeno. "Should you be asking that when you're still injured?" "I have to go to the set tomorrow," he insisted. "Please provide me with the antibiotics and pain relievers." "Zeno," Eli muttered. "That's not safe." "It's a live production," Zeno continued. We have filmed the first half, but we need to continue filming the latter half while it's already airing. It cannot be delayed. With that, he turned to Bobby and Moby. Make sure no one knows about it. Report the burglar, though, but don't include me on it. Bobby opened his mouth to speak, but Zeno beat him to it. Don't tell Dacian PD and the crew too. They're under a lot of stress. What? That's insane. Doha exclaimed. What if they make you do stunts and stuff? Zeno turned to the doctor once more. The others are superficial cuts. The doctor pursed his lips. That is true, he said. The one on your chest barely grazed you too. I am concerned about your abdomen. It did not hit any internal organs, but it was deep enough to require stitches. This means it could still reopen if strenuous activity is done, he explained. But Zeno already knew it. Then, he continued, can you provide me with sutures, too? I can't believe you were stabbed just yesterday, Moby whispered, turning to Zeno, who still appeared a little pale. Zeno shrugged. You know we can't delay the filming. It will compromise the quality and hype of the drama. Aside from that, the public will not let me have it if they knew I was the reason it was delayed. I'm fine. My body is young, and it will heal pretty soon. But why can't we tell the crew? Moby exclaimed. Because they would feel wary, Zeno said. The human mind is very interesting. It will compromise. If someone is not in their best condition, the expectation to perform well is slightly skewed. That small margin might lead to a decrease in production quality. But the doctor said your sutures might come out, and that you're more prone to infection. Do you remember your first scene when you get back? It might worsen your condition. Yes, Zeno answered. It's fitting, isn't it? Moby gave him a deadpan look. Meanwhile, Zeno just smirked. The doctor didn't give me any sutures, but someone else did. Don't worry. Moby tilted his head in confusion. Whatever you say, I'll trust your word. The two finally arrived at the set, and fortunately, Asuka and Daniel were out of his sight. Dacian PD greeted him enthusiastically. Zeno, he exclaimed. It's nice to see you. Congratulations on the feat for Code Black. It's not on me, he said, glancing at Risa, who waved at him shyly. It's because of Risa and Ian. I'm sure you had a part, he nudged Zeno's side, causing him to purse his lips. It was right at his wound. Still, it didn't appear obvious. Have you seen the second teaser? Dacian PD asked. Zeno nodded. The response is still good. Dacian chuckled, appearing elated. I can't wait for it to air by Thursday. For now, though, let's start right away with your scene, shall we? Our schedule is tight, and we need to send the scenes over to our editing team as soon as possible. Zeno nodded and immediately got dressed. The stylist tried to help him, but he shook his head. Thank you. I have mastered it now. I can do it myself. That much was true, but it was also because Zeno didn't want her to see his stab wound. After hair and makeup, he finally arrived at their set, where the others were already waiting. Asuka and Daniel were also there, and they weren't delighted by his presence. Zeno ignored them and focused on the next scene to be filmed. Another emotional roller coaster. A murder attempt for King Jum himself. Ryo Wong smiled at Zeno as he stood next to him, and the other actors and staff turned to each other. They're close. Ryo Wong never smiled at me like that. Daniel pursed his lips. He had been trying to vie for the old man's attention, but it never worked. He had never seen Zeno and Ryo interact on set except for their scenes, so why was it that Ryo was treating Zeno so warmly? Are you ready to get stabbed? Dacian PD asked. Zeno turned to all of them, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead, a side effect of his antibiotics and pain relievers, before nodding. With the murder attempt, only Hajin would show his royalty, covering his grandfather with his own body, unconsciously protecting him. It seemed like Zeno was going to be stabbed twice this week. Chapter 202. Perfect acting. Zeno made sure that the knife prop was fake. He wasn't going to take any chances. He had lived long enough to know that actors died due to this negligence. It's made out of wood. Don't worry, Dacian PD chuckled. Are you scared? Zeno pursed his lips as the PD continued to tease him. What a baby, Asuka muttered. Suho glanced at him, clicking his tongue. You're not any better, he whispered, causing Asuka to frown. What did you say? Suho merely turned away, proceeding to his spot. In this scene, it was the Queen's death anniversary, and they were all going to pay their respects. However, what was supposed to be a solemn event turned for the worse with an assassination attempt. Let's get this show on the road, Dacian PD exclaimed. The pilot episode is going to air this week, so let's use this as motivation to perform even better." Then, he glanced at Zeno, who appeared paler than usual. He chuckled to himself. It seemed that the young actor was truly scared. "Don't worry," Daisham said. "It won't hurt much. It will only feel like a small punch." "Right, Yuan," he chimed, nudging the idle-turned actor, who seemed very enthusiastic for the role of stabbing Zeno's character. Zeno pursed his lips. The last thing he needed was a small punch. The effects of the pain reliever were quickly fading. Still, he nodded. "Can we please hurry up?" Zeno asked. Daisham PD smiled. "You're enthusiastic. I like it. Everyone, follow Zeno's example." Asuka scoffed while the others clapped for him. With that, Daisham PD went behind the cameras and brought out his megaphone. "Lights, camera, action." The day had come again. Thick incense rolled from the towering brass burners, snaking into the silent hall like ghosts called by memory. 1,000 candles lined the ceremonial court. At the far end of the chamber, the painted portrait of Queen Soa loomed. Delicate eyes, soft lips, forever captured in stillness. She had been gone 7 years, but in King Jum's heart, time had done nothing. Not even withered him where it hurt most. He stood now, old and proud. Wrinkled hands held steady the long taper for the incense. The flame in his grasp trembled not because of his age, but because of his love for his lost beloved. His back was straight, his jaw set, though his eyes betrayed what his crown would not, grief. Queen Soa, the only woman he had ever truly loved. The one who walked beside him when the crown still felt too large for his young head. She had seen his ascent, borne his sons, weathered betrayal and bloodshed. And now, in this breathless room, all of Josian's royal blood gathered in silence for her. Cousins from distant provinces whispered behind their fans. Foreign envoys lined the outer walls. Even the concubines, women who once vied for a glimpse of his favor, had shone in subdued finery, draped in modest colors. The atmosphere was anything but solemn. No one looked at each other too long, but their eyes spoke of something cunning. To the side, near the incense altar, dressed plainly in courtyard colors, stood Hajin. His face was pale, as if he were expecting something. Yuan glanced at him from the side, noting how Zeno looked pained, even though the assassination hadn't started. He noted his passion for the role and couldn't help but admire him even more. Hajin watched with a gaze sharper than any blade at his side. He didn't blink. He couldn't afford to. He knew what was going to happen. The procession began. A low drum rolled like thunder through the floor. Priests stepped forward, and chants echoed. The king reached forward, taper in hand, to light the incense. And in that exact moment, a scream ripped through the hall. A blur of fabric, a sharp glint of steel. "Assassin!" The cry came too late. The cloaked figure flew toward the king, blade drawn from beneath ceremonial robes. A ghost among mortals, striking like lightning. The guards fumbled. Wang Suk reached for his sword, but he was too far. Only Hajin moved. He had already known. In fact, he had tried to stop it 1,000 times. However, this was something out of his control. The king's death seemed to be inevitable. Still, he lunged. Steel sang as it met flesh. However, it wasn't the king's, but Hajin's, a courageous act of sacrifice by the least favored grandson of the kingdom. The hall went silent, even as his body crumpled forward. "Fuck, this hurts," Zeno thought as Yuan pressed the wooden blade into his abdomen, right where his wound was. Yuan's eyes widened, and he froze momentarily. This kind of acting was insane. Pale face, nearly bloody lips from biting too much, and tears brimming in his red eyes. How could Zeno make such a realistic expression of being stabbed? Daisham's brows furrowed in pity, nearly holding onto the monitor. If he could kiss it, he would. "Zeno is good at acting like he's in pain, isn't he?" One of the producers muttered. "This role is perfect for him." The others also stood still. They wondered if an accident had truly happened with how realistic Zeno's acting was. In those 2 weeks when they rested, did Zeno practice his scenes? Yuan was more fired up, and he dug the wooden knife deeper into Zeno's abdomen, making the latter gasp. Hajin's arms locked the assassin close, refusing to let go even as his knees began to give out. In reality, Zeno needed to hold on to something. Otherwise, he might just fall down. "Yes, yes," Daisham exclaimed silently from the side, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Pop. Oops. Something definitely." came off. His sutures. He gasped once more, this one sounding even more pain than before. Yuan stumbled slightly. He had never felt so immersed in any other scene he had acted in. What was this level of acting? Ryo also watched silently from the side as he continued to act shocked. However, he was truly shocked, because Zeno had done something he, himself, wasn't sure he could do. Hajin, he whispered, but he wanted to call out Zeno's name instead. Zeno felt like he was going to pass out any second now. His eyes fluttered so naturally that the others continued to be amazed. Asuka watched from the side, but he felt like he was the one being stabbed. Suho, too, found himself paying more attention to the scene, much more than the scenes he was personally in. However, just as Zeno could fully succumb to his pain, Daishim PD finally stopped the scene. Cut, he exclaimed. Perfect. That was perfect. Chapter 203, Unforgiving System. Everyone clapped him on the back, nudged at his side, and jokingly patted his head. Zeno felt like this was torture. He was definitely bleeding under his heavy clothes, the only advantage they had at this moment. Daishim pursed his lips and gave Zeno a tight hug, making his breath hitch. Goodness, it just got worse. That's some of the best acting I've seen in my entire career, and trust me, it has been a very long career. It has made me even more excited to air the entire show. Thanks, PD, Zeno said after much difficulty. The others watched as he became the center of attention. Yuan joined Suho, Asuka, Daniel, and Risa at the side, smiling to himself. He's freaking amazing. The other four were silent, all wearing ambiguous expressions. Why does it look like he's dying even after the camera has stopped recording? Daniel muttered. I know, right? Yuan exclaimed. I'm sad that this is the last episode one need to film. I want to watch him more. Asuka clicked his tongue and glared at him. Don't you have anything better to do? I do, actually, Yuan chuckled. I have another project lined up after this, a singing role, he boasted. How about you? Did Daybak find you any works yet? Or do they need to bribe another production crew to make you a main lead? Asuka's eyes widened, while Risa and Suho pursed their lips. Hey, Daniel said. You're not even in the rookie class. Asuka is in the Imperial class. Do you think you should be speaking here? Imperial class, but with very forgettable works, Yuan said, not stopping. He was #Team Zeno all the way now, ready to defend him against Asuka. Asuka's fists clenched as he stood. I guess people don't know their places right now, huh? You had a failed idol career, so you got lucky with acting. Yuan shrugged, unfazed by the insult. However, Asuka was not done. He was ready to insult everyone in his line of sight. Daniel, you only get roles because you look like a model, he started. I'm on your side, Daniel muttered. Yuan, you would have never been a successful actor if it wasn't for your previous fans. You would be lost in a sea of actors otherwise. Yuan puffed his cheeks up like a hamster. Asuka glanced at Risa with a knowing look, but didn't say anything. The latter merely looked away, avoiding his gaze. And you? He said to Suho with a small smirk. You've only ever gotten younger brother roles for the majority of your career. Why is that? Because it's the only thing you can do. Stop acting high and mighty when you're merely a one-dimensional actor. Then he looked at all of them. So, don't look at me with disgust knowing the opportunities are handed to me on a silver platter. You, too, would do the same in my situation. Look into your careers. Clearly, you have bigger fish to fry. Asuka smirked, feeling satisfied. He had felt looked down upon the moment he stepped foot here, and throwing those insults made him feel better. Suho stood and walked over to him with a murderous gaze. Yuan's eyes widened, sensing something bad was about to happen. Wait, man. Don't do anything, he whispered. Asuka raised his chin, still sporting that damned insulting smirk. Suho's jaw clenched as he closed his eyes to hold himself back. When he opened them, they were redder than Asuka had expected. Was he crying? Before Asuka could scrutinize further, Suho walked away, leaving everyone in an awkward atmosphere. Yuan scratched the back of his head. Man, all of you suck except for Zeno. Zeno was back in his hut, letting out a string of curses as he removed his garments. Fortunately, Suho and Asuka had a scene where he wasn't included, so he had time to recuperate. Welp, he said as soon as he saw his open wound. Yuan was way too enthusiastic. He had dug the wooden sword into his actual wound. Zeno shook his head and looked for the sutures in his bag, careful as to not aggravate his injury further. Finally, he muttered when it was in his hands. Did he include the anesthetic like I said? Zeno opened the package and found the anesthetic, an ointment, making him curse once more. But then again, a medical student wouldn't have an injected anesthetic in hand. He clicked his tongue. We're raw-dogging it then, he muttered, placing on the sterile gloves. He glanced at his watch to estimate his time. He needed to move quickly before his next scene. Zeno pierced through his skin with the sharp end of the suture, and he nearly screamed in pain. Goodness, this was almost as bad as the pain trial. He went through the first stitch and let out a deep breath. As he started the second stitch, his unforgiving system decided to show up. +1 talent and skills. Acting improved. Current grade, S. Fame meter, 27%. Zeno couldn't even smile at the upgrade. He had unlocked another letter, but did it have to show up during this time? To add salt to his wound, another notification popped up. Missions accomplished. New missions. 1. Reduce the total filming time of the drama. Production by 10% without compromising quality. Deadline. Final day of principal shooting. 2. The first episode of The Forsaken Prince must achieve at least 20% nationwide viewership rating. Deadline. 24 hours after the episode airs. Zeno raised his sterile middle finger up in the sky. His lips were badly bitten from the lack of anesthesia, so he decided to hurry up. Just then, however, the door to their hut opened and Moby's voice rang through the small area. Zeno, you can rest now. They're having a hard time with this scene because Suho and Asuka are. Moby stopped in his tracks as he gazed at the scene before him. Zeno, shirtless, with his bloody stab wound. A suture was in his hands, and he was sewing his own open wound. The view was freaking cool. Still, Moby couldn't help it. He passed out. Chapter 204. Read you like an open book. Zeno could hear the commotion even from outside his hut. You did it wrong again, Oscar exclaimed, stepping away from the scene while throwing his hands up in frustration. How long are we going to wait for you to get it right? Is this your first role as a younger brother of a royal? Isn't this your 100th time playing this? Yet, you still act like a noob. Suho straightened, eyes narrowing. Sweat clung to his brow, but he didn't wipe it. You're one to speak, he snapped, voice cold. You're messing up the accent. Half the time, you sound like you're from the city and not from ancient times. Asuka scoffed. Says the guy who keeps forgetting the line right before the sword draw. The crew went still. A boom mic operator lowered his arms. The makeup assistant exchanged a worried look with the camera director. Cut, came Daisham PD's voice, tired and exasperated. He stormed forward, script rolled tightly in his fist. We can't continue, he said firmly. The sun will be gone in 20 minutes. We have to get this wide shot. Neither actor spoke. The two of you need to sort it out, he continued, jabbing a finger between them. You need anger with each other, but not this type of anger. You're not acting well. You're not even acting anymore. Asuka looked away, jaw tight. Suho shifted his weight, not meeting anyone's eyes. Until you two fix this, Daisham PD said, voice low with finality. We're not rolling. And just like that, the crew dispersed. Zeno's eyebrows raised. Well, he was thirsty. Was this a bad time to get some water from the main hall? He then shrugged. His thirst comes first. With that, he walked over Moby's body. Yes, he was still passed out, but Zeno checked, and he was still breathing. There was nothing to worry about. With that, he made his way to the main hall, serving as their cafeteria, to grab some cold water. The atmosphere was pretty weird, especially with Daisham PD's disappointment. Zeno didn't mind it, though. His wound was still hurting, and he needed some time. He should think about his mission tomorrow. The moment Zeno arrived, his eyes brightened. There was rice punch, a traditional sweet drink, with roasted potatoes on the side. He looked around. Did someone put them here? They usually didn't prepare such snacks during their first leg of filming. Not like he was complaining. He scooped himself some of the rice punch, carried the basket of potatoes, and made his way to the secluded garden. He sat, leaned on a large rock, and began to feast on those too while looking at the setting sun. Such simple things could actually bring him joy. He shook his head slightly as he took a bite of the potato. This had just made his whole day. He even forgot about his wound. However, not even a minute later, someone came and broke the peace. Zeno stopped mid-bite as he watched Suho storm to where he was, sitting on the spiky grass, still wearing his royal getup. Zeno's brows raised. Why are you here? Suho ignored him. His chest was rising and falling fast, and his eyes were red-rimmed and glossy, like he was holding back tears. Zeno tilted his head. Ah, Suho has finally exploded. He has noticed it since the start of their filming. Suho didn't feel dedicated to his role. Hey, answer me. What are you doing here? Zeno asked, more bluntly this time. Suho finally turned to him, clicking his tongue. This isn't your property, he snapped, glaring at Zeno. Zeno raised both hands in surrender. Why? Suho continued. Are you annoyed that our filming time got cut short? Is that why you're here? Are you going to curse me out like the staff because I did a bad job? Will you tell me I should have this all figured out because this is my trillionth time being the younger brother of the main character? Zeno opened his mouth, but Suho wasn't finished. I don't care. I don't care about any of it. I don't want to be in this production anymore. To hell with it. Who cares if it's not finished? I can't work like this. I hate it. His voice cracked, and for a moment, Zeno thought he might actually cry. The potato slipped from Zeno's fingers onto the grass. He sighed. What a waste. You're acting very childish, he said, brushing crumbs off his shirt. Suho's eyes widened with disbelief. Who are you to speak like that to me? I am your senior, you know. Zeno shrugged. Okay. The nonchalance only seemed to fuel Suho's rage. Just because you haven't struggled. Who said I didn't struggle? Zeno cut in, brows raised. Everyone struggles. But I guess you humans struggle more than I do. You let it rot inside your head. You bury it, and then scream when it grows teeth. I process it better. But still I struggle. Suho squinted in confusion. What are you even saying? I'm saying I'm good, Zeno said simply. Good at what I do. I don't pretend I'm not. Why should I? Suho stared, chest heaving, torn between offense and confusion. You're having a dilemma, Zeno stated, tilting his head. You wouldn't tell someone else they're worthless just because they keep getting the same type of roles or aren't the lead. You'd say they're still a good actor, right? Suho looked away. You don't understand, he muttered. Zeno gave a hum, grabbing a potato and peeling the burnt parts. I might, he said. His gaze sharpened, locking on Suho like he'd activated some inner radar. Let's see. You've been doing period dramas for years. Always playing the noble younger brother. It's become a brand, hasn't it? You even have a title now, Suho Ryu, the nation's younger brother. You kept doing it because it worked. The roles hit. Your name got bigger. People called you a good actor and respected you even. But the roles didn't change. You've been typecast. Zeno leaned back on his elbows, still peeling the potato. This one, you thought this was your shot. A bigger part. Maybe the main character, not the accessory. But no. Here comes another script. Another, yes, Hyungnim, I will ride into battle on your behalf. Suho's lips pressed together so hard they turned white. And seeing how sensitive you are today, I'm guessing you are the younger brother in real life, too. Always in someone's shadow. Always trying to be enough. Suho didn't respond. The wind fluttered the edge of his robe. You're tired, Zeno continued. You're tired of being overlooked. Tired of people saying you're good, but never giving you more. You want out. But instead of walking away clean, you want to burn it down. You want everyone to suffer because you're suffering. Zeno tilted his head. Once more, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Finally, he had removed all of the burnt parts. With that, he handed it to Suho. Am I right? Chapter 205, Zeno's Judgment Day 1. Suho looked around, flabbergasted by Zeno's statements. Did he imagine all of that? No, you did not, Zeno said. Suho's eyes widened. Was he a mind reader? No, I'm not a mind reader. I can just tell from the look on your face. Suho placed his hand over his chest. He felt breathless now. Did he just have his life read out in front of him? Yes, you did, Zeno said, making Suho stand and glare at him with confusion and apprehension. Stop that, he exclaimed. Stop what? Zeno asked. Getting inside my brain. That's impossible, though, Zeno said. You're very expressive, you know that? I guess that's what makes you a good actor. Suho softened a little when Zeno called him a good actor. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he was flattered. Zeno was a talented performer, and being called good by him meant something to Suho. Now, come on, Zeno continued, handing him the peeled potato. What is this? Suho asked, frowning. A potato, Zeno answered. Take it. I don't just offer this to anyone. Suho, who was still confused, grabbed the potato from Zeno's hands and took a small bite. He looked at the small, starchy thing. Of all the things he expected, a lecture or maybe a smug remark, A potato definitely wasn't one of them. It's so plain, Suho muttered, but still took another bite. But you still took another bite, Zeno said without looking at him, chewing absently on his own. He was on his fifth one now, and it truly erased the pain he was feeling. Suho glanced at the potato in his hands, then took another bite. It's just a potato. Of course, I would eat it. Zeno looked at him like he was genuinely offended. It's not just a potato, he said. Suho raised an eyebrow. You keep saying just, like it means something lesser, Zeno continued. But a potato doesn't need to be ashamed of being a potato. It's one of the most useful things in human food culture. Fried, mashed, boiled, baked, it's versatile. People love it. It doesn't need to try hard. He finally looked at Suho. But it's still good the way it is, too. Plain doesn't mean empty. The breeze rustled between them. Suho stayed quiet, chewing slowly. He didn't realize it at first, but he recognized that Zeno was talking about him, like warmth creeping into his chest from the inside out. Are you comparing me to a potato? Suho asked, looking sideways. Zeno gave a lazy shrug. That's a huge compliment. I like potatoes. Suho huffed a small laugh. You're weird. Zeno didn't respond to his remark and instead moved on to another topic. You're much better than you let on, Zeno added, more straightforward now. Suho looked down at the potato in his hands again. His voice came quiet. So what? I'm versatile. Not really, Zeno retorted, making Suho frown. You've only played little brother roles, after all. Are you trying to comfort me or insult me? He asked. Neither, Zeno answered. I'm trying to shorten our filming time by 10%. Did you know you're one of the main reasons for our delays? Suho was even more confused now. What I'm saying is, Zeno continued, you're fine just like that. A plain, boiled potato. Suho stayed quiet, his eyes glassy with reflection. Then Zeno added with a smirk, I mean, I'm still better. Obviously. But you might as well get this character well loved. Suho turned to look at him. Don't you think? Suho didn't answer. Not with words. But he took another bite of the potato, bigger this time, and sat quietly, letting the silence stretch as the last of the sun dipped below the trees. And for once, the bitterness in his chest didn't feel so heavy. Everyone, gather here. This is where the signal is the strongest. Chachi exclaimed through the megaphone. The actors and crew stopped trying to find a signal on their own and ran to the field a few meters away from their living quarters. Set up the monitor. Chachi instructed some of the staff. They nodded and promptly followed her orders. Meanwhile, the actors began to arrive one by one. We can actually watch it, Risa said excitedly as she sat next to Shin. Yeah, it was so frustrating watching the livestream buffer and lag. I thought we wouldn't be able to watch our first episode in real time, Shin replied. Risa beamed, squeezing her hands together in delight. But isn't the series from your label airing at the same time? He asked. Risa hummed thoughtfully. That's why I'm a bit anxious about the ratings. They might be divided since our opposing drama has Phoenix. Just then, Zeno arrived. Zeno, over here. Shin quickly called. Zeno turned to the two of them and sat next to Risa. She froze, turning to Shin, who wore a knowing look. Risa nearly pinched the older actor's thigh. She still wasn't over their last interaction, losing to a potato and such. What do you think, Zeno? Shin asked, catching his attention. What? Zeno asked. Can we get a 10% rating for the first episode? Zeno paused before responding, turning his attention to the small screen and crossing his arms. 10% won't do, he finally said. It should be 20%. The first episode of The Forsaken Prince was finally set to air. The majority of Korea's citizens within the 15 to 35 age bracket were waiting earnestly. A good number of them were poised on a pirate site, ready to criticize Zeno if even a slight mistake was made. Annie, who had missed most of the filming due to her graduate studies, paced in her room anxiously. In fact, she had already watched the episode beforehand, and all she could say was, "It's perfect. It hasn't even aired yet." There we go. People are already glazing the drama when nothing has been shown. It's trending first again. The teasers are a setup. If this series isn't as good as the teasers, I'll do something unspeakable. Everyone shut up. It's starting. Chapter 206, Zeno's Judgment Day 2. Zeno is undeniably handsome. True, but can we please shift our focus away from his striking features and instead appreciate his incredible acting? I can manage both tasks simultaneously. Honestly, though, the more I look at him, the more stunning he becomes. I nearly cried during that sequence. Why is it hitting so close to home? To everyone who feels like Hajin right now, lift your heads high. Yes, that's right. Don't die just yet. We still need to watch this series together. The actors, who had yet to witness the modern Hajin scenes, were enraptured as Zeno's face graced the screen, gazing thoughtfully at the moon. Then, gasps filled the room as he tumbled from the ledge. Risa turned to Daesham PD, her eyes wide with disbelief. I thought you decided not to include his fall in the scene, she questioned. Daesham PD replied with a knowing smile. It just unfolded that way. The special effects team did a great job on this, she muttered. Daesham nodded, responding with a twinkle in his eye. It's not special effects. The actors shifted their gaze back to the PD, confusion washing over them. What could he possibly mean by that? Turning to Zeno for clarification, they found him lost entirely in the moment, silently observing. It wasn't that he felt the need to scrutinize his performance. He was confident in his skills. Rather, he was there because he was genuinely captivated. Without a doubt, he was a fan of The Forsaken Prince. He understood its highs and lows and the expectations that came from its devoted readership. Zeno was the ultimate critic for this adaptation. His standards were impressively high, so if he enjoyed it, there was no question, the drama was destined for success. In that instant, it felt like the entire workforce of South Korea had collectively paused. Even those burning the midnight oil in their offices froze in place, enchanted by The Forsaken Prince. It was the scene in which Hajin faced a brutal assault by a group of thugs, and the level of production quality was astoundingly evident. Did he really take that beating? This looks so authentic. My heart aches for Zeno. The comments are filled with positivity and support. It's only a few minutes in. There is still room for error. They started at such a high level. The only direction from here is down. Surely they must have spent the entire production budget on the beginning of the series. Yet, despite the naysayers and the wishful thinkers hoping for its demise, things simply didn't unfold that way. The dedication displayed by the actors and crew tumbled over the doubts, and the quality far surpassed everyone's expectations. Without a doubt, the most astonishing aspect was Zeno's acting. It was so impressive that the public found themselves at a loss for words. Regarding his performance, Zeno is delivering an absolutely breathtaking performance. I might just break down in tears. Is the episode approaching the end already? I can't believe I didn't notice. Where are all the haters now? Haters, thank you for joining us. Your support has successfully pushed the drama up the real-time ratings chart. Were my expectations set low, or is this drama genuinely exceptional? Honestly, Zeno bears an uncanny resemblance to Hajin. Doha and Eli, lounging on the outdoor bed, were captivated by the scene unfolding before them. For a moment, they forgot their friendship with Zeno. He had truly immersed himself in his character. Minji, in contrast, was still in the towering building of her workplace, watching the episode on the small screen of her phone. She couldn't help but smile as Zeno's face appeared. "You're doing a fantastic job," she whispered to herself. "Minji," her senior called out, snapping her back to reality. "What are you doing there? Get over here right now and help me move the fax machine." Yes, ma'am," Minji exclaimed reluctantly as she placed her phone down on the table. "I'll come back to you," she promised softly before rushing over to assist her senior with the task at hand. However, as she worked, a man approached her desk, picking up her phone with a slight frown. "The Forsaken Prince," he murmured, intrigued. The episode flew by quickly, and before anyone knew it, it was nearing its conclusion. The wind whispered through the tall grass, caressing Hajin's robe like a gentle touch from a mother's hand. He stood atop a cresting hill, beneath a sky fading into deep indigo, while below him lay the landscape of Joseon, its curved rooftops and winding stone roads aglow under the moonlight. From this point, the kingdom seemed tranquil, resembling an untouched painting, still and eternal. But Hajin understood better. Beneath those serene rooftops lay bloodshed. Secrets murmured within the walls. And lurking in the shadows beside every palace gate was a royal waiting to strike. He remained silent, for he did not need words. His face conveyed everything. The tension in his jaw, the quiver of his lip, and the glimmer in his dark eyes spoke volumes. In the pages of the book, he had pledged his loyalty to his father, prepared to spill his own blood in a display of fidelity. He had faced the court with courage, bowed to the crown, and marched into the conflict between brothers without a trace of doubt. Yet tonight, as he gazed up at the moon, an orb all too familiar to him, he reached out his hand. For a brief moment, he hesitated. The sky was vast and open, and the stars scattered like forgotten prayers. Hajin had ventured close once, and it had led him to this moment. He had died, of that he was certain, and in this narrative, too, he was destined to perish. That was the conclusion written for him, an offering at the altar of royal duty. Not a death as a prince, but as a devoted son. And still, as he surveyed the kingdom he once vowed to die for, Hajin's chest rose and fell with a new cadence. It wasn't one of submission, but of rebellion. The silence broke as his voice emerged, imbued with resolve. This time, he declared, his fingers curled into tight fists at his sides. This time I will live. As the credits rolled, marking the end of the much-anticipated first episode, an overwhelming wave of emotion swept through those watching. I can hardly breathe. That was extraordinary. Tomorrow can't come quick enough. I need the second episode. The backlash has significantly lessened. It's undeniable that this was an outstanding pilot episode. As an ardent fan of the novel, this adaptation truly strikes a chord with me. I felt that same thrill when I first read it. The actors and crew fell into silence as the episode concluded, many of them feeling intensely emotional. Ryo nodded to himself, arms crossed over his chest in satisfaction. It had been executed brilliantly. Just then, Chachi's voice sliced through the quiet. Our ratings just came in. Chapter 207, The Smile He Hid. Everyone stood in anticipation. By the end of the episode, most of the cast felt satisfaction. Well, perhaps not Asuka, who was displeased with his screen time. Even so, deep down, he would reluctantly admit that the episode was a solid success. The real test, however, would be whether it achieved their desired ratings, the kind that would inch him closer to the prestigious imperial class he coveted. They collectively held their breaths as Daishim PD snatched the phone from Chachi, who was frantically trying to access the site that displayed real-time ratings. Zeno remained seated but was all ears, his heart racing. If the announcement revealed a rating lower than 20%, he would find himself enduring yet another pain trial. Daishim began, his voice filled with suspense. 23%, he finally declared, the words echoing in the air. Silence enveloped them for a second before cheers erupted. Zeno sighed in relief. No pain trial for now. +5 job and income. Highest real-time ratings among competitors. +5 public perception. Increased followers. Fame meter, 37%. Zeno's eyebrows shot up in surprise. The leap in his fame meter was astonishing. Yet, it made sense. The Forsaken Prince had immense influence in their country. New item available. Zeno navigated to his items list immediately. +1 quick learn. Consumable/one-time use. A mysterious item containing knowledge. Once consumed, the user instantly comprehends the full mechanics of a new skill or task. Perfect for those critical moments when time is short. Just then, he felt someone drape their arms around his shoulders. Zeno frowned and turned to glare at Yuan, whose grin was too bright for the moment. "You're still here?" he asked. Yuan chuckled, unbothered. "Are you that eager to see me go? Your scenes are all wrapped up," Zeno deadpanned. "True, but I chose to stick around and watch the first episode with you all," Yuan replied cheerily. "Congratulations," Yuan exclaimed. "How does it feel to land roles in 3 notable projects in just a matter of months? It hasn't even been half a year yet. You're on the same path as Daniel," he added, glancing over at the sulking actor seated nearby. "Let's see, 1 box office film, a drama boasting an average rating beyond 20%. And now this. If this keeps up, you only need 10 acting awards to qualify for the rookie class." Yuan's loud proclamation sent the other actors into introspection. Shin shook his head, a knowing smile crossing his face. "I managed to break into the rookie class after 2 years," he said to Risa. "Can he really achieve it in just 6 months? Daniel hasn't even entered the rookie class yet," Yuan continued, a playful challenge in his tone. "He only has 2 awards." Asuka's brow furrowed, frustration bubbling to the surface. It took him more than a year to earn that distinction, and he had the backing of his company. That fact only amplified his annoyance at the situation. I don't care about the classes, Zeno muttered. Ryo Wang approached him next, giving him a friendly clap on the back before silently retreating to his hut. The others turned to Zeno, their eyes questioning. Are you and him close? A small smirk danced on Zeno's lips. No, he denied, crossing his arms defensively. Just then, Suho walked over. Congrats, he muttered, sounding noticeably lighter than their previous conversation. Congrats, Zeno. Various voices chimed in unison. Zeno, you did a fantastic job. You're the best. The compliments bombarded him, and although he didn't want to admit it out loud, he wasn't too good at receiving compliments. He sighed, searching the group's faces. Why is everyone only congratulating me? He questioned. You should all give yourselves a pat on the back too. This drama didn't become a success solely because of my acting. Knowing looks passed between the crew. Daisham's lips curled into a smile as he strode over to where Zeno stood, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Indeed, Daisham said warmly. Congratulations to everyone, he began, his voice rising as he addressed the entire group. However, we firmly believe the cornerstone of this drama's success lies with you, he continued. The hate you faced, the stigma you rose above. It's remarkable that a rookie actor was able to tackle such a significant role. Because of you, we have soared to great heights. A flush of warmth surged through Zeno. He recognized the feelings stirred within him. He was flattered. He didn't like it. Why would he feel flattered over something he perceived as trivial? He cleared his throat, stepping back to assert some distance. Zeno's shy. Yuan interjected playfully, poking at his cheek. Zeno pushed him away, shaking his head to deflect the teasing. With that, he walked off, unable to hide the small smile that threatened to break free as he left them behind. Mr. Kim didn't scream. He didn't flip the table or shatter the wine glass, perched by his elbow. Instead, he sat there, as still as stone. The blinds were drawn tight, preventing even the faintest sliver of light from breaking through. The ceiling light above him blazed too brightly, piercing through the dimness of the room and amplifying the pounding ache in his head. This was his third overtime of the week, and calling his mood bad felt like an understatement. A single pulse throbbed insistently at his temple, visible beneath the skin. The silence in the room stretched until it was shattered by two soft, measured knocks at the door. Come, he replied. With a gentle creak, the door eased open. Assistant Byun stepped in, eyes cast down as he approached. He carried a black folder tucked under one arm and cradled a tablet against his chest. Mr. Kim kept his gaze fixed forward. Without a word, Assistant Byun placed the folder and tablet on the table before stepping back. They're in, he reported. The tablet sprang to life the moment his finger brushed its surface. Two numbers blinked on the screen. The Forsaken Prince, 23%. Backstreet Fighters, 11%. An uncomfortable silence settled over the room. Mr. Kim locked onto the glowing digits. It felt like an eternity before he finally spoke. We pulled out some of the stocks, right? He inquired. Assistant Byun adjusted. His glasses. Yes, sir. We did so when Asuka threw the tantrum, just as you ordered. A thin smile tugged at the corners of Mr. Kim's lips, but it failed to reach the depths of his eyes. That was my gift to him, he said. A token for following my directions. Oh, and to calm down his tantrums. Assistant Byun fell silent. Mr. Kim's hand hovered over the folder but remained unopened. Instead, his attention returned to the tablet, the digits taunting him. Deep down, Mr. Kim knew Asuka's tantrum hadn't been the real reason for their stock withdrawal. Rather, it had been a strategic plan designed to manipulate Asuka into compliance, and perhaps influence him again. The truth ran deeper. He had redirected the funds into a new acquisition, an effort to snatch up the channel broadcasting Backstreet Fighters. They had leaned too heavily on the SK channel for far too long. In return, they had allowed it to grow too formidable. Dayback had invested in a rising channel, one they were eager to completely acquire, meant to rival SK. Yet, the plan had backfired. Now, the stocks for SK had soared in value, and he wasn't even certain he could reacquire the shares he so brazenly sold off. With a tightening grip, Mr. Kim's fingers curled around the edges of the tablet. 23%. For that overly designed, woefully dramatic piece of art known as the Forsaken Prince. Zeno Han. The name escaped his lips like an incantation. And in that instant, The screen of the tablet cracked under his grip, a thin, glassy shriek echoing through the room. Chapter 208, Halfway. Zeno, you've hit 3 million followers. Yuan exclaimed, his eyes filled with excitement. Why are you still here? Zeno replied, rubbing the bridge of his nose. We're ready to head home. You should have left 2 weeks ago. Yuan flashed a bright smile. I'm thrilled that you hold me in such high regard. Zeno pursed his lips. Which company did you say you're with again? Moonrise, Yuan responded. I recently signed on with them. Do you want me to refer you to my agent? Zeno shook his head firmly, a clear indication that he wanted no part in the antics associated with that company. There was a recurring theme he wanted to avoid. Look on the bright side. Aren't you happy? You now have more followers than Daniel. Yuan continued. Daniel, standing off to the side, couldn't help but frown. Throughout the filming process, Yuan had made things far from easy for him. He felt powerless to retaliate, fully aware that Yuan was right. Zeno had indeed surpassed him in followers. +8 public perception. +5 job and income. Fame meter, 50%. New items available. Zeno made a mental note to check his items later. With half of the episodes for The Forsaken Prince now aired, calling it a success was an understatement. The show had taken the nation by storm, especially among the youth. It had not only surpassed the ratings of Broken Chains of Justice, but had reached an impressive 30% during its latest episode. Now that filming was complete, Zeno had achieved his goal of reducing production time by 10%. Thanks to his S-class acting skills, he breezed through scenes without difficulty. Suho, too, had rediscovered his passion for acting and made significant improvements throughout the production. Aside from the occasional whining from Asuka and Daniel, the overall experience was quite positive. Zeno felt a little bit, really, only a teeny-tiny bit, of disappointment that filming had concluded, yet he also found himself yearning for the comfort of his own bed. And, albeit reluctantly, he missed the demon dog he owned. In this location, cell service was practically non-existent, leaving Zeno puzzled as to how Yuan had learned about his 3 million followers. If it hadn't been for his system, Zeno would have remained unaware. Just then, the sound of a sniff interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Yuan gazing at him with wide, pleading eyes. Is this the last time we'll see each other? Yuan asked. I hope so, Zeno muttered under his breath, but Yuan appeared like he didn't care. I won't forget you, Zeno, Yuan declared, leaning against his side. Please, promise you won't forget me either. As much as Zeno wished he could erase Yuan's presence from his mind, he knew his memory was superior. He was certain he would recall Yuan's annoyingly persistent self. Suho chimed in, extending his hand with a shy smile. It's been a pleasure working with you, he said, performing a slight bow. I genuinely hope we can collaborate again in the near future. Zeno merely nodded in response, his expression neutral. Hey, Yuan exclaimed. Why didn't you nod toward me? Risa approached, her cheeks faintly flushed as she joined the conversation. I had such a fun time during filming, she said, her eyes sparkling. I'm really looking forward to seeing you during the promotion period. Zeno let out a resigned sigh. Yes, the journey was far from over. Daishim PD had already enrolled them in a lineup of shows to promote the drama. Although, in his opinion, that wasn't necessary at this stage. He nodded once more, this time a bit slower. Yuan hopped away toward Daishim PD, eager to pester him about what he could do to join the promotional activities as well. Yuan, as much as I'd love to accommodate you, you have another drama that requires your attention, the PD replied, eliciting a sigh of relief from Zeno. At that moment, Ryo approached him. Sir, Zeno quickly bowed in respect. Ryo's smile seemed softer than it had been previously. The surrounding staff and fellow actors watched their interaction with confusion and curiosity. It was unusual for Ryo to forge friendships or mentor someone as young as Zeno, making their bond all the more surprising. I'm truly looking forward to more of your remarkable works, Ryo said, genuine warmth in his voice. Thank you, sir. The same goes for you. Zeno responded earnestly. Ryo chuckled. Lightly. One thing I've discovered during this filming process is that I'm getting too old for these roles. I find myself unable to commit to them anymore. Zeno quirked an eyebrow, a playful smirk appearing on his face. Are you considering giving up, sir? Ryo Wong's laughter echoed lightly. Of course not. Until I achieve my dream of winning an international award, Retirement is simply not an option. Then you better choose another project soon, Zeno suggested. Focus on your own work, young one. Ryo replied with a mock seriousness. I have plenty of projects lined up for me. Zeno grinned. By the way, sir, did you manage to get that mole checked out like I reminded you? An ambiguous expression crossed Ryo's face momentarily before he nodded. They took a sample, and I'm currently waiting for the test results to return. That's good to hear, Zeno muttered. You really need to take care of yourself. Remember, you're nearing the average life expectancy for Koreans. You could die if you don't prioritize your health. Ryo laughed heartily, placing his hands over his stomach in amusement. His young manager gawked at the senior man. He had never witnessed him laugh like that throughout his entire career. What do you know about living long? Ryo teased. You'd better come see me again once you've lived long enough to give advice. Zeno smirked in response, opting to remain silent. Zeno, everything is loaded. Moby called out from his truck, drawing their attention. Ryo glanced toward the vehicle, a small smile curving his lips. Why is it that you're still being transported in that old car? Zeno shrugged nonchalantly. As long as it moves, I'm good, he replied. My company isn't exactly wealthy, but they're doing their best to support me. Do you have any plans to join another company? Ryo inquired. Zeno paused to consider the question before shaking his head. Not really. I doubt I'd have this same level of freedom and support if I were part of a larger company. But then, Ryo offered him a cautionary look. You should be more careful, then, he warned. You may not have noticed it when you were just starting out, but bigger companies will be eager to snag you once they see your talent. If you ignore their requests, you might find yourself becoming their #1 target. Don't worry, Zeno assured, taking a step back. I'm well aware of that. With finality, he waved farewell, bowing deeply to Dacian PD and the rest of the staff. It was finally over. Wait, Zeno. Let's take a photo together. I need to boost my followers. Yuan shouted as he sprinted after him. However, Zeno quickly ducked inside Moby's truck, escaping the request. Ready to go? Moby asked. Zeno nodded, casting a final look at the filming site that had felt like home for the past month. Moby started the engine and sighed as he began pulling away. I hope you're prepared, he said. Zeno shot him a curious glance. Prepared? For what? For everything, Moby said simply. A lot has changed since your show began airing. Chapter 209, Bigger Space. Moby was right. Zeno needed to prepare himself for what lay ahead. The moment they arrived in the bustling city, he spotted it immediately. A gigantic billboard featuring his face. Did I somehow land a brand deal? He asked. No, Moby chuckled. Those screens are actually paid for by your fans. It's been looping continuously. You do realize that I travel back and forth between the city and the filming site, right? I'm always astounded by the change in your fame every time I return, Moby said, shaking his head in disbelief. As they strolled past a street vendor, Zeno noticed an assortment of fans being sold, some adorned with his own face. And what about those? He inquired. I have official merchandise now. Nope, Moby replied, shaking his head with a bemused grin. You've officially entered the world of unofficial merch. You're one of those actors now, the kind that fans create merchandise for on their own. Your face is everywhere, and yet you haven't even signed a brand deal yet. Zeno pondered for a moment, tapping his finger under his chin. He hasn't watched the episodes beyond the first one, as their time had been consumed with filming. However, he was well aware that the ratings had been climbing steadily. Currently, he was hovering around the midway point on his fame meter, so the leap in his popularity was expected. We need to make a quick stop at the company, Moby suddenly said. I have something I want to show you. Zeno nodded. Yeah, that's all right, I guess. Moby flashed him a smile and continued driving. Meanwhile, Zeno seized the opportunity to sift through his new missions and items. New missions. Deadline, 1 month. 1. Destroy an enemy. 2. Participate in a brand deal. The second mission seemed straightforward enough. However, the first mission was once again frustratingly vague. Destroy an enemy? Did the Ascendants genuinely believe he was some sort of video game character? Well, that speculation wasn't too far-fetched. The Ascendants had always enjoyed toying with him. We've arrived, Moby announced just as Zeno was about to delve deeper into his items, or possibly activate them. Zeno frowned as he glanced outside the vehicle, taking in the surrounding building. This wasn't the shady neighborhood he had anticipated. Instead, it appeared to be just a few minutes away from the heart of Gangnam. Where exactly are we? Zeno questioned. Moby only smiled cryptically in response. He opened the door for Zeno, and at that moment, he was swarmed with flashes. His eyes widened in shock as a group of people rushed toward him. Zeno, please sign this. Zeno, over here, please. Oh my goodness. Zeno, you're really back. Zeno, you're even more handsome than I remember. They clamored to take photos, leaving Zeno momentarily bewildered. Amongst the crowd, one particular man, suspiciously concealed beneath a bucket hat, stood in the front, disengaged, merely capturing images without uttering a word or extending a hand. Fortunately, Moby deflected the swarm. Sorry, Zeno won't be available for any requests today. He's exhausted from filming. I hope you all understand. To his relief, most of the fans began to back away. However, the covered man lingered. He continued snapping photos, his eyes obscured by the brim of his hat, and Zeno couldn't shake the feeling of unease as he furrowed his brows in confusion. Before he could probe further, Moby gently but firmly pulled him inside. You still haven't answered my question, Zeno insisted, glancing around as they entered the building. Where exactly are we? Moby simply smirked as he led Zeno toward a space nestled at the corner of the first floor. As Moby swung the door open, Zeno was greeted by an area that seemed to have been recently furnished. The interior featured a cozy lounge area and two doors that led to separate rooms. Just then, Bobby burst out from one of those rooms with a wide smile on his face. Zeno, he exclaimed. You're back. Zeno glanced around the office, the pieces clicking into place in his mind. It's our new office, he said, genuinely impressed by the transformation. While other companies boasted entire buildings of their own, this new space, comparable in size to a salon, was still a remarkable upgrade from their previous location. Moby affectionately patted. Zeno's back. I told you. Things would be so much different. This is all made possible because of you. Bobby nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling. How do you like it? Pretty good, Zeno replied, a smile creeping across his face. Bobby approached him and smiled, sincerity radiating from him. Thank you, Zeno. You've brought us to this stage, and we promise we'll repay your hard work by delivering the best results. Zeno chuckled softly. How did you manage to afford this place? Isn't it expensive around here? We secured the lease for 6 months, Moby explained. The landlady from the previous building had become quite the fan of yours, so she graciously decided to waive our outstanding payments. Now here we are. The building is newly constructed, so the rent is comparatively low as they're working hard to fill the remaining spaces. That's why we chose to rent it for a longer term. Zeno looked at the two of them, taking in their happy expressions. He felt a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Well, if he had endured years of being scammed by his own artists, barely making a living for the past 15 years, and was previously stuck in a building with shady businesses, then he, too, would feel pretty happy. Did you call me here just for this? Zeno inquired. Bobby shook his head with enthusiasm. Of course not. I wanted to let you know, there are several brands that are eager to work with you. I told them I would get back to them once you returned. They found it hard to believe that I'm your CEO, but I always want to ask for your opinion first. He pulled out a stack of folders and handed them to Zeno, who began to scan through the contents. There were at least 20 brands represented in this collection, but I know you're not particularly fond of these things. Bobby added cautiously. I'll do it, Zeno replied, surprising both Moby and Bobby. I'll review them and select the one that I like the most. Bobby appeared very excited. Take your time. You've had a very long month, after all. Anyway, that's it. I'll take you back now, Moby said with a bright smile. Zeno nodded, and the two of them stepped outside, where they were once again greeted by a crowd of eager fans. Zeno signed some items before climbing into Moby's truck. Although, those items were pretty weird. Socks, notebooks, phones, a collarbone. Zeno decided to tune it all out. Everything is going exceedingly well, Moby muttered to himself as he began to drive. However, without warning, Zeno turned to him with narrowed eyes. Hey, he said, capturing Moby's attention. Isn't that your jinx? You really shouldn't say things like that, right? Moby's eyes widened in realization. Crap. Chapter 210, Mr. Slick. Sir, someone wishes to speak with you. Jay Slick lifted his gaze from the reports and spreadsheets cluttering his desk, feeling frustrated. With a sudden, furious motion, he hurled his mug against the wall, the shattering glass echoing in the silent office. His assistant flinched at the sound, hurriedly gathering the shards. "What did I tell you? I'm busy. I only entertain meetings from individuals who schedule them in advance," he snapped, exhaustion seeping into his voice. He was fed up with disruptive conversations, especially with those he deemed nonsensical and unimportant. All day long, he had stared at the alarming decline of their stocks, a downward spiral that had persisted for months. Continuous dominance was, in fact, not dominating at all. After the downfall of their biggest bet, Rex, and their rising actor Minseek, it was harder and harder to gather work for their artists. And it all traced back to one person. If Jay Slick had known this is how it would end up, he never would have made the reckless decision to recruit Zeno Han in the first place. With a sigh, he opened his Sigmoid account, hoping that scrolling through the images of the girls he followed might lift his spirits. At least their sexy, full-body photos could provide a brief escape from his reality. However, as he refreshed his feed, his heart sank. A photo of Zeno, taken during the behind-the-scenes shoot of The Forsaken Prince, immediately filled his screen. It was posted by Haley, his favorite cam girl, accompanied by a caption that sent his blood boiling. "My recent obsession. I can't believe I'm falling for an actor. My bunnies, make sure to tune into his drama every Thursday and Friday. It's already a hit, but I want it to explode in popularity." That was the final straw for Jay Slick. Haley had been his beacon of light during these dark days in his career. How could she so brazenly betray him like this? Among her millions of followers, he was the one who had showered her with the most generous gifts. He was on the verge of tears, about to type curses under her post, when somebody suddenly spoke. "What's got you looking so pathetic?" Jay Slick pursed his lips. "I don't want to talk to anyone today." The man chuckled softly. "Not even me? Are you sure about that?" Jay Slick tilted his head, prepared to badmouth the intruder. But as he finally met the other man's gaze, surprise washed over him. His eyes widened, and he instinctively rose from his seat. Meanwhile, his assistant was still diligently cleaning up the remnants of Jay Slick's earlier tantrum. "Prepare some coffee," Jay Slick instructed, and he complied, his mind racing with the question of just how long he could endure this suffering. "Yes, sir," he replied through gritted teeth. "Mr. Oscar Beck," he finally said, "what brings you to our humble office today?" Oscar surveyed the space, clicking his tongue. "Your office is anything but humble. For a mid-sized company, your facilities are impressive." Jay Slick chuckled lightly. "Well, of course, we strive to provide the best for our artists." Oscar smirked. "I suppose every entertainment company has a familiar script about caring for their artists. Anyway," he continued, "you must be curious about why someone like me is here." Jay Slick nodded eagerly. Did Oscar want to sign with them? Could he become his hope amidst their current darkness? "It's not what you're thinking," Oscar interjected, crossing his arms. "I'm not here to sign with you." Jay Slick's expression fell slightly. "But," Oscar added quickly, "I have something you might find even more interesting." With a casual gesture, he slid a photo across the table, a photo of Zeno Han. Jay Slick felt his spirit sink again. It seemed he could not escape the shadow of this man. "What about him?" Jay Slick asked, his voice devoid of warmth. "I'm guessing you're not particularly fond of him." Oscar began, his tone amused. "After all, he's the reason many of your artists aren't faring well these days." Jay Slick frowned. "How?" Oscar raised a hand to halt him. "You know as well as I do that in this industry, nothing stays hidden forever." Jay Slick nodded slowly, processing Oscar's words. "What does Zeno Han have to do with this?" "I propose a collaboration," Oscar began, sounding more serious. Jay Slick fell silent, his attention fully on what Oscar was about to reveal. "We share more in common than you might think. Specifically, regarding Zeno Han, I'm not particularly fond of him either. You attempted to sabotage him with a scandal, but it backfired on you, landing you in this predicament." Jay Slick pursed his lips and nodded, the memory of his failed scheme still fresh in his mind. "What if I told you I have another way to control Zeno Han?" Jay Slick paused, while Oscar smirked at his response. Yet, Jay Slick shook his head. "Did Dayback put you up to this?" he asked. "I can see right through your motives. You want us to tarnish Zeno's reputation, but with that, you'd also be dragging us into trouble." Oscar's eyes narrowed slightly. My company has nothing to do with this proposition. I'm doing this of my own accord. But why? Jaslik pressed. Asuka laughed softly, surprised by the other man's defiance. He had anticipated a more dumb response. Your drama is performing well. If you ruin Zeno's reputation, you'll also be jeopardizing your own project. You wouldn't wish for that, would you? You need that drama to succeed if you aspire to join the ranks of the imperial class. Who says I want to bring Zeno's reputation down? Asuka asked. In fact, I'm offering you a considerable favor. I don't believe Zeno Han is a bad man. My encounters with him have led me to that conclusion. However, he is a formidable competitor. You know how this industry operates. Situations like this are common. Detractors like him need to be kept in check, he explained. The reason your prior sabotage attempt failed was that you simply didn't understand him. He was an enigma. Asuka continued, sliding another photo toward Jaslik, deepening the latter's frown. But you know a lot about his company, don't you, Jaslik? Jaslik scrutinized the photo depicting two men standing proudly in front of a new office, Bobby and Moby. You want me to attack Zeno's company instead? Jaslik muttered, realization dawning on him. Asuka didn't answer directly, but his implication was clear as day. We can't damage Zeno's reputation. There simply isn't sufficient evidence. However, we can take aim at the weakest aspects of his career, which, coincidentally, is currently the company he represents. Debt-ridden, poorly managed, full of him boss, a history you know all too well, Mr. Slick, Asuka smirked. If the kingdom collapses, the king follows. Once that happens, he must be contained. Don't you think you're the one who should contain him, Mr. Slick? Asuka asked, leaning back into his seat. Chapter 211. Choosing a Brand. The group of friends gathered around Doha's table, where Zeno had laid out his brand proposals. The papers were scattered across the surface, revealing a number of brands eager for Zeno to become their ambassador. Maxie, perched comfortably on Eli's lap, peeked her head over to join the discussion. Vivi Button? Eli exclaimed, seizing one of the proposals. Sewn by angels. Price for the elites. Don't their models strut down the runways at all the major fashion weeks? Minji nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, this would be a great deal for you, Zeno. Landing a luxury brand for your first endorsement is going to be a game changer. Zeno shook his head. Didn't they recently get caught in a scandal over their hand-stitched in France labels? I heard those were actually sewn in a factory in South Asia, he pointed out. Minji chuckled, her voice teasing yet sincere. None of it has actually been proven, though. It's true, Zeno muttered, recalling his days as a model. Vivi Button wasn't considered luxury among its competitors because of its blatant lies in manufacturing. It was only a matter of time before the truth surfaced. What about Ballerina? Doha suggested. Zeno shook his head. They're selling $950 bracelets that look like rolls of tape, he deadpanned. Doha pursed his lips, at a loss for a counterargument. Minji's cheeks flushed a shade deeper as she leaned forward, sliding her own suggestion across the table. Underlure, Eli asked, raising an eyebrow. Is this just an excuse for you to see Zeno in his underwear? Minji's face turned crimson. No, she hurriedly protested, shaking her head. This brand is relatively new, but it's already positioning itself as a serious competitor to Calvin. I've heard they're looking into signing with Phoenix, so just think of the exposure. Phoenix, Zeno muttered, remembering the familiar actor. Nope, he replied decisively. He had no intention of showcasing his bulge to the public. After all, he might unintentionally cause a few deaths because of it. You don't seem to like anything, Doha exclaimed. What are you really looking for, anyway? Something relatable, Zeno replied. Softly, his gaze dropping to the assortment of proposals before him. Eli frowned, tilting his head in confusion. What exactly do you mean by that? Zeno sighed and lowered the folders, locking eyes with his friends. You've already mentioned it. I'm new to this industry. I don't have many projects to my name yet, and people connect with my characters because they find them relatable. I don't want to dive headfirst into high-end luxury brands, especially not ones with controversial histories. I'd rather choose something that resonates with the people who already appreciate my work. Silence fell over the group, each friend momentarily taken aback by Zeno's perspective. Minji, in particular, found him exceptionally impressive. She couldn't help but admire how rare it was to encounter such a grounded mentality in a world often obsessed with glamour. Just then, something caught Zeno's eye. While the others continued to debate which brand would suit him best, he noticed the logo perched at the top of one proposal. "Myri Axis?" he murmured. The others stopped mid-discussion. "Where have I heard that before?" Minji leaned over to inspect the proposal, her brow furrowing. "Myri Axis wants you too? That's quite surprising. They typically don't rely on celebrities to endorse their products. Their meal kits already have a solid following among the general public." "Ah," Zeno murmured, finally remembering where he'd encountered their logo. They were known for their convenient meal kits designed for people with hectic schedules. "You're not seriously considering it, are you?" Doha asked, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. "There are local clothing brands in here that you could explore." However, Zeno was already engrossed in reading through the terms and conditions. The compensation was quite enticing, especially for a major company like Myri Axis, but there was something more he found intriguing. "Oh goodness, we've lost him," Eli muttered, a look of despair crossing his features. "He's definitely considering it." Doha attempted to snap him out of his thoughts. He placed his hands firmly on both of Zeno's shoulders. "Zeno, this is not like you. You would be far better off representing this Cap brand than representing easy-to-cook cold noodles." "Who said anything about modeling for noodles?" Zeno asked, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "What even is the product?" Doha inquired, already dreading the answer that was sure to follow. Zeno turned the proposal around to show them. "Dog food," he stated. The room fell silent, the only sound breaking the stillness being Maxie's yelp. "Dog food," Minji echoed, disbelief heard in her voice. "How on earth are you going to model for dog food?" Zeno shrugged indifferently. "Well, Maxie seems to like it. This brand is actually quite pricey for dog food since it has numerous health benefits. It even says here that I can have an unlimited supply of their product until I die." "Zeno, you could buy dog food without any trouble," Eli interjected. However, he sighed heavily as he caught sight of the determined look on Zeno's face. "Nothing we say will change your mind, will it?" "Nope," Zeno replied. "I'm working with Myri Axis." "What?" Bobby exclaimed over the phone. "You chose the dog food advertisement?" "I shouldn't have put that in there," he added as a whisper. "Yes," Zeno replied without hesitation, like he had not just selected the most outrageous option available among all the brand deals. "You respect my decision, right?" Bobby went silent for a few moments before letting out a tired sigh. "Yes," he finally muttered, knowing he couldn't argue much against it since Myri Axis had offered a very lucrative price. It seemed they quite liked Zeno. "But can I ask why?" the CEO pressed, hoping Zeno's reasoning would offer some reassurance. "Because I can get free dog food," Zeno answered matter-of-factly, provoking Bobby to purse his lips in frustration. "That's it." Zeno paused for a brief moment, then provided a cryptic response. "It's a brand that everybody knows," he explained. "Most celebrities shy away from these types of projects, thinking it would tarnish their prestige. However, this is as prestigious as it gets. It serves as excellent promotion for the Forsaken Prince, especially among the general public. Aside from that," Zeno continued, "Myri Axis, doesn't it ring a bell?" Bobby furrowed his brow. It's the brand of instant rice my wife uses. It's affordable and reliable." Zeno chuckled softly. "Trust me, Bobby. This decision is for the greater good of the company." "I must be too dumb to understand this," Bobby replied. "The moment you opened the new office, you also opened our company up to new enemies," Zeno said. "And believe me, they are closer than you might think." "Still too dumb," Bobby muttered. "Just trust me," Zeno sighed. "We need Myri Axis on our side." Chapter 212, Myri Axis. Minseek removed his hood as he stepped into his apartment, the familiar air of neglect wrapping around him. A warning notice about his unpaid rent lay crumpled in his hand, but he tossed it aside with an annoyed sigh. "Dreamy's downfall is near," echoed his CEO's words in his mind as he slumped onto his bed. Yet, even then, he could not feel complacent. In the span of just 2 months, his once promising career had plummeted to an all-time low, while Zeno's face dominated the billboards and flooded social media feeds. With 3 million followers and a steadily growing fan base, Zeno was thriving. How could this be happening when he was the one expected to be a rising star? Minseek knew that Jay Slick was onto something, but the plan was to target Zeno's company. Determined, he devised a scheme to undermine Zeno in subtle ways. It was a well-known fact that Zeno didn't look as handsome on screen as he did in real life, and Minseek intended to expose that truth. He set out to capture Zeno in the most unexpected moments, hoping to snap a photo that would reveal an unflattering angle. However, as he scrolled through the photos he had taken, frustration surged within him. Why was it that every single image showed Zeno looking undeniably good? It felt as if the universe conspired against him, leaving Minseek with the realization that no matter how hard he tried, Zeno continued to shine. +1 camera ready. Be as good-looking on camera as you are in real life. Every shot flatters you. No bad angles, no weird lighting. Passive booster. +1 bulletproof. Have a bulletproof body for 1 hour. Can't be physically harmed, no matter what hits you. One-time use only. No wonder his fan site photos had become so much better. Zeno now looked as good on camera as he did in real life. The second item, he didn't even want to talk about it. We're here, Moby exclaimed as he parked in front of the building of Myri Axis, a multi-million-dollar company that had started as a small food business and branched out into various industries. But why is she also here? Moby whispered, leaning closer to Zeno. Zeno glanced at the unwanted visitor in the back seat before sighing. She didn't want to let me go this morning. Well, take care of her. I'll be going inside. Moby was about to protest, but Zeno was already jogging toward the building. The moment he arrived, he was treated like royalty. The staff bowed as he entered, and they even prepared a red carpet leading toward the set. Zeno scratched the back of his neck, confused by the treatment. Zeno Han actually agreed to become our ambassador? Isn't he insane? Why would he choose to model for dog food? Is it because he doesn't have any modeling experience? So he decided to go with dog food? I heard our CEO personally chose him. He really likes the Forsaken Prince. Not at all, another muttered. It's his daughter who insisted on it. Zeno arrived at the set, a garden in the middle of the building itself. Zeno Han, a woman dressed like a Dalmatian, greeted Zeno as if they were old friends. Good morning, Zeno politely said, bowing in respect. The woman smiled, appearing love-struck. We lost her, some of the employees muttered from behind her. My name is Myri, she said, offering her hand. I'm the daughter of the CEO of Myri Axis. He named it after me. I can see that, Zeno muttered, taking her hand and shaking it firmly. So, are you single? She asked. Zeno nodded, which made her squeal. I knew it, she exclaimed. My dad made the right decision recruiting you. This is the first time we've done something like this, so it's out of our comfort zone. Zeno's ears already hurt. This woman talked a bit too much. However, she seemed harmless, and she was the reason he got this deal, so he decided to endure it. Right? Myri exclaimed. Zeno merely nodded. She giggled and tapped his shoulder. Get dressed already, and we'll start the shoot. The dog is also on its way. Zeno nodded once more and went to get his hair and makeup done. He got dressed quickly, praised by the stylists as they outfitted him in an all-denim ensemble with a scarf tied around his neck like a collar. He looked good. Of course, he did. Myri seemed to think so too since she nearly went into a seizure just looking at him. Nova, the seasoned photographer known for capturing some of the greatest models in the country and who was well compensated for her work, sighed in annoyance. She didn't like how this nepotism baby, aka Myri, was soaking up attention from a man who was only decent looking. The staff, too, seemed to think Zeno was overrated, or maybe that was because their boss's daughter had been gushing about him for the past hour. Can we start already? Nova asked, already losing patience. Oh yes, Myri exclaimed. We'll start with the solo shots while waiting for the dog. Nova sighed once again, chewing on her gum. She watched as Zeno received the final touches on his makeup. All right, maybe he was handsome. However, she was a photographer. No one appeared good-looking to her until she brought out her camera. He was a rising actor, and his drama had been talked about by her generation, but she had no time to watch it. She was too busy, so she didn't get the hype. If this company didn't pay her as much as luxury brands did, she would have never agreed to such a photo shoot. You better make this easy, Nova muttered to herself. This Myri lady was fawning over him so hard, so he needed to live up to the expectation. Zeno finally took his position on the grass, with the dog food right next to him. Do you have any experience in modeling? She asked. Zeno thought about it before shaking his head. I took my profile photos once, he replied. Well, that much was true. He didn't have any modeling experience in this life. Great, Nova stated explicitly, bracing herself for incompetence. The soul of Kairos Sterling, the greatest model of all time, she muttered. Please give me strength. Zeno's eyebrows instinctively rose. Did he just hear his name from before? Well, Nova said, snapping him out of his thoughts. Let's prepare for a long shoot. Zeno smirked. Luckily for her, he had plenty of experience from his past life. Chapter 213. Dog food? Sounds appetizing. As soon as Nova started clicking, the atmosphere on set changed instantly. Zeno fell into a pose, one hand loosely tucked into his pocket, the other lazily holding the leash. His head tilted ever so slightly, lips parted just enough to make it look like he'd been caught mid-thought. The kind of expression that made you wonder what he was thinking. The wind caught the strands of his hair just right. Click. Nova paused, glanced at the first few shots, then gulped. Dog food shouldn't look this appetizing. And yet, the way Zeno modeled made her feel like she wanted to eat it. Myri wasn't faring any better, on the verge of barking as Zeno continued working his magic. Even the staff, who hadn't expected much, looked dazed. It felt like they were on the set of a luxury campaign rather than a commercial for slightly expensive dog food. They all had the same thought as Nova. Why does the dog food look delicious in his hands? Zeno dropped into a crouch, one arm resting on his knee, chin tipped up. There was something strangely sincere in the way he looked into the lens, unpolished but honest. None of that try-hard intensity from trained models. Just Zeno. It appeared like he didn't care whether he looked good, and maybe that's what made him look better than anyone expected. Nova kept clicking. She tried to find a bad frame, a blink, or maybe a weird angle. But every photo screamed one word. Perfect. Models usually had bad cuts throughout a shoot. But Zeno was different. His photos told stories. Nova's heart raced in her chest. She felt Kairos Sterling's energy through Zeno Han. She knew it was impossible because they weren't even from the same timeline. But Nova couldn't help but compare Zeno to her lifelong idol. Zeno sat on the wooden crate meant for product display like it was a throne. Legs spread in a careless, boyish way, and back slouched. He rested his cheek on his knuckles and gave the smallest smile, just a tug at the corner of his lips. That was the one that made Myri drop to her knees. This is it, she whispered. Father, I am ready to get married. Where's the dog? Myri suddenly asked, snapping out of it. Her assistant scratched the back of her neck. The dog ran away. What? Myri gasped. I thought the dog was already here. He was. But he ran off after seeing Zeno. The owner said this has never happened before. Zeno, now on a short break, overheard them. Is something wrong? Myri turned toward him with a sugary smile. Nothing, sweetheart. Nova, meanwhile, was still glued to the monitor. Of all the models she had worked with, Zeno looked exactly like he did on screen. She felt like she'd discovered a hidden gem. She had been so wrong to misjudge him at the start. I heard the dog isn't cooperating, Zeno said. That much wasn't surprising. Maxie had taken her time warming up to him. It seemed that other creatures, besides humans, could also tell he wasn't exactly from this planet. It's all right, Myri chuckled, appearing smitten. It seemed like she'd believe anything that came out of his mouth. We already got good cuts. We can just edit the dog in. Can we bring someone else in? Zeno asked, scratching the back of his head. I think she could really help. Myri's eyes narrowed slightly. She? Just a second, Zeno said, heading to the parking lot. Moments later, he returned, carrying what looked like a mini golden retriever in his arms. The crowd cooed. Maxie, a little aloof, had just been promised a truckload of food in exchange for good behavior. It was a fair deal. This is my dog, Zeno said, clearing his throat. She didn't want me to leave this morning. I guess this is why. Is it all right if we shoot with her? Myri reached out. Say no more, she grinned. This is even better. Zeno Han's dog on the poster? That'll boost sales so much. Maxie bared her teeth, just a little. Zeno recognized the look immediately and whispered, remember the treat. She calmed right down. And with that, they got to work. The click of claws echoed across the studio floor before a soft golden blur bounced into the frame. Maxie's tail wagged furiously, tongue out, ears flopping as she ran to Zeno like he was her whole world. The treat threat had worked. Zeno turned, arms open like it was part of the plan. Maxie leapt, paws against his chest, licking his chin. He laughed and tilted his head back, eyes crinkling in the most beautiful way. Click. Zeno got down on the floor, one knee bent, the other stretched. Maxie plopped beside him, sitting tall with a goofy grin, head tilted. Zeno mirrored her. Same tilt. Same grin. The photographer wheezed while Myri forgot how to breathe. Click, click, click. Then Zeno lay on his side, propped on one elbow. Maxie curled beside him. He rested his hand gently on her fur. She licked his cheek while he scrunched his nose. Click. A toy flew into the frame. Maxie caught it midair, teeth flashing, fluff in motion. Zeno whistled, clapped, grinning so wide his dimple showed. For a second, it looked less like an ad and more like a cherished Sunday memory. He hugged her from behind. Maxie leaned into him, ears twitching. They looked like they belonged together in every frame. It was a perfect shoot. The two of them looked like they had the best relationship in the world. Or so they thought. Zeno and Maxie? They both just had hidden agendas. By the end of the shoot, everyone had forgotten this was even for dog food. One of the staff turned toward Myri, who was busy snacking. Miss, her assistant said, eyeing her warily. Myri, already chewing on the dog food like it was a bag of chips, smiled. This is actually great, she said, eyes sparkling. Chapter 214, Obsessed. +2 talent and skills. Upgraded modeling. Current grade, A. Fame meter, 52%. Nova was speechless. She wanted to approach Zeno, but couldn't bring herself to do so in the end. She felt too ashamed for underestimating his modeling skills. It was, in fact, one of the most satisfying photo shoots she had ever experienced in her entire career. Maxie was back in Moby's truck, already feasting on the dog food that the staff had graciously given. He had also received his lifetime card, allowing him to purchase any Myri Axis products until his last breath. He would never go hungry now. Zeno changed back into his clothes and scanned the set for someone. Are you looking for me? Myri asked, a wide smile on her face. Zeno turned to her and nodded, his expression serious. It felt like her appendix had burst. Her breath caught in the back of her throat, leaving her unable to say anything for a moment until Zeno spoke again. I was wondering when this collaboration would come out. Oh, Myri muttered, scratching the back of her neck. Maybe by the end of the month? Don't worry. It will be released before The Forsaken Prince ends. This will yield better results for both parties. Zeno nodded to himself. It was perfect timing. Myri's cheeks were still pink, and it didn't take a genius to recognize that she was truly fond of Zeno. He was ready to use that. With that, he bowed to her and flashed a sweet smile, one that made Myri's gallbladder feel like it had burst this time. Thank you very much for this opportunity, he said. You don't know how much this means to me. Myri tucked her hair behind her ears. The pleasure is all mine, Zeno. If you need anything more from our brand, you can contact me. She winked, pulling her calling card from her pocket and handing it to Zeno. Zeno smiled once again and slipped the card into his pocket. The 11th episode of The Forsaken Prince was going to air tonight, and again, it was already trending first before the actual premiere. With only 6 episodes left, the series was at its climax. While some dramas reached a plateau with their ratings, The Forsaken Prince appeared to only increase with every episode. More and more people began to love it, but of course, as a fandom grows, the hate also follows. It was a direct relationship. A barrage of people were already calling it overrated. However, even then, they couldn't help but tune in. What an ironic claim. I think this series has a spell in it. I honestly can't stop watching even though I hate it. Hey, I think you have some unresolved issues. You might want to go to therapy. But this is seriously so good. It's not a perfect adaptation. Nothing will ever be, but it's very satisfying. The best thing about it is, honestly, Zeno's acting. Yes, I thought he was going to be the series' weakest link. Turns out, he's the strongest. Namid. Among those waiting for the 11th episode to air was Ari Bay, who was currently on the phone with her boss. No, Mr. Kim, she sighed, massaging the bridge of her nose. I don't have a script just yet. Mr. Kim clicked his tongue. Why is that? I thought you were working on something. I am, Ari insisted. Well, she was. But then, she scrapped it all together. What's taking so long? Do you know how much we're willing to pay you? Ari sighed, running her fingers through her hair. You cannot rush a script, sir. That is what makes a mediocre film or drama. Mr. Kim clicked his tongue before hanging up, leaving Ari frustrated. Seriously, that man is so annoying, she muttered before turning her attention back to the screen, where the opening credits of The Forsaken Prince was already playing. It was her recent obsession. Well, everything that Zeno Han had put out had become her obsession. Her manager/editor said she was just obsessed with Zeno himself, but she begged to differ. There was just something different about him. She couldn't point it out, but she felt they were quite similar, although she didn't know in which aspects. He was also the reason why she scrapped her last project. After watching The Forsaken Prince, she couldn't write anything else. How could someone write a masterpiece like that? It made her think that her writing was mediocre, and it pushed her to become better. It has been a while since she felt such a passion for writing. She snapped out of her thoughts when Zeno's groan echoed in her luxury apartment. The last episode ended on a cliffhanger, with Hajin being stabbed during his grandmother's death anniversary. Now, a lot of viewers were on edge. The room was dim. Hajin lay still on the bed, shirtless, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. A thick bandage was wrapped tightly around his torso, already tinged faintly with red. His eyes were closed, jaw clenched, not from unconsciousness, but from the pain he refused to show. Every breath burned. Every movement a quiet war against the screaming in his ribs. But his expression was calm, as always. I got distracted for a little bit. Abs, abs, abs. Zeno's abs are already trending. You guys are insufferable. I want to eat out of his abs. Ari's cheeks warmed up, so she fanned herself while continuing to watch the scene. The door slammed. Open. Prince Cian stormed in, boots heavy against the polished floor. He stopped at the foot of the bed and stared at him. The perfect little martyr, pale against the sheets. You really went that far, huh? Cian sneered. A knife to the gut, Hajin. All that just to make them look at you like some kind of savior. Hajin's lips curled. You're welcome, by the way. The king's still breathing. Oh wait. I'm sorry. You wanted him to die, right? Then you'll kill father next. Don't twist it, Cian snapped. You've always been like this. You're merely bleeding for applause. You knew what you were doing. You always know. Silence. The pain was crawling up Hajin's side like fire, but he didn't even flinch. His eyes opened, murderous. Ari's breath got caught. This expression on Zeno was always impressive. How could someone contain so much disdain in a human body? I didn't ask for applause, he said quietly. I didn't ask for you to understand. Prince Cian stepped closer, fists clenched. Then what? What was it, huh? Another trick? Another way to make me look like the heartless one? Hajin's voice didn't rise, but every word landed with weight. You want to know the difference between us? He stared straight into Cian's eyes. You always need a reason. He sat up, wincing but refusing to break eye contact. Some people are simply good, Cian. Not everything needs a hidden motive. A pause. Hajin leaned back against the pillows, exhausted but still, somehow, triumphant. You and I, we are not the same. Zeno, please stop toying with my heart. I always imagined this scene to be epic, and it is. He did not disappoint. Watching the two of them act side by side, it becomes even more apparent. Zeno Han is better than Oscar Beck. The upstairs commenter is loud and wrong. Oscar Beck has been doing this for years. You're glazing your appa. Ari, on the other hand, was still amazed. In the end, she couldn't write once more. All she wanted was to continue watching this series until the end. Zeno, nothing could break your career, huh? She muttered, a small smile appearing on her lips. However, little did Ari know, she would swallow those words pretty soon. Chapter 215, Arrested. Moby popped a few pills into his mouth, swallowing them with difficulty, and took a sip of water. He then stepped out of his truck, whistling a cheerful tune. It was early morning, but he was already bubbling with excitement. Just arriving in this neighborhood lifted his spirits. No more dealing with loan sharks and individuals engaged in shady businesses. He spotted Bobby's car parked near the building and chuckled, realizing his boss was even earlier than he was. However, the moment he stepped foot inside the building, dread suddenly filled his stomach. For one, the exterior was a mess. Glass shards were scattered everywhere. Moby's heart raced, and dizziness threatened to overwhelm him, but he steadied himself and pressed on. He froze. The interior was even worse. Clear signs of a struggle were evident. Sir, he called out. Where are you? Bobby? He tried again, using his friend's name, but received no response. He attempted to call him on his phone, but there was still no answer. Eventually, someone picked up, and Moby sighed in relief. "Bobby," he exclaimed. "Where are you?" But it wasn't Bobby's voice that answered, just a cold, unfamiliar tone. Seoul Metropolitan Police. Word spread quickly. Dreamy Entertainment, the incompetent company that Zeno Han had signed with, had met its downfall. Multiple articles were published in mere seconds, and although Dreamy was still relatively unknown, Zeno's name was featured in all of them to boost views. Dreamy Entertainment's collapse. Zeno Han's empire crumbles under a mountain of debt. 15 years of failure. How Dreamy Entertainment's incompetence doomed Zeno Han's career. Zeno Han's last stand. Debt-ridden Dreamy Entertainment nears total liquidation. Zeno Han rejects other companies for Dreamy Entertainment. Who will pick him up now? This was Zeno's biggest mistake. I heard he was recruited by Moonrise before, but he rejected. This comes from a very credible source. Sucks for him. The Forsaken Prince is a hit, but without a company, he is nothing. I agree. What a waste. Fuck off. You're all happy about this. The investigation is still ongoing. Don't drag Zeno's name into this. He doesn't have any fault in these issues. Jace and Zeno arrived at the police department, the paparazzi snapping away outside. Zeno wore a frown as he entered, and once again, it was all over social media. Moby stood at the police table with Bobby. They lifted their heads, looking weary but still managing to smile through it all. Zeno clicked his tongue as he sat beside them. "What happened?" Jace asked, concerned. The police officer cleared his throat. "As I was saying," he continued, "you will be detained here until your trial." "What?" Jace stood, capturing everyone's attention in the precinct. Moby urged him to sit down while the police officer glared at him. "I've explained the reasons thoroughly, Mr. Bak-hyun," he said, referring to Bobby. "The evidence against you is strong, so I advise you to contact a lawyer right away for the negotiations. All of your assets will also be seized momentarily," he added. Jace was about to argue again, but Moby held him down once more. Bobby turned his gaze to his lap before nodding. With that, a police officer came forward, handcuffed Bobby, and pulled him away without much explanation. "Sir," Jace said, appearing distressed. "This can't be happening." Bobby merely turned to Moby. "Please take care of everything while I'm gone." Moby nodded, looking distraught but trying his best. Meanwhile, Zeno remained seated, listening to officers whisper about him. "That kid is handsome. My daughter asked me to get his signature. Would it be weird to do that?" "No, go ahead." Before it could turn into a fan-signing event for Zeno, the three of them left the precinct, still bombarded by paparazzi. Moby drove them and parked next to a convenience store. "Moby," Jay said as soon as they stopped, gripping the older man's shoulders. "What's really happening? Is Bobby going to be arrested? I thought we paid off all our debts already. Is it the landlady? And what about our new office? Are we really getting it taken away?" Moby smiled despite his pain and tiredness. "Don't concern yourselves with these matters, I will handle it. Just focus on your projects." "How can we do that when the company is literally falling apart?" "It's not," Moby insisted, appearing more serious than ever. "I won't let it," he added. "Anyway," he continued, snapping back to his bubbly self, "I'll get you some hot coffee and a meal. You must be hungry coming all the way here at dawn. Wait for me." "Wait," Jace called after him, but Moby was already on his way out. As soon as Moby left, Jace slumped in his seat with a sigh. "Crap, I feel so bad," he muttered. "It seems we're allergic to success. The moment everything starts improving, the universe just says, 'Nope, you're not done with your hardships.'" "Until when?" he exclaimed, staring up at the ceiling of the truck. "Until when will Bobby and Moby suffer? They have never been anything but kind. Stupid, yes, but they don't deserve all of this. I know they have done nothing wrong." Jace continued ranting before glancing at Zeno, breathless. "Aren't you going to say anything?" Zeno pursed his lips before turning to Jace with a serious look. "How many years have you been with Dreamy?" 7 years, Jace muttered. "I was one of their earlier artists and the only one who stayed this long." Zeno leaned against his seat. "Then you must know something." Jace froze for a moment before letting out a deep breath. "Moby and Bobby are truly kind, but that comes with a flaw. I didn't know better back then, so I couldn't guide them through it. I was even dumber before." "That's hard to believe," Zeno muttered, causing Jace to frown. Still, he continued. They trusted people they shouldn't have and took on a lot of debt for their artists just to let them flourish. They ended up paying for it themselves, so the company was always bankrupt. But, he muttered, recalling something. There was an artist who was there before me. He seemed to have a lot of debt from gambling, but Bobby paid for it all. Then, he just left right after. No explanations. It must be him, Jace said through gritted teeth. Zeno observed him and tilted his head. Perhaps, is that artist Jay Slick? Chapter 216, Debt and Damnation. Jace's mouth went agape, so he quickly covered it. He then pointed a shaky finger toward Zeno. How did you know? He stammered. Zeno opened his phone and showed it to Jace. The internet exists. Oh, Jace muttered, relaxing. You did some digging? Though, not a lot of people know about it. Well, not a lot of people care about Jay Slick himself. His artists are all problematic, and that's the only reason why they've stayed relevant until now. You're right about that, Jace muttered. It's still impressive. He went by a different name back then. How did you know it was him? Zeno scrolled once until an old photo of Jay Slick was shown. Slicky Sean, right? It's not that far from his current name. He also got a lot of work done, so he's not too recognizable, Jace added. Is he going to sue the plastic surgeon? Zeno asked, causing Jace to freeze. I mean, if I spent this much money for a new face, I certainly wouldn't choose this, he muttered. His statement made Jace smile a bit despite their situation. Anyway, I believe it's his doing, Jace muttered. I don't know any other artist who made a name for themselves from Dreamy except for him. He's the one with the debt. Zeno asked. Jace sighed and started playing with his fingers. I don't know the full story, but I knew that Slick was addicted to gambling back then. It was his escape after multiple mixtapes failed. Moby and Bobby tried their best to get him to stop, but he was a rebellious artist. He didn't listen to them, because quite frankly, it was their fault why his music wasn't doing well. However, suddenly, Bobby bought a song for him that became a hit, and he became known in the underground rap world. However, he was still addicted to gambling, so the money he gained from that song was spent right away. Until one day, he gambled all of his money and had been buried in debt. I remember when he swore it would be the last time he gambled as soon as Bobby and Moby helped him. With that, Bobby signed off his debt, betting his own money on the line while Jay Slick went behind their backs and built continuous dominance. Bobby left it all in the past, but I still remember it. He ran his fingers through his hair. I don't know why Bobby is being acquitted, though. He paid it all off. Unless, Zeno muttered before shaking his head with a small smirk. His first mission was definitely given with a purpose. Destroy an enemy. Just then, Zeno grabbed Moby's worn-out black trench coat from the compartment and placed his mask on before getting out of the car. Jace's eyes widened. Zeno, where are you going? Zeno! He screamed and tried to run after him, but Zeno was gone in the blink of an eye. Did he just teleport? Where the heck was he? Moby left the convenience store with 2 packaged lunchboxes in his hand. He frowned when he saw Jace wandering around. What are you doing? He asked. Jace turned silent. Where's Zeno? Jace scratched the back of his neck. He disappeared. Jay Slick took a long sip of his hot Americano, bitter and black, just the way he liked it. Who was he kidding? He liked it very milky and sweet, but he wanted to stay awake for this monumental moment. His corner office overlooked Seoul's sleepy skyline, a place still too quiet for 3 a.m., but not for him. At least, not today. Not when Dreamy Entertainment was on the verge of collapse. He tilted back in his leather chair, the corners of his lips curling into a smirk. Article after article flooded the screen of his phone after it was revealed Jay Slick was the one who had been wronged. Dreamy Entertainment is on the edge of bankruptcy. Jay Slick is the victim this time. As much as I hate that guy, he needs to be paid back. Insiders say that the debt dates back a decade, but Jay Slick kept quiet because he pitted Dreamy. But now, they're doing very well. So, naturally, Jay Slick wants to be paid back. It makes me wonder whether this is the reason why Zeno Han has gotten these big-scale projects. Like, it doesn't make sense he's in all the famous works for this year unless someone is pulling strings. Wait, you're onto something. Perfect, Jay Slick muttered. Well, it wasn't exactly Bobby's debt, but he signed the dotted line willingly, eyes full of hope and empty of caution. It wasn't Jay Slick's fault he was naive. Jay Slick didn't let Bobby become the co-senior. He made him the sole debtor. Bobby paid it back for him with a loan, but Jay Slick never paid for original debt. Instead, He'd used that money to build his empire. A few years later, he had continuous dominance, and the debt was still there. Of course, he paid it off in the end. He wasn't that much of an asshole, but now he had the final dagger. A folder sat on the desk, fat with stamped contracts and pristine bank records. Everything pointed to Bobby, and soon, the media would follow the trail. Jay Slick would be the hero investor swooping in to salvage Dreamy's rotting corpse. He would make it appear that he paid off the debt for Bobby, and now, he was simply asking for the payment back. But then again, Jay Slick knew Bobby did not have that amount. In the end, Dreamy will become his, and subsequently, Zeno Han. He clicked to another window. Cynthia, his new obsession, was live. He pulled it out on the television with a small smile. Tonight's theme was a Bunny Girl special. The screen shimmered in pink and soft strobes as Cynthia tilted her head coyly, fingers to lips, soft coos echoing from the speakers. He leaned back, watching with amusement. She wasn't as classy as Haley, but she was loyal. After Haley betrayed her by talking about Zeno, Jay Slick had switched sides to Cynthia. Cynthia moaned on-screen while Jay Slick watched intently. He was too focused on the screen when suddenly, without warning, bang, the doors to his office slammed open. Coffee trembled in the mug, and a figure stood in the doorway. Tall, still, face shadowed under a bucket hat. The black trench coat trailed around him like smoke. Jay Slick felt his heart skip. His hand instinctively moved under the desk, where a knife was, but he didn't open it yet. Who? His voice caught in his throat. He swallowed. Was it a threat? A loan shark? No, this was worse. This was death itself. The Grim Reaper? Was he dying? His chest thumped harder. Was that chest pain? A heart attack? Cynthia's moans still filled the air, making him feel slightly ashamed. I asked you a question, Jay Slick said, trying to steady his voice. Who the hell are you? The man stepped forward. 1 foot, then another. The bucket hat tilted up. A face emerged from the shadows, and Jay Slick's spine turned to ice. Let's talk, shall we? Zeno said, pulling the door shut behind him. The lock clicked. Chapter 217, Don't Regret It. Jay Slick felt fear consume his body. He stared at Zeno. That was a lie. He couldn't look him in the eye. He knew that Zeno wasn't going to do anything to harm him. However, the look in his eyes said otherwise. Zeno walked slowly toward him, and Jay Slick found himself opening the drawer where the knife was. However, instead of pouncing on Jay Slick like the latter had imagined, Zeno sat in front of him, propping his feet on the table. Jay Slick frowned, and he quickly closed the drawer. What are you doing here? Jay Slick asked, still wary. Zeno's eyebrows raised. I think you already know the reason. The frown on Jay Slick's face was quickly replaced with a smirk. He rolled his seat closer to the table and placed his hands on top of the surface. You're really smart, Jay Slick started off. What else did I expect from someone who managed to turn the rumors about him around? Rumors your company and artists started, Zeno nonchalantly said. Jay Slick's smirk widened. Very intelligent indeed. I'm so happy that someone so intelligent will be part of my lineup of artists soon. I'm really looking forward to working with you. At this point, Cynthia was still moaning in the background, so Zeno grabbed his remote and turned the television off. Afterward, he crushed the remote with one hand, making Jay Slick frown. What are you doing? Zeno smiled sarcastically. That's how happy I am with this situation. Ecstatic, Jay Slick pursed his lips and massaged the bridge of his nose. You can ruin 100 televisions, but whatever you do, nothing is going to change. Bobby is indebted to me, and until he can pay all of the debt off, then everything he owns is mine. It's not Bobby's fault, is it? Jay Slick turned back to his smug self. Who cares if it's not his fault? Do you have any proof that it's mine? He opened the folder and slid it toward Zeno. These are all the evidence that he is indebted to me and no one else. Zeno grabbed the folder and went through it quietly. Jay Slick watched him with a smug smirk. Without warning, Zeno ripped it in half, but Jay Slick remained composed. He brought out another folder from behind him. I have 100 copies of this, he said in a teasing tone, throwing his head back in laughter. Zeno placed the ripped papers under his lap. Listen here. No, you listen to me, Jay Slick said, cutting him off with a laugh that sounded like nails on a chalkboard. You think you're some kind of hero, he sneered. I've met artists like you before. You're not special. You all end up broken. You want to know why Bobby and Moby failed? He leaned in, eyes gleaming with malice. Because they're too kind, too trusting. That's why they never made it big. Kindness doesn't get you power. Ruthlessness does. Zeno's expression remained neutral while Jay Slick continued, whispering, "You should have never signed with them in the first place. All that talent, wasted on two fools who didn't even know how the industry worked. I almost feel bad for you, really." He chuckled, lips curling. But then again, it worked out for me. He leaned back and gestured to the cityscape behind him, the lights of Seoul twinkling like stars on a leash. "The court's in my favor. The public loves a redemption arc. I have everything now, Zeno. Everything." His smile turned predatory. "And I'm going to have you too." Zeno didn't blink. He simply reached over, picked up the mug of still hot Americano, and without hesitation, threw it toward him. The coffee hit Jay Slick straight in the face. "HHHH," he screamed, stepping back and knocking into his chair. "You psycho. You just scalded me. You're going to catch a case for this." Zeno stood, calm as ever, walking over as Jay Slick frantically wiped his face, still half sputtering. "It's not even that hot," Zeno muttered. "You can't take the heat." "Huh. Then you should have never played with fire." With that, Zeno grabbed a fistful of Jay Slick's hair and yanked his head back. Jay Slick gasped. "You want to talk about being stupid?" Zeno said coldly. "You're the definition of stupid." His grip on Jay Slick's hair tightened as he leaned in. "You think you have everything?" Zeno hissed. "Your stocks are plummeting. Your artists are either canceled or jumping ship like rats from a burning cruise. The industry has tolerated your wrongdoings for so long that something like this makes you believe they're on your side." Jay Slick thrashed, but Zeno didn't flinch. "You think the public is with you? The public does not side with anyone. The moment you make a mistake, you are their greatest enemy, no matter who you are. You're not thriving." His eyes burned. "You're just a fucking parasite." Jay Slick tried to twist away, but Zeno shoved him back into the leather chair. "And you think I'll sign with you?" Zeno said. "Even if the world turned upside down and every label closed their doors, I'd still never work with you." He took a step back, and Jay Slick coughed, red-faced and trembling. "You better stop now," Zeno deadpanned, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Jay Slick looked up, trying to compose himself, his ego still clinging to the last shred of defiance. "Or else," he spat, voice trembling beneath the smirk. "What are you going to do?" "Huh. There's nothing you can do. You lost." Zeno's smirk returned. And suddenly, Jay Slick's dropped. Zeno tilted his head slightly, cracking his knuckles. "One last warning," he said. "Retract that case, while I'm still asking nicely." Jay Slick stared. "No," he said. His pride wouldn't let him. He knew there was nothing they could do. Oscar Beck was behind him. He had money. He had the best lawyer. Zeno's smirk widened. "Got it." He turned his back, heading for the door, but not without grabbing the ripped folder filled with files. "Don't regret it." He paused at the threshold, not looking back. "Actually," he added, "I hope you don't retract it." Jay Slick froze. "I hope you dig your heels in. I hope you drag this out." Zeno finally glanced over his shoulder. "Because when I come back, I'm not just tearing down your company," he said. "I'm going to take my time and make sure you are the last thing standing. And when you finally fall, everyone will be watching. I'm going to make an example out of you." Zeno walked out and visited the CCTV room, where a security guard was sleeping. He went through the footage and deleted their interaction, making sure not to leave any traces. And with that, he looked away without looking back. Chapter 218, Attorney Duck. "Nothing can be done." Zeno raised a brow. "Are you sure you're a lawyer?" "Yes," Doha exclaimed from the side, sitting next to Duck Hwan, Duck for short. He was one of the gym boys that he acted with, and he was supposedly a lawyer. Duck pursed his lips. "Look there," he said, pointing to a sign on the wall. "I offer legal counseling to whoever wants it. My diploma is even under it." Zeno narrowed his eyes before turning back to Duck. "You studied in Seoul University?" Duck nodded proudly. "With a full scholarship." Zeno couldn't believe it. Seoul University had one of the most strictest acceptance rates in their country. "What are you doing here then?" Zeno couldn't help but ask. "Oh, being a lawyer is not that fun, so I turned back to my dream as a gym lad." He smiled innocently. Zeno pursed his lips. Well, it seemed he was smart enough. If only Zeno had lived as a lawyer in one of his missions, but he didn't. Not even once. So, he had to seek help from Duck. Anyway, Duck continued, crossing his arms. "There is no loophole. It says in all the official papers that Bobby is the main debtor, but it was Jay Slick who paid for all of it. There is also proof of Jay Slick's payments. So, the simplest way to put it is that Bobby is indebted to Jay Slick. He also has a very famous lawyer, Duck muttered. We were classmates in college, and I heard his fee is pretty high. This Jay Slick guy has a lot of money. Zeno bit his lip. He knew Jay Slick wasn't alone in this. Someone more powerful must have put him up with it. Continuing on, Duck continued. We have here another legal document that says Jay Slick had an agreement with Bobby that he would pay it, and it has Bobby's signature. Zeno's frown deepened. If ever he does retract the case, there needs to be a settlement. Bobby needs to pay the debt of. He squinted his eyes to get a better look. Damn, he exclaimed. 566,860,000 KRW? That's a lot. Oh, that's without interest, he chuckled. It's actually 708,602,500 KRW. 2 kidneys can't even pay for that price, Han muttered. Since Bobby does not have that amount of money, all assets are probably going to be liquidated. Or, Jay Slick might ask for another settlement, such as overtaking all of his assets like Dreamy Entertainment. Bobby is fucking stupid, Zeno muttered to himself. Did he go signing documents without reading them? This is upsetting, Doha said, slumping on the inclined bench. Jay Slick is the worst. He's known for creating a lot of noise for his artists, but most of them aren't good. Come to think of it, Rex was only famous for doing thirst traps and hip thrusts to the camera, which only deranged people watch. Don't lie, Jim muttered. If Zeno did those things, you would like it. Doha paused and nodded to himself. Anyway, Doha continued with a chuckle. I don't want Zeno to be under condom. I mean, Bobby and Moby aren't the best, but they give him freedom. Zeno, you don't want to be caged, right? Zeno nodded. And Jay Slick is also known to be a gambling addict. Zeno frowned and turned to him, tilting his head. How do you know that? Doha bit his lip. It was told to me by Minji. You know how she knows a lot about these things. Jay Slick is apparently the human equivalent of trash. He gambles his earnings. He must be pretty unlucky these days if he's just opening this case again. Ah, so that's what it is, Zeno muttered, his mind going back to one of the papers in the case he had ripped. He grabbed the folder from Duck's hand and went to the very back, where a settlement notice from a gambling den was. A small smirk appeared on his lips. Jay Slick just made a very big mistake. Is everything all right now? Do you want me to notarize anything? Duck asked with a wide smile. I'll call you soon, Zeno said, putting on his jacket. He was about to leave but halted. He then turned around and bowed at Duck. Thanks for your help, he said. Duck softened, smiling wider. Zeno's such a good guy. Daddy, please. Sweetheart, as much as I love you, I cannot do that favor. An old man dressed in very fancy pajamas said as he continued scrolling through his tablet. Why? Myri whined. Why can't I marry Zeno Han? The old man sighed. Because he does not want to marry you. He massaged the bridge of his nose. His daughter's voice was making his head ache. Now he understood his employee's sentiments. You don't know about that, Myri exclaimed. He asked for my number. I heard from the staff that you gave him your number, he deadpanned. Myri pursed her lips. Money makes the world go round. You have so much of it, Daddy. You can offer Zeno Han a big price so he can marry me. He sighed and brought down his tablet. You're just 21. You haven't even finished college yet. She narrowed her eyes. So, when I graduate, I can marry him? That's not what I'm saying, he exclaimed. You can't marry someone out of their own will. Why not? Because it's immoral, he said. It's final, my daughter. You can ask me for any other favor except for this one. What do you want, huh? A new bag? No, Myri exclaimed and lay on the floor like a child throwing a tantrum. Calm down, little one. He sighed with a frown, picking up his tablet again. Myri noticed this and puffed her cheeks. Why are you even so busy? He scratched the back of his head. There's some inconsistencies with the audit report for this quarter, he muttered. At least $1 billion isn't making sense. Myri clicked her tongue. What's $1 billion to you, even? It's fine. Just think of it as charity. Myri, he said in a warning tone, causing the younger one to pout. I'm sorry, she muttered. You're right. Money shouldn't be taken lightly. The old man nodded in satisfaction. He tried his best to raise a humble daughter, but it was difficult with all the money they had. Myri was definitely spoiled, but deep inside, he knew his daughter was a good person. Myri was about to leave when her phone went off. Her ringtone was a clip of Zeno singing during Sing or Sync. She wished he came out with a new song because she didn't want Philip Huang's voice to mix with Zeno's. She frowned when she saw that it was an unknown number. She clicked her tongue. It must be a stalker again. She answered the call. Hey, you imbecile. The line was silent for a few seconds before someone finally spoke, causing Myri to freeze and regret everything she had just said. Miss Myri? Good evening. This is Zeno Han speaking. Chapter 219, Parent Company. The atmosphere inside the office was anything but alive. They were back in their old office, the one with the shady businesses. You can stay here until you resolve things, the landlady had said to Moby. Then, she smiled at Zeno, holding onto his hands. I hope the best for you and your entire family. Such a fine young man. All of the artists were there, and as much as Moby tried to liven up the atmosphere, it wasn't working at all. Can they really do this? Sarung muttered, appearing down. Is Jay Slick going to take over the company? The trial hasn't started yet. Moby pursed his lips. I'm sorry for the delays and everything. What do you have to apologize for? Zeno asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Lenny turned to him. Is it just me, or are you calmer than all of us? You're the one with the most to lose, but you appear the most composed. Zeno sighed and leaned against their old couch. Justice should be served. He remembered the look on Bobby's face. It was so broken. He could only imagine how his wife and children were feeling. They lost the person that provided them with everything. Zeno knew Solji would hold up well, but an innocent family does not deserve this. Zeno wasn't sad. He was fucking enraged. Jace pursed his lips and leaned his elbows against his lap before breathing out. Unfortunately, it's not always like that. Justice is scarce on this planet. Damn right, Zeno muttered. But justice will be served. He smirked, changing the atmosphere inside the room. They turned to each other, unable to speak as Zeno continued staring into nothing with a cunning expression. Am I the only one scared? Lenny whispered. Jace shook his head. I'm scared too. Meanwhile, Moby cleared his throat, capturing Zeno's attention. Zeno, did you do something? Zeno innocently looked at all of them. What could I have done? What are you doing here? Bobby asked, not coldly but tired, as Jay Slick visited him in the precinct. Jay Slick smiled. Why? Can't I visit my old boss? Bobby sighed. Spare me the formalities. What do you really want? Nothing, he said. I got everything that I want now. You're locked up, and I'm going to acquire your company and artists soon. I wanted to pay a visit because I was a little bit sorry. Don't worry, though. After all of this is over, you can go back to your family. Then, maybe, you can look for a normal job, one that you are good at. But I highly doubt you'd be good at anything, mediocre at best. Bobby sighed, shaking his head. What have I ever done to you? He asked in an exasperated tone. I was nothing but kind. I took over your debts. I gave you great songs. I treated you like family. You're stupid, Jay Slick spat. There is no family in this industry. You must be on a high right now because Zeno Han is under your care, but he's going to be mine soon. Bobby froze, and for the first time, he felt anger consume him. Is this what you wanted all along? Jay Slick shrugged. You can see it whatever way you want. This is probably the last time we're speaking like this. Let bygones be bygones. Don't hold a grudge with me, all right? He chuckled. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to take it. I have a good company now, one that's going to be better, and Jay Slick trailed off. He even had the support of Oscar Beck, providing him with the best resources for this case. He chuckled, throwing his head back in utter amusement. Anyway, just think of it that I fulfilled your dream for you, Jay Slick said, standing from his seat. Bobby also stood and banged on the glass partition. However, Jay Slick didn't budge. Instead, his smirk merely widened. Monster, Bobby spat. Thanks. Jay Slick smiled, taking it as a compliment. You will not get away with this. Jay Slick laughed once more. Sure, he sarcastically said. Bye, Bobby. And bye-bye dreamy entertainment. With that, he walked away with Bobby still trying to get to him, but failing. He chuckled as he closed the door. Empty threats, he said. Just then, his assistant went over to him, a frown on his face. Coffee, Jay Slick said. The coffee was handed to him. They walked away from the precinct with Jay Slick's head held high. Sir, his assistant said, but he didn't pay attention. He was too happy. Sir, his assistant repeated. Sir. Jay Slick finally stopped, turning to him with a glare. Did you just shout at me? The assistant, already breathless, appeared very concerned. I can't help it. I needed to capture your attention, sir. Jay Slick clicked his tongue. I do not want to get yelled at. Someone's calling you, sir. Give me. Jay Slick muttered, grabbing his phone before freezing. His heart thudded against his chest, and he gave the coffee to his assistant before wiping his sweaty palms on his jeans. Then, he finally answered the call. Mr. Lee, Jay Slick happily exclaimed. He wondered why this particular person was calling. In his career, they had talked only a handful of times. Was he finally going to have a promotion? A higher position in his company? Will he increase their shares? Just the thought of it made Jay Slick want to cream his pants. This was grooming to become a perfect day. Jay Slick, Mr. Lee asked, finding the name abhorrent. Is that your government name? What kind of parent would name their child as such? Were you named after Lou? Jay Slick laughed. Oh, you're very funny, sir. I wasn't joking. Jay Slick paused before turning back to serious mode. What made you call me, sir? He asked, tapping his hand on his lap. He felt nervous because he wanted to impress this man at all costs. Why? Well, of course. This was none other than Mr. Lee, the owner and CEO of Myri Axis, one of the leading food corporations in the entire country. Also, the parent company of Continuous Dominance. Chapter 220, The Dog Bites Back. The moment Zeno saw the logo of Myri Axis, two things came to his mind. First, they had really great packaged kimchi. And second, he saw their logo with condom when he did his investigation during the time they were trying to bring him down. So, from the moment he realized that, Zeno's mind was set. He had to destroy an enemy. He knew he couldn't bring down Oscar Beck in as much as a month, so he decided to go with the easiest target. That was Jay Slick. At first, Zeno didn't have a solid reason. However, during the last day of their filming for The Forsaken Prince, he heard something interesting. Before he could leave, he wanted to harvest some potatoes to take them home. He had grown addicted to it at that point. However, when he arrived, he wasn't expecting someone else to be there. He was unreasonably upset with the thought of someone harvesting the potatoes before him. But then, he saw it was Oscar Beck. It turned out, the potato field had the strongest signal in their filming site. Fuck, this is annoying, Oscar muttered, kicking the ground where the potatoes lay. Zeno didn't move despite the unharvested potatoes calling out his name. They were innocent, so why was Oscar kicking them? The ratings are exactly what I wanted, but they're not because of me, is it? Zeno tilted his head. Fuck Zeno Han. Can you schedule me a meeting with Jay Slick of Continuous Dominance? Therefore, the moment his mission was revealed, the plan was underway. He was just waiting for them to strike first. And as stupid as they were, they did. Now, Zeno had the perfect opportunity to tear Condom down. Of course, he had to get Myri Axis by his side. That was pretty easy, considering the owner's daughter seemed to be smitten with him. He visited Condom to see if there was any evidence he could use against Jay Slick. He had left his gambling evidence. And of course, Zeno tore it along with the other documents so that Jay Slick wouldn't be suspicious. Zeno kept the files, and with that, he had evidence. After which, he called Myri Lee and talked to her out of concern. In reality, he tipped her off so she could use her influence on her father, which, according to the staff during his photo shoot, loved Myri more than anything else in the entire world. Daddy, I think I know who's stealing your money, Myri exclaimed. Mr. Lee lifted his head. Sweetheart, your imagination is very good. Keep it up. No, I'm not joking this time, she said, showing him the files that Zeno had sent. Mr. Lee took it with a frown, glancing back and forth between Myri and the files. Where did you get this? From my future husband, she smiled. Mr. Lee's frown deepened even more, but as he compared the audit reports and the evidence of gambling, it began to make sense. The amount they were missing was equivalent to the one that this man had gambled. Continuous Dominance. Mr. Lee muttered. Did we have a company like this? Myri pursed her lips. I told you to buy them because they had Rex. That thirst trapper I was obsessed with for a month. Ah, he exclaimed. This is that company. Yes, Myri said, sounding ashamed. He's a jerk, a piece of dust compared to someone like Zeno. Right, Mr. Lee muttered. Anyway, Myri chimed. You said you would do me a favor except for marrying Zeno, right? Mr. Lee nodded, still engrossed with the revelation. Then, do me this favor, she smirked. Let's tear Continuous Dominance to pieces. And with that, Jay Slick's past was dug up until the bottom of the iceberg. Is that right, Jay Slick? Mr. Lee asked as he laid out all of the facts of the case. His assistant stared at Jay Slick with a hidden, satisfied expression. Of course, he had cooperated with Mr. Lee. He was offered a good position if he ratted out his boss. This was his chance to finally escape the chains of Jay Slick's power. How? Jay Slick muttered, completely out of it. He didn't know what to do. This was supposed to be his perfect day. Sir, no? I can explain. This isn't what you're thinking about. That money is mine and mine alone. I gambled my own money, not yours. That's not what the audit report says, Mr. Lee said in a murderous tone. He was a kind man, but wasn't lenient for matters like this. I don't think you'll have enough time for your own complaint, Mr. Lee chuckled. You're going to defend yourself, after all. Jay Slick's mouth opened, but no sound came out. His face had gone pale, eyes darting between his assistant and his phone. Nice meeting you, Jay Slick. Oh, and goodbye, Mr. Lee said. Jay Slick stumbled back a step, tripping on a raised part of cement and falling to the ground. He had spent years clawing his way to the top, stepping on everyone who dared to stand in his way. Jay Slick felt his chest tighten. No, this isn't real. I still have Dreamy. I still have Condom. Not anymore, sir, his assistant said. Jay Slick's face turned red, and he stood once more before punching his assistant on the jaw. His assistant flinched, but he took it, knowing this would be the last time. What do you know? Jay Slick exclaimed. It is still mine. The debt. Dreamy is still indebted to me. No. The assistant shook his head, pulling away. His face was devoid of any emotion, causing Jay Slick to flinch. He had never seen this look on his face before. Zeno Han had already paid it off. If it was possible for him to get paler, he just did. Jay Slick's pupils shook, and he felt his heart stop. How did you know? Because you entrust everything to me, Mr. Slick. Because you know you can't do it on your own. I built continuous dominance, and you merely took the credit. Now it's time for you to atone for everything you have done. This must be a joke, Jay Slick muttered. I'll forgive you if you stop this now, Holo. His assistant pursed his lips. It's Jojo, sir. Even until the end, you cannot utter my correct name. Chapter 2:21, Freedom. Individuals were ruthless when they were anonymous. As soon as Myri Axis announced their abandonment of continuous dominance, the other investors of the entertainment company started backing out, too. Naturally, the public picked up on it, and their ruthlessness shifted from Bobby to Jay Slick. So the case is done then? Dreamy is still Dreamy? I may not like Dreamy Entertainment, but it's so much better than continuous dominance. Dreamy Entertainment will rise, for sure. Now that it was proven that Jay Slick cannot be trusted, Dreamy Company would continue to flourish. Zeno Han feels immortal at this point. That's already 2 attempts to bring his career down in less than 6 months, but he survived both of them. Yeah, and he was the subject of hate for the casting of the Forsaken Prince. At this point, even I'm afraid of going against him. A police officer entered the precinct where Bobby was contained. You're free to go. Bobby lifted his head, in disbelief at what he had just heard. I'm talking to you, the police officer said with a sigh, appearing tired of his job. Get going. Your family is waiting outside. Bobby was still confused, unable to process everything. Was this a mistake? If it was, then he was ready to take the bait. It had been a week since he last saw his family, and he was growing very tired of the same 4 walls every day. The sunlight hit his face, and he couldn't help but smile. Then, as he stepped outside, he saw Solji, Gabby, and even Ambi waiting for him there. Solji was on the verge of tears, while Gabby was full-on crying. Dad, Gabby exclaimed, running to him and wrapping her arms around his thighs. Bobby smiled genuinely for what seemed to be the first time. Solji also hugged him by the shoulders. Don't do that again. What will I ever do without you? I'm sorry, Bobby muttered, burying his face in his wife's neck. I'm sorry. Just then, he felt a gentle hit on his shoulder. His eyebrows raised as he glanced at his oldest son. What are you saying sorry for? Ambi exclaimed in a fake scolding voice. You didn't do anything wrong. You're so stupid, really. Bobby's smile widened, his eyes crinkling. Thank you, Ambi. I know you stayed strong for your sister and mother. Ambi scratched the back of his head before turning to the side. Of course I did. Now come on. I'm hungry. You better treat us to a meal, Ambi grumbled. Let's go, Bobby said. Did you bring the car? Ambi nodded and showed him the keys. I'll drive, he muttered. The family of 4 entered the car, with Ambi and Bobby in the front seats. Bobby glanced out of the window, and although it had only been a week, he felt a newfound appreciation for the scenery. This was a luxury for people behind the walls of those cells. But then, a question suddenly entered his mind. He snapped his gaze to Ambi. "But, how did this happen?" he muttered. "What do you mean?" Ambi asked. "How is it that everything settled so quickly? Who's behind it?" The car was silent for a moment. "Angel," Gabby muttered to herself. "I don't know," Ambi admitted, and Solji thought the same. Meanwhile, in the new office of Dreamy Entertainment, new furniture was being brought in the moment Moby, Jace, Lenny, and Sarung arrived. "What is happening?" Jace muttered as they entered. All of the broken glass and signs of struggle had also been cleaned up. They entered the newly furnished office and were amazed at the scale. The television was even bigger than before, and the furniture was minimal but sophisticated. "Are you behind all of this?" Sarung asked Moby. Moby pursed his lips before shaking his head. He had plans in his mind, but they were impossible to execute with the resources he had. "Is it you?" he asked Jace. Jace raised both hands in surrender. "Of course not. How can I even buy that television? How is Bobby being freed then?" Sarung asked. "Why did this turn out so smoothly? Isn't it because of Myri Axis?" Jace asked. "They found Jay Slick guilty, and the case must have been retracted." "Jay Slick isn't like that," Moby muttered. "He would have continued with the case no matter what. Someone must have paid off the debt." They were silent for a couple of moments before it finally made sense. They should have known the answer at the very beginning. In the end, there was only one person who could do all of this. Just then, that person entered with a humble disposition. He had a roasted sweet potato in hand, one he bought from an unsuspecting old man selling on the streets. "Oh, you're all here?" Zeno asked as he sat on the couch. "Bobby must be coming back tomorrow. I heard from Gabby that they're having lunch and dinner together." They were all shocked by how calm he was. "Did you do all of this?" Moby slowly asked. "Do all of what?" Zeno innocently asked. "I didn't do much." They all ran toward the couch and looked at Zeno with wide, amazed eyes. "You paid for the debt?" Sarung asked. "That's a lot of money." Zeno continued eating as he answered. "I made a lot of money with the Forsaken Prince already. Moby would know that." Moby gulped. "But why would you spend it on the company?" Zeno shrugged. "I don't have anything else to spend it on." "Oh, do you like the new television too?" They continued looking at Zeno like he had gone crazy, and maybe he really did. Who just pays off their boss's $500 million KRW debt? At that moment, they felt that Zeno was truly amazing. He lived in such a humble apartment and didn't even have a car, but he already did all of these. Jace placed his hand over his chest, where his heart was. "My rival," he tearfully said. Zeno ignored him. "There must be a reason," Lenny insisted. "Why would you do all this for Bobby?" "Why?" Zeno muttered, crossing his arms in front of his chest before tilting his head. The others anticipated his answer. "It's simply because I wanted to destroy an enemy," he truthfully answered. Mission accomplished. Destroy an enemy. Chapter 222. Taste of Defeat. Shivers ran down their spines as soon as Zeno said those words. But then, they were pulled back to reality when he spoke again. "The new TV is great," he chimed. "It's a smart one." With that, he turned it on, and like fate, the news was playing. Not just any news, though. It was the arrest of Jay Slick. They all turned silent once more, watching intently. Zeno watched with a smirk on his lips. Jay Slick appeared to be intoxicated, speaking in a slight slur as the police dragged him away and the paparazzi flashed their cameras. "Mr. Slick, what can you say about the arrest? Tell us the reason behind your gambling. You lost everything you had in a span of a day. What can you say about that?" Jay Slick stopped in his tracks, removing his sunglasses and revealing his bloodshot eyes. Some of the interviewers grimaced as he began to speak, the stench of alcohol and smoke emanating from his rotting mouth. "I didn't lose everything," he exclaimed. "I will come back, stronger than ever." The media knew these were empty words. Jay Slick couldn't recover from this. "It's unfair that someone as stupid as Dreamy will get the bounty in the end. Who cares if I use their CEO's money for my own benefit?" Gasps were heard from the reporters, and more flashes erupted. Zeno shook his head as he watched. He was digging his own grave. "And I'm not alone on this." Jay Slick continued to rant. "Oscar Beck put me up to this because he doesn't want someone to become successful. He used me. I am also a victim. All of you are monsters. With the mention of a famous name, everything turned into a frenzy. "Let's go," the police officer said, cutting his public confession short. They entered the police car, and Jay Slick couldn't help but chuckle. He knew he was fucked. At this moment, he still didn't understand why. How could it go downhill so fast? But then, he suddenly remembered the conversation he had one 3 a.m. night. "I'll make an example of you." Jay Slick felt his blood run cold. He grabbed the phone inside his underwear. He searched through the files of the CCTV that were embedded in his phone, scrolling to that very night. However, it wasn't there anymore. "No, no," he whispered. "It can't be. Zeno Han wouldn't be capable of doing something as big of a scale as that. He was a rookie actor with minimal connections. There was no way." However, as he glanced outside the tinted window of the police car, he feared he was proven wrong. On one of the biggest billboards in the heart of Seoul, where every car passed through when they traversed the city, was the logo of his past parent company, Myri Axis. It was their new product, dog food. And the person on the large billboard, his good looks being illuminated, was none other than Zeno Han. Horror filled his veins. What kind of enemy did he stumble upon? Jay Slick closed his eyes for a moment. This must be a dream. No, a nightmare. With that, he searched for his safe space. Cynthia. Yes, Cynthia makes everything better. But then, the latest post by Cynthia was once again Zeno, saying she loved the new product from Myri Axis and how her dogs loved it, too. Jay Slick felt it. The utter defeat. The phone fell from his hand, and the police officer noticed it, confiscating it completely. "Were you trying to sneak this in?" he asked, clicking his tongue. "Don't even think about it." Meanwhile, Jay Slick was still out of it. He needed to wake up from this nightmare. But at that moment, he knew he couldn't. This was reality. And the reality was, his life was completely over. Everything he had done in the past had bitten him in the ass. Sigmoid was going crazy for two different things. One was because of Zeno's new dog food ad. All of the photos had been revealed by Myri Axis, and each post garnered over 100,000 likes each. "I never knew I needed this collaboration until now. My dog ate this shit up when I came home with it. She must know that the person endorsing it is handsome. The dog is so cute. I want to be the dog on Zeno's lap. I can bark too, if he wants. Will my dog get mad if I eat this alongside with him? It just seems so appetizing." At first, I couldn't believe that Zeno had an ad. Then, it was even more unbelievable that it was a dog food ad. Who trends at first with only a dog food ad? I know, right? He even beat Oscar Beck, who has been mentioned by Jay Slick, in the trends. Is that how irrelevant Oscar had become? Oscar didn't know what to do. Jay Slick had promised to keep it under the radar, but he betrayed him. He shouldn't have sided with Jay Slick in the first place if he knew he was this incompetent. As he scrolled through Sigmoid, it made him upset that everyone was calling him an untalented bloke who got everything he wanted because of his privilege. However, as strange as it sounded, what made him more upset was that this topic didn't even trend higher than Zeno's brand deal. He was sitting in the artist's lounge when he felt a harsh slap on his cheek. His eyes widened, and he could already taste the blood in his mouth. He stood and was about to scream at the culprit when he saw that it was none other than his cousin, Mr. Kim. "What did I tell you?" Mr. Kim exclaimed. "Don't go around making plans on your own because you can't do anything right." Oscar frowned but didn't say anything. How could he? He felt ashamed. The others glanced at him but didn't bat an eye. At the end of the day, despite his privilege, they were nothing in his eyes. In Dayback, he wasn't considered anything if it wasn't for his cousin and father. Just continue becoming the obedient lackey that you are. That's all you need to do since you've been handed everything on a silver platter since you were young. Oscar pursed his lips but glared at his cousin. He felt like his entire being was being trampled on, but he had no choice but to take it. "You're fucking lucky I'm even keeping you in Dayback," Mr. Kim spat before leaving, Assistant Byun trailing behind him with a cold, unreadable expression. Oscar's chest ached, but he couldn't find it within him to cry. However, out of desperation to get rid of such ache, he called a number hidden within the depths of his heart. It rang once, twice, and multiple times. But no one answered. He didn't try again because he knew it would lead to the same fate. His dad wouldn't answer. In the end, Oscar was alone. How could he forget about that? Chapter 223. Truck. Mission accomplished. Participate in a brand deal. The fact that dog food was sold out was the most absurd thing in their country. There wasn't a shortage of dog food, but it felt like it. Myri Axis was busier than ever, with Mr. Lee spearheading everything from the factories. Myri, despite disliking how these things worked, was also there. She felt she was closest to Zeno, surrounded by the dog food he was advertising. Mr. Lee was all smiles as he gave out instructions. "Sweetheart," he said, capturing Myri's attention. The young woman turned to him with an excited smile. "I might just actually arrange you in a marriage with him." Meanwhile, Dreamy Entertainment was now in full swing. Bobby wasn't fully free of debt, but he was happier than ever. He was also looking to acquire the unit next to them, so he could expand the office. Zeno entered the office and was immediately greeted with smiles. The moment Bobby heard that Zeno was the one who paid all of his debt off, he was even more determined to make Zeno into a star. "Do you need anything? Coffee? Juice?" Bobby asked. Zeno turned to him with one eyebrow raised. "You can treat me like you did back then," he muttered. "It would be awkward if you treated me so special now." With that, he walked over to their snack area and grabbed an ice cream from their cooler. Yes, they even had a snack area now. Jace was playing a game on his phone. A popsicle stuck to his mouth as he laughed. "You heard what the man said, Bobby." Bobby sighed. "Yeah, sorry. I just feel really happy about everything." "No worries," Zeno muttered and sat on the couch. He peeked over Jace's shoulder and frowned. "You've been obsessed with that game." Jace asked. "Well, it's one of the most popular games at the moment. Everyone I know is playing it. The World Tournament is also coming soon. I can't wait to watch it. Anyway, do you want to try?" Zeno shook his head. "I don't have time for it." Jace paused for a moment before glancing at Zeno with semi-envious eyes. "I wish I could be busy. I went to 4 auditions this week, but none of them called me back." Zeno turned to Bobby. "I think you need to take him to acting lessons instead of auditions." Bobby wrote it down immediately. Meanwhile, Jace went back to his game. "Where's Moby?" Zeno asked, looking around. Bobby glanced at the clock. "He should be here now." Just then, the door opened, revealing Moby with a very sweaty appearance. Bobby frowned. Did something happen? "The truck broke down. Had to walk 3 miles, he said, out of breath. "That truck has been around since I first came in." "You've repaired it beyond repairing?" Jace said. Moby scratched the back of his head. "It still works. It just needs to cool down for longer this time." Zeno walked over to where he was and patted his shoulder. "Can you accompany me today?" "Where are you going?" Bobby asked. "I want to buy something," Zeno answered. "Oh," Bobby muttered. "I guess that's okay. You need to indulge in the money you're earning. Do you want me to join you?" Zeno shook his head. "Moby can accompany me." "The truck isn't working, though," Moby chimed. "It's all right," Zeno said. "We'll take the bus." Moby's eyes widened. "You'll get recognized." Zeno looked down at his getup before shaking his head. This outfit was foolproof. He hadn't been recognized most of the time with it. "Are you going to take the whole day?" Bobby asked. "I was wondering if you have time to talk about something. I have a list of variety shows you can go on. We'll be back before lunch," Zeno said. "Oh, that's good," Bobby smiled. "Solji has prepared lunch for everybody, so make sure to come back." "Yay," Jace rejoiced. Meanwhile, Zeno nodded and dragged Moby out to take a bus. Zeno glanced at Moby and saw his hands smeared with crude oil. He noticed Zeno's stare, so he quickly wiped them on his worn-out trousers. "How long have you had the truck for?" Zeno asked. Moby scratched the back of his head. "Since we started the company, I guess. 15 years. Moby hummed. "It was our only car before Bobby got his second-hand one. We used to drive all our artists to their events with only that. It has endured a lot." "Is that the reason why you're still holding on to it now?" "No," Moby shook his head. "It holds a lot of sentimental value, but I know it's way past its prime. But it's still working, so I'm going to stick with it until its last breath," he chuckled. "You're really dedicated in this field, huh?" Moby was silent for a few moments. Zeno saw the smile on his face from their faded reflection on the windows. "It's the only one I know," Moby said. "I don't have much going on for me. I don't have a family like Bobby. My parents are both elders in the province, and they make do with the minimal money I send. I have a small house that was bought by my parents years ago. My siblings are all doing well, and I don't have to worry about them. So, I guess this is where I see myself spending the rest of my life." Zeno didn't respond. Instead, he just said, "We're here." He pressed the button before going out of the bus. "Door," Moby muttered, recognizing the car brand's logo on the wide building. "Are you finally going to buy a car?" "Let's go," Zeno said, walking over to the car store. As soon as they entered, Moby wandered like a little kid in a candy store. "What are you looking for?" Moby asked. "It's overdue. You need a car for yourself. That's how celebrities flex." "An off-road pickup," Zeno answered. Moby's eyes brightened. "We have the same taste in cars. I've done this before, so let me talk to them. We might get a good deal." "This is for brand new cars," Zeno deadpanned. "Oh," Moby muttered. "Right, sorry. I actually don't have any experience with that. All the cars I assisted in buying are second-hand." "How can I help you, sir?" the dealer asked. "Help me choose," Zeno said to Moby. Moby looked around, his heart racing. Then he pointed at an orange pickup truck, one that appeared stylish yet very spacious and functional. "We'll get that one," Zeno said right away. The dealer was surprised. Moby was, too. "I'll pay with my card," Zeno continued. The dealer nodded enthusiastically. "Right away, sir." "Wait," Moby said. "Are you sure you want to buy the one I chose? We can look around." "Why not?" Zeno muttered, glancing at Moby. "It's yours anyway." Chapter 224, Lucy's Game. "Whose car is parked right outside?" Lenny asked as she entered the office with Sarang, instantly. Feeling invigorated. Their new office had very high-quality AC. Moby was still by Zeno's side, crying like Cinderella did to her fairy godmother. "Can you go?" Zeno asked with a sigh. They were waiting for Bobby, since he had gone to fetch Solji and their lunch. Moby held on to Zeno's thighs. "Oh wow, they're hard," he muttered before crying into them. "What happened?" Sarang asked. "Has Moby finally lost his mind?" "No," Jay said with an amused smile. "Zeno just bought Moby a car, specifically, that truck right outside." "Huh?" Lenny and Sarang exclaimed at the same time, turning to each other with surprise. "The orange truck is yours." Moby lifted his head for a moment before crying hysterically once again. "I can't believe it." Lenny turned to Zeno. "Why did you buy it for him?" "He needs it to drive us around," Zeno muttered. "Besides, I like the color." They were dumbfounded by his reason. "I didn't take you as someone who liked vibrant colors," Jace muttered. "I don't," Zeno said. "I like it because it's the color of sweet potatoes." That reason was even more incredulous. They couldn't figure out what was going on inside Zeno's head. "You don't even have your own car, right?" Lenny asked. "Moby drives me around anyway," he said. They still wanted to ask more questions, but the door opened, revealing Bobby with his wife and daughter. "Angel!" Gabby exclaimed and ran over to Zeno. Zeno kept a straight face as the young girl cuddled to his side. "Great now." He was being squished by both Moby and Gabby. However, his mood instantly lifted when he saw what Solji had bought. "I cooked these for Zeno," she said, handing him the sweet potatoes. Zeno grabbed them right away, not minding the two people who squeezed him. They began eating, with Zeno appearing happier than when they bought a new car. "There are 2 weeks left before the Forsaken Prince finishes," Solji started off. "Does Zeno have another project lined up?" Bobby and Moby glanced at each other. Then, Bobby smiled. "There are a lot of options. However, we're looking for the best for Zeno. Right now, he still needs to proceed with the promotions for the drama," he added. "Oh," Jace exclaimed. "What variety show is he doing this time?" Zeno paused eating for a while and scrutinized his new missions, wondering if attending a variety show would help accomplish them. Deadline: 2 weeks. 1. Earn 100 million won from a non-acting project. 2. Have your name trend from something unrelated to acting. It seemed the system wanted him to branch out his popularity in something other than acting. Should he go with singing? But he didn't think he was too good at that yet. Maybe something that would. "Do you want to go do a You Watch content with your cast?" "But I heard Oscar is going to be there," Moby said. "No," Zeno said right away, causing the table to erupt into laughter. "I think this is a good time for Zeno to show his personality," Solji smiled. "I think a lot of people still misunderstand him." Sarang nodded in agreement. "Nearly all of the festival performers enjoy watching his drama, but they think Zeno is a bit too cold." Zeno tilted his head. "I don't even have any content aside from sing or sync in my dramas." "Exactly," Sarang exclaimed. "You're a mystery. They find you hot, but unapproachable." "That's a good thing," Jace muttered, his eyes shining bright. "That's my biggest dream." The others turned to him with amusement. "Yeah, you're never going to achieve that," Lenny chimed. "Anyway, I think Sarang is right," she continued. "I want to see Zeno in a natural environment, not a scripted variety show." "I want to see him in a dating show," Jace added. and they all turned to glare at him. What? Jace muttered, scratching the back of his head. Isn't Singles Hell airing soon? Zeno would have everyone confessing to him in that show. Well, they did offer for him to come, Moby said. But that's still a month away. I'm not going, Zeno said, finality heard in his tone. Do you want to go on a singing competition? No, Zeno said. A dancing one? No. An interview with the news? No. Angel is really smart, Gabby suddenly said, capturing everyone's attention. My teacher said that the man who fetched me that day, she said, referring to when Zeno played piano, was very smart because he played a very difficult piano piece. Jace turned to him with wide eyes. You can play the piano? Why am I not too surprised? Solji chuckled. Zeno gives off that vibe. Meanwhile, Jace clenched his fists by his side. I need to learn the piano too. I think Angel is going to get more popular with the students if he shows how smart he is. Gabby continued. They all turned silent. Somehow, a sixth grader's suggestion was even better than everything they came up with. There is one, Moby muttered. But it's also a week-long filming, and Zeno might feel too out of place. Zeno turned to him out of curiosity. What is it? Lucy's Game, Bobby answered. Jace, Lenny, and Sarung all gasped. I love that show, Sarung exclaimed. Everyone loves that show, Lenny said. It was announced that there's going to be a next season, but the cast hasn't been revealed yet. Is Zeno going to join? They made an offer, Moby said, turning to Zeno. It's up to Zeno if he will accept it. However, since it's going to be a live broadcast, the deadline for confirmation is today, he continued. Lucy's Game. Zeno was very familiar with it. It had aired during the peak of his illness in his past life, and it centered around some of the smartest celebrities in various fields, chess, video games, actors, idols, etc., and they played for a very big prize money for a whole week. Most of them went to the top colleges in the country, and it was mostly a battle of pride and intellect. The first season was famous for the betrayals between the contestants, leading to the victory of the least likely winner. Let's do it, Zeno said, cutting everyone's conversation. Lucy's Game. Chapter 225. Where is Zeno? Does anyone know who the new cast members for Lucy's Game are? The cast reveal is set to be aired live tomorrow, along with the much-anticipated first episode. I can't believe we've come this far with technology. Real-time broadcasting is here, and it's incredible. It's definitely a win for us, right? And it's perfectly timed, right after The Forsaken Prince. Seriously, it's just the best. So where's it going live? Is it on the BingeFlix app? Ugh, I totally need to renew my subscription then. I mean, who doesn't have a BingeFlix account these days? I'm happily mooching off of my friend's account. But seriously, I can't wait for the cast reveal. I loved the last season. Right now, both The Forsaken Prince and Lucy's Game are trending like crazy. What most people didn't know, though, was that these two shows had a mysterious connection. Today marked the airing of the final episode of The Forsaken Prince, and to add to the excitement, the entire cast was going to have a live reaction segment in celebration of the finale. However, two key cast members were mysteriously absent from the live broadcast. Why is Ryo Wong not with the rest of the cast? I pulled this up alongside the broadcast. Can you believe I bought 2 televisions when they announced this? Your dedication is absolutely bonkers. Anything for my Pookie Zeno. But where is Zeno? Zeno, where are you hiding? I might actually cry. Is my child really that introverted? He wasn't on any of the variety shows either. Are you keeping Zeno away from us? Does Zeno really not want to be famous? As Risa scrolled through the comments, she couldn't help but laugh. They're all searching for Zeno, she remarked. Asuka, seated at the very back, pursed his lips in frustration. The seating arrangement was odd, 2 rows for columns. In the front sat Risa, Shin, Yuan, and Suho, while he, Daniel, and 2 extras awkwardly occupied the back row. Asuka wanted to complain, but Daishim PD had been quite firm. It was his father who had requested for him to remain in the background to avoid stealing the spotlight. After J-Slick had dropped the bombshell that Asuka was somehow linked to his case, the backlash had been severe. His reputation had taken a nosedive, and even the staff members were gossiping about his credibility. Feeling isolated, Asuka was forced to defend himself. Thankfully, J-Slick's drug and alcohol tests came back positive, providing a momentary lift to his troubles. Sadly, his guest appearances on variety shows had dwindled to nothing, except for this one. At least he found a small comfort in knowing that Zeno wasn't involved in any of it either, not even now. PD, Risa called out from behind the scenes. Where is Zeno? Dacian PD only smirked in response. We honestly don't know either. Risa chuckled lightly. It's a bit of a letdown, isn't it? Especially since he's the main character. But he must have his reasons for being MIA, Shin chimed in, trying to lift the atmosphere. We promise to keep you entertained even without Zeno. What's Zeno really like in real life? Honestly, it feels like we know next to nothing about him. He's such an enigma, and that just makes me all the more intrigued. Zeno's really nice. Yuan chimed in. And he's so adorable, too. Suho playfully nudged Yuan's shoulder. Zeno will strangle you if he hears that. Now I'm even more curious about him. Seriously, where is he? Why isn't he here? Wait a minute. Ryo Wang didn't show up either? He's resting, Suho replied with a chuckle. You know how Mr. Ryo is. He's a bit on the older side. Laughter erupted among the cast, while Asuka and Daniel sat quietly. Well, they had no choice since no one asked questions about them. We haven't seen this episode yet, Risa said, a small smile lighting up her face. So this reaction will be a first-watch experience for all of us. Shin nodded in agreement. I already died at this point, so I can't remember anything that was filmed, he admitted. This marks the end of the series, and I'm so heartbroken about it. How does everyone feel now that it's come to this final moment? As the eldest among them, Shin took the lead in responding for the group. We're all overjoyed with how it turned out, he announced. That's all I can really think about right now. He glanced around. At first, there were a lot of uncertainties. You all know how it goes, right? The backlash the series faced was simply astronomical, especially aimed at Zeno. If I were in his shoes, I probably would have crumbled under all that negativity, he continued, admiration shining in his eyes. But Zeno kept it so professional, even for his first lead role. Honestly, I think he's possibly the sole reason for at least half of the show's success, he added, flashing a bright smile. Oh, come on, he must be getting paid to say that. Wow, someone's got a wild imagination. You can roast Shin for that comment, but deep down, he's absolutely spot on. Zeno Han totally nailed this role. Sure, he may have killed it, but does he even care about acting? Look at this. He's not even here to promote the content. I adore Zeno, but he really gives off the vibe that he's indifferent. Noticing the tide of comments shifting despite Shin's response, Risa cleared her throat to refocus everyone's attention. The broadcast is about to start, she announced with a light smile. Let's concentrate on that, shall we? The group nodded in unison, their eyes glued to the screen. Yet, even as the most thrilling episode of the series began to unfold, Risa's mind drifted elsewhere. Of course, Zeno's acting remained stellar as ever. Still, the comments talking about his absence continued to persist. Risa felt concerned as a fan. It did seem absurd that Zeno hadn't participated in any variety shows throughout their entire promotional cycle. It simply didn't make sense for him to be absent, considering he was the main character. But perhaps that was just Zeno's personality shining through. As the episode progressed, it appeared that Zeno's acting had improved even more. They could aim their hatred at him for a number of reasons, but they couldn't deny his talent. But even then, for his old and new fans alike, there was a question that was waiting to be answered. Just what kind of person was Zeno truly? Chapter 226, Watch Party. Directors excelled in different fields. There were the veterans in the film industry, already established, with their own fan base and distinctive styles. Others were new faces, specializing in dramas that were trendy among the youth. And of course, there were also genius directors for variety shows. A lot of long-running variety shows had a spot in primetime TV. However, Gene PD had created a storm with seasonal variety shows, specifically competitive/survival reality shows focused on different fields. It started with Body to Body 100, the brutal test of physical power. Then came Singles Hell, a dating show that promised games, lies, and love. Then, at the peak of Gene PD's career, which was only last year, a teaser dropped. Blood red letters spelling out Lucy's game, with no explanation and just a date. Naturally, people tuned in because they already knew of Gene PD's prowess. It wasn't long before the nation was glued to their screens. Season 1 hit harder than anyone expected. 10 contestants, common people and celebrities alike, locked in a compound that was part high-tech arena, and part luxury prison. Cameras were on them 24/7, and microphones had to be worn at all costs. Each day brought a different kind of challenge. Trust falls on 30-story buildings. Team games with shifting alliances. And always, Lucy's voice giving them instructions like a god behind a curtain. Viewers couldn't get enough. Betrayals trended within minutes, and fan edits of the most ruthless players spread like wildfire. Hashtags like #TrustNoOne and #LucySaidSo dominated social media. Everyone had a favorite, and everyone had an enemy. Along with that, it bloomed the career of a no-name idol. Billy Joe started the show quiet, a 23-year-old idol from Daejeon, soft-spoken and wide-eyed. His group, Limelight, was struggling and on the verge of disbanding. In the end, they sent in their smartest member, having graduated from G University, to test the waters. Billy wasn't the strongest nor the smartest. And yet, he lasted. The nation watched him cry alone multiple times, and with that, he captured the hearts of many. By the time the finale aired, Lucy's Game had the highest ratings of any variety show that year. And when Billy Joe stood alone on the final platform, crowned as the winner, no one could believe it. But that was a twist everyone loved. After Billy Joe's unlikely win, the country demanded more. Even when the first season was still airing, people already wanted a second one. It was forgotten a bit as more content was pushed out, and another season of Body to Body 100 aired. However, as soon as Gene PD posted a cryptic post that had the colors of Lucy's Game, the hype began once again. "Good job, everyone," Risa exclaimed as soon as the broadcast was finished. 32% average rating, Daejeon PD announced. It's definitely the highest of the year, and the third highest among all SK channel dramas. Rejoices were heard all around. Asuka should have been happy about it. He truly was closer to his goal of being in the Imperial class. If he did achieve it, then he would be the youngest one among the bunch. However, he still couldn't smile, not when everyone treated him like he was invisible. "Nice," Daniel muttered. "Another good drama to my name." Even Daniel ignored him now. What an imbecile. "You're leaving so soon?" Shin asked Risa. "Let's have dinner at Daejeon PD's place. I heard his house is very big." "Of course his house is big," Risa chuckled, having gone there already. "But I can't. I have something to catch up with." "Ooh, perhaps a boyfriend?" Yuan chimed from behind. The staff were intrigued by this news, and they all turned to Risa, who had become red-faced. She was too busy with acting and fangirling over Zeno to even think about having a boyfriend. However, their teasing gazes made it appear they had already set their minds that she had a boyfriend. With that, she decided to tell them the truth. "I want to watch Lucy's Game," she exclaimed, cutting off their teases. "I loved that show during the first season. After all the hard work for this production, I want to de-stress by watching it." With the mention of the variety show, bright smiles filled the set. Daejeon walked over to them. "Let's watch at my place. My new theater is set up, and we can watch the live stream there. I'm actually very curious about how it will go this season." "Can I join?" Yuan asked, popping up once more. "Count me in, too," Suho shyly said. "Of course," Daejeon exclaimed. "Everyone is welcome in my house." With that, most of the leading actors, with the exception of Asuka, joined Daejeon PD in his mansion. Risa sighed in the back seat of the car. She wanted to lounge on her couch and curse freely at the contestants, but it seemed she had to hold back for this watch party. "The contestant reveal is going to be live, right?" Yuan exclaimed, bouncing in his seat. Suho sighed, glaring at him. "Who told you to come again?" Yuan clicked his tongue. "I would much rather have Zeno here than you, by the way." "Same goes for me," Suho muttered. "Risa would like that too," Shin said, nudging her shoulder. "Shut up," Risa exclaimed, her face red. "Oh," Daejeon said, glancing from the front seat. "Do you like Zeno?" "No," Risa quickly denied. I just think he's a really good actor." The car was filled with laughter as they continued to tease Risa. "Well, it doesn't seem like Zeno has a girlfriend," Daejeon muttered, placing his hand under his chin. "That's an overstatement," Yuan said. "I went through his phone once." "You snooped around?" Suho asked. "No, he just gave it to me," Yuan chimed, scratching the back of his neck. "He doesn't have any secrets to keep. He doesn't have any photos except for one selfie, photos of scripts, root crops, and a dog." Risa listened intently, noting all of it in her mind. "So cute," she thought. "His contacts also consists of only 6 people." Two of them were women, though. Gabby and Minji. Risa froze, eyes narrowing slightly. But I don't think they're together, he added. Their conversations don't seem sweet at all. You even went that far? Suho exclaimed. He didn't even scold me, Yuan said. I told you, Zeno is really kind. I think he's the type of person who's perfect to become famous. We're here, Daisham said, halting their conversation. The food is already set up, so let's head straight to the theater and watch the live stream. It's airing in 15 minutes. Chapter 227. A Couple of Geniuses 1. There was something wrong about a mansion being this quiet. Gosh darn. If I lived in a mansion like this, I will never shut up. I wouldn't even find the need to go out. Season 1 was such a success that they upped the budget for Season 2. 4. Real. This live production is really exciting, too. It feels even more unpredictable. The group of actors was already in Daisham's theater, popcorns of artisanal flavors in their hands as they watched through the big screen. This is actually not bad at all, Risa muttered to herself, not regretting coming here. You know, I was offered to become part of the cast of Lucy's Game, Daniel boasted. Yuan and Suho sighed. What are you doing here again? Yuan asked. What? Daniel muttered. Daisham PD said everyone was welcome. Anyway, as I was saying, I could have been there, but you see, I'm going to shoot a new movie in 3 days' time. I'm just that busy. Shoo. The others exclaimed in unison as soon as the setting changed. Or quite frankly, they just didn't like hearing Daniel talk. The camera showed high ceilings. The chandeliers sparkled, and the marble floors were buffed to the point they appeared reflective. It was a place designed to be beautiful, and just uncomfortable enough to remind you that you didn't belong there. The doors opened for the first time. The first contestant is here. Crap, I'm so excited. I might just shit my pants. Coming here after watching The Forsaken Prince feels like taking party drugs. It's euphoric. Risa gasped as soon as she saw who it was. Daniel, too, sat straighter in his seat. Ari Bay walked in, silence following her. Ari wore a navy coat, plain and pressed. She glanced once at the foyer, once at the cameras, tucked along the corners of the ceiling. Then she moved forward. She didn't hesitate and merely took her seat on the velvet sofa like she had seen this scene before in a dream. Ari sighed. She loved this show, but didn't think she would be invited. In the end, she couldn't deny the invitation. Being here was much better than listening to Mr. Kim's nagging all day. However, the fact that she'd missed the final episode of The Forsaken Prince, because their phones had been confiscated since morning, made her double think her decision. Just then, the TV lit up before her, a robotic voice speaking. Ari Bay, age 28. Literary prodigy. A master of subtext and second meanings. Her stories have been published across 5 continents. She speaks 3 languages and reads in 6. There was a rumor that one of her short stories made a professor cry and then retire, it said. Ari pursed her lips. She forgot that they filmed something like this. Fortunately, she was the only person in the room, so no one had watched it with her yet. I didn't know Ari was this smart, Shin said. I met her once because I acted in one of her screenplays. No wonder she's so successful at a young age, Risa muttered. You're around the same age, Yuan deadpanned. But Risa merely shoved the popcorn into his mouth because the next contestant had just arrived. Rooting for my bae. First contestant in, and wow, already a great contender. Genius lady. The next contestant arrived with the energy of someone who had triple-checked every train timetable and still showed up 5 minutes early. Minjae walked in gripping a thick notebook, several pins sticking out of his hoodie pocket. His glasses fogged a little from the change in temperature, and he had to stop and adjust them twice before realizing the cameras were watching. He bowed, not once, but twice, then mumbled, "Hi. Sorry, I thought this was going to be more of a round table." Ari merely looked at him. Minjae Choi, 22. Biochemistry student. Global math competition finalist. First place in a national logic games tournament. He is one of those who came to the Lucy's Game auditions under a pseudonym. It said that he built an entire predictive algorithm based on last season's footage. Oh dang, I would hate an opponent like him. I competed with him during a math competition once. Good lord, nobody stood a chance. He seems uptight. You mean weird? Minjae took a seat far from Ari, opened his notebook, and began scribbling immediately. Entry log. 11:42 a.m. Second person to go in. Room temperature approximately 22 degrees Celsius. The third contestant came in, appearing to be in the middle of a conversation with himself. His hair was pushed back carelessly, his jacket half-zipped, hands in his pockets. Doyen didn't pause at the door nor scan the room. He looked at Min Jae, grinned, and said, "Nice graphs," before plopping onto the couch across from Ari. Lee Doyen, 24. A software engineer, unofficially a gamer, a hacker, a genius in anything that involved patterns. Some called him a savant. Others called him a walking red flag. He'd once cracked a chess AI using only post-it notes. When asked to introduce himself, he simply smiled. "He seems way too full of himself," Risa muttered. "I don't like him already." "I like him," Daniel chimed in. The others were silent for a moment before they collectively said, "Figures." The next person came in, already commanding attention. The sound of her heels clacking came before she did. Sharp, steady steps echoed through the hall, followed by a figure dressed in charcoal gray. Mandy Kong was composed. Sleek black bob, crisp white blouse, blazer fitted to perfection. Her eyes moved slowly across the room. She didn't react to the cameras. She walked over to the table, picked up a coaster, placed it under an untouched teacup, and sat down. Mandy Kong, 26. Legal prodigy. Known for taking down corrupt corporations before graduating law school. She was famously unsentimental and terrifying in cross-examinations. Ari looked around at the three people. She seemed to be the only celebrity at this point, so someone famous must be coming in next. She didn't have to wait long before that was proved true. Compared to the rest, the next person was radiant, dashing even. Blonde highlights, sunglasses on her head, silk blouse tucked into designer jeans. She walked like she'd walked red carpets, because she had. Jenny Co. Rose, 32. Idol turned influencer turned CEO. Daughter of a political powerhouse and a retired supermodel. She built a wellness brand with over 1 million subscribers. Her skincare line sold out in under an hour. Miss Jenny is here? It's going to be more interesting. I heard she's a bitch. She's a smart bitch, though. She graduated from Seoul University with a degree in chemistry. Yet, she married rich. They were already rich to begin with. Yeah, just doubling those assets. She waved at the camera and sat down with perfect posture. Then, she crossed one leg before showing a dazzling smile. Ari thought she would have someone to talk to by now. Of course, Jenny was familiar, but they weren't acquainted. Jenny's circle was rather obnoxious. Daniel smirked as he watched. Miss Jenny gave me a PR package once. Shut up, Suho said, having had enough of him. Daniel turned to him with wide eyes, about to tell him off. Wait, Risa exclaimed, halting his outburst. The next person, she muttered. Isn't that Annie? Chapter 228. A couple of geniuses, too. They all turned to Daesham PD, who had a knowing look in his eyes. Do you know about this? Risa asked. Daesham nodded. She likes the show a lot, and she's also very smart. Who is this woman? She's pretty cute. Yeah, looks innocent. Yo, that's weird. Let's watch her introduction. Annie Min, age 25. Another genius writer. Currently a senior at Y University with a double major in education and marketing. Also the writer of The Forsaken Prince. The other contestants turned to her in an instant. Ari tilted her head, feeling her heart race. You wrote The Forsaken Prince? She asked. Annie nodded shyly and sat next to her, feeling it was safest to sit beside another writer. She fidgeted with the hem of her sweater before nodding. Pleasure to meet you. I've read some of your works. Min Jae seemed very intrigued by her. The Forsaken Prince is one of my favorite novels. I was disappointed with the casting at first, but it turned out really good. The casting was approved by me, Annie quickly said. Zeno is perfect for Hajin. I can't believe this petite girl is the author of such a drama-filled novel. I'm looking forward to Ari and Annie's chemistry. Did you hear that, haters? Zeno's perfect for the role. That drama's good, Jenny said, chewing some gum. It's the first one I watched this year. The others complimented her too, so she bowed shyly. Thank you so much for enjoying it. Just as the atmosphere began to warm up, the door opened once more, and a familiar face appeared, one that made everyone freeze in their spots. What is he doing in a place like this? I heard he's a big fan of the show. Yeah, but isn't he really busy? This was the only person who managed to make Daesham PD stand. The other actors were astonished. Daniel's mouth went agape. If he had known this person was coming, he would have joined too. But the reality was, he wasn't asked to go on the show. His manager just asked if he was interested, not exactly an invitation. The room went quiet the moment he stepped inside. Oscar Beck Sr., also known as Bacon PD, walked past everyone and sat at the very center, fitting for his age and place in the industry. Everyone straightened their backs. They were in the presence of a legend. Oscar Beck Sr., aged 66, the owner of SK Channel and mastermind behind some of the most daring television formats of the past 3 decades. A graduate of H University in the States and a nominated director for the Oscar Awards in 2023. "Nice to meet you," he said, bowing at everyone with a small grin. The others still couldn't believe it, some of them unable to close their mouths from shock. Even Jenny, who thought she would be the richest among the contestants, felt humbled in his presence. Somewhere in Dayback, Mr. Kim was also surprised. "He joined something like this?" he muttered before shaking his head. "Interesting. Very interesting. This is awkward. Send in the next person, please. I can't breathe already." "I'm here, everyone," a flamboyant voice exclaimed over the silence, making everyone internally sigh in relief. "Minsu's here," Shin said with a shake of his head. "Of course, that guy is very smart." Minsu walked in and tried to dissolve every ounce of awkwardness in the room. He went and gave everyone a handshake, not giving them a chance to reject it. "I'm so happy to be here. Are you happy to be here?" Annie nodded, unable to keep up with his energy. Ari was secretly relieved. A person like this was needed in the show to make it more entertaining. Minsu Kong, aged 39, formerly a member of South Korea's intelligence agency, Minsu retired early and pivoted into stand-up comedy, quickly becoming a national treasure. "Oh, Minsu is actually very smart." "Yes, I heard he was the best in the military, but he left because he hated how serious it was." "That's honestly admirable." 2 more contestants left. The cast is already a powerhouse, though. All of them seem so smart. As Minsu tried to talk to everyone, the door opened once more, and the shock was even greater than when Bacon PD came in. Heck, even Bacon was surprised. "My baby is here? What the heck? Is this allowed? What do you mean he's here? What is Gene PD thinking?" It just became a lot more interesting. Standing by the door was none other than Billy Joe, the previous winner. He bowed repeatedly, nervously tugging at the sleeves of his sweater, his eyes disappearing behind his shy smile. A graduate of G University, he looked the same as he did last season, sweet, humble, and innocent. Billy Joe, aged 24, center of the popular idol group Limelight. He is most well known as the winner of Lucy's Game Season 1, making him loved by all generations. He graduated early from G University with a degree in business management and is known to be a prodigy in chess. "Billy, my sweetheart. Just looking at the 9 of them, I already feel nauseous." The others looked so shocked. Even Bacon PD. Reese's heart raced in excitement. She had to squeeze Shin's arm, who was right beside her. "Ow!" Shin exclaimed. "This is insane," Yuan said, shaking his head. Suho, too, felt that this season was going to be legendary. "Gene is a genius," Daesham said, shaking his head. "That guy really knows how to make an entertaining show." The other contestants were still astonished by Billy's presence. He broke the silence by flashing a wide, blinding smile. "Let's all do our best." Fighting. And then, there was silence. Even Minsu didn't know what to do with the atmosphere. They looked at the empty spot at the furthest corner of the couch. 1 spot left. If Billy Joe came in 9th, then who would come in last? Nobody could predict who it was. However, there was one conclusion to this. The 10th person must be insane. Chapter 229, The Dumb Genius. Shouldn't Billy Joe be the last one to enter? Suho asked, scratching the back of his neck. That would make a lot of sense, Daniel muttered. Unless they're bringing a real genius to the show. What are you talking about? Shin chuckled. These people are already geniuses in their own right. Min Jae won the National Mathematics Championship, while Ginny's IQ is the same as Einstein's. The public was also confused. The biggest reveal should have been Billy. Is the last contestant a god or something? Or maybe an alien? This is getting out of hand. Gene PD sure knows how to increase the tension in the show. Billy, my boy, they have failed you. The grand reveal should have belonged to you. Even Billy felt the same way. He thought he would be the last one to arrive. However, as he glanced around, he found that there were only 9 of them. His brows slightly furrowed, but it wasn't noticeable on the screen. Minsu cleared his throat and attempted to liven up the atmosphere once again. Well, It seems the last contestant is taking a while, he chuckled. What is everyone up to? Nobody answered him. Well, me. I've been binging The Forsaken Prince. That series is so addicting. I didn't think the writer would be here, he exclaimed. They turned their attention to Annie, who had become red-faced. I watched it too, Billy exclaimed. We were busy with promotions for our new album, but we watched it in the waiting room. Bacon PD crossed his arms in front of his chest, a small smirk appearing on his lips. He truly didn't make a mistake with investing in the series. I'm just so sad I didn't get to watch the last episode, Minsu continued. Why did they take our phones so early in the game? I can't escape The Forsaken Prince even in a new show. It's really freaking popular. It even triumphed over Phoenix's series. He has a series? Why is the last contestant taking so long? Just then, the familiar tension filled. Music played through the speakers, rendering all of the contestants quiet. They all turned to the double doors, ready to welcome the last contestant. They assumed he was old, probably a diplomat. However, as soon as the doors opened, the person revealed wasn't old at all. In fact, he had such a refreshing aura that they were rendered speechless. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Now this is a fucking surprise. What is he doing here? He didn't attend other variety shows, but he's on here? What a tactic. Zeno Han. In the flesh. He walked quietly to the last spot, bowing at the others, who were yet to process what was happening. A pin drop could be heard with how silent they all were. Even in Daesham PD's theater, nobody spoke. Until Daesham, himself, chuckled, throwing popcorn into his mouth. Risa was the first to speak. You also know about this? Of course, Daesham chuckled. I was also the one who recommended him. Jean was pretty happy when he accepted. He really likes our show. Risa clenched her fists by her side. Why didn't Daesham PD recommend her, too? She went to a decent university and had pretty high grades. She didn't dare say this out loud, though. Yuan did, however. He stood in protest and stomped his feet like a little kid. Why didn't you recommend me? I wanted to be on the same show as Zeno. The slots were limited, Daesham smiled. Anyway, at least we get to watch Zeno on the big screen. Even filming with him, I don't know much about. His personality. I'm curious how he'll play in this kind of setup. Zeno's face was shown on the screen, and they all turned quiet once again. Unlike their filming, his face appeared better now. Usually, the cameras didn't do him justice, but it encapsulated him very well now. Since when was Zeno this handsome? I'm going to cry. We have come so far. We only had one selfie and a single live in the dark, but here we have him now. I can't believe our fandom thrived for so long without content. I lived for a time like this. Why the heck was he shown last, though? What are his credentials? Isn't it only because he's popular? Let's watch his introduction video. Zeno Han. Aged 24. Graduated from high school without any failed subjects. A new actor with 3 good titles under his name. A root crop lover. Zeno observed the others as they watched his introduction video. He noted the looks of confusion in their eyes. Well, he was just telling the truth. He couldn't tell them that he graduated from numerous big-shot schools in his past lives. The crew even pestered him for more information about his achievements. But what could he do? It ended with that. The others glanced at him. The initial amazement suddenly replaced with something else. Ease. Zeno kept it in. He knew they were at ease with him. Of course, they would be. He was the weakest player in the house. Oh, so it really is special treatment. I hate this. Why would they put him last? He's not. Even the best. This is hilarious. A root crop lover? While the others mentioned their universities and achievements. I know this is the battle of the smartest. Zeno is out of place, I agree, but I keep getting distracted with his face. I can't get mad at him. Which school did you graduate from? Mandy asked the question the others were dying to ask. Busan National High School, Zeno answered. Not that, Jenny said. Your university. Everyone was curious about his answer. Maybe it wasn't included in his introduction because it was something that needed to be revealed in real time. Oh, I didn't go to any university. I went to the military right away. They were silent once more. Zeno must have entered a specialized school then. Minsu exclaimed, looking at him. You went to acting school and graduated top in your class. That must be why you're so good at acting. Zeno shook his head once more, causing Minsu's breath to hitch. No, I had no money for that. I just started acting this year. Chapter 230, An Individual's Value. After Zeno uttered those words, Minsu found himself speechless. If Zeno, a mere high school graduate, could make it in. What was the bar that Gene PD had set? The crew, monitoring the flurry of comments, turned their eyes toward Gene PD, who appeared to be on the edge of slumber. Preparing for 3 shows a year was anything but a stroll in the park. Sir, they're really grilling you in the comments. They say you shouldn't have cast Zeno, one crew member piped up. Gene PD waved them off with a dismissive gesture. How many people are tuned into the live stream? 500,000, came the prompt reply. Gene PD closed his eyes again, his lip curling into a faint smile. That's enough for me. Besides, someone has to go home on the first day, you know? The crew fell silent, letting his words sink in. Well, that was undeniably true. With a slight shift, Gene PD opened his eyes and cast a glance at the screen. At that moment, Zeno's face dominated the view, eliciting an involuntary exclamation. This is what he came for. Such an eye candy. I get surprised every time Zeno is on screen. I don't recall him ever looking this good in The Forsaken Prince. Plastic surgery? Zeno has made it. Now he has these allegations to boot. I wonder what game we're playing for the first day, Ari chimed in. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, causing most of them to instinctively cover their ears. Some, however, remained blissfully unfazed. Zeno flinched. He had sensitive ears. The lights dimmed, and the television flickered to a static screen as the walls around them shifted. It was subtle at first until the ceiling began to pulsate with a soft, ominous red glow. Then, at last, the screen illuminated in front of the group. A shadow crept into the frame. Lucy, she, or whatever it was, appeared as nothing more than a silhouette. A humanoid figure, blurred and featureless, its voice resonating with calmness that didn't quite sound human. It was robotic and genderless, sending chills down their spines. Welcome, contestants, the eerie voice began. This is Lucy's game. It's finally starting. Wait, we're getting to watch the episode in real time? I thought only the introductions would be live. Dang, this is so exciting. I need to make more popcorn. You don't mind if we stay here for the night, do you? Risa asked, completely absorbed in the unfolding drama. Dasham chuckled. Be my guest. I also need to see how this ends. Lucy's shadow twitched slightly. Then, the screen behind the figure burst into life, showcasing the glossy marble floors of their current surroundings. The house is comprised of 2 zones, Lucy explained. The life area and the death area. The screen shifted to depict clips of the life area. A massive living room with leather couches and soaring ceilings, and a wide kitchen, fully stocked. A gym complete with top-of-the-line equipment. Private bedrooms designed like luxurious retreats. And a cozy garden topped with a glass dome that seemed straight out of a fairy tale. Where you find yourselves right now, Lucy continued, is the life area. Enjoy it while you can. Then the footage switched, and the tone pivoted. Fast, violent images filled the screen. The death area. Cold, uninviting concrete walls. Harsh, glaring lighting. A daunting arena with steel doors and platforms. A countdown clock flashed 0:30 in.